Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if death sent Harry back to fix the timeline. Part 3. Here is short summary. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne fall in the final battle against Voldemort, but death isn't the end. Given one final chance, they're sent back in time with all their memories intact to rewrite history before darkness consumes the wizarding world. Can they change fate, outsmart Voldemort, and save everyone they once lost? Watch this epic Harry Potter time travel to find out. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. The final breakfast before the trip to the train station on Sunday, the 3rd of January, also included the Grangers and Sirius adding the final touches to their own packing, as they, too, were leaving the farm. The Grangers were returning to their home and dental practice in Crawley, and Sirius was returning to the Black House in London. However, there was none of the utter chaos Harry and Hermione witnessed at the Burrow when the Weasleys packed to return to the castle, especially the end of last summer. Here, everyone was well finished packing before they even sat for breakfast. Sirius volunteered to take the three to King's Cross, so the three bid their goodbyes to family at the farm at about 10:30 a.m. Then, together, they traveled by flow through to the flow point on the platform. That a flow point existed on the platform was yet another check mark against the Weasleys and their method of travel to the station. Again, the ride back to the castle on the express was quiet and quite peaceful without the usual rude visit by Malfoy and his minions. As they rode the carriages back to the castle, looking at it, Harry sighed and said, "Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more." Shakespeare. Apt, replied Daphne, somewhat distracted and also looking to the castle. Surprised, Harry was shocked to discover Dumbledore wasn't waiting in the entrance hall for the three, especially Harry, to arrive back in the castle. So, they simply headed directly to the Ravenclaw table. Luna had reserved their seats for them opposite. "You had a good Christmas," she said, by way of greeting. "I'm glad." Harry grinned back and said, "You know, you're supposed to ask if we had a good Christmas, not just tell us we did." With her own grin affixed to her face, she said, "I know. But, it's more fun this way." Chuckling, Harry asked, "And how was your Christmas, Luna? No troubles with the fairies hiding your stuff, I hope?" "Oh, no," she replied. "They've been behaving themselves. I think it's because they've been busy performing their roles as Christmas decorations." "I'm sure," he softly replied. With those who departed for Christmas now returned and seated, Dumbledore stood and welcomed everyone back, before immediately calling for the feast. At the end of the meal, he again stood and reminded all that Cleese recommenced on the morrow, and that they should make an early night of it. The three walked with Luna back to the Ravenclaw corridor before wishing her a good night and walking the short distance to their apartment. Stepping in, the girls immediately drew their wands and began casting detection charms about the place. Barely a few moments later, Hermione drew everyone's attention and put her finger to her lips in the gesture of "be quiet." Then she pointed to the coffee table and caused it to glow for a moment. Though the three were now quite angry, even Harry joined in with scanning everything. They discovered listening and monitoring charms in every room except the en-suites. Once the search was complete, the three stepped back out into the outside page and also scanned the surrounding area. There was another affixed to the wall next to the alcove that held Professor Whittaker. So, they stepped even further away. Casting a privacy shield about themselves, Hermione was first to speak. "That manipulative old so-and-so. How dare he?" Though angry, Daphne was also amused by the vehemency in Hermione's voice and expression. "Well, what do we do with them?" she asked. "All right," Harry began. "Clearly, the one outside the alcove is so he can hear the P word. Can we cause that one to have him hear nonsense words, no, swear words, used as the P word?" Amused, Daphne replied, "I like your thinking. And, yes, that shouldn't be too hard to do." "What next?" "Well," muttered Hermione, "if we're going to do something like that, rather than just get rid of them, how about we have the one on the coffee table change what we say to plans for murdering the staff in their sleep? We can discuss ways to bypass their wards to get to them." Harry laughed while Daphne snickered. "I like it," he said. How about the one in one of your rooms be a recording of singing Henry VIII and have it on loop? That's evil, gasped Hermione. I want that in my room. Henry VIII? Asked Daphne, not having heard it before. Hermione sung it once through for her and said, then you put it on loop, that is, have it repeat over and over again without end. It's the sort of little ditty that gets into your head and you can't shift it. Daphne laughed out loud. You're right, she laughed. That is evil. While the three laughed about it for a few moments, Daphne then said, how about the sound of an annoying mosquito buzzing around for my room? Again the three laughed. Brilliant, said a gleeful Harry. Now comes the big one. My room. They thought about it for a little while before Hermione blushed and said, well, he obviously knows what goes on in there. Yes, asked Daphne. How about we let him hear just that? A lot, and loudly. She blushed even more. Harry guffawed and had to bend at the waist, he was laughing so hard. No, he gasped. Not what we're doing. That is, what we're doing, but so much more. You mean, make it sound like a full-on debauched orgy? Asked a shocked Hermione. Harry could only nod back, trying not to laugh again. His face had turned red and his eyes were twinkling with unshed tears. Both girls were also blushing away. Daphne said, I don't think I can set something like that up. I mean, I can. It's too embering. How about we ask the red-haired devil twins do it for us? Asked Harry. The Weasleys? Asked Daphne, surprised. While Harry nodded, she thought about it before saying, yes, I can see that. But, we set your room back up with a single bed before we let them in. I don't want to give them things to talk about us. All right, I agree, said Harry. So, how about we just muffle it for tonight and ask them to do it tomorrow? Agreed, replied Hermione, while Daphne nodded. As for the other four, Daphne said, I think we can get them all done before we go to bed. Let's get started, said Hermione, agreeing. Oh, and we're going to need a new P word for Professor Whittaker. Dumbledore would have heard and recorded it when we first entered, tonight. As they were about to head back to start on their pranks, Hermione stopped them. Hang on a second, she suddenly said. When she knew she had their attention, she said, I think Dumbledore placed that listening charm outside the alcove before we left for the Christmas break. That's how he learned of the P word to get in. Plus, I think we need to question Professor Whittaker of who else has been in and possibly when. I'm going to put a muffle on the listening charm outside first, she explained. We need to chat with the good professor as to who's been inside. Surprised, Daphne replied, that's very Slytherin of you, Hermione. I approve. Right then, said Harry as Hermione blushed a little at the praise. Let's do this. When they returned to the alcove, Hermione immediately cast a muffling charm over the existing listening charm. Done, she said. Looking to the statue, Harry asked, Professor, has Headmaster Dumbledore been in our rooms since we left for Christmas break? The statue appeared to think for a moment before it said, the castle answers directly to the headmaster. If he gives us orders, we must obey them. Ah, said Harry. In that case, we must assume he gave you orders not to tell us what he was up to. However, did he give you orders to tell us what he wasn't up to? The statue smiled before it replied, no. Then we need to ask him questions based on what he wasn't up to, said Hermione, understanding. Nodding, Harry asked, Professor, did the headmaster enter more often than once? No, replied the statue, clearly amused. Did the headmaster enter after Christmas? Asked Daphne, understanding what Harry and Hermione were up to. No, replied the statue. He didn't muck about waiting to set them up, did he? Harry mused. Did the headmaster enter accompanied by a member of staff? Asked Hermione. The statue didn't respond. Said Harry. Excluding speaking about the headmaster and Professor Snape, has any staff member been in our apartments since we left for Christmas break? No, so he entered with Professor Snape. Wait, said Daphne. Has Professor Snape been in our apartment unaccompanied by the headmaster? Yes, nosy wanker, fumed Harry. Neither of his bondmates berated him for his language. So, Dumbledore has only ordered the castle not tell anyone what he's been up to. Not what the rest of the staff has been up to, said Daphne. We can use that, Any other questions we want to ask? Asked Harry. Yes, replied Hermione. Professor, even though we have a P-word to allow us or those we give it to enter, can the headmaster simply order you to let him in? No, replied the statue. He cannot order me to let him in as the apartments are considered private. However, I must let him and anyone else in if he or they gives the P-word. The same applies to the guardians of the other apartments. However, for the common rooms of the 4 houses, both the headmaster and his deputy have automatic access. And the 4 heads of the houses also have automatic access to each of their houses' common rooms. Good to know, said Daphne. Right, then, said Harry. We need a new P-word for the professor, here. This time I have no problem if the P-word is, manipulative old fool, said Hermione. Agreed, added Daphne. Manipulative old fool, it is then, declared Harry. To the professor, he said, change of P-word, professor. Old P-word, asked the statue. Double HD, replied Harry. New P-word, manipulative old fool, replied Harry. Word change accepted, the statue stated. Brilliant, said Harry. Turning to his bondmates he said, all right, who's going to put the swear word charm on the listening charm? I will, replied Daphne, before she turned to Hermione. Could you remove the muffling charm, love? Hermione nodded and quickly removed her charm. And Daphne stepped forward and applied hers. Done, she said. I'll use a similar charm for the one in the living room as soon as we step inside. She then turned to look at the professor and said, the headmaster's a manipulative old fool. Professor. The statue smiled and immediately turned out of the way. That he is, he murmured. The 3 bondmates entered and closed the door behind them. Daphne immediately went to the coffee table and, after discovering the one Hermione had found, cast the almost identical charm on the one, there. Indicating with hand gestures, she then led the other 2 into Hermione's room and closed the door. Hermione went to the foot of her bed and indicated the whole footboard. With another quick quiet gesture, she started to cast at the footboard. Suddenly, she stopped and, in a loud and clear voice, sang the ditty Henry VIII. As soon as she'd finished, she cast again. All right, she said, that was a recording charm I used over the top of the listening charm, and charmed it to continually play back the recording. Then I used a silencing ward to lock them together. He can now no longer hear anything in here but me singing that silly song. Now for the mosquito, said Daphne. She pulled a loose thread from the inside hem of her robes and transfigured it into a mosquito. Then hit it with the imperious curse. If you can use that same recording charm, Hermione, I'll have this little thing fly around near the listening charm in my room. It's the knob on the left topmost drawer of my vanity, by the way. I can do that, replied Hermione. Harry then went ahead and opened the door back out into their living room, before then walking over and opening the door to Daphne's room. He held the door open as Daphne forced the little insect to fly into her room. Standing back a bit to give Hermione room, she then caused the mosquito to fly around, in and out, near the indicated knob. Hermione allowed it to fly around a fair bit between when she cast the start of the charm, and ended it before nodding to Daphne. Daphne forced the mosquito away and Hermione cast the silencing ward over the knob while Daphne ended the transfiguration on the mosquito, returning it to a single piece of thread, which dropped to the floor. That's going to drive the old coot barmy, chuckled Harry. All right, said Daphne, I'm just going to cast a silencing ward over the one in Harry's room. Then I think we should rescan. Agreed, replied Hermione. After blocking the charm in Harry's room they found others on effects in Harry's trunk. A quick duck back into the living room for a mini-conference and Harry said, how'd he manage that? The house elves, replied Daphne, angrily. He intercepted the trunks being brought from the train to the castle and applied them then. Well, we're not going to play with those ones, sighed Harry. Turning slightly, he called, Dobby. Winky. Immediately, the little house elves popped in. Yes, Master Harry. Hello, my little friends. Here's what I want you to do, he said before explaining the existing charms around their apartment. Now, besides those, the headmaster clearly had one or more of the castle's house elves bring him our trunks before they were sent to here. There are tracking and listening charms all through our personal effects. Please, strip them away. Yes, Master Harry, replied the elves before popping away. Let's give them a few moments to sort that all out before we go to bed, said Hermione. There's something I wanted to talk about before we went to bed, anyway, said Daphne with a rush before blushing a little. Sure, said Harry. About what? Daphne and Hermione looked at each other for a few moments before Daphne turned back to Harry. Taking a deep breath, she quietly said, I think, no. I know, she said, indicating her and Hermione, ready to finalize the bonds. Surprised, Harry looked from Daphne to Hermione and back again. You're sure? He asked. Yes, they firmly replied. Thinking a bit, he asked, do you want to do this individually, or together? Together, replied Daphne. I think, if you don't mind, that is. I think I want Hermione to be there when I finalize the bond with you. If that's all right, I expected you would want to, Harry replied with a gentle smile. And, of course, it's all right with me. We've done everything else when the three of us have been together. I pretty much expected you'd want to do this together, too. Letting out a sigh of relief, she quietly said, thank you. There's nothing to thank me for, he replied, stepping forward to give her a hug. Now, is it all right with Hermione? Yes, replied Hermione, stepping in to make it a three-way hug. Daphne and I have already discussed this. It's what we both want. Besides, we want you to be there when we two finalize our part of the bond. Nodding in his arms, Daphne said, I think it would weird me out if you weren't. So, you want to finalize the three aspects all together, on the same night? He asked them. Yes, they both replied. But, not tonight, sighed Hermione. It's late. I think we should plan to do this on Friday night. That way we have the whole weekend to recover. Good, said Daphne. I think I need the time to make sure I'm going to be ready. And, Daphne, said Harry, if you discover between now and then you feel you're not ready, tell us. It doesn't have to be this Friday night, yeah. Nodding, Daphne replied, thank you. But, I don't think I'll be changing my mind. I don't want to change my mind. The option to do so is still open to you, to both of you, Harry firmly said. A few minutes later, the three headed to bed. Harry had to re-enlarge it as the initial charm to widen it had worn off while they'd been away. Or might have been stripped off by Dumbledore or Snape. Please recommenced the next morning and the three were quickly back into routine. Harry kept a close eye on Daphne to make sure she wasn't getting stressed about the coming Friday evening. Since the night of their return they hadn't spoken of it since. Amusing all three, and Luna as they'd let her know of the listening charms Dumbledore had put throughout their apartment, the headmaster appeared a little frazzled after only a couple of days. It appeared clear to them the old fool had been checking his charms. They hadn't approached the Weasley twins until the Tuesday morning as they used the Monday evening to go to the rune circle in the Room of Requirement and destroy the soul pieces and charms on the locket Horcrux. Checking, the cup was already stripped of all charms except the ancient ones placed on it by Hufflepuff herself. That now leaves just the ring and Nagini, Harry was pleased to state, once they were done. The two Horcruxes then went back into the hidden compartment in Harry's trunk he'd had installed. When they let the two know what the headmaster had been up to they were both horrified with the old fool's actions, and eager to begin to use them to prank him. So, immediately after dinner that night, the twins ducked up to their apartment and discussed how they were going to do it. You want to add what? Hermione asked, horrified with one of their ideas. A goat and a dog, Fred, or George, smugly replied. It'll blow his mind, added the other. Well, said Daphne, do what you want, so long as I don't have to hear it. Easy, said George. That idea of wrapping the charms together in a silencing ward is brilliant. Once they'd decided what they were going to do, the twins quickly set to work. Even after knowing them for as long as he had, through both timelines, Harry was still amazed with how they could easily work with one another. Without even talking. Finally, both stood back and gestured to Hermione to step forward while miming sticking their fingers in their ears and singing. With a grin of her own at their antics, she stepped forward and cast the same enshrouding silencing ward over the spot to which the listening charm was affixed. Stepping back, she firmly said, Done. I wish we could see what was going on in the headmaster's office, mused Fred, or George. If he's attending to his charm he'll be looking horrified about now, snickered George. You know he's never going to believe it, don't you? asked Hermione. "Oh, that's where the beauty of what we've done comes in," said George as both boys looked quite smug. "Why, what else did you do?" asked Harry. "We added a sort of compulsion charm to the listening charm," said George. "We weaved the compulsion into the original charm," said Fred. "So, the longer he listens to it," said George, "the more he'll want to listen to it," exclaimed Fred. "And he won't be able to talk to anyone about what he hears, either," crowed George. Began Daphne, shocked, before she gave both a quite pointed look. "How is it you two never ended up in Slytherin?" "Oh, that's easy," replied Fred. "We told the hat to put us in Gryffindor," added George. "Threatened to burn it if it didn't." "We did," said Fred. As the five returned to the living room, George asked, "So, what did you do with the other listening charms?" "We found one in the alcove just outside the door that Hermione figured out must have gone up before we left on the express for the ride home at Christmas," replied Harry. "She figured, and we agree, that he must have used that to hear the P word given to the statue of Professor Whittaker. Then, when we left on the express, he quickly used the P word to get in. That's when he cast the charms throughout the rooms in here. That charm was overlaid with a gobbledygook charm to change what was said into nonsense swear words for the listening charm," explained Daphne. "The one on the coffee table, here," she explained, indicating the table between them, "changes what is said by whoever is in the room at the time, to be whoever is in the room planning the imminent murder of various members of staff." Unabashedly turning and grinning at one another for a moment, they both turned back and chorused, "That's brilliant." "Is it doing that now?" asked Fred. Daphne smirked and nodded. "What else?" asked George, eager to hear more. "The one in my room has me singing a Muggle ditty called Henry VIII, explained Hermione. "It has the sort of tempo and tune that gets into your head and won't leave. It makes you want to sing it yourself." "It has a compulsion charm attached to it?" asked one of the twins, thinking their idea was unique. "No," laughed Harry, "it's just the sort of tune that makes you want to sing along with it. No magic involved. Overlaid on that, and binding both charms together, is a silencing ward just like I cast in Harry's room," continued Hermione. "That way he won't hear anything but the ditty. I really don't want him to know what I'm up to in my room, thank you very much." "And the one in Miss Greenger's room?" asked one. "Similar," explained Daphne. "Same idea, but it's the sound of a rather annoying mosquito buzzing in your ear." Both boys almost winced. Living, as they were, very close to a creek, they were well accustomed to the sound of annoying mosquitoes. "Evil!" exclaimed one of the twins. The twins hung about for a little while longer before they took their leave. Just as they were about to walk out the door, one turned back and said, "The headmaster's going to probably try to fix his little monitors and listening charms. George and I'll see if we can come up with other ideas to tamper with them. It sounds like, if you can figure out how to enchant something to do it, there's a prank product or two in there somewhere," offered Harry. Both twins grinned back before one said, "A great idea, there, Harrikins." The other added, "Yes. Thank you for the idea." After the door had closed behind the twins, Hermione accused, "You know what you just did there, don't you?" "Yes," replied Harry. "Set them on the path to invent anti-eavesdropping devices. That'll be something to go hand in hand with their extendable ears." "Extendable ears?" asked Daphne, amused. "The twins have, or, soon will, invent a product that looks like a human ear on the end of a long piece of string," explained Hermione. "They place the ear where they want to listen in on something, even through silencing wards, and stick the little knob on the other end of the string in their ear. They'll then hear everything as if they were where the ear is." "What's the range?" asked Daphne, quite curious. "No idea," replied Harry. "I know it's the length of the string that determines the range, but I have no idea how long they can make the string. We know the ear will not go through an existing ceiling ward, but we think it'll still work if the ear is in place before the ward goes up. Do you know if a Notice Me Not charm will work on them?" she asked. Harry and Hermione looked at her before replying. "No idea," replied Hermione, while Harry shook his head. "Think about what you can do with them if a Notice Me Not charm can be placed on them, with a long enough piece of string," explained Daphne. "You can hang one in Dumbledore's office directly above his desk with the string hanging down to somewhere where you can listen in. Or, You can still do that, but maybe you can place a listening charm on the knob end of the string, and listen in from somewhere else. Harry and Hermione, again, looked at one another before Harry said, I think we need to talk to the twins again. Turning to look at him, Hermione asked, Harry, are you going to fund the twins for their shop again? Yeah, he replied. Their store will be, brilliant. I definitely didn't lose anything by funding them. Actually, I'm pretty sure I turned a decent profit. You don't know? Asked Daphne. Shaking his head, Harry replied, I was a little busy attending 6th year, getting tortured by Snape under the pretense of occlumency lessons and hunting Horcruxes while the store was operational. I only know it was turning a good profit from what I saw of the store in operation. Plus what the twins told me. But surely, she began before halting. No, you wouldn't have been receiving your bank statements, or hearing anything else from your account manager. Exactly, affirmed Harry. The twins developed quite a good range of products that aided the Aurors, last time through, said Hermione. Those shield hats were one such product. However, the Death Eaters also made use of some of their products, such as the Peruvian darkness powder. Yeah, said Harry, maybe, this time, we can voice our concerns about Death Eaters getting hold of their products and see if something can be done to stop that, or, at least, greatly reduce it. I was always surprised those two created such a good business, said Daphne. After all, word has it they're below average students. Harry grinned and said, they're fudging their IGN ments and exams. They're what? Asked a dismayed Hermione. Clearly, she didn't know they were doing that. They're deliberately downplaying just how brilliant they are by turning in average IGN ments and doing poorly in exams, replied Harry. Dismayed that anyone would do such a thing, Hermione gasped. But, why? Because, if they do well, their mother would force them to take jobs within the ministry, he explained. By doing poorly, or just seeming to do poorly, with their schooling, they make themselves pretty much unemployable for the ministry. So, when they want to open their shop, they believe their mother will not put up such a stink. Just how good are they really? Asked Daphne. Just about every prank they've come up with since about 2nd year has included potions and spells they've invented, he explained. That's 2nd years, inventing potions and spells. Lately, they've also been inventing rune-based pranks and products. Shield hats, extendable ears, and such, that involves enchanting with permanency. There's your evidence of just how brilliant those two really are. Hermione sat back and looked a little upset. Why didn't I see that? Because they're also brilliant at hiding what they're doing, replied Harry, trying to soothe Hermione's distress. If you can figure out what they're doing, then so can one or more of the staff. That would then lead to letters going home to their mother. And how did you figure it out? Hermione grumped. Did they tell you? Because I used to do the same thing. Both in Muggle school so I wouldn't get better marks than Dudley, and here so I wouldn't look like such a swot to Ron. And yet you let me, she grumped. I'm sorry, Hermione love. But, those loyalty potions I was getting dosed with, he began. Hermione looked horrified for a moment before she almost leapt into Harry's lap. Oh, God, Harry. I'm sorry, I forgot. Giving them a moment, Daphne asked, so, does this mean we can see a vast improvement in your scores, now? It does, he firmly replied with a grin. Hermione used the opportunity to give him a on his cheek before hopping off. Thinking further about it, I think we should share the secret of the room of requirement with them, he suggested. Give them somewhere to develop their products. Asked Daphne. Yep, he nodded. Plus, I think it's time for them to be properly introduced to the last two original Marauders, Padfoot and Moony. Having been told about the Marauders by Sirius while he was sharing anecdotes about Harry's father, Daphne snorted and said, give them ideas and ammunition for further pranks. Yes, agreed Harry. However, I'm more interested in Sirius and Remus giving them more ideas for products. I think it's Moony who kept their pranking journals. But, I also seem to remember Padfoot also has a few notes. That way, I can start our partnership with the twins by coming to them, not just with the 1,000 galleons prize money, but with an introduction to the original Marauders and their depth of knowledge. I want to read those journals first, Daphne said, quite firmly. Me too, said Hermione. Gemino, said Harry, reminding them of the copying charm. No, I just want to make sure there's nothing in them that Slytherins consider secrets, or can only be used against Slytherins," corrected Daphne. "Fair enough," nodded Harry. "And I think that's enough time spent discussing the twins," Hermione firmly stated. "We've got IGN to write." Harry turned to Daphne and smirked. "Driver, she is." But the homework was pulled out and worked upon. After they'd checked out Harry's improved knowledge of ancient runes, something he'd worked hard upon during the Christmas break when they had quiet times, Harry was rewarded by both his fiancées that night in bed. The next morning, the three bondmates were early down to the Great Hall for breakfast, and were amused to watch the headmaster enter, appearing quite shocked and horrified. He hurried over to where Snape was sitting and whispered a few words into the potions master's ear. With his own eyes widening in shock, Snape suddenly cast his eyes on Harry and his bondmates. Quickly looking away, Harry murmured to his two girls, "It looks like Fumbledick's been listening to the charm in my room. He's in quite the animated discussion with old Sevy." Both girls, as surreptitiously as they could, looked to see what Harry was talking about. Both saw that Dumbledore was looking quite horrified while Snape was clearly trying to calm the man down. Snickering to themselves, Luna leaned over and quietly accused, "You pranked the headmaster, again, didn't you?" "We did," replied Harry. One of his listening charms had the most amusing sounds attached to it. Plus, with the help of the Weasley twins, there was added a bit of a compulsion for him to believe what he heard. "Yes, but it appears the not telling anyone about it was either not strong enough or didn't take," said Hermione. "Or, it did and he can now only tell Professor Snape," said Luna. "That's possible," agreed Daphne. "He also took Professor Snape into our apartment with him, so that might have exempted our potions master from the compulsion. Actually, I think it's more likely a result of the listening to the charm in the living room," corrected Hermione. "That explains the actions, and that he can talk to our kindly old potions master about it." Both Harry and Daphne thought about that for a few moments before Daphne said, "She's right. That makes more sense. It doesn't make it any less funny," he snickered. "No, it doesn't," smirked Daphne. "Maybe we should get the twins to diddle with that listening charm, too, with their compulsion alteration." By this time, the headmaster had gone to his own seat and was making himself breakfast. All the while he was pulling a Moody and scanning everything on his plate, around him, and his tea. A glance at Snape could see him doing the same with a very amused faux Moody watching on. "We're going to turn him ultra-paranoid," said Hermione. "Good," said Daphne quite firmly. "It'll keep him occupied. It may lead to him putting extra monitor and listening charms on us," Hermione shot back. "I don't think that's possible, love," Harry gently said back. "Besides, Dobby and Winky are having fun constantly removing them as soon as they go on. I think they've actually tagged us with monitoring charms and are using those to monitor when old Twinkles applies more," said Daphne. "Well, I wouldn't put it past old Dobster," mused Harry. "I don't think Winky would have the guts or initiative to do something like that, though." With the help of the two house elves, when Friday evening arrived, Harry had a private dinner held for the three of them in their private apartment. So, as soon as Cleese finished for the day, he took them directly to the apartment. He told them both he'd planned out a private dinner for the two of them where they could openly talk with one another. Secretly, he thought it would give either or both of them the opportunity to call off that evening's fun, if they wanted to. Hermione insisted in getting some homework done first, as she felt she couldn't relax enough if they had that hanging over them. Then, after a few hours of homework, Harry called both elves and told them they could set things up for the dinner. Very quickly, the same round table, chairs and tableware that they'd used most evenings they'd had a dinner in their apartment were set up. This time, though, that included a white linen tablecloth, cloth napkins, and candles. After an excellent meal, they were relaxing while their dinner settled talking about inconsequential things. When he thought the time was right, Harry said, "Well, ladies. Do you still want to go ahead with finalizing the bond tonight?" Both blushed but both also firmly said, "Yes, Harry." "Then, shall we retire to the bedroom?" he asked, standing. Before he could get a chance to go around the table to pull their chairs out for them, the girls already stood. The two glanced at one another for a moment before Daphne asked him, "Harry, would you mind waiting to join us for about 30 minutes? Confused a little by the request, he shook his head and said, "No, I don't mind. Is there something?" "There's just something, Daphne, and I need to do before you come in, all right?" replied Hermione. Though he didn't really understand, Harry replied, "Of course. Thank you, Harry," they both said before heading into his room and softly shutting the door. A quick check of his watch and Harry moved to one of the couches, calling Dobby, and asking him to clear away the remains of their most excellent dinner. From the coffee table he picked up a book about advanced charms and was studying the Fidelius charm. Inside the room, as soon as the door closed, Daphne called Winky. "Yes, Mistress Daffy," asked the little elf. "Winky, I need you to go into Hermione's trunk and get her periwinkle-colored negligee. Then go to my trunk and get my mist green-colored one, too, please. Plus, in that little compartment I showed you within the trunk, I need you to get the 2 vials with bright pink potion, and 2 of the ones with pale blue potions. Can you do that for me?" "Yes, mistress," Winky replied and quickly popped away, before returning only a few moments later while the required items appeared on the foot of Harry's bed. Both girls thanked the little elf before allowing her to leave again. Walking over to the bed, both girls quickly stripped off before donning the sheer, white garments. As she was changing, Daphne indicated the potions and explained. "The pink potion is called Maiden's Relief. It makes it easier to experience the first time you experience UAL penetration. And the light blue potion is the one Mother told you about, it's to prevent pregnancy. It will provide protection for the next 3 months. I was just going to use the sterility charm," said Hermione. Shaking her head, Daphne said, "The sterility charm is all right for most situations. However, we're finalizing a bond here. We have no idea whether or not the finalizing of the bond will cause any or all charms to fail or not. That's why Mother picked up the potions for us." Having already changed, Hermione bent over and picked up one of the little stylized vials. She carefully looked at it and found a small label affixed to the base. "Madame Pimpernel's?" she asked, surprised. "Yes," replied Daphne. "Word has it old Madame Pimpernel does more business with these sort of potions, and others, than she does with her beautifying potions. But, for us, we know we can trust them, implicitly. She never has a bad batch of any potion come through her store." "When do we take them?" asked Hermione. Now changed herself, Daphne picked her 2 up and said, "Now. Blue potions first, wait about 10 to 15 minutes, then the pink potion. That is, of course, unless you intend to fall pregnant as soon as possible." And promptly uncorked and downed the blue potion. Hermione quickly followed suit. "Definitely not," she replied, licking her lips. "That's one of the better tasting potions I've had. I intend to finish my schooling and, hopefully, my mastery before I have to start looking after a little one." Conjuring a freestanding mirror, Daphne then collected the small makeup bags both had taken to leaving in Harry's ensuite, and both lightly fixed their makeup. Under the advice of both mothers, they'd started wearing very light makeup daily since just after the start of the Christmas break, though Daphne had been wearing a little since the start of the year. With makeup done and, after checking each other, Hermione returned the bags to the ensuite while Daphne banished the mirror and called Winky to take their clothes away to be put in their laundry bags. When they were ready, Daphne used a quick Tempest charm to see how much time they had left before sitting on the foot of the bed and asking Hermione to sit alongside her. A little worried, she asked her bond sister, "Can I ask you to go first with Harry? Then me. Then, us." Hermione, knowing Daphne was still a little worried, slowly nodded her head back. "If that helps you, of course," she softly replied. Then, more firmly, she said, "But, if you want to stop, at any time, just say so. Harry won't think any less of you, if you want to stop things and try again another time." With a sigh of relief, Daphne replied, "I know. But, inside, I know I'm ready for this." "I know," replied Hermione. "As long as you know that, it'll be fine." Quickly standing again, she said, "Now, how about helping me ready the bed?" With a small smile, Daphne stood and both girls walked to either side of the bed. Working without speaking, they quickly pulled the comforter down and left it folded at the foot of the bed. Then they untucked the top sheet. "On or off?" asked Hermione. "On," replied Daphne. and left the top sheet pulled up. A quick glance at each other, a nervous laugh, and they hopped in. After initially about to lie down, Hermione flipped the pillows on her side onto their ends and pulled herself up to a sitting position, leaning against them against the headboard. Daphne followed suit on her side. After sitting there for a long few moments, Hermione softly asked, "Do you remember the talk Harry gave on the second night we were at the farm, where he explained his views about how it's our souls which are attracted to one another?" Said Daphne. "He said, we need to think about how we need to think of ourselves as souls, not just as bodies." That helps. You know." "I know," Daphne softly replied. "That's what's helped me reach this point." "Me too," replied Hermione. She hesitated a few moments before she said, "It also helped me understand something." "What?" "I love you," replied Hermione. "And I've realized I'm attracted to you, physically." Worried she'd upset her, Hermione carefully looked to her bond sister to see her reaction. After a few moments, Daphne, who appeared to be looking off into the distance, softly said, "Me too." Then her face shifted into an expression of wonder before turning to look at her sister. "Me too," she softly said, again. Both girls smiled at each other. After a few moments, Daphne said, "Maybe we should make it you and Harry, then us two, then me and Harry." "Why the change?" asked Hermione. "I was worried you didn't love me as much as I've discovered I love you, or was attracted to me as much as I'm attracted to you," she replied. "Plus, you know Harry needs a little while to, recharge." Both girls broke into relieved giggles. When Harry walked in a few minutes later, it was to see both his fiancées sitting up in the bed, with the sheet pulled up to their waists, and happily chatting away. The sight of seeing the upper halves of their bodies through the translucent material, he found, was even more erotic than just their nude forms. As he walked in and gently closed the door behind him, Hermione softly said, "Here he is, the man of the hour." That had both girls giggling again. "Get your clothes off, stud," said Daphne. "You have two willing witches, here, waiting for you to service them." Relieved that neither was stressed out. Especially Daphne, Harry grinned back before shucking his clothes with his back to them. When he turned back, little Harry was pointing the way to the bed. "Ooh, is that for us?" Hermione coyly asked. "It certainly is," he replied, walking to the foot of the bed and slowly crawling up it. That night, the castle was rattled 3 times over the space of 2 hours by what the Muggleborns were adamant were 3 sonic booms. The last was the loudest of all, causing the castle to shudder, ever so slightly. In her office just off the infirmary, when the first one went off, Madame Pomfrey looked up and smiled. She didn't turn in until after the third. The headmaster, however, was horrified by what he had heard through his listening charm before he quickly deactivated it. "Dogs and goats," he muttered to himself. Fawkes was utterly amused by his familiar's antics. The next morning, once the 3 finally emerged from their bedroom into the living room, Daphne spotted a typical Gringotts barn owl perched on Hedwig's long roost, something that clearly annoyed the snowy owl. Walking over, the barn owl regarded her for a few moments before offering her the leg with a small package attached. Relieved of its load, the bird quickly took flight and launched itself out the owl window. Daphne opened the letter and read it before grinning and handing it to Harry. ___, Gringotts, Office of Inheritance and Marriage. Mr. Harry James Potter, Gringotts congratulates you, Mrs. Daphne Anna Potter née Grainger and Mrs. Hermione Jean Potter née Grainger on the sealing of your soul bond. In the eyes of magic you are now married. The sealing of the soul bond now marks you as an adult in the eyes of Gringotts. As such, irrespective of the wishes of your late father, you are to be granted access to all vaults of House Potter. To effect this change you will need to see your account manager, Sharp Claw, at your earliest opportunity. Yours in business, Blockrig, __. Handing the letter off to Hermione, who was anxious to read it, Harry grinned and swept Daphne up his arms, planting a deep to her slightly bruised lips. Neither cared about the slight ache it caused. Turning to Hermione, as soon as it was clear she'd finished reading and was sporting a wide grin of her own, he swept her up for a similar. After they parted, the 2 girls, his 2 wives, without any hesitation eyed each other just as deeply. "Dobby," called Harry. When the little elf popped in, he came bearing a note. Before reading it, Harry asked the elf to set them out a late breakfast. Winky popped in and asked, "Do the mistresses want Winky to move their thingsies into Master Harry's room now?" "Yes please, Winky," Hermione immediately replied. As the little elf immediately popped away again, she turned to Daphne and asked, "I hope that's all right with you." "Definitely," replied Daphne. "A wife should sleep with her husband, and sister wife." Meanwhile, Harry had opened the note and read it. Turning to the girls he said, "Madame Pomfrey asks us to come and see her in the infirmary when we're ready. But, sometime today, at the latest." As the three sat down to a lovely breakfast provided by Dobby, Harry said, "I wonder where the owl from the ministry is. After all, when the bonds were initiated we received letters from both Gringotts and the ministry. I'd have expected there to be one waiting for us, just as the Gringotts one was." "I don't think there will be one," said Daphne. "At least, not yet." "Oh?" asked Hermione. "It was important for us to be informed that the soul bond had been registered by the ministry," explained Daphne. "That's why the owls were immediate. However, since we already knew of the initiation of the bond, there's no hurry for us to be informed it has been sealed. Plus, I think someone, quite some time ago, was offended that the ministry knew when they, were that intimate for the first time. So, since then, the ministry has only recorded it, but not sent out owls. The argument is, we already know we've done that, and sealed the bond. No one else needs know." Thinking about that for a bit, Harry asked, "We should let our parents, and Sirius, know. But, I'll leave it up to you how and when we tell them." "We've already discussed that with our mothers," Daphne calmly said. "We'll let them know, and they'll tell our fathers when they think they're ready to hear it." Hermione just nodded in agreement. Glancing from one to the other, Harry asked, "This is one of those things you four ladies talked about one of those times when you disappeared together, isn't it?" "Of course," said Hermione, as if it was obvious even for Harry. "And, I take it your fathers aren't aware of this cunning plan?" he asked, amused. "Of course not," she replied with a smile. "Fathers like to believe their daughters are and always will be, even when they've already given birth," grinned Daphne. "It was Mother who organized the potions for us." "Potions?" asked Harry. "Anti-pregnancy potions for Hermione and I to take from now until we're all ready to have children. And a special potion that allowed us to feel things our first night, without the initial pain women can feel." Sheepishly, Harry muttered, "Yeah. Sorry about that, I was rather, vigorous," asked an amused Hermione. "I'll say," said Daphne, before both girls broke out in giggles while Harry blushed. "Yeah," he said. Thinking a bit he asked, you're both happy with what we did?" "Yes, love," Hermione softly replied with love while Daphne nodded in agreement. Relieved, Harry said, "Good. Because, I was worried that, with two of you, trust us, Harry, we went to sleep well satisfied," said Hermione. "And this morning was a bonus," said a pleased Daphne. After their late breakfast, the three decided to head directly to the infirmary. They knew Madame Pomfrey was expecting them, and didn't want her to have to wait too long. Just after they'd walked in together, the Mediwitch came out of her office to greet them. And Luna walked in behind them. "Good morning, you three," she said, with a wide smile before spotting Luna. "4, she corrected. She drew her wand and caused the main doors to close before a privacy ward went up. Re-sleeving her wand, she asked, "I take it the three of you know why I called you to visit me today?" "You know," replied Hermione. "That you sealed your bonds last night?" she asked. Without waiting for a reply, she said, "All three, from what I heard and felt." "Heard and felt?" asked a now worried Harry. "Yes," she replied. "You caused 3 pulses of magic with the last one enough to cause even the castle to shudder a little." The three looked back a little horrified by that news, while Luna just looked pleased. "Oh, don't fret so much about it," she chided them. "Word has it among the students that it was, what did they call it, sunny booms, or something?" "Sonic booms?" asked Hermione. "Yes, that was it," agreed the Mediwitch. "What's a sonic boom?" asked Daphne, confused. "A sonic boom occurs when an object breaks the sound barrier," replied Hermione in semi-lecture mode. "That is, the object travels faster than what sound can travel at." If I remember correctly, that's 767 miles per hour. When an object travels faster than that, such as what specialized fighter aircraft are known to be capable of, it causes a very loud crack sound and a shock wave. At long distances, if it's a large enough object that breaks the sound barrier, it sounds like a loud boom sound with a physical feeling of a shock wave at the same time. So, if everyone heard a loud boom sound that sounded as if it came from a long way off, and they also felt as if the castle had shuddered, then, yes, it would mimic the sound and feeling of a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier miles away. Hermione, coming back to herself, saw her new husband looking at her with amusement, while two pure-blood witches looked back in complete shock. Luna didn't seem to think anything of it. "What?" asked Hermione. "Muggles can go that fast?" asked Daphne. "Oh, yes," replied Hermione. "And even much faster. However, they now try not to do it near populated areas. If they do it too close, the Air Force receives complaints from the civilians on the ground. Too close, and the force of the shock wave has been known to blow windows out of their frames and knock people who are outside, for instance, off their feet into the ground." "Well," said Madame Pomfrey, after a few moments, "Muggles never cease to amaze me." Giving herself a little shake, she explained, "Now, the reason I asked you here is so I can see what your bonds look like." "They're sealed, and they're strong," said Luna, coming forward. Looking to the three, she almost squealed, "I'm so happy for you." "Yes, well," said the Medi Witch. "All three of you on beds and I'll take a look." The three took beds side by side as Madame Pomfrey and Luna came forward. Taking her wand out, Madame Pomfrey started with Hermione on her left. A few wand movements and she said, "Good, good," before moving on to Harry, next. "Ahem," she muttered. Then she moved to Daphne. "Hum," she exclaimed with a pleased little sound. Stepping back she said, "Excellent. All three bonds are, as Miss Lovegood said, sealed. And it's a very strong sealing, too." Thinking a bit as she looked at the three, she asked, "Tell me, do you feel anything different?" "Contentment," said Harry. "Happiness," said Hermione. "Love," added Daphne. Looking between his bondmates, Harry said, "I don't think we can truly put it into words." Hesitating a moment longer while thinking hard, he said, "I feel happy and content because I know at the depths of my soul, that my ladies are happy and love me, and that we are meant to be together." "Harry's right," said Hermione. "But I also know that what he said doesn't explain it near enough. However, it's about the closest we can come to explaining it, to put it into words for someone who isn't experiencing it to understand. Then I certainly hope you try your best to do so with that book I hope you're still writing," said the Medi Witch. "We are," replied Hermione. "And we'll do our best to put it into such words. We just know it won't be enough, though we'll certainly try to get close." "You won't be the first to make that admission," admitted the Medi Witch. "In the literature I've read others have made the same claim. I had just hoped you'd have been able to shed better light upon it." "We know we will," replied Hermione with a smile. "Harry's made some startling revelations about the nature of soul and body that we spent a lot of our time over the break writing down." "Like?" asked Pomfrey. "That we are not beings that have souls, as Harry put it." "We're souls that have bodies," explained Daphne. "When you accept the truth of that, it starts to make a lot of other things that have confused people make sense." Madame Pomfrey blinked a bit in surprise, before she finally said, "Yes, well, I look forward to reading what you've discovered." The three grinned back. "In the meantime, you're all free to go," she said. "However, I'll still occasionally ask you to come and see me again. Just because the literature we have states that the sealing of the bond means the bond no longer has a chance to fail, does not mean there's not other things going on." "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, we will," replied Hermione, as the three of them hopped off the beds. As the three were about to leave, Madame Pomfrey called, "Oh, and Mr. Potter." "Yes, ma'am," he asked. "I hope you realize that, now that you're bonded to these two beautiful ladies, you'll need to back off on the number of risky activities you're often found involved in," she said. "Yes, ma'am," he grinned back. While Madame Pomfrey and Harry had been talking, Hermione walked over and took Luna by the hand. "Are you free at the moment?" she quietly asked the younger Ravenclaw. "Oh, yes," replied Luna. Care to join us in our apartment for a little while? Asked Hermione. I'd love to, Luna happily exclaimed. The four bid Madame Pomfrey their goodbyes and left through the now unsealed doors. While Hermione held Luna's hand, and Harry held Daphne's, the four headed back to their apartment. As they walked along, Hermione quietly said to Luna, "We've had to change the P word for Professor Whittaker." "I know. Harry told me a few days ago," she replied. "Good," replied Hermione. "I'm sorry that I forgot to tell you. I hope you don't think that meant we'd no longer welcome you to visit." "No, I knew," replied the younger girl. "I've also been working on a way to stop listening charms from being able to work around places where P words are spoken." "Oh?" asked Hermione. "It can be done with runes," answered Luna. "We create a permanent ward around and within listening distance to where you have to speak the P word." Hermione almost stumbled. "Of course," she sighed. "Why didn't we think of that?" "You've had more important matters on your mind," replied the girl, as if it was obvious. "You've been worried about whether or not you'd be successful in sealing the bond. And you were worried for Daphne." With a short stop in the Ravenclaw common room while Luna collected her notes on creating an anti-spying ward for P words, the four were soon enough back in the bondmates' living room. Laying her notes on the coffee table, Luna explained her thinking about the ward she'd designed. "That's brilliant, and so simple," said Hermione with Daphne nodding in agreement. "Here, Harry," she said, sliding the notes over opposite where Harry was sitting. "You'll see how Luna came to her thinking. And how she selected what runes to use." Harry quickly read through the notes and said, in agreement. While the three girls discussed any changes they'd make, and how they'd apply the runes, Harry sat back and watched them. It took them about an hour, during which he'd eventually pulled out his homework and worked through some of it while casting the odd glance their way, but they finally reached a conclusion. "I think that's it," said Luna. Both other girls nodded. "Now we just need to work out where and how to set the runes," Luna continued. "I think we should make it permanent," said Daphne. "That would mean engraving them into the stones of the castle itself," worried Hermione. "And why not?" asked Daphne. "It's not as if this wouldn't be beneficial to everyone who makes this apartment their home after we leave. I just don't like the idea of making permanent engravings into the stones of such an antique as this castle," replied Hermione. "It almost feels like graffiti. Like I'm despoiling such a lovely old monument. Merely walking on the stone floors causes wear and tear," argued Daphne. "Besides, if necessary, we can use magic to repair the stone if we want to remove them later." With a sigh, Hermione said, "I forgot about that. So, we do this?" asked Luna. "We do," replied Daphne. "And what did you eventually come up with?" asked Harry, speaking for the first time in a while. "A ward scheme," replied Hermione. "One that will make it impossible to employ the use of a certain type of charm and curse within the affected field," replied Daphne. "Will it have a negative impact on, say, Professor Whittaker?" he asked. "No, but we'll test it first, anyway," replied Hermione. "I'll get the engraving tools," said Daphne, rising. Once they had their 3 sets of engraving tools, they waited for Luna to collect hers from her trunk. In the meantime, they waited outside the alcove holding Professor Whittaker. Hermione and Daphne then detailed the area they wanted the ward to cover, and started to lay out where to put the runes. 8 boundary runes were being drawn in the pageway to give the shape of a box. They would use 4 at each point, 1 high and 1 low opposite each other, at one way down the page, and 4 the same going the other way down the page. Inside the alcove, where they'd be nominally out of sight, unless you specifically went looking for them, were the control runes. Hermione, with Daphne coming behind and checking, first drew each boundary rune in chalk. Harry was surprised by just how tiny they were drawn. Each was no more than about an inch in height. "They're awfully small, aren't they?" he asked. "They don't need to be any bigger," replied Daphne. "For a start, they'll be engraved into the very stone of the castle. Second, the area of affect isn't that big. And, third, the very magic of the castle itself will power it in perpetuity, making it stronger." While Hermione and Luna ducked into the alcove and started drawing the rune array to control and power it all, Daphne explained more about what the ward would accomplish. "It'll block the use of listening charms and any other charm based on similar magic," she explained. It'll also render the voice of the person muffled outside of the field, but not within, similar to a temporary silencing ward. While we were planning it, because some Ravenclaws used the Confundus charm on the eagle to block Luna getting inside the Ravenclaw common room, we've also added a block for that in similar charms, even if they're rune-based. There's also one to counter the effects of the Imperious Curse, if someone walks into the field under the control of such. And, finally, a defensive ward that'll block anyone standing outside from immediately attacking you with hexes and curses, if you're within the field. If all this works, or, even most of it, we'll take it to Professors Flitwick and Babbling for use throughout the castle. I can see this used for the entrances of all 4 house common rooms, maybe the headmaster's gargoyle, and every other apartment throughout the castle. Then we'll ask about moving on to doing the corridors, then the unused CL rooms. Oh, and Luna really is brilliant. Most of this is her work. Hermione and I just added or tweaked it a little. But, how does it target just cast wanded magic directed at another, and not wanded magic that isn't so cast? He asked. Ill intent is one avenue the runes block, and another is that all curses and the like have the same arithmetic fundamental equation, so was an easy target for the runes to block, she explained. We're ready, Luna sing-songed. And, remember, don't banish the stone dust as you carve. We'll need it if we have to repair a section or rune and start again. We can banish it after we know it all works. Yes, Professor Lovegood, Harry sing-songed right back. That earned him a giggle from the younger girl and a harumph of, really, Harry. From Hermione. As their fastest carver, Hermione worked on the runes within the alcove while Harry and Daphne worked on the ones out in the pageway. She then switched out with Luna to take a break every now and then. Annoying Hermione but amusing Luna, Professor Whittaker kept offering his own advice and suggestions. They had only just begun carving when Hermione called a halt. Why? Asked Luna. It's lunch time, she replied. Oh, the younger girl said sadly. We'll come back to it straight after lunch, Luna, she offered. I'd like that, the girl said back. Harry and Daphne collected the tools they were using and then banished the steps they'd conjured to reach high enough on the walls to have the runes be relatively out of sight, before putting them on the coffee table in their living room. This is going to take all afternoon, said Harry, as he walked with Daphne hand in hand while Hermione and Luna brought up the rear. Yes, replied Daphne, but, once it's in place and working, we never have to worry about it again. Therefore, it's worth the effort. Have something else planned for this afternoon, Harry? Asked Hermione, cheekily. Not falling for it, he replied, yes. I was thinking of going to see if I could find myself another wife. I don't know if I'm going to be happy with only 2. Why you? Hermione began. Suddenly, Harry felt the impact of a stinging hex right to the left butt cheek. Yee, he exclaimed, practically leaping forward and into the air while his left hand came around to cup the affected area. Luna's tinkling laugh rang out while Harry spun on the spot, rubbing his bum and cried, Uncle. You win. I'm sorry. Keep up with those sorts of jokes and you'll be sleeping on the couch, she firmly said. Stepping forward and wrapping his arms around her he said, you never have to fear that sort of thing really happening from me, love, he softly said. I love you and Daphne both and I'm never going to look elsewhere, all right? I know, she sighed. Just don't even joke about it, okay? Never again. I promise, he said before ing her. I thought we were going to lunch. Asked Daphne. Yes, we are, he replied stepping away and, again, taking her hand. The 4 continued to walk to the great hall with Harry vowing to himself to never make a joke of that sort of thing again. After a quiet lunch, the 4 returned to the pageway and returned to working on engraving the runes. After he'd finished the first one, and having Daphne check it to make sure it was good enough, he dropped down to the one low down near the floor. After having seen a number of Ravenclaws come up the stairs and walk into the common room, he said to Daphne, have you seen how many claws have walked by just down the page and none have paid attention to what we're doing? I put up a notice me not charm across the whole pageway, Harry, she replied. Oh, he exclaimed. That was a good idea. She just smirked back for a moment before returning to her work on her own low-to-the-floor room. When the 2 were finished, they each checked the work of the other before going down the pageway to the other side of the alcove. There, they again conjured steps to reach up high on the walls, and began to carve. They were finished about 5 minutes before the evening meal began. Then they just needed to wait until the control rooms were done. Having a look for himself, Harry could see Hermione and Luna were about 2/3 of the way through. But he couldn't work out why they were carving in the order they were. "Why those ones in that order?" he asked. "Doing it this way will allow us to bring up each of the various components of the wards in a select order," explained Luna. "Now that you have the boundary runes completed, we can start to bring up the various fields." Hermione stepped back from finishing the last rune she'd been working on, while Luna stepped forward and checked it. "First, we're bringing up the listening and similar charms block ward," Hermione continued with the explanation. "Then will come the anti-confundus charm ward. Next will be the anti-hex and curse ward. Then we'll bring the silencing part up. And, finally, the anti-imperious ward. The last one is the one we're not so sure about, so we want to add it last. Besides, we're not, legally, allowed to use Imperius on ourselves. So, we're not actually allowed to test it. We'll have to get ministerial approval to test that." "When will we be ready to test?" he asked. "We've just finished the last rune needed in the array for the first one," explained Luna, stepping back. "We'll let it charge while we're at dinner, and test it when we come back." "In that case," cut in Daphne, "if you two are done for now, please step out of the way so we can enter and get cleaned up." "Luna, you're welcome to join us to clean up." "Thank you," she said, stepping out of the way. Once Hermione was also clear, she looked at the statue and said, "The headmaster is a manipulative old fool, Professor." The statue smiled back and stepped out of the way. And the four entered the apartment, dropping off their tools onto the coffee table before heading into the bathrooms to get cleaned up. After dinner, the four were excited to return to their rune work. Hermione immediately went to the wall where Dumbledore had left his listening charm and checked for it, again. With a smile, she stepped back and said, "It's gone." "So, either that part of the ward works, or Dumbledore's removed it," sighed Harry a little in relief. "No, I checked it before we left for dinner and it was still there," corrected Hermione. "He would not have had the time to come and remove it and still be seen by us in the Great Hall right through dinner." She then performed a quick scan of the area and said, "It's not been replaced, either." "Then, let's finish this," said Daphne, giving the P word to the professor and stepping inside. Hermione and Luna gathered their tools and stepped back outside while Harry and Daphne sat down with the various notes and sketches of what they'd planned to do. "All right, let's clean these up," suggested Daphne. "Your handwriting is still not the best, so you work on the sketches and I'll rewrite the notes." "Agreed," nodded Harry. Harry had carefully redrawn the sketches and handed each to Daphne to check. When she determined each was accurate, she set it aside and marked it as an attachment to her main notes. As he was working, she explained, "I've put down Luna as both team leader and creator of the original idea. Hermione, you and I are listed as team members. I've also included who came up with what idea, and who solved it." Harry looked up and smiled. "You're looking to make this a project for extra credit," he said. "If nothing else, it should see Luna receive an outstanding plus for runes." "Of course," she replied. "It's worth it, too. If it's accepted by Professor Babbling, we should be able to convince Professor Flitwick to apply the same to the Ravenclaw Eagle." Daphne went out to see if she could help Luna and Hermione, only to find they were doing the last few clean-up carves, cleaning the edges of the ones they'd already finished. Looking up at the statue, Luna asked, "Are you still with us, Professor? We haven't done something to negatively impact you, have we?" "No, Miss Lovegood, I'm fine," replied the statue. "Good. I was a little worried for you," she said. "There was always a chance." "Never fear, my dear," replied the statue, calming her down. "I would have let you know if there was a problem." Once they were finished and everyone had cleaned up again, as she collapsed onto a couch, Hermione said, "Phew. I'm glad that's done." "How long before we can check they're working?" asked Harry. "Tomorrow morning," she replied. "Just to be sure." "How come so long?" he asked. "You need to give the array time to fully charge," replied Luna. "If it was only powering one part, it would have charged in only an hour or two at most. However, because it needs to charge for a lot more than that, it'll take a lot longer. That's why we should wait until tomorrow morning to properly test it." Daphne picked up the notes and sketches she and Harry had done and paid them off to Luna. As your team lead for this project, I think you should be the first to take a look at these. A little puzzled at first, Luna accepted the report and started reading through it. As she read and flicked through the drawings, her eyes got wider and wider. These, she tried, almost in tears. Those, said Daphne, indicating the notes, should see you receiving an outstanding, at least, for your ancient runes CL. Thank you, the girl quietly replied. After we check the array first thing in the morning to confirm everything's working to specifications, I think you should hand those notes over to Professor Babbling, said Daphne. It's brilliant work, and it's all because of your initial idea and concepts. You'll need a copy, Luna quickly replied. I already have one, replied Daphne, indicating the small pile of parchment still on the coffee table. She then picked it up and handed it off to Hermione, who avidly read through it, just as she read through everything. There's no changes I can see should, or could, be made, murmured Hermione, once she'd finished and was looking closely at the sketches. Pulling her head away and giving it a little shake, she said, no. It's perfect as it is. Looking to Daphne and Harry she said, good job, you two. After Luna had left to return to the Ravenclaw Tower, with a good night bid to the statue on her way past, Harry turned to his wives and brightly asked, bed? Before adopting a morose expression and asking, or do you want to work on homework first? Daphne laughed but Hermione smirked and said, homework. And don't pull that face, husband. Knowing it was already a lost argument, Harry collected his IGN mints and sat down to get them knocked over. He hoped they would only dedicate about an hour to it. After all three made sure they'd had just about all of their homework completed and ready to be handed in before they sat for dinner the previous night. The next morning, Sunday, the three were woken by Luna walking into their room and climbing up onto the bed. Harry was woken by a cry of, Luna, from Hermione, causing him to suddenly flip to his back before sitting bolt upright in bed. He had to wipe his eyes a couple of times before he saw that Luna was calmly sitting cross-legged on the foot of the bed. Hermione was also sitting upright but was trying to hold the covers up to cover her bare ass while staring back in shock at Luna. What are you doing in here? Asked a near whining Hermione. I came in to wake you up because Dobby wouldn't, she calmly replied. But, exclaimed Hermione. We could have been doing things. You weren't, replied Luna. But, if it's you being D and me not that has you concerned. She reached down and grasped the bottom hem of her jumper and began to pull it up when Hermione realized what she was going to do. No, she cried, reaching forward with one hand as if she could reach the girl and physically stop her. Luna stopped with her top halfway up her torso, and looked back. It's not as if Harry hasn't seen the nude female form, Hermione. After all, he's seen yours and Daphne's, she explained in a quite reasonable voice. Yes, but, Hermione tried. My being in the nude won't unnecessarily arouse him, either, Luna continued. His bond with you is far too strong. If anything, he'll want to have with you, again. Yes, but, Hermione tried again. He'll show interest. That's because he hasn't seen me nude before. But you won't have to worry about him having with me. Luna, Hermione whined again. Harry just watched the byplay, quite amused. Meanwhile Daphne had groaned, annoyed at the noise, and sat up in bed, herself. Unlike Hermione, she shifted her pillows so she could lean back against them. The covers remained around her waist. What's going on? She asked. Luna's being logical and it's confusing the hell out of Hermione, replied Harry. No, that's not it. Hermione spun on them. It's that she calmly walked in here, sat on the bed and began taking her clothes off. No, it's because she came in here and you were worried she might have come in here when we were engaged in hot peonate. That we weren't has no bearing on it for you, corrected Harry. She only offered to take her clothes off to let you feel more comfortable. Hermione, why are you covering your ass? Asked Luna, suddenly. I live in a girls' dorm, remember? Up until the start of this year, so did you. Because, Hermione tried. Because, she tried again. With a huff she practically yanked the covers back down to her waist. I was surprised, is all, she almost growled out. Then, I'm sorry I surprised you, Luna solemnly replied. It was not my intent. Why are you in here? Asked Daphne. To wake you up. I asked Dobby too, but he wouldn't, replied Luna. And why did you want us to wake up? Asked Daphne. To check on the wards, of course. She brightly replied, as if it was obvious to anyone. I can't do it on my own. It needs someone to stand within the warded area, and someone to stand outside of it. Of course, said Daphne, as if the answer was obvious. Suddenly, she swept back the bedding from her side and swung her legs over the side of the bed. Standing, nude, she said, it looks like there's no for you this morning, husband. And headed for the ensuite. What? Exclaimed Harry. No, the morning's not over, yet. Turning before she walked into the ensuite, Daphne calmly said, I'll not ask Luna to wait outside while we engage in UAL intercourse. Then, walked in. With a sigh, Harry turned to Hermione and began, Herm. No, Hermione shrilly barked back before he could even finish her name. The same applies for me. Luna suddenly said, the Nargles have suggested I have with Harry for you, while you shower and get dressed, Hermione. Would that be all right with you? Hermione started gaping like a fish with her eyes bugged out staring back at Luna. Harry just roared with laughter because he knew Luna was just teasing her. No, Hermione finally half-shrieked. It wasn't until Luna impudently grinned back that Hermione realized she'd been pranked. Why, she tried, before she took a deep breath and barked, out. You can wait in the living room until we're dressed. She hissed. Flicking a grin to Harry, Luna calmly climbed off the bed and walked back to the door. Just before she was about to walk out, and as Hermione swung her legs to the floor, she turned back and said, you know, I think I might be a lesbian, after all. Because, I think you have very lovely S, Hermione. And smirked. Hermione picked up a pillow, shrieked, out, and threw it at Luna as the younger Ravenclaw quickly stepped out the door. Harry flopped back on the bed and roared with laughter again as the door closed with a thunk click. Spinning about while standing nude, Hermione picked up a second pillow and proceeded to beat on Harry with it. It wasn't funny, she barked. Yes, it was, he shot back, giggling, once he could draw proper breath. With a huff she tossed the pillow onto the bed, took a moment to glare at him again, and stormed off to the ensuite. After a final bout of giggling, Harry climbed off the bed and walked into the ensuite, too. A quick shower with no hanky-panky and the three were quickly dressed and walking into the living room. Hermione was still a little annoyed with Luna and let it show by quietly glaring at the girl. It didn't seem to faze the young girl any, though. So, Hermione's glares were wasted. Daphne asked her, have you checked to see if the charging runes are fully charged? Yes, and they are, replied Luna. Well, let's go test what we can before heading for breakfast, suggested Daphne. Once outside, Harry stood back a little from the statue and asked it, can you hear me, Professor? I most certainly can, young master, the statue replied. Does it sound a little muffled and low in volume to you? He asked. No, not at all, replied the statue. Is the ward affecting you in any way? He asked. I can sense it's there, but, that's all, replied the professor. It does not negatively impact upon me. Well, that's one worry we no longer need to be concerned about, said Harry to the others. Hermione had started to slowly back away and said, start talking or singing or something and don't stop until I tell you to. Harry started singing. It's a world of laughter, a world of tears, it's a world of hopes, it's a world of fear, there's so much that we share, that it's time we're aware, it's a small world after all. It's a small world. Hermione suddenly held her hand up and Harry immediately stopped. She then took half a pace back and asked, can you still hear me? He nodded back. She then turned to look at the walls and saw the runes were a good couple of feet inside where she could suddenly no longer hear Harry. Walking back into the field she said, good. The ward boundary is a good couple of feet beyond the runes. That means it goes right to the floor, at least. Drawing her wand she cast at Harry. Confundus, she cried. With a frown he asked, don't you think you should have asked, first? You teased me, this morning, she replied. Consider this payback. Suddenly she snapped her wand back at him again. And again, nothing happened. What this time? He asked. A stinging hex, she replied. Drawing his own wand with a smirk, Hermione started to look a little worried. He held his wand before himself and cried, Tempest. as Hermione jumped sideways in fright. The red glowing digits of the actual time glowed just above his wand as he smirked at her. "You prat," she grouched. "At least we know the ward doesn't affect those sorts of charms," he shrugged, still smirking before banishing the time. "How's the charging wards, Daphne?" Hermione called to the other girl. "No change. Not even a blip," replied Daphne. "All right, let's try something stronger," said Harry. Incantless, he raised a Protega shield and held it. "That works," he said. "Hermione, would you do the honors and cast a couple of mid-level curses and hexes at me?" With Harry's shield held between them, Hermione began casting curses. "Reducto. Bombarda. Stupefy," she cried. Harry's shield held through it all, and there was no light to show a curse had been cast. "Daphne?" asked Hermione. "No change," replied a quite smug Daphne. "But there was just the faintest blip as you said each three, and we're only there for a moment. The charging runes had recharged before you cast your next one. That just leaves the Imperious Block ward, right?" asked Harry. Hermione walked to the wall and attempted to cast a listening charm onto it. It failed. "Yep, that's it bar the Imperious," she said with a big sigh of relief before grinning. She turned to Luna and said, "Very well done, Luna. It works." Luna was clearly happy with the praise and asked, "Does that mean I can turn the report into Professor Babbling now?" "It does," replied Hermione. With a squeal she almost leapt into Hermione's arm to give the older girl a huge hug. Then she hurried over to Daphne and did the same. Finally, she jumped into Harry's arms and hugged him. Stepping back she exclaimed, "I cannot wait to hand the report to Professor Babbling. She'll be ever so pleased. Why not see if you can hand it to her at breakfast this morning?" asked Daphne. "I'll do that," she said. "But I've left it in my trunk." "Go get it," suggested Daphne. "We'll wait." While they waited for the young girl outside the Ravenclaw entrance, Harry was looking around. "Trying to think of where to put the boundary runes, love?" asked Hermione with a smirk. Harry grinned back and said, "Yep." Daphne raised her hand and pointed. There and there," she said before turning the other direction. "And, there and there." Both Hermione and Harry paid attention to where she was pointing. They couldn't disagree. "Nice," said Harry. When Luna returned they were discussing where to engrave the control runes. For a Sunday, breakfast in the Great Hall seemed a little crowded. "It's not," replied Luna when Harry pointed it out. "You're just used to being down here earlier." As the four were about to sit at the Ravenclaw table, Luna gave a little squeeze sound before she excitedly said, "Professor Babbling's here. I'll just go and see if she'll accept the report before I sit for breakfast." Then hurried off to the head table. While Harry was busy digging into hash browns, fried tomatoes on toast, and bacon, and was washing it down with a cup of tea, Hermione kept suggesting adding an egg dish to his meal. She just couldn't understand, he just didn't feel like eggs that morning. Luna returned. She accepted it, she gleefully reported. The girl turned to look at the head table for a moment before she turned back and said, "She's even reading it now." Harry glanced at the head table and watched as Dumbledore was scanning his breakfast and other food before him. Chuckling, he turned to see if the twins were down for breakfast. Seeing them, he grinned and indicated with his eyes the headmaster. They, too, had seen the old man's antics and were quietly chuckling to themselves. They were about to wrap up breakfast and head back to the apartment when Professor Babbling intercepted them. Professor Babbling was a young witch, compared to most of the teaching staff. But that was because she attained her mastery at such a young age. "Good morning, you four," she said. "Good morning, Professor," they chirped back. "Would you mind walking with me to my office?" she asked. "I've just been over Luna's report and I have a few questions." "In that case," interrupted Hermione, "instead of your office, would you mind if we escorted you to our apartment? It's just that we have a working model of what's in the report there, and we can't bring it down." "Very well," the professor agreed with a nod. "Lead the way." Once in the corridor outside their apartment, Luna and Hermione described the control runes. Then Daphne showed them the small boundary runes that were not normally noticeable because they were not in a normal line of sight. Once they'd shown the runes they demonstrated that they worked. Of course, the only one they couldn't demonstrate was the anti-Imperious ward. However, both Hermione and Daphne assured her it should, as it was based on the same rune concept as the anti-curse ward. But, how do you get it to differentiate between a hex and, say, a shield? She asked. There are two halves to it, replied Luna. One is that the shield isn't a traveling spell. That is, it's not designed to go from point A to point B. It's designed to form roughly where the wand tip creates it. The second part is intent. It's not intended to harm. However, if a spell meets both those conditions, then it's blocked by the ward and negated before it even leaves the tip of the wand. And if it's cast into the warded area from outside. The three looked at one another before Hermione stalked beyond the boundary. Spinning about, she stared at Harry for a moment before he drew his own wand and cast a shield. Reducto, she cried. It flashed out of her wand but died as soon as it hit the ward boundary. Well, that answers that question, said the professor. As Hermione walked back into the warded area, the professor said, "This is amazing work, you four." And, turning to Luna, she said, "Keep up your normal exemplary work in my CL, and there's an outstanding plus in this for you, Miss Lovegood." "This," she said, waving the report in her hand, "yours it." With a bit of a squeal, Luna jumped forward and wrapped the professor's waist in a hug. "Thank you," she gushed. Amused, the professor waited for Luna to get it out of her system. "Yes, well," she said, "I want to show this to a few other members of staff." "Do you mind if I do that?" "Professor Flitwick is all right," said Harry. "We'd like to know from him if we can set up the same ward scheme for the area outside the Ravenclaw common room entrance. But, we're not ready for the headmaster to hear about it yet." "Professor McGonagall," she asked, "as long as she promises not to go running to the headmaster about it." "Yes, that'll be all right," replied Daphne. "She won't," replied the professor with a bit of a forced smile. Harry wondered what was going on there. Had the staff become more aware of Dumbledore's manipulations, and were beginning to balk at them? The professor left a little while later. When a knock on his office door was heard, while he was currently working on grading IGN Ments, Professor Flitwick called, "Enter." Professor Babbling stepped in and closed the door behind her. Surprised by the visit from his colleague, Professor Flitwick said, "Bet. This is a pleasant surprise. What brings you to visit an old wand waver such as myself?" With a matching smile, Bathsheba Babbling walked over and sat in the chair her diminutive colleague offered her. "I've just come from a very interesting discussion and demonstration from 4 of your claws," she replied. "Oh?" he asked. "Yes. Are you aware some of your claws had been up to no good by confounding the Eagle Guardian to the Ravenclaw common room?" she asked. With a frown hovering near a scowl, the charms professor replied, "I was aware that it had been going on. However, I believe I'd managed to stop that by punishing all the culprits." "Oh, it hasn't happened recently, as far as I'm aware," Phileas Bet replied. "But, that it had happened led to the development by Miss Lovegood of a way to stop it from ever happening again." "Oh," with a nod, she explained. Young Miss Lovegood then took her idea to Miss Granger, Miss Granger and Mr. Potter. They then told her that they had found a listening charm affixed to the wall next to the alcove that contained the entrance to their apartment. They believe it was put there by Albus. "Clever," said Phileas, but still clearly upset that Dumbledore had done something like that. Replied Bet. So, the 4 of them set to work, starting with Miss Lovegood's initial concept, and developed the most amazing ward scheme. The main 2 purposes are to block the Confundus charm and the use of listening and other monitoring charms, she explained. However, they then took it further and added a workable anti-curse and hex ward that works on spells that are cast, that travel from one point to another while allowing charms that don't travel, or are not intended to harm, to still work. However, the surprising thing is, they also believe they've developed an anti-imperious curse ward that they've added to it. "They what?" he exclaimed with a near squeaky voice. The witch then handed her charms colleague the documentation Luna had handed her that morning. The little professor eagerly took the documentation and began reading through it as if it was worth 10 times its weight in gold. While he was reading, he almost absent-mindedly called a house elf to serve them tea. And Bet sat back and enjoyed her tea while watching her colleague read. When he'd finished he sat the document on the desk before him and looked in wonder at his colleague. "It works?" he asked. "It does," she replied with a small nod. The only part we cannot test is the anti-imperious component. However, their reason, as written there, gives it a strong likelihood it'll work. This is Newt-level work, he said. Beyond Newt, she corrected. Merlin, if the anti-imperious ward works, it's beyond mastery. However, I've not told them that. Why ever not? He asked. Because, I don't want them to think about how hard something is to do, just go ahead and do it, she explained. If they're not told something is either improbable to accomplish, if not impossible, they won't be hindered by the knowledge. Simply amazing, sighed the little professor, sitting back and sipping his tea, thinking. I believe there was a Muggle general centuries ago, Alexander, I think, who was not told it was impossible to cross the Alps in winter. So, he went ahead and did it. She thought about that for a moment before she said, same idea, yes. Those four seek your permission to set the same ward set around the Ravenclaw common room entrance, she continued. They hope to eventually be allowed to set them around the entrance of each of the four houses, then move on to the personal staff offices and then the various apartments. Our three bonded were quite incensed that the headmaster had set a listening charm to listen to what their P-word was. They've changed it now, of course. And, with the ward, another cannot be placed. Sitting up straight, Phileas said, I think I'd best go and have a look at this ward of theirs. By all means, she replied. I believe they're in their apartment, studying. However, I won't be able to accompany you. I, too, have IGN ments to grade. With a smile the little professor stood, handed the report back to her and escorted the room's mistress to the door of his office. Take care, Bet, he said. I'll speak to you soon. You, too, Phileas, she said, before leaving. Quickly, the little professor set his office to rights and locked his door as he stepped out, placing a P-word protected locking charm on it as he did so. Then he practically jogged up to the Ravenclaw Tower area before walking across to the entrance to the bondmates' apartment. Before approaching the statue he quickly looked around for the runes, finding them tinier than he expected but exactly where the report said they'd be. 8, he muttered. Highly unusual. I wonder if it's the number of them that makes it work so well. Returning to the alcove he said to the statue, Hello, Wilford. Hello, Professor, replied the statue with a smile. Could you please let your guests know I wish to see them? Of course, the statue replied before it stepped aside and knocked on the door. Inside, the three were working on their transfiguration homework when they heard the knock on the door. I'll get it, said Harry, rising from his work and going to the door. Opening it, he was greeted by Professor Flitwick. Professor, Harry happily exclaimed before stepping aside. Come in, please. Hello, Professor, both girls said. To what do we owe the pleasure, sir? Asked Daphne. I've just had a most amazing discussion with Professor Babbling, he said. Plus, she allowed me to read that report you three and Miss Lovegood wrote. Your views? Asked Daphne, perking up. As I told you, replied the professor. Simply amazing. I've come to ask if you can demonstrate it for me. We'd love to, beamed Hermione. She'd always favored the little professor, thinking of him as a rather boyish favorite uncle. All four again left the apartment and stood in the hall. This time Daphne and Hermione described the ward and its various facets before demonstrating them. By the time they'd finished, the little charms master was almost jumping up and down, giddy with glee. So, Professor, began Harry. We wanted to ask your permission to. Yes, the professor said, before Harry had even asked the question. You can set up a similar ward outside the Ravenclaw common room entrance. I heartily approve. With a snort, Harry looked to his wives and said, well, that was easy. Knowing they needed to balance the work with their IGN ments, the 3 plus Luna planned on starting with setting up the ward outside the Ravenclaw entrance for a few days into the next week. All three wanted to clear as much of their IGN ments out of the way as possible. And his wives reminded Harry he still had to work at incantless and minimal movement casting for the second task. Plus, combat for his time at the graveyard. There's still 6 weeks until the second task, he grouched. Then train for your time in the graveyard. Hermione berated him right back. She's right, added Daphne. You can't just rely on the fact you managed to escape last run through. You need to make sure of it. Plus, didn't you say John told you that you were supposed to heavily injure him during your confrontation there? That's the time when he's at his weakest. The graveyard also gives you the opportunity to kill the S and capture Pettigrew, said Hermione. What you want to happen there, need to happen, as you need Voldemort to run away, not you. That way, he leaves the S behind. If you've managed to stun Pettigrew, then Pettigrew will get left behind, as well. Secondly, added Daphne, by him running away, it weakens how his inner circle looks at him. They'll know he ran. That'll tell them that you're stronger than him. It's a major psychological advantage. I know, he grouched. All right, I'll train, we'll train. I have no doubt he already knows we're at least bonded. I also have no doubt we won't be able to keep the fact we're now married a secret until then. So, he'll know you're my wives. Good, said Daphne. I don't want to keep it a secret. I want everyone to know. Surprised, Harry looked to his wives. You do? He asked. Yes, both replied. With a sigh, he said, then you'd best send a letter to your mothers to let them know they need to tell your fathers pretty soon, if they haven't done it already. Because, I don't like keeping it a secret, either. Both girls grinned back, quite pleased. I want to tell Astoria and Tracy, at least, said Daphne. Family and friends should find out from us, not from reading about it in the Prophet. Invite them up, said Harry. Blaise and Horace too, if you trust them not to. Blab. Turning to Hermione he said, and Neville and Hannah. We'll invite them up for Friday night, said Daphne. But, I want to talk to Astoria, at least, no later than Friday afternoon. She should be told as soon as possible, disagreed Hermione. She's family, she should know. Hermione's right, said Harry. We'll need to tell her as soon as possible in case the Prophet gets wind of our marriage earlier. Tonight, then, said Daphne. Astoria still hasn't really forgiven us, for getting engaged and not letting her know straight away. Her husband and sister-wife nodded back. Then let us not make the same mistake twice, said Hermione. Astoria had missed seeing her sister in the S-pit. She knew she was happy with Potter and the Granger girl, but it still hurt a little how her sister now had two others more important to her in the school. She was in the Leary with her friends working on an IGN meant for herbology when a house elf suddenly popped in, handed her a note, and popped out again. The house elf looked familiar to her. Opening the note, she saw it was from her sister. Story. Please come to our apartment. We have important news to share with you. I love you, Daph. XO. Astoria stared at the note for a moment and frowned. The little secret clues meant it was a real note, not written under duress, and wasn't about bad news. Her name written with the period was one, the single, X, and O was another, the comma after her own shortened form name was a third. Thinking about it, she knew that if her sister said it was important news then she wanted her to know of it as soon as possible, and not hear it from another source. Turning to her friends working at the table with her, she said, I have to go. I'll see you all at dinner, all right. What's going on, Story? One of her friends asked. My sister wants to see me, she replied, while packing her books and schoolwork away. She says it's important. With please to be careful in her ears, the young girl headed for the Ravenclaw Tower. As one of the few people outside of the three who knew the P word, Astoria walked straight into the apartment. Daphne and her bondmates were sitting around the coffee table working on their own homework. As soon as Astoria entered, Daphne pushed her work away and walked across the floor to give her sister a hug. Come, sit down, said Daphne. Astoria, quite curious, could see from the expressions on the faces of the three that, whatever the news was, it was big. She dropped her book bag next to the couch where her sister led her, and sat with her. With her sister holding her hands between them, Astoria waited for her to start. You're aware of what the bond between us three means, right? Asked Daphne. Of course, replied Astoria. Well, Harry and Hermione are no longer your future brother and sister-in-law, explained Daphne as she watched her sister's eyes widen in surprise. We've sealed the bond. That means, Astoria began before petering off. That means we're now married, finished Daphne. I'm now Mrs. Daphne Potter, or Granger Potter. We've not figured that out, yet. Astoria gave a little squeal and immediately wrapped her sister in a hug. I'm so happy for you, she cried, as she pulled away again before holding her sister's hands up looking at the back of her fingers. No ring yet, said Daphne. We'll have to go into Gringotts to get the Potter wedding rings, at some stage. But, we don't plan on wearing them until we actually hold a wedding in August. But, you're already married, Astoria said, a little confused. Why a wedding? Because Hermione's Muggleborn and they believe you can only be married by a ceremony, explained Daphne. Though they knew that wasn't true. There were registry weddings, after all. Both Harry and Hermione knew it would only confuse the two pureblood witches sitting opposite if they mentioned it. After Astoria spent some more time with them, the four then headed down to dinner, separating as they walked in through the doors to the Great Hall. By the time they were ready to set up the ward outside the Ravenclaw entrance, Professor Flitwick had properly introduced them to 3 of the 7th year claws who were studying ancient runes. I'd like you to accept their stance in carving the runes for you, as I know it takes you a while to accomplish that, explained the professor. He'd received no argument from the 3 and Luna, so, after showing them what they were going to do, the 3 older claws were eagerly involved. Instead of the project then taking a couple days to carve the runes spread across a couple hours each afternoon, they were all done in the one. Other claws, wondering what they were up to, even offered to help to rest those who were working once it was explained to them. The next morning, the wards were tested and found to be working just as well as the one they'd set up outside their apartment. That's just brilliant, exclaimed one of the original 7th years when they were demonstrating its effectiveness. I wonder what else we can add, asked Hermione. Yeah, this means our younger years are now protected, the older claw explained. In years past, we've had some of our younger years ambushed by Slytherins, even up here. I'm sure there's more that can be done to protect them. I don't think there's more we could add, said Daphne. Though it was nice to set up something to keep the younger years safe, the main bonus of the project was that Luna, once word-ped through all the other claws about what had been designed and implemented, was now a fully accepted Ravenclaw. Those who had been the main instigators of the bullying she'd received were now firmly on the outs with the other claws, and Luna began making friends within her own house. She even had some of the older years approach her about her knowledge of runes and worked with her. From those discussions they also discovered she was pretty close to being a prodigy in arithmancy, just like her mother before her. On the Friday Tracy, Horace, Blaise, Neville and Hannah all eagerly attended the 3's apartment. And the 3 then informed them about their magical marriage. I'm surprised it took you this long, drawled Horace. We knew not to rush it, explained Hermione. It took as long as it did because it needed to. However, even though we're now married by magic, we still want to hold a wedding, said Harry. That will take place during summer, in August. Oh, I love weddings, said Tracy. I'm glad, smirked Daphne. Because I want you to stand with me as my bridesmaid. With squeal, Tracy almost dived on top of Daphne, enveloping her in a huge hug while pretty much insanely cackling. And Neville, said Harry, turning his amused expression on his ex-dorm mate. Start thinking about what you need to do as best man. You'll be standing with me. Shocked to his core, Neville sat gaping for a few moments before he finally said, yes. I mean, thank you, Harry, I'm honored. I'll be asking Luna to be mine, said Hermione. As I haven't, yet, please don't talk to her about it until I've had a chance to ask her. With grinning nods, the others agreed. How will you do it? Tracy suddenly asked. I mean, there are 3 of you. Ah, said Harry. Hermione's and Daphne's mothers are planning all that out. My idea is for the 3 of us to stand together, in a triangle, facing each other. The difficult part will be, where do we stand the druid, and those who stand with us? Let the mothers figure it out, said Blaise. I'm sure they will. A few days later, Daphne asked, Harry, have you heard anything more about that order of Merlin? Chief Interrogator Fitzwilliam ordered the minister to award you. And forgot to tell us. No, he replied. I just thought these sorts of things took time. Not that much time, she half growled. You think the minister is trying to block it? Asked Hermione. Someone is, replied Daphne. If someone is, said Harry, my money would be on the minister, or Umbridge, or Malfoy, or Dumbledore. Damn, there's just too many who would try to. All right, my father, began Daphne, before Hermione interrupted. No, right, Madame Longbottom, she suggested. It's time to put the alliance to work. With a nod of her head, Daphne said to Hermione, it would also be better to come from either mine or your hand. It would look gauche if it came direct from Harry. Coming from me, on the other hand, I'm simply a wife concerned my husband is being denied something that is rightfully his. You know it doesn't bother me, tried Harry. It bothers me, Daphne shot back. And me, huffed Hermione. Turning to Harry she said, Mr. Fitzwilliam was right. You deserve one, Harry. This is something you accomplished. So, it's something you can be proud of. Looking from her to Daphne and back, he nodded in acceptance. You're right, he said. All right, do it. Daphne quickly pulled a spare sheet of parchment across and penned a letter to Madame Longbottom for the Wizengamot member to investigate on their behalf. Hedwig left with the letter a short while later. That's one unresolved issue being investigated, said Daphne as she turned back from watching Hedwig leave. What others are there? My list I wrote up when we first got back is already complete, said Harry. Well, all except for getting Dumbledore to go after the ring. Do we have to wait until the summer break to let him go after it, then? Asked Hermione. Can we send him earlier? How do we get him to go after it? Asked Harry. Tell him you had a vision. She asked back. Shaking his head, he said, No. I don't want him thinking about my scar being a Horcrux anymore. Actually, yes, you do, said Daphne. He's not going to be around when all this comes to a head, anyway. Let him think the soul fragment is still there. At least, for now. Tell him it's not after he gets the ring. Tell him you had a dream about some old shack with a dead-ass nailed to the door, explained Hermione. And that, somewhere within the dream, you saw a large ring with a big dark green stone affixed to it. And make special mention of how the stone is engraved with the triangle circle line symbols you read somewhere was the mark of Grindelwald. The mark of Grindelwald? Asked Daphne. Actually it's the mark of the Deathly Hallows, explained Harry. But, Grindelwald also used it. Ah, said Daphne, understanding. And the stone is the resurrection stone. Got it. If the ring is destroyed before Voldemort's resurrection, will that stop the resurrection? Asked Hermione. No, he replied, shaking his head. Nagini's already a Horcrux. That'll keep his soul anchored enough to allow the resurrection to go ahead. All three sat for a few moments with their own thoughts, before Daphne asked, What else? Asked Harry. Oh, outstanding issues. When she nodded back, he thought about it and said, Getting Madame Bones to dig that tunnel under the Bones mansion. Just as with Madame Longbottom, we'll send her a note and ask her to come pay us a visit, said Daphne. This time, though, we'll bring her up here. That's the easy part, sighed Harry. The hard part is convincing her to do it, and for her to not let anyone else know she's doing or done it, not even her guards. Explain how you believe the Death Eaters will soon be active, again, explained Daphne. Don't worry about mentioning Riddle when you do. We'll tell her how our research into the activities of the Death Eaters in the previous war showed that their modus operandi was to throw up both anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards over the top of the existing wards, then attack. Use the attack at the Quidditch World Cup as an example, added Hermione. And what do we tell her when she asks why? Asked Harry. Tell her you cannot tell her, with emphasis on the cannot, suggested Daphne. Let her come to the conclusion it's because of a wizard's oath. She also needs to get it done fast, said Hermione. She was killed in early July. Next year, love, corrected Harry. I can't remember anyone we know who was killed before about June next year. And Scrimgeour was killed about a month later. The 1st of August, added Daphne. That was about a month after Fudge resigned in disgrace and was killed a few days later. And Mr. Fortescue was dragged off by Death Eaters about that same time, too, said Harry. So was Garrick Ollivander. Yes, but that was because no one would believe Riddle was resurrected until the Battle of the Ministry in June next year, and he didn't want anyone to know, either, said Hermione as if she hadn't heard Daphne and Harry mention the other three wizards. I take it you plan on everyone knowing Riddle is alive earlier. Such as, immediately after the third task. Harry sat back and thought about that. Actually, why would I? He mused. I mean, he really didn't do anything until the Battle of the Ministry except build up his forces. Of course, he sighed. That was most of the problem, wasn't it? The year gave him the time to build up his forces. There were attacks on Muggles, corrected Hermione. That was Death Eaters, partying, said Harry. I doubt, very much, they did so under Riddle's orders. Yes, but that was because he was mainly focused on how to get the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries, she replied. Wasn't there an unspeakable who was imperious and sent in to get it? Bode, he replied. When was that? April next year. Earlier, I think, she replied. Someone then placed a venomous tentacular or a devil's snare or something in his room at St. Mungo's while he was recovering. It killed him. So, do we force the issue to out Riddle earlier, or not? Asked Daphne. Bring things back on track. Earlier, her bondmates replied together. Then, Madam Bones is going to need to get that tunnel built as quickly as she can, she firmly said. Owl her, Harry firmly instructed. We need to see her as soon as possible. Anyone else we can save we know of already? Asked Hermione. Let's see, he mused. Mad Eye, the real one, was killed during the movement of me from Privet Drive to the Burrow a couple of days before my birthday. Well, that event won't happen this time, so there's no need to warn him, mused Hermione. Hedwig, too, she said with a worried glance at Harry. Yeah, he softly said. She didn't know if he realized he'd verbalized that. Most people were close with or were killed at the Battle of Hogwarts, she said. Of course, there are also those who disappeared through the Voldemort-ruled Ministry-sanctioned pogrom against Muggleborns. Neither of which will occur this time around. Umbridge, he half growled. That goes down, first chance I get. So, said Daphne, breaking both out of their maudlin reveries. On the to-do list is, get Madame Longbottom to find out what's happening about the Order of Merlin, get Madame Bones to dig her tunnel, send Dumbledore after the ring. Do we save Fudge, Scrimgeour, Fortescue, Ollivander, etc.? In reverse order, Harry mused. Ollivander and Fortescue are definite. I think the only thing we can really do for both of them is inform them, through an anonymous note, they're being targeted by the Death Eaters. We'll even tell Ollivander why. Scrimgeour was almost as bad as Fudge. He even arrested Stan Shunpike, the conductor on the night bus, just because he thought he might be a Death Eater. Then again, if we save Bones, he'll be a non-issue. I'll kill Fudge myself, just to get rid of him, if I have to. Just as I'll do with Umbridge. That's cold, Harry, Hermione quietly said. With a sigh, he said, I know you think I have this saving people thing, Hermione. But even I realize people are going to die if we can't end this thing quickly. Fudge gets in the way of that, as does Umbridge. However, she then becomes an active, even eager, participant in killing Muggleborns. She might not be guilty of those crimes in this timeline yet, but we know she will be. The woman is a vile murderess in waiting. I won't allow her to do that again. With a sad little sigh, Hermione dropped her head and nodded. Saving Fortescue and Ollivander are added to the list, said Daphne. We'll ignore Scrimgeour and let whatever happens, happen. We don't warn Fudge but, if necessary, we kill him ourselves, and we definitely kill Umbridge. Now, do we go after the marked Death Eaters? The ones we know go back to their old ways. Or, leave them be. I won't turn into an inn and hunt them down, said Harry. However, if we come across each other and they wear the mask, I'm not casting stunners. I aim to put them down for good. Both his wives firmly nodded back. What about the Azkaban breakout in January next year? Asked Daphne. It might not happen, this time, said Hermione. Maybe, sighed Harry. But, we can't leave things up to maybes. How do we stop it happening this time around? All three thought about that for a while before Daphne said, we'll put that on the still to be resolved list. On the old timeline there's still almost a year before that happens. But, I think it's something else we need to talk to Madame Bones about. Both her spouses nodded back. Daphne quickly pulled another sheet of parchment towards her and set to writing the invitation to Madame Bones. While she was writing, Hermione said, So, homework. Harry grinned and nodded back. Homework, he softly replied. Once the letter to Madame Bones was written and agreed to, Daphne took it up to the Ollery to send out with a school owl. Harry and Hermione continued with homework. Daphne returned a little while later. Done, she said, walking in and getting to work on her own IGN ments. Hedwig returned later the same evening without a package. However, a reply arrived with a Eurasian tawny owl. It took perch on the owl perch next to Hedwig, who then decided to promptly ignore it. Harry freed the bird of its letter and carried it back to the couch as the bird took to wing again and flew out the window, after first pinching an owl treat. Opening and reading it, he said, "Madame Longbottom sends her regards. She's appalled with herself she forgot about the Order of Merlin, and will leave no stone unturned to get to the bottom of why it hasn't been awarded yet. Thanks me for my kind words concerning Neville, and is proud he is a good friend. Thanks me for alerting her to the problems Neville was having with his wand. And will keep us updated with her investigations." "Nice," said Daphne, glancing up from writing on the parchment before her. The owl from Madame Bones arrived not long afterwards. "My turn," said Hermione. She collected its load and brought it back to the couch. "Let's see," she muttered, opening the letter. "Madame Bones thanks us for accepting Susan's apology. And for not asking too much, even though you were well within your rights to do so. And wonders if this Saturday morning at 9 a.m. will be a good time for us. If not, owl her back. Else, she'll see us then, in the entrance hall." "I don't have a problem with this Saturday," said Harry. "Ladies?" he asked. Both shook their heads. "Saturday morning, it is," he said. With the next morning's owl mail delivery, Harry received one of his regular updates from Ackerman and County from Margaret Pentridge. Opening it, he scanned through it before turning to his wives. "I've just become the part owner of Nimbus Brooms," he said. "How'd that happen?" asked Daphne. "It was an agreement between me, through Margaret, and Nimbus," he replied. "Back quite a few years ago, before I started at Hogwarts, they'd been stating in their sales literature that I wrote and approved of Nimbus Brooms. They didn't have permission to do that. Instead of worrying about a protracted legal battle, where the public would find out they lied, they settled. I now own 20% of the company. Margaret says it's worth more than I'd have won, but Nimbus was eager to reach agreement as they believed they'd have lost far more if it went to court." "Nice," said Daphne. "But don't you prefer your Firebolt?" "Of course," he replied. "It's still nice to own part of the company that produces my second favorite broom, though." After a bit more reading he said, "Margaret says I need to start thinking about who I want to be bursar, the person who manages the fund I've set aside for Muggleborn scholarships, because—" He suddenly gave a low whistle. "What?" asked Hermione, now trying to read over his shoulder, and eager to snatch the document out of his hands. "Hermione," Daphne lowly growled. "Sorry," Hermione softly replied, physically shrinking back. Her demands for information was another matter Daphne was trying to cure the girl of making. Harry had also received from Daphne a stern talking to about how much he should let Hermione get away with her demands. Harry gave her a light smile to show he wasn't upset with her. "The scholarship fund, the bursary, as Margaret puts it, it's now worth quite a lot." "A lot, and may we know how much?" asked Daphne, demonstrating to Hermione how to ask. Harry showed her the financial statement that came in as part of the report. Her eyes widened in shock. He then held it out for Hermione to see, who practically mimicked Daphne's reaction. "That's a lot," she softly said. "Yes, and that's after she's subtracted the funds to pay for the services of Ackerman and Company," he said. "Any ideas on who you want to manage it?" asked Daphne. "Yeah," he replied. "Every time I've thought about it since Christmas the same name keeps popping into my head. Remus Lupin." "That's brilliant," said Hermione. "I mean, he's brilliant. He'd do a wonderful job. And you can pay him a decent salary. You can get him to stop wearing those tatty old robes and he won't think of it as charity." "You'll need to ask him in a way where he won't think the job offers charity," mused Daphne. "If I ask him to do it, he'll try to fob me off," said Harry. "Have Miss Pentridge interview him for the position," suggested Daphne. "That way, she can tell him his name was suggested for the position." "She also asks I name it," said Harry, reading further through the document. "That way they can set it up as a registered charity. And, here, she suggests I nominate a member of Hogwarts staff to sit on the board that decides who the lucky scholarship winners are. That'll take some thinking. Oh, she also suggests all those who sit on the board receive a honorarium, and how much that should be. Plus, whoever is the bursar should receive. Nice. Let's see. Employees. For now, 2 full-time secretarial staff, and how much to pay them. A part-time independent financial advisor, a goblin. Oh, good idea. Looking to his wives he said, we'll write to her requesting she, that is, Ackerman and Company, interview Remus for the position of bursar and that she not tell him he, basically, has the job already. My choice for faculty advisor would be Phileas, of course. If he turns it down, it'd then be Professor Babbling. Both girls were nodding along. Let her and Remus then interview the rest of the staff, suggested Daphne. After all, Remus will have to work with them. Good idea, said Hermione. A name, he muttered. How about, mused Hermione. If it's okay with you, the Lily Evans Memorial Scholarship Fund. Harry turned and stared at her for a moment before his face softened into a bright smile. Nice, he softly replied. Daphne also smiled and nodded. Clearing away the little choked-up feeling he had in his throat, Harry said, that's everything I need to do except let her know. Once she has that information, Ackerman and Company will draw up the required papers and send the forms to me for signing. If you'd like, I'll write the letter to her with those instructions while we're sitting in History of Magic, offered Daphne. Thank you. Yes, he nodded. Anything else of interest she's written you'd care to share? Asked Hermione, who then received a smile and nod from Daphne in approval. Well, there've been a few more companies who've replied to the cease and desist orders with promises they'll cease. She's listed here all those who've now agreed to that. Next is the updated list of those companies who've, so far, settled out of court. And, finally, is the list of those companies that have refused, so far, to settle, and have decided to take the matter to court. Thankfully, that list is rather short. One of those is Obscurus Books, he said, a little surprised. Turning to look at both wives he said, that's the publisher of most of the books written about me. They publish the Harry Potter and the series of books. Dumbledore, supposedly, sold them the rights to my name for those. Now they're refusing to acknowledge he had no right to do that, claiming they entered the contract in good faith. They've already been informed Dumbledore, however, did not, rendering the contract void. Margaret sent them a cease and desist order, with a requirement to hand over the net profits of the books and never print any more. They're refusing both and clearly believe they'll successfully defend the claim in court. Margaret says they've no chance and wants to know if I have any specific demands to place on them when we've successfully prosecuted the case. Your thoughts? Asked Daphne. This is definitely one where I want them to bleed, he firmly replied. Let's see. All such books to be immediately pulled from further publication. All such books already printed and remaining unsold to be immediately pulled from the shelves. A public notice of apology from the publisher. No, the individuals responsible within that publisher for making such a decision, with a request all such books be returned to the publisher for a full refund of the purchase price irrespective of the condition of the book. Ouch, said Hermione. That'll hurt. Depending on who owns the company, and how much of a loss they're willing to swallow, that'll bankrupt them. In which case, Margaret swoops in on my behalf and claims the company in lieu of the debt, he said. Then, I'll put the notice in the paper making the request for people to return the books for a full purchase price refund. With a sigh he said, I want those lies off the shelves, whether they're in bookshops or in people's personal libraries. On the Saturday morning, the three were waiting in the entrance hall for the arrival of Madame Bones. She arrived, promptly, with a few minutes to spare. Mr. Potter, she said, as Harry stepped forward with a smile to shake her hand. Madame Bones, he replied before stepping back to introduce his two wives. May I introduce Mrs. Daphne Anna Grainger Potter and Mrs. Hermione Jean Grainger Potter, my wives. With her only outward sign of surprise being a slight widening of her eyes, Madame Bones stepped forward to shake both their hands. Clearly, you've recently sealed the bonds, she said. Yes, ma'am, both girls replied. And I'm also surprised it isn't public yet, she added. As are we, ma'am, said Harry. Turning, he gestured to the stairs. Shall we? He asked. With a nod and smile, she said, yes, please. Walking up the stairs to the apartment, Harry and Madame Bones walked side by side while Hermione and Daphne did the same just behind. Again, Mr. Potter, I want to thank you for being so lenient with my Susan, the older witch replied. And to apologize for not ensuring she was aware her actions, even at such a young age, could lead to dire consequences. "You're welcome, ma'am," he replied. "I also suspected she was the victim of severe peer pressure. And I know what that can do to someone so young." "That is not an excuse, Mr. Potter," she replied. "No, but it is a reason," he said back, to which she only nodded in acknowledgement. Once inside the apartment, Winky immediately popped in and laid out a serving of tea and coffee. Harry already knew the stern woman much preferred coffee to tea, so ensured it was available to her. Looking down at the small percolator carafe of coffee, Madam Bones said, "I see you've done your homework." "There's not many who know I prefer coffee to tea. I asked Susan," he smiled. As they sat sipping their beverages for a while, Madam Bones leant back in her Crookshanks was out hunting mice armchair. "Perhaps we should begin with why you asked for me to visit, Mr. Potter," she said. "I have become a lot more observant of late," he replied. "Since I'm no longer being dosed with loyalty and whatnot potions. And I have seen and heard some worrying things. First, we witnessed Headmaster Karkaroff, in a quite agitated state, confront Professor Snape about the dark mark he bears. He said to our so-called beloved potions master that his dark mark is apparently getting darker. Professor Snape, trying to get the man to be quiet, confirmed that his, too, is also getting darker. That got the woman sitting opposite to sit up straighter and stare fixedly on Harry. "It's getting darker?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," he confirmed. "As you know, I faced the shade of Riddle in the form of a possessed Quirinus Quirrell in my first year, and as a shade, again, a year later in the Chamber of Secrets. So, we know his soul has not ped on, I believe the phrase is. My research tells me that the mark getting darker means Riddle is making a comeback. That is, that he has a body now, or soon will." Karkaroff, getting all panicky, confirms he believes it, too. The man, after all, named names during his trial and would consider his life forfeit if Riddle returned. Stunned, Madam Bones sat there for a few moments quite perturbed. "I see," she muttered. From the look on her face, Harry could see she wanted to believe him. Further research into how the Death Eaters operated in the First War, yes, I believe there'll be another, led me to make some further inquiries about one of their modus operandis. He offered. "Yes, that's it, their modus operandi. And," she asked, "one of the things they did was to attack the families of those they considered enemies in their own homes." "It made me ask further questions," he replied. "For a start, how did they keep the families in their homes while they attacked? How did they stop them from leaving, through magical means, before they brought that family's wards down, or even straight afterwards? What I discovered was that they threw up temporary anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards or jinxes over the existing wards," he said. "But why did the family not then use the flow to make their escape? A check of public records shows that, each time an attack took place on a home, the flow connection for that home was also temporarily down. The records state, in every instance, it was for the purpose of temporary maintenance. To me, logic dictates this makes no sense. Maintenance on an individual flow connection is extremely rare, and is never at night, when the attacks apparently all occurred. So, that leaves the only scenario that someone on the inside of the flow authority was either a sympathizer of Riddle and his minions, was a Death Eater themselves, or was bribed. No other likelihood makes sense." With a sigh she said, "Yes, we've always suspected, but we've never been able to prove anything." "Yes, well," muttered Harry. "Something further. As Bones is an allied house, and with my responsibility to that alliance in mind, I need to tell you a couple of things in confidence." "Yes," she asked. "I must also ask you, ally to ally, not to pee on a suggestion I have for you to anyone else without my prior approval." "I understand," she nodded, clearly eager to hear what Harry had to say. With his own nod in recognition of her agreement, he flatly said, "I know, for a fact, you're a high priority target. And that the Death Eaters want you out of the way for their master." "Yes, but I've always known I'd be a target if the Death Eaters got up to their tricks again," she said. "They already have," said Harry. "The attack on the Quidditch World Cup was clearly their first outing, in the recommencement of the war, or the opening salvo in the Second War." Madam Bones just sat there, silently musing over what Harry had said. Now for what I want you to do, and keep silent about doing, he said. When he had her attention again, he instructed, I want you to excavate a tunnel from the basement in Bones Manor, out to well beyond your ward boundary. The direction is irrelevant to me and I do not need to know. It also does not need to have an end that opens above ground. It only needs to reach a spot far enough beyond your wards where you'll be able to use an emergency portkey, or apparate, to get the hell out of there. You also need to build it in complete secrecy. Not even your Auror guards, when you have them, can know about it, except, of course, for Susan. If more than one person knows a secret, it won't stay a secret for long. Plus, my research tells me you have Death Eaters within your Auror core. She thought about that for a few moments before she sat back and muttered, interesting. I beg of you, Madam Bones, to have that tunnel built and ready to use by June, he said. Snapping her head at him to give him a very direct look, she asked, why? With a sigh, he replied, I'm unable to tell you. A wizard's oath, she immediately asked. Again, I'm unable to tell you, he replied. But, please, do not doubt my knowledge of this. I see, she said, taking another sip of her coffee while she was clearly collecting her thoughts. Then, I shall take your suggestion under advisement. That's all I can ask, he said. Anything else? She asked. Yes, he replied with a nod. My wife, Daphne, remembered I've yet to be awarded an Order of Merlin, as recommended by Chief Interrogator Fitzwilliam. She has written to Madame Longbottom asking her to investigate what is going on there. Madame Bones snorted a little and said, I'm aware of that. Or, rather, I'm aware Madame Longbottom is investigating. I was not aware it was at the behest of Mrs. Greenger Potter. Though, now it makes more sense. Smirking at Daphne, she said, you should be aware Gus. Madame Longbottom is bent on rampaging through the minister's office with demands to know why the award has not been given yet, and when it will. She's pushing things through. Rest assured, it will happen soon. Augusta Longbottom is used to getting her way when she's feeling so peonate about something. Their excuse for acting so slow? Asked Daphne. They claim, among other things, difficulty in finding supporting evidence, replied Madame Bones. And yes, before you say anything, I'm well aware the pensive memory and supporting testimony was enough. HMMPH. Daphne harumphed, still offended, which made the older witch smile. Turning back to Harry she asked, but, are you ready to take seat within the Wizengamot? The Wizengamot, he asked. Yes, she replied. As a holder of an Order of Merlin, you're automatically eligible for a seat on the Wizengamot. Actually, we think it's you automatically getting that seat that is what's making Fudge balk at awarding you the order. If it comes to P, he said, I can bet many galleons Dumbledore will try to block that. He can try, she said. However, we'll just remind him that he only sits on the Wizengamot as a holder of the Order of Merlin. If he tries to block you taking seat, we'll call him a hypocrite for holding a seat as an order holder, himself. Clever, he smirked. But, as you asked, yes, I believe I'm ready. Sitting back, he said, besides, I'm married to the two smartest witches in the world. They'll keep me on the straight and narrow. And Daphne and her father will make sure I know what I'm doing while the Wizengamot sits. You better believe it, said Daphne. After a bit of a snicker Madame Bones asked, any other business? Looking to his wives, Harry saw both of them shake their heads before he turned back to Madame Bones. No, ma'am, he firmly replied. Good, she said, sitting forward and placing her coffee cup on the coffee table. Thank you for that most enlightening talk, Mr. Potter, she said while rising. And your hospitality. Harry and his wives also stood. Harry offered his hand to the older witch and said, and, thank you for coming to hear me out. With a nod while shaking his hand, she said, don't bother to escort me out. I know the way. Harry smiled and nodded in return. When the older witch left, he sat down again and asked his wives, well handled, said Daphne. But, you forgot to mention the Dementors and the risk of escape at Azkaban. Next time, he firmly replied. I didn't want to give her too much, too soon. Homework? Asked Hermione. Replied Harry. Homework, she firmly retorted. You had last night and this morning. So, he asked. Is there a law that states I'm only allowed a certain amount of times a week or a month or something? Yes, she said back, but there was no heat in it. My pore needs time to heal. I'm surprised you don't feel rubbed raw. I do, a little, he sulkily replied. With a smirk he asked, would you mind ing it better for me? Daphne giggled and said, I'll it better for you. And with that she sauntered over to Harry, who had leant back in his chair and lifted his bum, trying to undo his pants, and fumbling it. Her eyes widening, Hermione sat there. What, in here? She gasped. But someone might come in. Let them, Harry gasped, as Daphne pulled his pants and underwear down. The risk adds to the thrill. The next morning Daphne received her weekly letter from her parents during the breakfast mail drop. While she was untying the letter from her owl's leg, a rather aloof northern hawk owl named Stupid, Harry was trying to offer the bird some bacon. He'd asked why the bird's name was Stupid soon after they got together, and Daphne replied it was because Astoria, when they first got the bird and she heard its ululula call, pointed at it and said, that's stupid. And the name stuck. Once the letter was untied, the bird ignored the bacon and flew over to Astoria to drop off her letter. Opening her own, Daphne quickly scanned through it. Soon after she began to read she gave a little gasp of surprise and turned to her bondmates. Mother says father already has the tunnel dug and constructed, she said, soft enough only they could hear what she said. Surprised, Hermione said, that was fast. Nodding, Daphne explained, he contracted with the dwarves. They had it dug in a matter of weeks. He'll show us when we go there at Easter. Ah, she suddenly said. They're building a similar one at Hermione's home, moving in and out under cover of darkness. What are they doing with the tailings? Asked Hermione. The earth they remove while digging. They vanish it, replied Daphne. It's how they're able to dig so fast. They don't need to worry about what to do with the dirt and rock they remove. The harder part is bringing in material to line the tunnel walls and floor, and to stop it collapsing. I'd think they'd portkey it in, suggested Harry. Well, however they did it, Mother says they'll show it to us so we know where it is when we get there for the Easter break, said Daphne, indicating somewhere on the page before her. She also says it has hidden external entrances. The one at Aunt Anselle's will be similar but not as extensive, as they only have to worry about one dwelling there. On the Monday morning Madame Bones walked into her office and took a seat. The first thing she then did was call her two top oars, Scrimgeour and Robards, one at a time. When Scrimgeour walked in she ordered him to sit in the chair opposite her desk. As soon as he did, she stunned him and immediately bound him to the chair. Walking around her desk, she first checked his arm for the mark, using every detection spell she could think of that would make it show if it was magically hidden. Seeing nothing, she pulled a phial of veritaserum from her robes and, gently pulling his head back by his reddish somewhat long locks, dropped 3 drops onto his tongue. Once she was done she walked back to her desk and sat in her chair. Then she revived him and immediately vanished the ropes. As the man woke up again she started asking questions. Are you now, or have you ever been, a Death Eater? Did you then, or do you now, support the policies of the wizard known as Lord Voldemort? Do you believe that Muggleborns should not be allowed to live in our world? Do you carry out spying for anyone? Do you accept bribes? With 5 quite succinct negative responses from her senior-most Auror, she administered the antidote. When Scrimgeour came around enough to realize what was going on, he frowned and angrily asked, what the hell, boss? Sorry, Rufus, she replied, not sorry at all. I needed to make sure. Scrimgeour sat there for a few moments as Amelia shifted slightly in her seat. What's going on? He asked, a lot more calmly after thinking about it. I have. Intelligence that is, the Auror department, have been infiltrated with Death Eaters, she replied. I need to find out who they are. And what do you want to do with them if you find them? He asked, curious. I only want to know who they are for the moment, she said. I'll obliviate them as soon as we find them. Then I'd best help, he firmly said. With a smirk, Madame Bones reached into her hidden bottom drawer on her desk and drew out a large invisibility cloak. Go stand in the corner, she instructed her head Auror. When they sit, stun and bind them. Before he could do more than stand, she handed him her 2 phials. Veritaserum and the antidote, she said. While Scrimgeour made himself ready in the corner, Madame Bones called for her next candidate. Robards. I need you, she said into her wizarding intercom. The man walked in a minute later. When Robards had proven to be no Death Eater, unmarked follower of Riddle, spy, hater of Muggleborn or acceptor of bribes, he was sworn to secrecy and sent out again. It was his job to start sending people in. He was to do it as subtly as he could. That's how it went for the rest of the morning, and then again into the latter part of the day after a break for lunch. Master Aurors were questioned and sworn to secrecy. Senior Aurors and trainee Aurors were questioned, obliviated and told they were interviewed with the possibility of promotion. As well as finding a few bigots, they found their first wannabe Death Eater among the senior Aurors. Then they found their first actual Death Eater. Senior Auror Jugson, said Madame Bones after she answered the knock to her office door. Take a seat, she said to him, indicating the chair before her desk. Again, as soon as the man sat, Scrimgeour stunned him and bound him from behind. Doffing the cloak, he forced the man's head back and dosed him with Veritaserum before checking his arm. There was no mark. As the man was enervated and woke up again, from where she remained sitting behind her desk, Madame Bones began asking her questions. Are you now, or have you ever been, a Death Eater? Yes, replied Jugson, surprised, but knowing she shouldn't be. Madame Bones glanced at Scrimgeour. You were a Death Eater? She asked. No, you were a Death Eater. Yes. Do you believe the Dark Lord will return? Yes. How? My master made great strides in the darkest of magic to ensure his immortality. He will return. My dark mark getting darker confirms it. Again, Madame Bones looked to Scrimgeour. Turning back, she asked, how is it your dark mark cannot be seen? The Dark Lord showed his inner circle how to mask the mark from normal detection charms. Lucius Malfoy taught it to me. How do you remove the mask when you want to? A counter charm removes it. What is the incantation and wand movement for the counter charm? Revelo Mortem. And it requires pressing the tip of the wand into the mark while speaking the incantation. How do you hide the mark? Again. Absconder Mortem. And pressing the tip of the wand into the mark while speaking the incantation. Madame Bones walked around her desk and slipped Jugson's sleeve up his arm. Pressing the tip of her wand into where she knew the mark would be, she spoke the incantation. Revelo Mortem. When the dark mark appeared, she waited a moment before pressing her wand tip back into the middle of the mark. She muttered, Absconder Mortem. The dark mark, again, disappeared. She then slid the sleeve of the man's robes back down again. Returning to her chair, she sat down and resumed her position. She asked, do you know when the Dark Lord will return? No, but he will soon. Besides the Dark Lord, do you carry out spying for anyone? Yes. Who do you carry out spying activities for? The Dark Lord and Lucius Malfoy. Anyone else? No. Do you accept bribes? Yes. From whom do you accept bribes? Lucius Malfoy. With a sigh, she looked to Scrimgeour and nodded her head. Scrimgeour administered the Veritaserum antidote before stepping back to the corner and redonning the cloak. Madame Bones waited until Jugson was clear-headed. When his face morphed into surprised shock, she hit him with the memory charm before removing the ropes. You were invited in to speak with me as I'm looking to see who's ready for promotion, she firmly said. We had an enjoyable chat. You have a chance to be promoted if you continue to keep your nose clean. She waited a few moments to allow the memory alteration to take hold before she smiled at the man and said, Thank you for your time, Senior Auror Jugson. You may go. Thank you, ma'am, replied Jugson. I look forward to your decision. Jugson rose from the chair, gave her a short bow and left the office. Bloody hell, she said with a most heartfelt sigh, after the door had closed behind Jugson. The questioning continued through the afternoon and early evening, with a break for dinner, and into the night. Scrimgeour changed out with Robards under the invisibility cloak after each break. The questioning began again the next morning. By lunch, all the ranks including the trainee Aurors had been questioned. After lunch they went after the cadet Aurors. On the third day they sent for the outposted Aurors, including the ones out at Azkaban, with them being spelled with replacements while they were in London. After the outposted Aurors, next came the hit wizards. However, they were stunned as soon as they entered the door. Bones and Scrimgeour both knew some of them could easily see through cloaks and notice me not charms. Once she'd finished, she called the head of the Unspeakables, Algernon Croker, to pay her a visit. A quick explanation, with Scrimgeour as witness providing his own testimony, and Unspeakable Croker was a man on a mission, nearly storming out of her office. Then, a couple of days later, the Unspeakable suddenly popped into existence in Bones's office, behind the chair before her desk, startling the hell out of the witch. "Damn it, Algernon," she barked. "Use the bloody door in future." Without even a word of greeting or recognition of Madame Bones's comments, Croker said, "I found one among my people. Rookwood. He's been dealt with." With a sigh, Amelia asked, "I take it he's dead?" Croker simply nodded once. "I'll receive a report of his death sometime in the coming days." "Yes, it will show he died in a horrible, but classified, accident. He was the only fatality. Any you suspect may become one if Riddle returns." "Classified," replied Croker. "If there are any, they too will be dealt with." "Understood," said Madame Bones. Croker suddenly disappeared again. Now that they had a way to reveal the dark mark if it was hidden, they'd bide their time until she, with Croker's help, could plan for and execute a clean sweep of the entire ministry. They'd plan it, but they'd just hold off on execution until a time when they knew the minister couldn't interfere. Perhaps when he next attends one of his conferences, she thought. With what some would call an evil grin, she began to plan. Harry received the papers from Margaret Pentridge regarding the setting up of the Lily Evans Memorial Scholarship Fund, and read through them to make sure everything was still as he wanted. Along with them was a note informing him Ackerman and County were happy to interview the staff for the board and employee positions. Remus would be thoroughly interviewed, told he'd been recommended for the opportunity of winning the position, and then given it a couple of days later. First chance he got, he signed the papers and sent them back. It was time for Cleese before they headed to the room of requirement to practice his silent and minimal wand casting once Cleese ended. Then they'd be returning to the apartment to, again, plan. At least, since Dumbledore had come down hard on the behavior of his pet Death Eater, potions was now a much nicer CL. Harry even found that he enjoyed it as it gave him time to think. What surprised Snape were the major improvements in all the other Cleese, bar Slytherin. He was even giving consideration to realigning the bars for what earned an outstanding, exceed expectations and down. Students across the board and across the ages were now doing much better in the subject. While Madame Bones was in the process of finding Death Eaters, wannabes and blood bigots within the ranks of the Aurors and Hit Wizards, Madame Longbottom was keeping the minister and his staff hopping. This was something Madame Bones deeply appreciated, as it kept the minister and his flunkies from finding out what she was up to. While Madame Longbottom was berating a flunky, the one who wasn't quick enough to run for other parts of the ministry building, the minister was holed up in his office with his senior undersecretary. Even Dolores Umbridge was unwilling to face the wrath of Augusta Longbottom when the woman had the support of the majority of the Wizengamot behind her, and seeing the Potter T receive the order was definitely something the majority of the Wizengamot wanted to see happen. "What do we do, Dolores?" the minister practically whined. "Lucius and Dumbledore, both, are adamant Potter not receive the order of Merlin. However, both the Wizengamot and the public want to see him receive it. If she goes public that I'm seen to be blocking it, we need to find something else to concern her, Minister," Umbridge simpered. "Something that will take all her attention." "But, what?" he begged. Umbridge practically paced in the expansive office, thinking hard. She suddenly stopped and looked to the minister. "Her son and daughter-in-law," she said, an idea coming to her. "That's her weakness." "What about them?" he asked. "They're in the permanent spell damage ward at St. Mungo's," she said. Yes, I know that," he said, a little exasperated. "Get to the point. If either of them shows an improvement," she said, "the old hag will dash over there to be at their bedsides." "And how are we supposed to accomplish that miraculous feat?" he asked, going from worried to irritated. "One of those little tidbits of information I've discovered is that both are being regularly dosed with a senility-inducing potion," she smiled. Stunned, the minister sat there for a few moments, still confused. He asked, "But, why?" "Dumbledore wanted them out of the way, for some reason," she replied. "And he wasn't up to just killing them, or having them killed. He's both providing the potion, and bribing a healer, to see to it the Longbottom couple is kept in a near comatose state." "But, why?" asked Fudge again, completely forgetting he'd just asked that same question. Unknown, replied Umbridge. But, does it matter to us? While Fudge tried to figure that one out, she continued. If we discover the healer has been dosing the Longbottoms with the senility-inducing potion, we can see him arrested. I don't know if it's possible or not being a healer myself, of course, she simpered. But they may soon thereafter wake up. Of course, after so long under the effects of the potion, both are going to need long-term care to help them regain their faculties. And our Madam Longbottom will dedicate her time to providing that care, exclaimed Fudge, finally understanding. I'll be her hero for discovering the truth. Of course you will, Minister, simpered the pink toad. At the same time, it'll get the woman to stop pushing for the Potter tea to receive the order, and she'll feel beholden to you. Yes, said Fudge, quite gleefully. Get it done, Dolores. It's time the Longbottoms received justice. Umbridge detested having to give up one of her little-known secrets, as it rendered the knowing of the secret useless as a tool for blackmail. One as big as this may have eventually been used to bring the great Dumbledore to heel. But, sometimes, it was unavoidable. This was one of those times. Back at Hogwarts, the three were putting final touches on their plan to have Dumbledore find out about the ring Horcrux. It's going to take very good acting on the part of all three of us to pull it off, said Hermione. Looking at Harry, she said, to show confusion and a little fear. Not too much, mind. And to show worry and concern for you. It has to be enough to show a reason for actually talking to the old fool, said Daphne. He has to believe it worries you, and so much that you're willing to overcome how much we detest the man to actually tell him something we might consider personal. Harry nodded. We'll need to practice that, he said. I don't think I can pull it off without us role-playing it a fair bit. Agreed, replied Daphne, while Hermione nodded. In the meantime, said Hermione, how goes your practice at maintaining and controlling the Augmenti charm? As much as I don't like to blow my own trumpet, he replied. I think I've mastered it. That is, mastered it enough to make it quite effective as a form of propulsion for the second task. It actually propels you through the water? Asked Daphne. It does, he replied. I practiced it in the prefect's bathroom. Even I was surprised by how well it works. And minimalist wand motion and incantless casting? Asked Hermione. Quite good, I think, he replied. I've almost got it so slight it could somewhat be as point casting. And I now incantless cast. Let's see. Augmenti of course, the bubblehead charm, the severing charm, the summoning and banishing charms and the confundus charm for in the water. I've also got down the jelly fingers curse, the tongue-locking hex, the silencing charm, the impediment curse, the blasting hex, the cutting curse, and the reductor curse. I've figured those last few will come in very handy for when I'm in the graveyard. I've also been practicing batting hexes and curses aside rather than just shielding or dodging. And I've been practicing rapid conjuring and hovering charms to place objects between me and the magically unshieldable curses. Sticking with the second task, for the moment, she said, the rescue plan. Again, he whined. Again, she said. With almost a sigh he said, we're fairly certain it will be one of the two of you. If you get summoned late in the afternoon, the day before the task, it'll be you. I'll take your primary wand and you'll carry a conjured copy of it when you leave. I'll also tag you with a tracking charm. We'll need to tell Dobby and Winky not to remove that charm, Daphne quickly cut in. Good point, he agreed. I'll tag you with a tracking charm. Now the morning of the task? Asked Hermione. On the morning of the task I'll dress in that thermal swimwear you had your mum pick up and send. Good idea, that, by the way. I'll have my primary wand in my right holster and yours in my left under a notice me not charm. I'll also have that diving knife and scabbard you organized for me strapped to my left thigh, also. Under a notice me not charm. I'll warn Delacour to stay out of the kelp beds because of the Grindylows, just in case. Just as they're about to send us into the water, I quickly swallow the gillyweed I'll have on me. I dive in, draw my wand and, using the power of my new flippers and the modified Augmenti charm, I power my way to the Merpeople village. If necessary, I stop every now and then to check I have the right direction from the tracking charm using the point me charm. Once in the village, I quickly go to you and use my knife to cut you free. Once you're free, I cast the bubblehead charm on you. If you wake up, I hand you back your wand. If you do not, I'll tuck it in your sock on your right lower leg. That way, as soon as you reach the surface, you'll have access to it. The bubblehead charm, if it doesn't wake you up, will create sufficient positive buoyancy to see you reach the surface pretty quick smart. If the bubblehead charm does wake you up, you'll remain with me but about 20 feet above to ensure the other hostages are rescued, especially little Miss Delacour. When we see the last of the champions approach and are going to be okay, we two head to the surface, together. You then conjure a small boat and lie on it, and cast a warming charm on yourself. I then push you back to the jetty. I come out of the water once the gillyweed wears off. Then, asked Daphne, with a small smirk. Then, if you weren't asked to participate in the task this time around, I do my nut at Dumbledore using the sonorous charm. Good, said Daphne, giving a little sigh of satisfaction. You're ready. Now, what about what you're going to do in the third task in Graveyard? Harry ran through his main and contingency plans. Both still needed a light tweaking. However, he was much further along than he thought. With the reduction in the amount of wand movement Harry was now using, he was also finding his speed of casting increasing. This now meant he could no longer just think of a curse or hex off the top of his head. Now he had to start creating what he read in Combat Magic, a book he found in the room of requirement when asking for help in training for combat, as spell chains. However, he couldn't rely on the example spell chains that were in the book. He needed to create his own. After all, it was highly likely Riddle had also read that book, and knew the chains. Therefore, if he could figure out what spell chain Harry was using, he would know what Harry was going to cast and when. After having decided he wasn't going to make the mistake of simply stunning his opponents, this time through, Harry was making the chains as lethal as possible. He knew they also had to be quite creative. So, remembering Luna had devised some very creative uses of charms within dueling during the days of the DA, Harry called on and asked her for her help. Help she was very willing to provide. Once Harry then mentioned he had no interest in casting to incapacitate, and was, instead, aiming to kill, Luna became positively gleeful and vicious. Harry and she had just returned from one of their sessions in the room of requirement when a very excited Hermione grabbed Harry and dragged him over to a couch. Luna simply smiled and went into Hermione's old room, where she now kept at least one full change of clothes and a second set of personal hygiene products. This was not because bullying of her had started back up again. This was because she'd simply taken to spending more time with the three. And she much preferred to shower in the ensuite in Hermione's old room after one of their sessions, than have to trudge back to her dorm before almost always returning again. "Hermione, I'm all sweaty," he exclaimed, as he was forced to sit on a couch. "Shower in a minute," she rapidly said. "Neville was sent through the flow in McGonagall's office to St. Mungo's about an hour ago." Shocked, Harry asked, "Why? What's wrong with him? It's not his grandmother, is it?" Rapidly shaking her head while wearing a big grin, she said, "No. His parents have woken up." Stunned, Harry sat there gaping in shock. "How the hell did that happen?" he asked. "They never woke up in the old timeline. Nothing we did could have triggered a change to them." "Unknown," said Daphne, who was sitting opposite. "All we know, so far, is that his parents have woken up, and he's been sent to St. Mungo's because they're demanding to see him. He was originally supposed to have been taken to the headmaster's office to be flute, but the headmaster had already left. Apparently, he raced there as soon as he could. I met Neville as he was hurrying from the headmaster's office entrance to Professor McGonagall's office with her. And he told me." "Damn," Harry softly said. "But, what is it we've done to the timeline that could have effected that change?" "No idea," said Daphne. "However, I think we caused a change in the behavior of someone, who, through however many different intermediaries, did something different regarding their treatment. And that difference is what has led to them waking up." "But why would Dumble?" Harry began before he suddenly realized something. Order of the Phoenix. Frank and Alice were members, as was Sirius, and Neville's the possible second child of the prophecy. Harry went and retrieved his communications mirror before returning to the couch. He quickly opened it and muttered to its surface, "Padfoot." While he waited, the girls tried to figure out what had led to the Longbottoms waking up, and when they would expect to see Neville again. Daphne was instructing Hermione on not barraging the boy with questions when he returned, and how to ask the right question, and when. Suddenly, the mirror cleared. As soon as the image of his godfather appeared, the old dog said, "Hiya, pup. What's up?" Not wanting to beat about the bush concerning people Sirius would have considered close friends, he replied, "Frank and Alice have woken up." A completely shocked Sirius looked back for a few moments before he asked, "When?" "How? When was sometime over an hour ago," replied Harry. "That's when Neville found out and was sent through to St. Mungo's. How is unknown. We hope to hear from Neville about that when he returns, whenever that may be." Dumbledore also shot out of the castle, at the same time, without even letting his deputy know he was going. Other than both Frank and Alice were in the order, I have no idea why Dumbledore left with such haste. "This means you get your godmother back, Harry," said a happy Sirius. "I'm so happy for you." Again, stunned at the news, it was a moment before Harry replied. "I hadn't even considered that," he softly said. Obviously Hermione and Daphne were listening in. Both witches immediately came over and hugged him from either side. "Oh, Harry," said Hermione, quite softly. "I'm so happy for you, too." "And me," said Daphne from her side. Interrupting, Sirius said, "If you don't mind, pup, I'd like to get over there right away. I know I'll probably not be allowed in to see them so soon, but I'll be able to find out extra information. I'll let you know what I can." "All right, Sirius," replied Harry. "And, thank you." He quickly shut the mirror to break the connection and put it on the coffee table before sitting back. "Harry, you know I love you, right?" said Daphne, moving away a little. "Of course," he replied, wondering where his wife was going with this. "Well, with love in my heart for you, I need to tell you. You stink," she said. Harry snorted in amusement and said, "I'd already be in the shower if it wasn't for one of my wives demanding I hear news from her before I cleaned up." "Well, now you have the news," said Hermione. "Go shower." "Yes, ma'am," Harry shot back, standing and making his way to their room. "Prat," she shot right back as he quickly ducked into the bedroom. Sirius stepped out of the public flow at St. Mungo's and, not needing to bother the welcome witches he already knew the way, headed up to the 4th floor. Nearing Ward 49, the Janus Thicky ward for long-term residents, Sirius found 2 Aurors and Dumbledore outside the doors. Dumbledore was arguing with the Aurors to allow him entry. "Dumbledore," he asked, "what's going on?" Turning to Sirius, Dumbledore replied, "Ah, Sirius, my boy. You're looking much better." Yes, back to being a debonair handsome ladies man again," Sirius replied a little irritably. "Now, please answer the question. What's going on?" "Well, I've been involved in a discussion with these 2 gentlemen of the law about allowing me entry to visit with my 2 friends, Frank and Alice, as well as pay a visit to Gilderoy. Were you aware Gilderoy, Lockhart that is, accidentally cast an obliviate on himself? He was in the company of your godson, at the time. Quite the story, that. Dumbledore, whenever you're up to something you don't want people asking you about, you tend to immediately prattle on with nonsense and try to redirect their line of thought," said Sirius. "So, I now know you're up to something. And, whatever it is, obviously has something to do with my godson's godmother. If you do anything, and I do mean anything, that will harm the relationship reforming and building between my godson and his godmother, I'll come after you with a lit wand. Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, Sirius, you have." Dumbledore looked sadly back. "Azkaban has left your soul hardened, my boy. I hope it doesn't lead you. If you even think to imply I'm going dark, old man," growled Sirius. "I'll actively work with every Canute I have to utterly and publicly shred your much vaunted reputation. If there's anyone going dark here, Dumbledore, it's you. You've developed this bad habit of justifying to yourself everything you've done wrong against some amorphous notion you call the greater good." "Yes, well," said Dumbledore, a little flummoxed as to how to handle the situation. Instead, he chose the easy option. "I see there's no reasoning with you, at the moment, Sirius. So I shall take my leave and speak to you some other time." With that, Dumbledore swept away, back down the corridor from which Sirius had so recently come. Making sure the old man had gone, Sirius turned to the senior of the 2 Aurors standing before him and asked, what can you tell me? After the two Aurors shot a glance at each other, the senior Auror, Savage, replied, it'll be in the hands of the prophet by now, anyway, with the minister involved. It seems the minister had run an off-the-books investigation into the care and treatment of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Through that investigation it was discovered their healer of record had been dosing both with a senility-inducing potion of unknown origin. The minister, accompanied with the senior undersecretary, Madam Bones and two Aurors, as he put it, swooped in yester evening and caught the man with the potions in his office in a private potions stash. After questioning the healer, he was taken away and, further questioned. Apparently, the minister was just in time as the healer was getting ready to dose them again. With some of the potion on hand, a hospital potions master was able to develop an antidote and the Longbottoms were immediately dosed with it. They woke up this morning. That is, the potion was neutralized, allowing them to come back to their senses this morning. They're now, in there, with family and a new healer and Mediwitch team. And, you're here, because? Asked Sirius. Orders. Apparently, direct from the minister, himself, said Senior or Savage. If anything happens to them after they've so recently woken up, it would disastrous. Were his words, I think. Let me guess, said Sirius a little sarcastically. The story in tomorrow's Prophet will be something along the lines of how the minister, himself, solved the problem of the Longbottoms' long-term insanity, and saw to them getting their sanity back. Savage just smirked and was about to say something back when the door opened. Madame Longbottom stuck her head out. Dumbledore gone? She asked. Yes, ma'am, replied the other Auror as Madame Longbottom looked about. When her eyes recognized Sirius she looked at him for a moment before she said, get in here, Black. Then she held the door open. Sirius said to the two Aurors, nice talking to you. And, thanks for blocking Dumbledore. Both Aurors smiled and nodded as he stepped between them and through the open door. As soon as Sirius stepped in, Madame Longbottom shut the door, pointed with her chin and said, this way. She led Sirius down the length of the ward and through a set of hospital shielding curtains. She immediately said, Frank, Alice. Sirius has arrived. Stepping within, Sirius could see both were sitting up on their beds, with both beds pushed closer together. Both looked about how he looked when he first escaped Azkaban, but a lot cleaner. Frank, Alice, he said giving both a smile and nod. You both look like shit. The comment earned him a wide grin back from both but an angry rebuke from Madame Longbottom for both his remarks and his language. After dinner, while Harry was pacing the floor in their apartment unable to concentrate on IGN Ments, he felt his communications mirror Vite. Whipping it out he opened it up and waited for the screen to clear. As soon as Sirius appeared on the screen he asked, well, I am. Thank you for asking, pup, his godfather cheekily replied. While Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance, Sirius gave a little chuckle before he said, I've been in to see them both. I only left their bedsides about 10 minutes ago, actually, when I was tossed out to allow them to rest. Before Harry could even ask his first question, Sirius continued. They're both well. Both have their full mental faculties back. However, they're also both quite weak. That's understandable. It's going to take them quite some time to rebuild their wasted muscles and be able to at least move about unaided. The first people they asked to see were Madame Longbottom and Neville, of course. However, while I was there, Alice asked after you. She wants to see you. So, I'll be organizing a time for you to visit with Professor Flitwick. I also had to tell them that you are bonded to two witches in your year as I expect you'll want to bring both when you come in to visit with them. I didn't want to tell them more than that because I didn't want to shock them with it. Neville will be spending the next few days living at Longbottom Hall and will return to school on Sunday afternoon. He's not happy with that. However, he has to attend school and, therefore, cannot take too much time off. While I was there Madame Longbottom and I had a private chat. Apparently, their healer of record had been dosing the both of them with a senility-inducing potion. He'd been paid by someone to keep them in that state. That person had also been supplying the healer with the potion. The DMLE cannot get the name of the person who's been doing that due to a wizard's oath. But, current unsubstantiated belief is that it was Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Asked Harry. Why would he said, suddenly understanding. Yes, said Sirius. Because of either who Neville might be, or because Alice is your godmother, or both. Plus, the potion used is supposed to be something no one's ever seen before. And that includes the team of potions masters and mistresses employed by the hospital. They say it's almost alchemic in nature. And Dumbledore apprenticed under the world-renowned alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, said Harry. Precisely, agreed Sirius, before he changed the subject. I hear from her that Daphne wrote to her asking her to investigate why you've not received your Order of Merlin yet. Yeah, I'm not that bothered by it, but both my ladies are, replied Harry. As slaying the basilisk was something I did, not something my parents did for me in 81, I'm willing to go along with it. Well, she's now going to be busy with tending to Frank and Alice, explained Sirius. So, starting tomorrow, I take over the investigation. Of course, said Harry. And thank her for tending to it until now. It is very much appreciated. I already have, knowing how you'd have reacted, said Sirius. Thank you, said Harry, honestly moved his godfather was looking out for his interests and knew exactly how he'd react. The second task was only a couple weeks off, but Harry's mind was almost fixated on the Longbottoms and how they came to be woken up. It was a few days later, on the weekend, when Harry and the girls were picked up by Sirius from Hogwarts and taken to St. Mungo's. They flew directly from Professor Flitwick's office, this time. Remus has a job, said Sirius by way of saying hello. I know, said Harry. He's working for the Lily Evans Memorial Scholarship Fund. He's the bursar, said Sirius. That means he runs the fund, said Harry, not expecting Sirius to understand the Muggle term. You set it up for him, said Sirius, not even asking. Did not, denied Harry. Did too, disagreed Sirius. Did not, said Harry. Did too, said Sirius. Did not, said Harry. Did too, said Sirius. Stop it, you two, interrupted Hermione. Both just grinned at each other. Arriving directly at the public flow point at St. Mungo's, the four made their way directly to the 4th floor into a private ward just the other side of the Janus Thicky ward. Sirius gave a nod to the lone Auror on guard outside the door and led the three Potters inside. Walking in, Harry saw Frank and Alice, of course, but also present were Augusta Longbottom and Neville, Amelia Bones and two other adults Harry hadn't seen before, but looked a lot like those born as Longbottoms. Both beds were close together, and Harry could see from the marks on the floor that they were often pushed together and pulled apart. A large window was letting in the morning light that was showing a dazzling display of colors from the various vast flowers throughout the room. Neville was carefully going through the various vases, muttering to himself. As soon as he saw it was Harry, Daphne and Hermione who walked in behind Sirius, his face lit up both in happy surprise and, it looked like, relief. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, he exclaimed, turning away from the vase of flowers he was looking through. He quickly crossed the room to be with them. Surprising him, Hermione reached out and emced him in a hug. Daphne gave a little snicker from the look of trepidation he wore while hugging back and looking at Harry, and stepped in for her own hug. That helped the other boy relax. Harry stepped forward and said, "Don't expect me to hug you." He stuck his hand out to shake and, as Neville almost solemnly shook it, said, "Expect a hearty handshake," and, slapping Neville on the arm, an even heartier, "Attaboy." So, attaboy. That earned him a grin in return and smiles from everyone else. A raspy male voice from the bed said, "Yep. That's James's son, all right." Harry, asked a tentative female adult voice almost as raspy as the male voice. Harry turned to look back at the Longbottom parents, smiled and replied, "Yes, ma'am. Harry James Potter, at your service, godmother." With a smile Alice held out her hand and said, "Come here, Harry. Let me get a good look at you." Harry walked over to Alice's side of the two beds and held his own hand out to the woman. She grasped it in her own and pulled him a little closer. "Yes," she softly said, peering at his face and letting her eyes drift over his features. The Potter mop for hair. Lily's eyes, color and shape. Your paternal grandfather's jaw, but you're rather undersized for a Potter. Potters are usually a little on the larger side than the norm. Instead of explaining why, Harry just smiled back. "It's good to see you, godmother." "Now," she said, still holding his hand, "I've been told you have found yourself in a three-way soul bond." Turning to look at Hermione and Daphne, she asked. I take it these two lovely young ladies are them. Yes, ma'am, he replied, also looking at them. Letting go of Harry's hand, she beckoned to them both. Well, come over here and let me get a look at you. Harry stepped back as his two wives came forward. Reaching out with both her hands, Alice grasped one each of Daphne and Hermione. Peering at Daphne, she said, "You'd be Daphne. I can see the Greenger and Pinigrew bloodlines in you." And, turning to Hermione, asked, "And you'd be Harmony." Hermione softly corrected. "My apologies," replied Alice. "It's a common mistake," said Hermione, softly shaking her head. "I'm not offended. Thank you," said Alice. "He takes care of you?" she asked, looking to them both. "He does," said Daphne with a small smile. "He's very good to us. Let me know if he ever needs setting straight," Alice said quite firmly. Both girls nodded. As the ladies were talking, Harry moved out of the way and beckoned Madame Bones and Longbottom and Sirius over to the side. When they joined him, he quietly said, "Something about all this has been bothering since I learned the news Frank and Alice were back with us." Frowning, Madame Longbottom warily asked, "What do you mean, young man?" Ignoring the unspoken put down in the older witch's voice and words, he replied, "It's the timing of it all that got their attention." Turning to Madame Bones, he asked, "Who, among your Aurors, did the minister use to investigate, as he claims?" "No one that I know of," replied Madame Bones. "I've been asking that same question. None of my Aurors have admitted to being involved until the day we came to arrest Healer, the healer." "That's what I thought you'd say," he said. "Why?" she asked. Gathering his thoughts, Harry said, "What I'm going to say is going to make me sound like a conspiracy theory nutter. But, please, hear me out." He received a nod from Madame Bones and Sirius, but Madame Longbottom just frowned at him. A little over a week ago, Daphne wrote to Madame Longbottom asking her to investigate why I've still not heard anything about that order of Merlin. Chief Investigator Fitzwilliam practically ordered the minister to award me for slaying the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Madame Longbottom immediately set about to discover why, only to find out it was being held up in the minister's office. Like a terrier after a rat, she went on a tear throughout the minister's office and just wouldn't quit. Now, the minister is always one for garnering publicity and awarding an order of Merlin to whom the populace of magical Britain consider a hero would be a win-win for him. He could use that to easily boost his own popularity. So, I asked myself, why is his office deliberately trying to block it? Harry could see the three adults hadn't thought of that, and it was making them really think. He was either bribed, or someone had something over him, Madame Bones mused. Either way, he was obviously under pressure, said Madame Longbottom, now coming to understand where Harry was going. Irrespective of whether it's a bribe or blackmail, he was clearly under pressure to block it, said Harry. Personally, my money is on either Dumbledore or Malfoy, or both for different reasons. All right, I've got that, said Madame Bones. But, what does that have to do with Frank and Alice? Getting there, he said. Now, the minister's in a bit of a pickle. He has to block me getting the order, but he also knows Madame Longbottom won't quit. So, he's between a rock and a hard place. He can't go against Dumbledore or Malfoy, and, if she keeps going, Madame Longbottom is eventually going to force him to make the award. So, he works out, or, I suspect Dolores Umbridge worked out. Their only hope laid in getting Madame Longbottom to stop. But, how to get her to stop? What was more important to Madame Longbottom than her responsibility to the Alliance? Family, said Madame Longbottom softly, suddenly understanding. Exactly, said Harry. Now, threats were never going to work. Especially, against someone who combated 3 Inner Circle Death Eaters and another, and captured them. Nor against someone who sits on the Wizengamot and is used to the pompous blustering fool we call a minister, and his pet pink toad of an undersecretary. So, what I'm horrified to suspect I'm right about, he said, carefully watching their expressions. I think the minister, or far more likely the pink toad, has known about this healer dosing Frank and Alice with that horrid potion for quite some time. The pink toad knew that Madame Longbottom would drop everything and rush to their bedsides if Frank and Alice came out of their illness. Nothing else would be as important to her. Nor should it be. Harry could tell Madame Longbottom, let alone Madame Bones with her decades of investigative experience, was putting two and two together and coming up with the desire to kill a minister and his pink toad. Now, let's put the facts together, said Harry, forging ahead. The minister apparently, according to him, runs an off-the-books investigation into the health of Frank and Alice, more than a decade after they were hurt. Madame Bones is unable to discover who of her Aurors was involved in that investigation, if any. This so-called investigation reaches its conclusion right in the middle of when Madame Longbottom, who also happens to be the mother and mother-in-law of the two who were hurt, is on a tear through his office. This, at a time when the minister is far too busy trying to fight off the effects of Madame Longbottom on his office to get much work as a minister done, let alone anything else. It also happens to be the one thing, or one of the very few things, that would cause Madame Longbottom to break off her tear. And what are you left with? Harry could see the three adults well understood. Madame Bones was both stunned and appalled, as was Sirius. But, Madame Longbottom was definitely building up a head of steam. The bastards, Sirius softly but angrily muttered. I'm going to kill him, growled Madame Longbottom. I'm going to call him out. Him, and that pink toad. Gus. No, said Madame Bones, a little fearful for what her friend would do. You leave them to me. Let the law handle this. He's mine, softly snarled a now thoroughly worked up Regent Longbottom, hoping not to be heard by her children. No, snapped Madame Bones. I need him alive so I can force him to tell me who pressured him to stop your investigation. I want all the answers. I'm going to kill him, snarled Madame Longbottom, again and just as softly as last time. No, you're not, snapped Harry. Augusta Longbottom, you're going to stop acting like a bloody Gryffindor and listen for a few minutes. You can kill him later. Shocked that Harry would speak to her that way, the elderly witch stopped for a moment. We've got him, Augusta, he said. Him and that pink toad that simpers about him. If you go and kill him, his replacement is likely to be just as bad. Fudge is only interested in 4 things. They are holding on to power, his reputation, his life, and the money he's obviously collecting in bribes, probably in that order. We can use that. With the threat of going public with what we now know, we can blackmail the shit out of him. We can force him to do just about anything. Threaten him with going public and he'll be forced to know. If we go ahead with it, he'll get fired by the Wizengamot as minister, his reputation will end up in tatters, his bribe money will dry up, and those who bribe him will probably kill him for you anyway. Just kill him and he's a wasted et. Plus, we don't know when he, or, rather, the pink toad, figured out what was going on with your son and daughter-in-law. It may not have been that long ago. Or, it might have been years ago. We don't know. If we threaten him and keep him where he is, he's ours to control. Amelia can still get out of him who it was who demanded he stop your investigation or block me receiving the order. She can do it in secret. It's time to use their modus operandi against them. All right, she snapped back. But, afterwards, he's mine. Fair enough, replied Harry, calmer now that Madame Longbottom was not just going to immediately hair off and kill the man and his toad. Now, I personally think this has Umbridge written all over it. If Fudge knew before now, he'd have immediately used it to boost his popularity. Especially after what came out about me and Sirius a few months ago. Think about it. Why hold back something like this if the only one you can blackmail is a lowly healer? No, Umbridge was after, or already knows, whoever it is that got the healer to do it. I think, however, she was still trying to figure that out and gather proof. That leads me to suspect it was someone in power who was a political enemy. And that leads, most likely, to Dumbledore. Why Dumbledore? Asked Madame Bones. Dumbledore knows there's a prophecy about me in the Hall of Prophecies. I think it's about me facing Tom Riddle. So, Dumbledore wants absolute control over me, he explained, unsure of how much he could tell them. So he can, as he would put it, directly guide me to my destiny. But what does that have? Alice is your godmother, said Sirius, suddenly figuring it out. Just as I'm your godfather. Exactly, confirmed Harry. Dumbledore demanded magical guardianship of me. He'd never have that if Sirius wasn't in Azkaban, or Alice rendered, mentally incapable, of looking after me. My guardianship would have been given to either or both in joint custody. You honestly think Dumbledore would stoop so low? asked Madam Bones. Yeah, I do, he sighed. Think about what he's been up to recently regarding me. He sent me to live with relatives outside of the magical world, and he blocked me from receiving mail from it. Both of those led to me having no idea about the magical world, or my place within it, until I reached Hogwarts as an 11-year-old. I was magically clueless. Lately, he tried to stop me from clearing the air about what my life was like. He tried to stop me from telling the world Voldemort's real identity. When my magical guardianship was stripped from him, he tried to get it back. When I was emancipated, he tried to have it overturned and to again be awarded magical guardianship, and he's tried to stick his nose numerous times into my house business. Why? Simple. He wants control of me and have me stupid. There's no doubt, in my mind, he's aware of the same prophecy in the Hall of Prophecies. And he thinks he's the only one who can guide me to fulfilling it the way he wants it fulfilled. Turning more fully to Madam Bones, he said, Amelia, I need to get into the Hall of Prophecies to hear that prophecy. I think it holds much of the answers as to what's going on. And, I want you and Sirius, at least, there when I hear it. Can you organize that? She looked back for a few moments before she said, First, I want to confirm there is actually such a prophecy there. If there is, I'll organize for you to hear it. Thank you, he replied. I'd like to be there, too, said Madame Longbottom. You'd be welcome, he replied. In the meantime, said a clearly determined Sirius, I'm going to take up where Augusta left off with the investigation. Fudge, or Umbridge, might have thought they've won this round, but I intend for them to learn they've simply replaced a terrier with a grim that's just as tenacious. Maybe doing that will help us to learn of the identity of whomever it is that's pressuring Fudge to block Harry's order of Merlin. Be careful when you do so, Harry said firmly. When they realize, as you put it, they've just exchanged a terrier for a grim, they may try a more permanent measure. Sirius nodded back and said, I'll be careful, pup. Good, said Madam Bones. And I'll attack him from the other side with questions about how he learned of the activities of the Healer of Record. Then we begin to extort what we want out of him, added Madame Longbottom, equally determined. Then we have a plan, and a puppet, said Harry. Now we just have to figure out how, and in what way, to make it dance to our tune. When the three returned to Hogwarts, Harry immediately told them of his talk with Madame Longbottom and Bones and Sirius. But, Harry, that's a lot of guesswork, said Hermione. Yes, but also likely, said Daphne. It fits with what we know and makes sense. It also shows a likely explanation of why the Longbottoms were woken in this timeline, but not in the original one. My letter to Madame Longbottom had her go after the minister and his office. That caused the minister and, likely, Umbridge to come up with a way to stop her. Umbridge, in response, used her knowledge of what was happening to the Longbottoms to redirect Madame Longbottom's attention, which she didn't have to do in the original timeline. And, the Longbottoms were revived. Yes, replied Harry. Plus, I think it was evidence against Dumbledore being the one paying the Healer of Record to keep them mentally incompetent she used against him when she turned up here in our 5th year. I think it's why he was such a wimp against her and her activities. She might not have actually had the evidence, but, telling him she did, might have been enough to get his compliance. This is what's had you so mentally distracted these last few days, isn't it? Asked Hermione. Yes, he replied. You know you can use us as sounding boards, don't you? She asked. Yes, he sighed, realizing she was right. He should have. Sorry, he sheepishly said. It's just, I used to always just use my inner voice to do this when I was, before I came to Hogwarts. They both understood. Neville returned late afternoon on the Sunday and immediately sought out the three. What did you say to my Gran, Harry? He demanded, as soon as the door to the apartment was opened for him. She's been furious about something ever since. I know it's not me, because she'd not have kept it from me. But, she's clearly upset about something. Harry sighed and said, Take a seat, Nev. Neville walked over and sat down on the edge of it, still looking quite antsy. And clearly still wanting answers. I figured out the minister, or Madame Umbridge, more likely, knew your parents were being dosed with that hideous potion well before he, the Toad and the Aurors stormed into the healer's office, Harry explained, getting right to the point. I also pointed out how it looked, How it was such an incredible coincidence that the minister discovered what was happening to your parents, as it was the same time your gran was on a tear through his own offices about me not being awarded the Order of Merlin he's supposed to award me, yet. And how? Something happening to the health of one of her family would be about the only thing that would instantly stop your gran continuing her investigation. Harry watched as Neville's face morphed into one of great anger. It's just an incredible coincidence that what was happening to your parents was discovered and acted upon at the same time your gran was making life extremely difficult for the minister. I think not, replied Harry, answering his own question. That's what your gran, Madam Bones, Sirius and I were discussing that angered your gran. Neville suddenly shot to his feet and began pacing. Harry was thankful that the young man wasn't immediately talking about going and killing the minister. But the future head of House Longbottom was now clearly in evidence. The young man suddenly stopped and glared at Harry. How is it Gran hasn't gone straight over there and confronted him with it? I'd have expected her to challenge him to an honor duel on hearing something like that. There are plans in the works, replied Harry. We convinced your gran not to behave so shly with this. We're going to use this information to get concessions and further information out of the minister and his pink toad, first. However, when the time comes, your gran will exact her vengeance on both of them. Do not concern yourself with that. What are the plans? He snapped. I'm sorry, Nev. I spoke to your gran as Regent Longbottom, one allied house to another, replied Harry. I really shouldn't have told you as much as I have. But I consider you my friend. And if your father still remains unable to take the mantle, you'll be the Longbottom and head of house soon enough. I think you had the right to know that much. However, the plans must remain secret. Only 4 people will know what is going on, and they're all regents or heads of ancient houses. You need to trust in your grandmother to do what is right for House Longbottom. Neville scowled back but didn't disagree. You've had a hell of a couple of days, Neville, said Hermione. Here you were, another day of school at Hogwarts. Suddenly, you're told your parents have woken up from their conditions. You're quickly sent through to see them. You probably don't even believe it until you actually get to lay eyes on them and see it for yourself. He nodded back, a little sadly. A couple of days later and you're beginning to accept they're back, she continued. Suddenly, Harry's there telling your grandmother something. She becomes quite angry about what he's told her, and she's been angry ever since. And you now find yourself happy about your parents, but worried, if not a little afraid, about your grandmother. Again he nodded. It's completely understandable, she said, walking over to give him a hug where he sat. Has what Harry told you helped? She asked, pulling away from him a little. Yeah, he croaked, a little emotional. He looked to Harry, cleared his throat a little, and asked, so, you think the minister knew about what Healer Tompkins was up to and didn't act until he needed a way to divert my grandmother? Close, replied Harry, surprised Neville figured out that much so quickly. I think Madame Umbridge, the pink toad, figured it out. When, I don't know, and gave that tidbit of information to the minister, so he could use it to divert your grandmother's attention away from her investigation. I'm sorry it's upset your grandmother, Nev, when she should be experiencing a period of great happiness. Neville gave a wave-off gesture. You were honor-bound to tell her, Harry. I know that, he sighed, sitting further back in his seat to lean back onto the backrest. But now you know what happened, said Daphne. You're going to need to keep that you know a secret. How are your occlumency shields? Pretty good, he replied. I might not keep out a powerful Legilimens, but I'll know if they're rummaging around in there. Good, said Daphne. That should do. We're worried someone like the headmaster might get it into his head to read your mind to find out what you know. He's tried. So has Snape, he replied. They've not tried since I first detected them both, though. That was in first year. Yeah, same with me, said Daphne. You both know that's illegal, right? Asked Harry. Yes. But where's the proof? Asked Daphne. Unlike when Dumbledore tried it on you in his office, he'd have cleared his wand before we could get the ores here. During the days leading up to the second task, Harry trained a fair bit more, but also made both his wives also train minimal wand movement casting. His argument was, if either of them were taken down to the bottom of the lake, they'd also likely be casting spells underwater. Of the two, Hermione was managing it a bit better. Her wand gestures were more precise, and, therefore, lent themselves better to minimal casting, and were quicker. But, Daphne was more accurate and able to think more creatively. As soon as Cleese finished for the day, a Monday, the three hurried back to their apartment. Once inside, both girls handed off their wands to Harry. But, with a slight change of plan, both girls strapped their second wands to the inside of their thighs with tape. Harry looked on, amused. Do I need to be jealous of a wand? I think those two sticks are going to get more action than me, tonight. You get enough, Hermione smirked back. Not wanting to appear as if they knew what was going on, the three went down to dinner, as per usual. It was as they were about to leave that Professor Flitwick asked the three of them to accompany him to his office off his CL room. Once in the Charms corridor, as it was unofficially known, the professor ushered them inside his office. After taking seat, he turned to them and said, Mr. Potter, have you determined the nature of the second task, yet? Yes, Professor, he replied. Some item I place great personal value in will be taken from me and will end up in the lake. My task will be to recover it. Not quite, the professor corrected. A person will be taken and placed in the bottom of the lake. That's not what the clue states, Professor, Harry angrily retorted. It states, come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. That means it's something, not someone. With a sigh the little professor said, be that as it may, it is hostages that have been chosen for the four of you to rescue. I suppose that's what they mean by it. Shaking his head, Harry asked, so they want a hostage. Any idea who they've chosen for me? Or, don't I get to know until I find them? That's what this meeting is about, Mr. Potter, replied Flitwick. For the three champions a hostage was selected without their awareness. The champions won't even know that until they arrive on the dock of the Black Lake. However, you're a little different. Because you're sharing an apartment with these two ladies, if one of them was to be taken the evening before, you'd immediately know of it. And then you'd spend the evening and night searching the castle for them before calling in the Aurors. And that's why the three of you are here. If anyone other than one of these two ladies was taken, it would not be someone you'd sorely miss. So, I convinced the headmaster, especially given the nature of your bond and your heightened level of protection over them both, you should be told one would be taken and put in the lake. Harry snorted and said, you can tell the headmaster you've just saved his life, at the worst, or saved him a long stay in hospital, at the least. That aside, I take it you're asking permission for one of these ladies to be placed at the bottom of the lake. That's it exactly, the professor replied. Harry turned to his wives and asked, are either one of you willing to do this? Remembering, of course, I really don't give a toss about the whole thing. Daphne and Hermione looked at each other before both turned back. Hermione said, we've decided, and it'll be me that gets taken. You're sure? Asked Harry. I know I'll get to you well before the hour's up, but it means you're going to get wet and look pretty bedraggled coming out of the lake. We're sure, smiled Hermione. I have no idea, other than voyeur thrills, why a hostage needs to be taken, said Harry turning back to the professor. But, it seems Hermione's volunteered and willing to be taken. However, if Daphne's taken because Dumbledore's decided other than my choice, I call the Aurors rather than jump into the lake. I'm telling you, in advance, it will be considered a kidnapping, and I will press charges against him. Understood, Mr. Potter, the little professor replied. Daphne and Harry left Hermione behind in the professor's office and, quite tense, quickly headed back to their apartment. Did you cast the tracking charm? Asked Daphne, as soon as they were in the door. Of course, said a somewhat distracted Harry. She'll be fine, Harry, she said. He asked before he said, oh, your wand, and pulled her wand from his pocket, handing it to her. That's not what I said. But, thank you, she said, taking it from him. Do you know, this is going to be the first night we've been more than a couple of rooms away from one another since we got back? He asked. She softly sighed and replied, I know. And the first night we've not all slept in the same bed since returning from the Christmas break. You also realize this means I don't get to yell at Dumbledore for kidnapping one of you two, right? He asked. I know, she replied. But that was only a bonus. It has no effect on the task at hand. Harry, worried and muttering to himself while he tried to work on homework, soon gave that up as a wasted idea. He sat back and said, that's not going to work. Setting her own homework aside, she moved to sit next to him. Do you want to go through the plan again? No, he sighed. It'd just worry me more. Ancient runes memorization charts. He thought about that for a few moments before he sighed and replied, why not? Let's give them a go. Which set? She asked. Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark or Anglo-Saxon Futhark? Elder, I think, he replied. I think it's easier to work with. Elder, it is, she replied. After about an hour of memorization testing, together with examples of how the rune could be used in modern wizardry, Harry called it quits. Sorry, he said, I think that's more than enough. Actually, you did very well, she said. When you stop trying to let your head get in the way, and just rattle off what you now instinctively know, you do brilliantly. Something to work on, I suppose, he said, still distracted. With an annoyed sigh, she called Dobby. And the little elf popped in. Yes, mistress, asked the little elf. Could you bring me a calming draught, please? She asked. Yes, mistress, replied Dobby, before he popped away. He was back a moment later with a small phial of potion, and handed it direct to Daphne. Thank you, she said. And he popped away again. Pack everything up, she said to Harry. We're going to bed. Once everything was packed away, Daphne dragged him into the bedroom, where they both readied for bed. For her part, she simply stripped off and climbed in. Once they were both in, nude, she handed him the phial and said, drink. He downed it and laid back, hoping he'd drift off soon, but Daphne had other ideas. She reached across and grasped him, beginning to mage him. Daph, he asked, a little surprised by her ministrations. You do realize you just gave me a calming draught, right? Of course, she said. But, I don't think a calming draught, alone, is going to get you to sleep. And what do you intend to do to help, when what you're doing is keeping me awake? He asked. This, she said, before suddenly ducking her head under the blankets. A moment later and Harry Ed, oh, my. He wasn't even able to return the gift before fading off to sleep. The next morning both were up, dressed and down early to breakfast in the Great Hall. Though again tense, Harry had calmed a lot and had actually had a good night's sleep. After breakfast, they returned to the apartment so Harry could change into his swimwear. He donned the thermals, and then pulled his swim trunks on and, finally the tight elasticized t-shirt he wanted to wear, over the top. His wand went into its sheath on his right arm, with Hermione's in the sheath on his left. That one was disillusioned. Finally, he strapped his dive knife in its sheath to his left thigh. He pulled on his pair of lightweight trainers for his feet, and stood ready to go. Daphne gave him a quick check over to ensure he had everything, and handed him the little bag of gillyweed. Finally, she grabbed his heavy, winter cloak and pulled it around his shoulders, fastening it in place. You're ready, she said. Harry nodded, squared his shoulders, and said, thank you. Now, let's go get our wife. On the dock sticking out into the lake, Harry was able to maneuver things so that he stood next to Delacour. Miss Delacour, he softly asked her. Looking askance at him she softly replied, Mr. Potter. Stay out of the kelp beds, all right. They're full of vicious grindylows, he softly but firmly said to her. She looked at him for a while longer before clearly deciding he wasn't trying to sabotage her. Thank you, she replied, and turned back to the preparations. With her attention no longer on him, Harry moved away and stripped out of his robe and trainers. And immediately activated the runes Daphne had weaved into his thermals to keep a warming charm activated in his body. Warm. The layout was designed to keep his trunk warm and faded out to the extremities. Once Harry began disrobing, so did the three champions. He quickly checked himself over to ensure he still had everything. Gillyweed, check. Hermione's wand, still disillusioned, check. Knife in sheath and strap securing it, check. Dive watch, of course, check. Rune-based warming charm activated, check. Ready to rock. Once he was ready he looked to the judge's table for the first time. As expected, he saw Dumbledore looking back at him with not a little worry on his face. Calling over, Harry said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, did you warn the merfolk that if they get in my way I'll kill them?" His face almost immediately changing from worry to anger, Dumbledore replied, "Yes, Mr. Potter. However, I also warned them you won't attack unless directly provoked. Don't make a liar out of me." Harry was going to taunt the old man about how he already thought he was a liar, but Bagman, realizing he had to say something fast, stepped forward and cast his sonorous charm. Bagman ran through his spiel for the spectators, who wouldn't actually be able to see anything, anyway, and he was about to start the countdown. As soon as he called 3, Harry threw the mouthful of gillyweed into his mouth and CED'd himself for the change. On 1, he readied to dive into the water, doing so a second later, and waited for the transformation to complete. It did, a few seconds later. He popped his wand, cast a quick point me charm to ensure his direction, then pointed it behind him and cast the augmenti charm while also kicking with his now very large webbed feet. Holding on to the wand tightly, he soon caught up to, and ped, the other 3 competitors. The only one who had any chance of keeping pace with him was Victor Crumb. His incomplete transformation into a shark allowed him to breathe underwater and travel quicker than the other 2, but, without a tail, most of his propulsion was lacking. Harry maintained a steady rhythm that powered him through the water. He conserved as much energy as he could, and kept the pumping of his legs and magic through his wand at a pace he was comfortable with. He felt he was about halfway there when he suddenly heard the voice of Myrtle Cummings from off to the side. "How are you getting on?" she asked. Harry grinned back and flipped her a thumbs up. He'd completely forgotten Myrtle had helped point him in the right direction in the previous timeline. "You're doing very well, and you're going really fast," she said. "You just need to turn ever so slightly to the left." He flipped her another thumbs up and made the slight course correction. "You're a little over halfway there, Harry," she said. "I'd like to stay some more and guide you right in, but they don't like me very much. They chase me away." And, with that, she was gone. When he knew he was close, he began to hear the merpeople's song. A quick stop, a recast of the point me charm, and he was on his way again. He only had to change his direction a few more degrees to the left to have him heading direct to the village. Coming up on the village from high, he ensured he ped over many of the merfolk below before conjuring up a heavy dumbbell to hold in his left hand. Using that, he then dropped straight down into the center of the village as if in the aquatic version of a Wronski feint. He simply dropped the dumbbell once he was about 5 feet off the bottom, allowing it to continue to fall and puff up a small cloud of silt as it landed. Right in front of him were the 4 hostages. As per the previous timeline, they were in an enchanted sleep and fully clothed. Each was tied to the tail of a single large statue of a merperson. Harry Umed, it was the founder of the Merpeople's Enclave, here, in the Black Lake. He spotted Hermione immediately, of course. Either side of her were Megan Jones of Hufflepuff, and little Gabrielle Delacour. And Cho Chong was on the other side of Megan. He thought. I'd forgotten Crumb went to the ball with Jonesy, this time. He quickly pulled the knife from its scabbard at his left thigh and moved forward to cut the kelp rope tying Hermione to the statue. He pulled her adrift before cutting a short piece of the kelp and using it to tie her hair back. The movement of the water had it getting in the way of her being able to see clearly. Resheathing his blade, he switched hands to hold her and used his wand to cast the bubblehead charm at her head, using his deep unabating love for her to power it to make it last as long as possible. He knew she was capable of casting it silently, but didn't want to take the risk of it failing before she reached the surface, and being unable to cast it again. As expected and hoped, she woke up. For only a moment she was confused before her eyes snapped to look into Harry's own eyes. She grinned back. With a grin of his own, Harry released his grip on her and handed over her wand. Watching, he could see she was struggling a little to stop from floating up. So, he created a small dumbbell she could hold in her left hand. It only weighed about a pound, but, apparently, it was enough. Harry pointed upwards to her before pointing 2 fingers to his eyes before making it look like he was peering into the distance. She nodded back, knowing the plan. Kicking her legs a little, she floated upwards before coming to a stop about 20 feet up. While he waiting for her to get into position, Harry took a look around himself. For the first time, he realized the merfolk warriors had closed in and were making threatening gestures to him. Again, he drew his knife and gave them a bit of a maniacal grin before threatening them right back. They immediately backed off, though still looked angry. Dumbledore did warn them, he thought. Thank God. And there they waited for the other competitors. After a while Harry glanced at his watch and realized the first of the other champions should just about be onto them. However, the merfolk seemed to rally their courage and started to move back in again. Again, he had to threaten them to make them back off. With the merfolk backed away again, Harry glanced up at Hermione. Catching his eye, she gestured off into the distance before holding up 2 fingers. 2 champions were now within visual range. She hoped one of them was Delacour. A few minutes later, he saw Krumm's shark form come swimming into the village. Delacour was not far behind. Thankfully, the vision of a half-man half-shark was enough to scare the merfolk right off. As Krumm approached, Harry held up the knife to show him. As soon as Krumm arrived he paused just a moment before he made as if to bite at the kelp. Instead, Harry moved forward and cut the kelp for him, thereby lessening the risk of a bite wound to his hostage. He thought Jonesy would appreciate it. Krumm looked at him for a moment before he made a weird sort of bow. He then grasped a loose end of kelp rope with his teeth before heading for the surface with his hostage. By the time he'd finished Delacour had arrived. Again, he stepped forward to cut the kelp. However, this time, the merfolk warriors tried to step in. They were looking quite angry. Harry cut the kelp while also raising his wand to point at the nearest merfolk. Delacour hadn't seen them moving in, so fixedly was she attending to her hostage, her younger sister. As soon as young Gabrielle was free, Fleur looked around for Harry, and saw that he was holding off the merfolk. He cast a quick glance at her, and pointed to her before he jabbed his finger skywards. As she began to ascend, towing her little sister, Harry brought up the rear, waving both his wand and knife around at the merfolk. He again cast a quick glance upwards and saw Hermione latch onto the robes at the shoulder of young Gabrielle, before adding her efforts to those of Fleur to ascend. Hermione nearly hit him with the dumbbell weight as she let it fall from her grasp. With the ascent now earned, 2 of the merfolk tried to dash forward with their spears raised threateningly. Harry cast a quick 2 bludgeoning curses to the face of both before all the merfolk backed off again. At that point he swum up under Gabrielle and, pushing upwards against her bum with his shoulder, rapidly kicked with his flipper-like feet and powered all 3 to the surface. Watching as Hermione created a small boat for the 3 of them, he then boosted, Hermione first, then Gabrielle, and finally Fleur, into the boat before he moved around to the rear of it. He held his breath and stuck his head out of the water for a moment to orient himself before dropping back under. Gripping the stern end of the keel, he turned the boat in the direction of the dock and powered it back. Unsurprisingly, he ped a now untransformed Krumm with a struggling Jonesy. It looked like the girl couldn't swim. But he watched as Hermione conjured a small raft for them as they ped, leaving it in the water for them. As soon as Harry had pushed the boat to the dock, he quickly checked his watch. He figured he had time. Quickly, he powered back to the village, but only made it about 3/4 of the way back before he saw Diggory and Chong swimming on the surface. He stopped just ahead of them and conjured another small boat, then helped them both to climb in before pushing it back to the dock just as his gillyweed ran out. As he climbed out he was lifted under his arms by Krumm and Diggory, who pulled him the rest of the way up onto the dock. As they stepped away from him a blanket was thrown over his form and together with Diggory, Krumm, Hermione, Chong and Jones, who also all had blankets over their forms, he was hustled off to the medical tent. Obviously, the 2 Delacours couldn't wait. But Harry was okay with that, considering both were Vila. As he entered the medical tent, Fleur dashed forward and wrapped her arms around him in a big hug for a moment. She then backed off and gripping the sides of his head, quickly planted a big to each of his cheeks. "Thank you, Monsieur Potier," she exclaimed, almost gushing with gratitude. "Thank you." "Hey you," called Hermione, "get your mitts off my man." But a quick look at Hermione's face, and you could tell she wasn't angry, she was grinning. Fleur immediately released Harry and quickly moved in to hug Hermione. "You too," she cried. "Thank you, thank you." Harry just rolled his eyes as Madame Pomfrey was trying to get them all to sit on hospital cots. Quickly, While angrily declaiming the whole event, the Medi-healer forced Pepper up potions into each of their hands. Whoever had the stupid idea of holding a swimming competition, in the Black Lake, in the middle of winter, needs their collective heads examined. The Medi-witch angrily muttered. Of all the idiotic, Merlin be damned. Harry just tuned her out and made sure Hermione was all right. He cast drying and drought charms on them both before moving to do the same to young Jonesy. Fleur had already looked after her sister's needs, and he figured the champions could take care of their own. A few moments later, Daphne hurried in and engulfed the both of them in a hug. "Thank Merlin you're both all right," she softly exclaimed while holding on to the both of them. "We are, love," replied Harry, just as softly. "We are." Pulling her head back a little to look them both in eyes she asked, "Did the plan go off all right?" "From what I could see it did." "Yeah, it did," said Harry. "I only had to hit 2 of the merfolk in the face with weak bludgeoning curses to get them to back off. The rest of the time they just threatened. They weren't happy I took their toys away from them." "Well, you've got the judges all arguing now," she said. "Karkaroff is trying to claim Crumb should get the maximum points in first place for the task because Crumb was the first back to the surface. Maxime is arguing that, as the elder Miss Delacour was the first onto the dock with her sister when you pushed them all back in the boat, that Delacour should receive the maximum points in first place. But the others are arguing that you were the first to reach and rescue your hostage, which was the point of the task, so you should receive maximum points in first place. There are also arguments that you interfered with the task for the other competitors except Diggory and, therefore, you should be disqualified. And that points should be deducted from Crumb and Delacour because you had to step in to help them." "It's a mess." "Not if we have anything to say about it," exclaimed Diggory. Harry didn't realize they were all listening in. Diggory turned to the other 2 champions and brought them into a huddle, as Harry sat with his wives. Daphne blushed and looked sheepish at him and softly said, "Oops." This just made Harry lightly chuckle while Hermione grinned back at her. Not more than 15 seconds later, their mini-huddle broke up. Diggory turned to Harry and said, "Come on. We're going to see the judges." Harry gave a little grin and shrugged his shoulders. "Okay," he said as he climbed back to his feet, ready to follow the other 3. "But, as I've made clear, I'm really not interested in the points." "Maybe not," replied Crumb. "But, VR." Just as they were standing, Daphne suddenly reached out with the lid and GL halves of a GL jar and snagged something from Hermione's hair between them. Quickly pulling the 2 from Hermione's hair, both Harry and Hermione's eyes widened at what she'd caught within the jar, as she screwed the lid down firmly, one animagus water beetle. And the beetle was frantically trying to escape. Holding the now sealed jar in her left hand, she pulled Harry's knife from its sheath on his thigh and quickly stabbed a couple of holes into the lid, before handing the knife back. Hermione's hand came up with her wand and she cast an unbreakable charm on the jar. As the 3 grinned at each other and followed the 3 champions back out of the tent, Daphne slipped the jar into her pocket. "We'll have a chat with nosy Miss Skeeter back in our apartment, later." The 4 contestants, plus their 4 hostages and Daphne, all walked back down to the dock where the judges were gathered and still arguing. As they walked onto the dock, Bagman saw them and his eyes lit up. He was about to say something when Diggory pulled his wand out and cast a cannon blast charm into the air. That frightened just about everyone within 10 feet. But, it did silence the judges, which was the effect he was going for. "Since none of you could see what was going on below the water, perhaps you should ask us what happened before you think of awarding anyone points, he asked. Harry cocked an eyebrow in amusement at that. He never saw, before, that Diggory had a firm backbone and could stand up to authority figures like that. Especially, when 3 of those authority figures were the heads of schools. "Now, Cedric my boy," said Dumbledore. "We'll be with you in just a moment." "Yet, we are with you now," said Crumb with his somewhat laconic style of speaking. "They are, correct," said Delacour. "We will not accept points unless our views are aired." With the 3 heads, Bagman and Crouch the Elder all looking back in surprised shock at the 4 competitors, Dumbledore looked to Harry and asked, "Is this your view, as well, Mr. Potter?" With a snort, Harry replied, "I've told you before, Headmaster, I really don't give a shit about the points. However, these 3 do, and I'm here to present a united front, so to speak." With his disappointed grandfatherly persona going full blast, Dumbledore said, "Very well. Then it behoves us to listen to what you have to say." "Dumbledore, surely, you can't," began Karkaroff. Dumbledore didn't even turn to look at the man. He just held his hand up in a stop gesture and expected silence. "He got it, Mr. Diggory," he inquired. "I take it you wish to put your views." "We do, Headmaster," he corrected. "Harry won this event, just as he clearly did in the first task. You lot robbed him of his rightful points for that task. You will not rob him of his rightful points for this one. He will get full points and, if you can swing it, he'll get bonus points for clearly saving the lives of both Miss Delacour and her hostage, her sister. This whole farce is supposedly about friendly competition between the schools. You, as the judges, obviously seem to have forgotten that. However, we have not. And Harry staying behind to East Victor, before then saving the lives of both Miss Delacours, epitomized that. I dare say the only reason he did not remain behind to East Me is because he had to get the Delacours out of there." He turned to look questioningly at Harry. Harry nodded back at the boy before returning his attention to the judges. "Obviously, those who set up this event clearly forgot two important facts," he said. "First, Vila, as creatures of fire and air, are grossly disadvantaged by an event held underwater. That created a very unfair playing field. And, second, you all were so stupid as to utterly forget that Vila and Merfolk are mortal enemies, and that the feud between them has existed for centuries. We, however, did not. That's why I stayed back. I was worried the Merfolk were going to seize their opportunity and kill both. By the way they attempted to attack as I ousted Miss Delacour, it appears we were correct. Now, since both also happen to be the granddaughters of the head of the main Vila enclave in Europe, and, together, are well known to be the only children of the head of the French DMLE, it still seemed to take the understanding of 3 teens to figure out what was going to happen, both in the water and afterwards, if we didn't intervene. Tell me, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, is magical Britain ready to prosecute a war against both magical France and the entire Vila populace? Because, if either or both of these young ladies were killed down there today, I think even people as stupid as you lot have proven yourselves to be could understand what was going to happen." He waited for that to sink in before he turned back to Diggory. "Sorry, Cedric, you were saying." Yes," said Diggory, getting his thoughts back in order. He turned to the now thoroughly stunned judges and said, "That's even more of a reason why Harry won this event. So, we don't care how you do it, but Harry comes first by a wide margin, Victor comes second, Fleur comes third and I come fourth. That's the order we rescued our hostages, which was what we were told the task was. We're agreed. Now, make it happen. If you don't do it that way, all 4 of us will challenge your rulings, as per the contract, in an open court of findings." Dumbledore stood a moment more looking into the faces of the resolute competitors and hostages before he turned back to the other 4 judges. As the judges, again, huddled and conversed, Diggory gestured for the others to move away and form their own huddle. Harry grinned and said, "Cedric Diggory, the idyllic Hufflepuff one moment, the epitome of Gryffindor courage the next." "Shove it, Harry," he said, making Harry snicker, before looking at Delacour. "Is what Harry said true?" he asked. "Is there a feud between the Vila and Merfolk?" "We," she said. "Zo, I must admit, even I forgot that. It makes Monsieur Ari's show of very that much more impressive." As they talked they were finally interrupted by Bagman Sonorous. "The judges have reached a decision," he cried. The points were then tallied as the champions demanded. Harry received 48 points, Crumb received 40, as did Delacour, and Diggory received 38. Harry just snorted in amusement back at a grinning Diggory, and escorted his 2 wives back to the castle. This time, he walked back accompanied by the 3 champions and their hostages. Crumb broke off to return to the ship to change, the Delacours broke off a short while later to return to their carriage to do the same, and the rest returned to the castle. For after lunch, the competitors and their hostages were invited back to the bondmates' apartment. Just before they entered, Professor Whitaker told them that while they were out a red-headed boy had first tried to gain entrance by demanding it, and then tried to fire curses and hexes at him. All of which failed. Glancing at each other, Harry turned back to the statue and asked, "Was one of those hexes, eat slugs?" Yes, it was, replied the statue, chuckling. That would have been an interesting experience, for a statue. Hermione just muttered, Ron. What an idiot. Well, at least we know the ward scheme for anti-curses and hexes holds up to a determined subpar 4th year, grinned Harry. While Harry and Hermione were changing out of their lake-dunked clothes, Daphne alerted Dobby to the influx of guests to arrive after lunch. Between them, she laid out the drinks and finger food she wanted to see served, with Dobby confidently making his own suggestions and promising he'd have everything ready while they were away. Because they would all have just had lunch, she made sure the finger food was only what Harry and Hermione called nibblies. She then fished the jar containing Skeeter out of her robes and placed it on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. You best know, Skeeter, she said. The jar has an unbreakable charm on it. Transform while inside it, and you'll shoot out in bloody mushed flesh and bone fragments through the air holes. Secondly, I'm placing a silencing charm on the jar so you cannot listen in on what's being said. We'll deal with you later. I suggest you use this time to consider just how badly you messed up. She then stepped back a little and cast the charm on the jar. After they'd both had a quick shower to get the smell of the lake out of their hair and off their bodies, Harry and Hermione joined Daphne back in the living room. Quickly, Daphne helped her sister-wife with her hair, making sure it was dried, treated and brushed. And then helped apply a little light makeup before touching up her own. You know I don't think the makeup's necessary, don't you? Asked Harry. Of course we do, love, said Daphne, as she worked. However, as the ladies' Potter, even if most people don't know that yet, we represent an image of the house. We have to look the part. Once ready, the three dropped down to the great hall with lunch about to be served. Walking in, as usual, with a lady on each arm had now become commonplace for Harry as far as the other denizens of Hogwarts were concerned. Other than breakfast, that morning, none could recall when the three had done otherwise since their resort, except for when Daphne was attacked by Flint. When Hermione was not on Harry's right arm that morning, some thought it meant they'd had an argument. However, they quickly rethought that belief when they saw it was Hermione who Harry rescued from the bottom of the lake. So, the thoughts of three fellow students went from a sense of happiness during breakfast to annoyance at lunch. Ginevra Weasley had thought, with Hermione not on his arm that morning, an opportunity was presenting itself for her to be the one on that arm. And, eventually, be the only one on his arm. When Hermione suddenly popped her head out of the lake, conjured a small rowboat and hopped into it, Ginevra quickly realized what had happened. And her hopes were, once more, dashed. Ronald Weasley thought the sight of no Hermione on Harry's arm meant she had broken it off with him and was soon to be running to his own arms in comfort. He'd been, while shoveling food into his mouth during breakfast, thinking about how he was going to make her wait, tell her he was considering things, before allowing her, out of the goodness of his heart, to be accepted back. Her popping out of the lake did not douse those thoughts, as he wasn't paying attention to what was going on in the lake. He wasn't even at the lake. He had more important things to do than watch stupid Potter grab all the glory again. Instead, he was searching the castle trying to find her. He'd first looked in the Gryffindor dorms but couldn't find anyone to go up to the 4th-year girls' dorm to get her. He then, reluctantly, tried the Leary. Not finding her there, he thought she might be packing to move back to Gryffindor, so went to their apartment, after finding out from a Ravenclaw where it was. Then the stupid statue wouldn't let him in, or announce his presence. He tried to curse it with every curse and hex he could think of, which wasn't many. However, no matter how hard he tried to force magic through his wand, every single one failed. Having the statue chuckle at him as he tried just made him angrier. Eventually, while staring at his wand tip, he tried with all his might to cast a Lumos. It worked, and rendered him nearly completely blind. The statue then outright laughed at him with deep belly laughs while he tried to rub vision back into his eyes and verbally cursing it before he, finally, stormed off. When he tried to answer the riddle by the eagle at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, and failed to answer it, he again was unable to hex or curse it. Magically near complete exhaustion he finally stomped away. He decided he really needed to go back to bed. However, lunch would soon be served and he couldn't miss that. He'd starve if he missed lunch, as weak as he was. And he still needed to find Hermione before someone else was able to provide her with comfort. And, once more, steal her from him. Lunch saw him sitting at the Gryffindor table waiting for the food to appear, almost asleep, but knowing he needed to eat a big meal to recharge his energy levels. However, just before the food turned up on the tables, he was stunned to see Hermione, again, on stupid Potter's arm walking into the hall. Life was just so unfair. Thankfully, he wasn't put off his meal for it. Over at Slytherin, Malfoy wasn't surprised to see Potter enter with one of his bondmates missing at breakfast. He, of course, knew exactly what the second task required, and of the hostages. He just couldn't figure out why it was Granger that was missing, and not Greenger. After all, Greenger was the pureblood, while Granger was only a Muggleborn. And that was yet another thing he couldn't stand. The ban on the word mudblood was, to him, ludicrous. After all, that's what they were. Their blood was dirty. Now, there was an idea. If he couldn't use the word mudblood anymore, he'd begin to use dirtyblood. After all, it wasn't a banned word. And, if he could do that with mudblood, then he could do that with Scarhead. Thinking hard about a replacement slur, he finally decided upon Scarface. Yes, that'll do nicely, he thought. The dirtyblood-loving fool of a headmaster was no match for the mind of a Malfoy. It was about 15 minutes later when he and the rest of the school received a really big opportunity to laugh. Weasley had managed to fall face first, unconscious, into the middle of his half-empty plate. When McGonagall hurried down and tried to revive him, nothing worked. Madame Pomfrey had to levitate him up and hurry him from the hall to the infirmary. Whatever was wrong with the red-headed blood traitor, yet another word he needed to find a replacement for, a standard Renervate charm wasn't strong enough. He suspected someone slipped him a draft of the living death just so they wouldn't have to watch him eat. It's what he'd have done. A quick lunch and the three headed back to their apartment to await their guests. And the change in layout of their living room was quite significant. The couches had all been pulled away from the fireplace, the armchair had been replaced with a couch, and there was now a couch facing the coffee table with its back to the fireplace. It formed a nice square around the coffee table as center. Then, on the coffee table stood a nice flower arrangement, which was then surrounded by little canapes, pieces of fruit and cake. Also on the coffee table was a pair of jugs of butterbeer surrounded by a half-dozen glees, each. Midnight appeared miffed sitting on the floor trying to get to the good stuff on the coffee table. However, each time she reached forward with a paw, it appeared to bounce off a force field. Crookshanks watched on from one of the couches, amused. "Did you see Ron get levitated out of the Great Hall?" asked Hermione, as she collapsed onto one of the couches, reached down and picked the half-Kneasel up, placing him on her lap. "I think everyone saw the Prat levitated out of the hall, Hermione," said Harry. "What do you think was wrong with him?" she asked. "Magical exhaustion," replied Daphne. "That's why the Enervate charm wouldn't work on him. He's too drained of magic for it to work." "Magical oh," she said, "from when he tried to curse Professor Whittaker. Of course, I'm surprised, if he was that exhausted, that he managed to hold out until in the middle of lunch," said Daphne. "I'm not," disagreed Harry. "When it comes to putting food in his belly, I don't think even having a dragon in his way would stop him getting it. He finally collapsed when he had some food in his belly and the need to eat wasn't as great anymore." "Harry, unless you want our visiting guests knowing we all sleep together, go shrink your bed," instructed Daphne. Harry had just risen to his feet and was about to go do just that when he noticed the faces of his two wives. They appeared quite sad. Thinking a bit, he said, "You know what? Do you really care if they do? I mean, they know we're bondmates, where's the harm?" That earned him two smiles right back. "It stays as it is," he firmly said. "And, if they ask, we won't hide it from them." When the guests arrived it was in a rush. Diggory turned up escorting Chong, Delacour turned up with her sister, and Crumb came escorting Jones, or, more likely, the other way around as Crumb didn't know where their apartment was located. "I'm glad you found the place," said Harry to Crumb. "Cedric told me, and I told Victor," smiled Jones. "Yes, but it's still something I should have ensured you all knew when we invited you," said Harry. "No harm done," said Crumb. The afternoon was spent by the nine talking about their lives before the tournament, and about the tournament. "When did you figure out the egg, Cedric?" asked Harry. It took me about. Actually, it was just before Christmas," the Hufflepuff replied. "I think, no, it was, during Christmas," replied Fleur. "It was the only time I had time to devote to it." "About Christmas," replied Crumb. "It took me quite a while after that to work out a plan." "And you, Ari?" asked Fleur. "Before Christmas," he replied. Fleur told them about life as the daughter of a person high up in the French ministry, although her father, Antoine, wasn't always that high. Diggory described what it was like growing up as just an ordinary kid in Ottery Street, Catchpole. He had both the Weasleys and Lovegoods as nearby neighbors, but, after meeting the Weasley kids, didn't really want much to do with them. "Too noisy," he said, and the Lovegoods mainly stuck to themselves. However, he did see Luna, occasionally, down in the village. He also proved to be an aficionado of Muggle movies, and would go see a movie, when he could, in the local movie house. That then led to a discussion on what a movie was, as the others had little idea. And Harry, Hermione and Diggory gave some fine examples. Crumb then spoke about his home in southeastern Romania near the city of Constanza on the coast of the Black Sea. "I thought you were Bulgarian," said Diggory. "No, play for national team there," said the young man. "Romanian team even worse than Bulgarian team. Bulgarian team pay better, too." Then it was Harry's turn. He only gave a quick overview of his supposed home life to the previous summer, but urged them he no longer had to return there. He spoke about the search for what was behind the door on the third-floor corridor, getting past the traps and Quirrell. Then he covered the whole air of Slytherin and students getting petrified thing. And an overview of the battle with the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. He only lightly brushed on the whole Sirius escaping from Azkaban and believing to be coming after Harry to kill him part, and only to find it was to come and protect him and capture Pettigrew. They also explained about how they found out Ron Weasley's pet rat was actually Pettigrew in his animagus form. And discovering Sirius was innocent. Finally, he gave the story they had for public consumption about forming their bond, the two youngest Weasleys trying to potion them with love and loyalty potions, their being resorted in their apartment for the purposes of strengthening the bond. That led to a quick tour of the apartment. When everyone recharged their glees, Daphne said, "I hope you realize knowing that we do sleep together is something we don't want bandied about the castle." She specifically looked at Cho and Megan and said, "Harry has enough problems with being the so-called boy who lived. He doesn't need everyone gossiping about his sleeping arrangements. And neither do Hermione or I." Jones looked a little sad not being able to talk about it, but they could see she wouldn't. Chong, on the other hand, was likely to spill everything first chance she got. However, Diggory saw from her expression that she wasn't being entirely honest when she said she wouldn't. So, he said to her, "They're right, Cho. Don't go spreading it around." Then the girl looked like she'd probably keep it to herself. Probably. However, if anything happened to derail her relationship with Diggory, the relationship between Harry and his two ladies would very soon after that become public. As for the tasks, the other champions asked him how he came upon the ideas he had. So, he told them how he felt a lot of witches and wizards were idiots because they couldn't get past the idea of attacking a target directly. "I don't understand it," he said. "Everyone knows you can't attack a dragon through its magically protected hide, so why try?" "No, that's why I decided that the fast way to take it down was through cutting off its air supply. My problem was it was a risk that I was going to kill the dragon. I know humans can go up to 3 minutes without air. However, I had no idea about dragons. It turns out, it was a great deal less than 3 minutes. People have been worried about coming across a dragon in the wild for years," said Chong. "Now you've shown them all how easy it is to take one down." With a shrug he smiled and said, "Happy to be of service. However, even happier to be able to claim the Kark as the slayer of the beast, just as I did with the Kark of the basilisk. Both added quite a substantial amount of galleons in the Potter vaults." "I notice you use gillyweed for second task," said Crumb. "But how you go so fast in water?" "I pointed my wand backwards and maintained an augmenti charm," explained Harry. The strong water stream flowing out of my wand was used as a water jet to push me along. Clever, said Delacour. We could have done the same things with our bubblehead charms. No, not really, disagreed Diggory. We were already using a lot of magical power maintaining the bubblehead charms. Turning to Harry he asked, was that the reason you opted for the gillyweed? So you wouldn't have to maintain a bubblehead charm. Only a small part, replied Harry. I just knew the body alterations from gillyweed would make it easier for me to swim. Webbed feet and hands, you see. The downside is I had to really work hard at silent, incantless, casting for the weeks leading up to the task. That is no easy feat, said Delacour. Silent casting is very difficult, and not usually taught until your 6th year. I've found, ending up in the tournament has required a drastic need to self-teach advanced magic, Harry grinned back. Oh, there is that, laughed Diggory. 7th year is hard, but I think I've learned far more trying to come up with ways to prepare for the tournament. We, agreed Delacour. It is for that reason we are, excused Cleese and exams. As they were talking, Harry could not help but notice young Gabrielle kept trying to watch him both carefully and surreptitiously. Finally, he looked right at her and said, "Don't be afraid to talk to me, Gabby. I won't bite." She looked back at him in awe and softly asked, "How did you know ma famille call me Gabby?" Oh, crap, thought Harry. Someone must have mentioned it to me, he said, before quickly changing the topic. Are you enjoying your time in Scotland? No, it is too cold. She softly replied. Where we go to school? Beauxbatons. It is warmer. I dare say it is, agreed Harry. It's in the south of France, is it not? Oui, yes, she said. In the foothills of the Alps. Near the city of Avignon. We'll have to visit, one day, he smiled. Before much longer, the others all decided they needed to think about leaving. Homework waits for no wizard or witch, said Diggory. I know we're excused from them. But, Mother insists I maintain my grades for a decent position within the ministry. After seeing their guests off, Hermione spun to Harry and said, You make sure none of them reaches that cup first, Harry. That's been the plan from the get-go, love, he replied. I've been thinking about the graveyard. She suddenly said, I have an idea. That perked both her bondmates up. Oh, asked Daphne. With a nod she said, I've been thinking about the words of the ritual and the ingredients. We can't do too much, love, cautioned Harry. John told me I have to defeat him after he's been resurrected. I can't just kill him at the graveyard. No, she said, they, needs Dumbledore to die from the ring Horcrux. Dumbledore won't go after it unless Voldemort is coming back, or is already resurrected. We get Dumbledore to go after it before the 3rd task. Then we can manipulate things with the ingredients to weaken Riddle enough that you should be able to easily defeat him. All right, he said, thinking about what she was saying. What do you want to cause to happen? With all three, again, sitting down at the rearranged couches, Hermione explained her idea. With that basic idea, they started fine-tuning it. Back at the ministry, Madame Bones practically flopped into her office chair, she was that tired. The minister and his pet toad, and she snorted at that description, had left that morning for a heads of government conference in Vaduz, Liechtenstein. He was planning on being away for a week. But, it would definitely be no less than 3 days. The minister had wanted to be at the 2nd task of the Tri-Wizard tournament being held at Hogwarts. However, his scheduling didn't allow it. And, didn't he throw a hissy fit when he learned that? Crouch and Bagman were almost sacked on the spot when he discovered the scheduling conflict. But, by then, the contracts had already been signed, and the event could not be moved. Almost as soon as she knew the minister was gone, and it was too late for him to return before the conference started, Madame Bones made a move on the Flow Network office, and, more specifically, the Flow Network Authority and its Flow Network regulators. She entered the office and stated to its head, Violetta Edgecombe, that a crime had been committed and it was believed regulators had been responsible. What? The witch decried. My office. Your office, madam, Madame Bones shot back. As per their employment agreements, we'll be questioning each of them to determine what they know, if anything. I want to talk to the minister. Huffed Edgecombe. He's currently out of the country and cannot be contacted, said Madame Bones. Shall we start with you, first? With not a little fear, Edgecombe sighed and nodded. Thank you, said Madame Bones. One of the oars she brought with her, Master Oar Gawain Robards, hit her in the back with a cheering charm as soon as she sat down. Then he easily convinced her to hold her head back before dropping 3 drops of veritaserum on her tongue. They'd worked out using a cheering charm first made their interviewee a lot more pliable and far less likely to anger over the use of the truth serum. As soon as the serum took effect, Madame Bones began her questions. Are you now, or have you ever been, a Death Eater? Did you then, or do you now, support the policies of the wizard known as Lord Voldemort? Do you believe that Muggleborns should not be allowed to live in our world? Do you carry out spying for anyone? Do you accept bribes? Quote, with 5 quite succinct no's for each question, Madame Bones directed Robards to administer the antidote. As soon as the woman came around, she was hit with the obliviation charm. You were asked questions relating to a highly sensitive and confidential target concerning the theft of items from within using the Flow network, instructed Madame Bones. You have been told that you are not permitted to discuss this with anyone, including that there is even an ongoing investigation. As soon as the woman's mind cleared, Madame Bones thanked her for her time and called the next person in. By the time they'd gone through all the regulators, and moved on to the rest of the staff in the office, they'd found another marked Death Eater and 2 regulators who took bribes in the previous war and since to temporarily shut a Flow connection off the network. They would then fudge the records, and look the other way. Their identities were noted and they were then obliviated with the same information implanted as Madame Edgecombe. Damn it, she muttered when they finished with all the staff of that office. Young Mr. Potter was on the galleon. Looking to her 2 senior oars, she said, right. We're going through the rest of this department before we move on the rest. Same claim of a burglary ring? Asked Scrimgeour. Yeah, it's a good cover story, she replied. But brooms for broom regulatory control, and portkeys for the portkey office. Let's get it done. They found a possible couple of future Death Eaters in broom regulatory control who were such because they were unhappy with their lot in life. But found another 2 Death Eaters in the portkey office and just about all of them willing to, and having already taken, bribes. Within the portkey office it was harder to find an honest witch or wizard than the other way around. There were no problems in the Apparition Test Center offices. With the exception of a single blood bigot, who had nothing against Muggleborns, really. Those folks, apparently, were far too staid. Where to next, boss? Asked Scrimgeour. Level 5, Department of International Magical Cooperation, she replied after a moment. We might as well work our way up. What about magical games and sports on level 7? He asked. Most of them are at the second task, this morning, she replied with a little shake of her head. We'll skip them, for now, and get them next time. Shall I get us a couple more oars who are on the 5 no's list, boss? Asked Robards. As they were walking, Madame Bones thought about it for a moment and replied, do it. But, go down and get them, directly. I don't want loose communications running around here that anyone clever enough to do so can latch onto. And make sure they're at least fully qualified oars. We'll meet you on level 5. Right you are, boss, replied Robards before he headed for the lifts. Sirius had been having a ball, but he was now grumbling as if his favorite toy had vanished. He'd spent the better half of the past week plus, near terrorizing the minister's office and staff with demands to know when his godson would be receiving his Order of Merlin, 1st CL. He thought to himself, if they thought Augusta Longbottom on a rampage was scary, they ain't seen Sirius Black. However, Sirius didn't just walk in, make demands and yell at flunkies. He politely asked to see the minister, and got in to see the man after only having to wait a day. Mr. Black, said the minister, walking around his desk to shake Sirius's hand. Minister, said Sirius. The minister then gestured expansively towards a chair before his desk. Please, he smarmed. Take a seat. Thank you, minister. As the minister retook his seat behind his desk, he asked, now, what can I do for you, Mr. Black? Straight to it before we're interrupted, though serious. Well, minister, I find myself quite confused about something, and hope you might be able to clear the air, for me. Well, buffed fudge, I don't know if I can. However, I can certainly try. Thank you, said Sirius. It's like this. You see, one of my godson's bondmates asked Madame Longbottom to look into why my godson has not received his Order of Merlin, first CL yet. That made the minister suddenly blanch. Clearly, the man had forgotten Sirius was Harry's godfather. Of course, the diligent witch she is, Madame Longbottom came to your offices to try and find out what the hold-up was, and see if she could, in speeding things up a bit. Now, she's only about a week into that, when, all of a sudden, the minister organizes a secret evening or a raid on a specific healer at St. Mungo's. And, wouldn't you know it, it also happens to be the same healer treating Madame Longbottom's son and daughter-in-law. And, wouldn't you also know it, the healer's been drugging the Longbottoms, keeping them in their mentally ill state. Stammered the minister. Of course, the Longbottom heroes are woken up, and Madame Longbottom, Regent Longbottom, immediately drops everything and hurries to their bedsides, including dropping her investigation into why my godson has not received his Order of Merlin, first CL, yet. What an astounding coincidence, Cornelius. One of the very few things that could cause Madame Longbottom to break off her investigation and encouragement to act, of your office, and it happens. And, not only that, but it happens right in the middle of Madame Longbottom's investigation. And, it's you and your simpering senior undersecretary, who are right in the forefront of it. Wow, Cornelius, as I said, what an astounding coincidence, Sirius falsely gushed before his expression morphed into a flat stare. The trouble is, I don't believe in coincidences. Here's the way I and my friends see it, Cornelius, said Sirius. You see, everyone knows what a publicity whore you are. You see a camera aimed in your general direction and you have to posture. If you see a reporter wanting to take notes, you have to gush words of self-importance. It's what you are. So, how is it that, when the award of an Order of Merlin, especially first CL, is such a huge publicity event, you come over all reticent to make the award? Especially when it's as popular as awarding one to Harry would be. Well, that's easy to deduce, isn't it, Cornelius? Because, if there's one thing you value more than publicity, it's political power, and the holding on to that power. After all, it's why you're such a publicity addict in the first place. And, the only way you can hang on to political power is with the backing of, shall we say, certain benefactors. So, either Dumbledore or Malfoy, or both, have demanded you block young Harry getting his well-earned and deserved Order of Merlin, first CL. That's not very polite, Cornelius. However, I can help you see reason. You need to also be aware of some major changes in the political landscape that have recently occurred. If you had been aware of these, beforehand, you may not have so foolishly acted as you have. The first is that Dumbledore doesn't have the support within the Wizengamot you appear to think he has. His power base has been well and truly undermined. And that's happened because young Harry has reactivated the Potter alliances. He did that? Asked a thoroughly cowed Fudge. He did, confirmed Sirius. Young Harry, though he does not sit upon the Wizengamot yet, has effectively taken control of the alliance. And, in doing so, has greatly reduced Dumbledore's support base. He is no longer, and hasn't been for a while, Dumbledore's man. Sirius watched as Fudge tried to think that out. But, not only that, Cornelius, he continued. I'm taking back control of the Black Alliance. Fudge's eyes widened so much they nearly bugged out of his head. With a slow nod and smirk, Sirius said, I see you understand what that means. It means much of Malfoy's alliance is being stripped away from him. So, you see, Cornelius, you're worrying about the wrong two wizards and their threats. Malfoy may have money to, shall we say, support your re-election campaigns, but that's about all he has now. Together, Harry and I have the numbers to make your re-election quite impossible should we wish it. We may even have the numbers to get you booted from office. That is, of course, if we thought we'd need to. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Cornelius? He asked. I tried Fudge. Yes, I understand. I thought you might, smirked Sirius. I believe you're leaving us for about a week in a few days. Yes, replied Fudge. Heads of government meeting in some dinky foreign country in Europe. Liechtenstein, said Sirius. I think at least a week away from Magical Britain meeting with your peers should do you a world of good, Cornelius. You should take Senior Undersecretary Umbridge with you, if you weren't already. Order your office not to contact either of you unless it's concerning the existence of a state of war, or something. Take time to relax. Then, when you feel well rested after you're not less than 1 and not more than 2 weeks away from the office, you come back here and immediately organize young Harry's award ceremony for his Order of Merlin, 1st CL. You should plan on awarding it to him no later than the end of March, preferably earlier. All right, Cornelius. Yes. Capital idea, he said. Nice chatting with you, Cornelius, said Sirius, rising to his feet. I'll see myself out. Without even looking back, Sirius simply strode from the room. As he walked out of the minister's offices, he thought to himself, and that's how the Blacks do it. Walking into the living room of their apartment a little over a week since the second task, Daphne walked to the mantelpiece and removed the silenced, unbreakable jar containing Skeeter's animagus form. She carried it over to the coffee table and placed it on top as Harry and Hermione entered. While she was moving the jar, Harry and Hermione were sealing the room. Even the male owl window was temporarily sealed. They didn't have to worry about throwing up anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards, as those already existed over the school. However, more importantly, they'd been using the time since the second task to research how to set up an anti-animagus ward, and how to force an animagus back into its human form. So, for this purpose, they made ready to throw up the anti-animagus ward. Once done, Harry conjured a hard-seated and backed wooden chair with strong armrests. "Are we done?" asked Daphne. "Are we ready?" "We are," replied both her spouses, keeping their wands out. She reached over and unscrewed the lid of the jar, tipping it over onto the floor. The little water beetle slid out and landed on its back on the carpet before it began kicking its legs a little. "Redder formum," muttered Hermione. Skeeter's animagus transformation was cancelled, replacing the beetle with the witch lying on her back on the floor. As soon as she appeared, Harry ripped the wand out of her hand and tossed it onto the coffee table, before doing the same with her purse. Then he and Daphne picked her up under her arms and dumped her into the wooden chair, while Hermione brought up the temporary anti-animagus ward, as they had rehearsed. "Stay there, Skeeter," demanded Daphne of the vile woman. Harry conjured a GL and filled it with water before handing it to the still completely confused witch. The three then returned to couches and armchairs in a half-circle around the front of the woman and waited for her to get her bearings back. What is the meaning of this?" the woman demanded as soon as she regained her senses. "It's really quite simple, Miss Skeeter," said Daphne, quite firmly. "You are an illegal animagus. Your animagus form, a water beetle, was caught riding on Miss Granger's hairclip while it was in her hair. Of course, as there are no animagus forms of a water beetle registered with the Ministry of Magic, we had no possible way of knowing we'd captured an animagus, rather than a plain water beetle. This room is sealed shut," said Hermione. "You are not going anywhere until we decide you will leave." "Why?" the woman asked, now able to think more clearly. "I told you, Miss Skeeter, to keep your nose out of my personal business," replied Harry. "You were told you would have opportunities for personal exclusives if you behaved yourself. You agreed, using your animagus form to spy on me and mine, after you were quite vehemently told not to, is what got you into this predicament. So, since your word is insufficient, we've come up with a way to force your compliance," said Hermione, sliding a contract across the coffee table towards the witch. Warily, Skeeter reached down and picked up the contract. She carefully read it while her face blanched with shock. When she'd finished, with her hand shaking while holding the document, she said, "This could ruin me." "Yes," said Harry, "that's the idea. This way we force you to never write nonsense about the Potters, the Greenvers or the Grangers, Sirius Black or Remus Lupin. Everything you do write about them you will confirm as fact, in advance. You cannot even use a quote someone gives you, if you haven't already confirmed it is true. That means there'll be no going to someone like Draco Malfoy or Pansy Parkinson and have them say something vile, then printing that," said Hermione. "And, yes, we're well aware that's one of your little ways to attempt to get around the laws of slander." "So, Miss Skeeter," said Daphne, That document will be your confession of what illegal and despicable acts you do while disgustingly claiming you do it in the name of journalism. Sign it, and you're almost free to go. And what's to stop me from simply walking out of here? She huffed haughtily. Harry grinned and held up his hand. He started to tick points off his fingers. 1. This room is magically sealed and you cannot leave. 2. We know the spell to force your body back into its animagus form. 3. If an animagus is killed while they're in their animagus form, their body remains in the animagus form. 4. My friend Neville has a toad that loves the taste of water beetles. 5. No one knows you're here. 6. Those who do know you're an animagus, and what your form is, know you could always come to harm while in your animagus form. 7. Only your editor will miss you, for about a week, and then you'll not even rate a footnote in your own paper. 8. You've already been missing for a week and no one's come looking for you, nor has word of your disappearance appeared in your own paper. Skeeter stared back in fear at the very serious faces of the three for a few moments before she finally placed the confession back on the coffee table. She picked up the offered quill and, hesitating but a moment, signed the document. Thank you, Miss Skeeter, said Daphne, as Hermione pulled the document away, dried the ink, and put the document in her book bag for later. Now, Miss Skeeter, said Harry. In this room and extending outwards a good few feet is an anti-animagus ward. We are going to return you your wand so you may attempt to transform, so you can confirm it exists. Attempt to use your wand to do anything other than transform and we'll hurt you, really hurt you. Daphne handed Skeeter her wand as all three had theirs drawn and leveled on the older witch from three diverse directions. With her wand in her hand, the three watched as Skeeter concentrated for a moment before she looked back at them in shock. With a nod back, Harry said, Good. Now you know. You should also know that if you enter the ward while in your animagus form it will force you to revert to human form. As it is a forced transformation, it will be painful. Daphne added, Our ward extends a few feet, even beyond the windows. Be aware, if you attempt to use your form to fly in through one of our windows, you will be forced back into your human form, and you will plummet approximately 8 stories to your death. Do you understand? Skeeter went a little more white but just nodded back. This is the last warning you will get from us, Skeeter, Harry firmly warned her, as he reached over and picked up her purse. He then tossed it into her lap. I'll take down the room ceiling and anti-animagus wards for no more than 15 seconds, said Hermione. I will then tell you I've done so. At that time, you are free to leave by way of the window. After those 15 seconds I re-erect the wards. If you have not sufficiently cleared them by that time, you will revert to your human form and plummet to your death. Do you understand? Skeeter nodded. Good, said Hermione, as she stood. Just remember, Miss Skeeter, bother us again, write lies about us, our families and or our friends, and that confession, which could easily double as a suicide note, will become public. I understand, she quietly but fearfully said. Hermione quickly took down the anti-animagus and room-sealing charms before she looked back at Skeeter. Go, she said. Skeeter immediately concentrated and shifted into her animagus form. The three watched it hover in the air for a moment before it flew out the window and away. Do you think she'll obey? Asked Harry. Yes, said Daphne, after a moment. I do. Madame Bones and her senior Auror staff were steadily working through each office of each department, including her own. Of course, it wasn't long before the Unspeakables learned of it and Croaker paid her another visit. I know what you're doing, said Croaker, as soon as he popped into her office. Bloody hell, Algernon, she again barked at him, after first jumping fright. Stop doing that. How bad is the problem? He asked, completely ignoring her blustering. Bad enough, she replied, grumbling and trying to calm down again. Almost every office has at least one Death Eater working within it. And almost every office has someone accepting bribes and or supports Riddle on top of that. If Riddle does come back, as young Mr. Potter and Dumbledore both firmly believe, if we didn't know about them all, we'd be in trouble. No, we are in trouble, she corrected herself. If we moved to rid ourselves of those people, we'd find ourselves severely lacking manpower to prosecute another war. I noticed your questioning didn't include asking if my people had infiltrated those offices, he said. Of course not, she grumbled. I'm not an idiot. I never thought you were, he wryly replied. But, I thank you for it, anyway. If, no, when, we have to clear house, I'm going to need the help of you and your people, she said. You'll have it and them, he replied. I will want the lifts, stairs and flows all blocked, all internal and external communications shut down, but still allow me and my people to move through the offices and take away those we need to, she said. I'll also be asking we place those who are marked into your cells, and I know you have them, to keep them separated from those we arrest just for taking bribes. I'd also like to summarily dismiss all those who would support Riddle, and will probably be marked, if given the opportunity. But, I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to get away with that. Fudge will overrule me, he'll say, and he'll be right, we can't dismiss someone for something they might do. That's not a crime, we'll figure something out, Amelia, said Croaker. He's not back yet. Now, I have a fair idea why, but I'd like you to tell me, anyway. Why haven't you arrested those taking bribes? Because the ones doing the bribing would soon find someone else to bribe and continue on as they were, she replied. I'd much rather take the whole lot at the same time. Wise, said Croaker. And, for what it's worth, our own investigations confirm what you told me Mr. Potter told you. The dark mark is definitely getting darker. Well, shit, she said. Do not act precipitously, Amelia, he warned. Through your actions from the warnings of Mr. Potter, we currently have an advantage. We don't want to lose that. With a loud sigh, and before Croaker could disappear again, she said, there is another matter I need to discuss with you. Oh, he asked. I'm also reliably informed there is a prophecy concerning Mr. Potter and Voldemort, she quietly said. Croaker just went still. He didn't respond. I'm informed a copy of it resides in one of those spheres of yours in the Hall of Prophecy, she said. Mr. Potter requests confirmation that such a prophecy exists. To demonstrate he knows of it, he asks you look in aisle 97 feet. Then, he wants to talk to you about it. How does he know? Asked Croaker. No idea, she replied with a tiny bit of a shrug. But, he says it will confirm that Riddle, is not as dead as everyone seems to think he is. Well, shit, said Croaker, echoing Amelia's sentiments of a minute earlier. Harry and his wives had returned to normal life in the castle, and were in their apartment soon after Cleese ended for the day, when they received a knock on the door from the statue. Daphne, nearest at the time, went and opened it. Oh, she softly exclaimed, stepping out of the way. Harry and Hermione looked up in time to see a tall person step through in unspeakable robes. However, the nature of said robes made it difficult, if not impossible, to tell if it was a man or a woman, or even what height they really were. Not willing to take chances, all three drew their wands as soon as the unspeakable was fully within the apartment. Carefully, so not to cause the three undue alarm, the unspeakable raised his hands and flipped back his hood. They saw the man standing there to be who Harry thought it would be. Croaker, he muttered. And just how did you know that, Mr. Potter? He asked. I have my ways, said Harry. What brings you here? In a moment, he said. I'll give you an oath, first. Without waiting for acknowledgement, he allowed his wand to drop into his hand before giving his oath. I, the unspeakable known as Algernon Croaker, hereby swear on my magic I am not in the Hogwarts apartment of Harry Potter and his ladies to do him or them or all three harm. As I say, so I swear. There was a muted flash of light as the oath took effect. He then raised his wand and asked, May I add to your wards? With what? Asked Daphne, not giving an inch. He smiled at her and said, an unspeakable level anti-surveillance ward. Go ahead, she said, after only a moment. Croaker cast the ward and the four of them felt it settle over them, before he lowered and resheathed his wand. With a gesture towards the armchair, he asked, May I? Harry nodded and Croaker moved to sit on the armchair, after Crookshanks received short shrift. The three returned to sitting down as they resheathed their own wands, but spread across three of the couches. Watching them, Croaker seemed amused that they sat themselves widely separated. I take it no one else knows you're here? Asked Harry. No, he replied. So, what brings the head of the Unspeakables to come and converse with us? Asked Hermione. 2 reasons. First, I received a report from one of my people, said the man who was an enigma, getting to the point. She received a visit from Mrs. Greenger Potter's father. Harry wasn't surprised Croaker knew that little tidbit. He was only surprised that the man felt he needed to mention it. Mr. Greenger handed to her a transcript of a discussion you had just prior to Christmas at Greenger Farm. It was on the nature of souls, bodies and magic. I take it you recall what I'm talking about. I do, replied Harry, with a little nod of his head. My colleague found the information quite startling, and almost immediately brought it to my attention, said Croaker. That is, after she took time to absorb the information. She, as did I, found the information quite unsettling. Harry just sat there, not responding, which led Croaker, after a few moments, to smirk back. Point to me, thought Harry. And, why are you here? He asked. I wanted to meet the young man who was capable of such profound thoughts, replied Croaker. I also wanted to know how you came to such. Harry sat back and thought about it for a few moments, before he felt the very light tickle of a legilimency probe. Almost subconsciously, he batted it away. Naughty, naughty, he smirked back. Croaker just cocked an eyebrow at him. Apparently, not in the least abashed at being caught in the attempt. Harry eyed him for a few moments more and said, as a child I was always able to think. And, by that, I mean really think. Because of my upbringing, I also needed to be very aware of my surroundings, at all times. It was only the interference of the Weasley's potions that interrupted that mental flow. Now that I'm free of the potions, I'm once more able to think. Besides the nature of your true three-way soul bond, said Croaker, letting them know he knew the truth about that as well, what made you think about the nature of souls, bodies and magic? That started it, of course, replied Harry. But then I started to observe my environment again. I take it you understand the first rule of experimentation is observation. Croaker gave him a mere nod of acknowledgement. So, I started to observe, said Harry. And to think about what it was I was seeing. Harry settled himself more relaxed in his seat. Ghosts only coming from magicals, for instance. Why, if magic is part of the physical, you, rather than spiritual, you, that should not be possible. However, if magic is spiritual rather than physical, residing in the spirit rather than the body, it makes sense. But, of course, it's only a hypothesis at the moment. To prove my hypothesis, if I could manage it without too many people finding out about it in the early stages of the research, I'd find a way of making a wand free float without the use of magic. Or, just hang it suspended by a piece of string. Then I'd ask a ghost to grip the wand, as if they could actually hold it. And then I'd ask them to see if they could channel magic through it. Of course, as they can't move the wand making the right gestures, I'd ask them to perform something simple that didn't require gestures, such as Lumos and Nox. If I'm right and they can, that would, right there, prove my hypothesis. And, my thoughts on it tell me it would work. He looked right at Croaker again and asked, are you aware of what happened in the Chamber of Secrets here back almost 2 years ago? Tell me about it, he said, neither confirming nor denying what he knew. There was an object, a diary, that contained what I've now come to know was a soul fragment of Tom Riddle. In effect it made the diary a soul container, of sorts, said Harry. What Harry didn't know was that Croaker felt as if his blood had just turned to ice. He was very thankful that his outward demeanor did not reflect his perturbation. The enchantments on the diary included a compulsion charm to cause one to begin writing in it. Once they did, they couldn't help but unburden their soul onto the pages within. From my own contact with the accursed thing, it would also write back, encouraging you to keep going. Through that process you would begin to fall under the thrall of the soul fragment within, continued Harry. By the events of the battle with the basilisk within the chamber, that thrall had reached the point where the soul fragment was drawing off, apparently, the life force of the young victim in an attempt to regain a physical body. It seemed to be working, too. By the time I arrived down there, the soul fragment had the appearance of a ghost and was outside of the diary. The ghost took on the form of a 15-year-old Tom Riddle. But, the amazing thing was, young Mr. Riddle was able to pick up and use a wand. He cast spells through it. He used the flagranti charm to fire right in the air. It was that event, more than anything else, which got me thinking about whether magic was in the body or in the spirit. It was also that event that got me thinking that a ghost always takes the form of the shape the body was in when it died. Riddle's spirit in the chamber was of his 15-year-old self, and wearing his Hogwarts uniform, complete with his prefect's badge. That is, the time the soul fragment was broken off. However, his spirit that was possessing Quirrell a year before was in the form of his mutilated 60-plus-year-old self. Makes sense, said Croaker. And your idea that unborn magical souls going into Muggle fetuses is how we get Muggleborns. Again, it's a logical hypothesis. Muggle science in genetics tells us the likelihood of diverse Muggleborns being conceived and having pretty much an identical magical disposition, such as the ability to use a wand, the same interaction with wizard magic, rather than, say, elfish or goblin magic, and similar magical strength, would be considered by a Muggle geneticist as so unlikely as to induce one to roar with laughter at the absurdity of it. However, having thought more on the subject, I've also reached a hypothesis that all Muggleborns are actually the many times removed offspring of squibs. So, the two hypotheses are now in conflict. Or, are they? It could also be that both are correct. That is, magical souls are drawn to Muggle fetuses that have a genetic predisposition towards magic due to their ancestry. I just don't know, he shrugged. However, one day, I hope to find out. Croaker looked back at Harry for a few moments with an inscrutable expression before he seemed to reach a decision. He gave a firm nod and said, "I'd rather you not." Surprised, Harry asked, "Why ever not?" "Consider the political and societal ramifications," the unspeakable replied. "If the purebloods learn that their magical heritage has absolutely nothing to do with their blood, it could bring down our society. Second, if it can be learned that a ghost can cast magic, it could have major ramifications with ghosts being used to cast offensive spells. Once you learn a fact, that fact can be used for nefarious purposes. It can also be used to lead the way into a glorious future," disagreed Hermione. "Scientists, the world over, have struggled with that concept in the Muggle world for millennia. A perfect example is the thoughts and findings of Galileo Galilei," she began to explain. "In the late 16th century he put forward the hypothesis that the heavens, the stars, the sun and the moon, did not revolve around the earth, as was the very popular belief of the day. Instead, he posited that the earth was only another body within the firmament, and that it actually revolved around the sun. He then extrapolated on that and stated the sun, our sun, was only one of many within galaxies of such. This flew in the face of current thought. And it flew in the face of the dominant religious beliefs of the time. That is very much akin to the situation in magical Britain, perhaps the magical world, as a whole, today. Of course, we now know Galileo's views to be true, and that has led to astounding and enormous leaps in scientific knowledge, especially as it relates to astrophysics, space exploration and meteorology, to name a few such fields of study. No, Mr. Croaker, she said. It's not the research and thoughts that are the problem. You need to prepare society, its beliefs and its mores, for the possible findings of what may well be discovered. What will be discovered sooner or later? You cannot stop it happening. As Professor McGonagall once told us, you need to do what is right, not what is easy. I have no intention of dumping this on magical Britain in one great dump of knowledge, Mr. Croaker, said Harry. I'll dole it out, piecemeal. We're first starting with the nature of the soul, and that'll be disseminated in the book on soul bonds we're currently writing. And, it'll not be as a fact, it'll be as an idea, a concept. In other words, we're writing about how we feel we are souls with bodies, rather than bodies with souls. That'll give the populace something to think about. It'll be something for them to consider for themselves. Then, we start coming out with the findings from observational evidence. And, finally, the findings from physical experimentation. And all that will be spread over many years. We don't want to dump it all in their laps as a fait accompli. They'll feel as if they just got smacked up the side of the head with a mackerel, and will illogically rebuke and rebut. We don't want that. We want them to accept the findings without a knee-jerk denial of the evidence similar to the responses against Galileo. And yet you did, as you put it, smack the populace in the side of their heads with a mackerel, when you released that information about the truth of Voldemort, argued Croaker. That's because we don't have time to hold back regarding Riddle, said Harry. Riddle's been trying to get himself physically resurrected since at least 1991 that I know of. He tried in 1991-92 to get the Philosopher's Stone. And, he tried to the life force out of young Ginevra Weasley in 1992-93. I also believe it's his agents who have forced me to compete in the Tri-Wizard tournament, possibly in an attempt to kidnap me. And his dark mark is darkening, which is leading his followers to believe he's on his way back to physical form. Sooner or later, probably sooner, Riddle will succeed, and we'll have Voldemort to face once more. Unless you have a way to entrap and then banish his spirit, he has time, determination and perseverance on his side. Croaker sat there for a few moments before he suddenly said, "Tell me about this soul container, this diary." So Harry led him through what he knew of it, other than he knew it to be called a Horcrux. But he lied and told him that Spirit Riddle told him he'd planned to make others, and probably had. But didn't tell him they'd found them and used the ritual circle in the room of requirement to banish the soul fragments from them. Ritual magic was still banned by law, except for very specific purposes, within magical Britain. Besides, they didn't want the unspeakables to find the ring before Dumbledore. That would be disastrous. It also meant sending Dumbledore after the ring was now a high priority. And that brought them to the subject Harry wanted to speak about with the man. He was about to raise it when Croaker beat him to it. "Madam Bones has informed me you wish to visit the Hall of Prophecies to hear a prophecy you believe is about you and Riddle," said Croaker. "I do," replied Harry with a slow nod. "Do you know what it contains?" asked the Unspeakable. Harry hesitated a moment, unsure of how much to tell the Unspeakable, when he decided not to lie, or even misdirect, about it. "Yes, Dumbledore has a copy of it in his pensieve. He was present when the prophecy was originally given." "Do you remember what it says?" asked Croaker. "Vividly," replied Harry. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." Harry then sat back with a sigh. "If you know what it says," said Croaker, "why do you want to go and listen to the one in the Hall of Prophecies?" "To confirm two things," he replied. "First, that the prophecy in Dumbledore's pensieve is real, and not one he faked up for my benefit, and, second, to see if the sphere still glows white, rather than dull gray." "Ah, of course," muttered Croaker. "That way, you know the prophecy wasn't completed in Godric's Hollow Halloween, 1981. Harry simply nodded back. When Croaker left a short while later, with the excuse he had much to think about and do, the three immediately began checking the entire apartment for monitoring and listening devices. Once they were satisfied there were none, that is, that they could find, Daphne said, "We need to send Dumbledore after the ring now." "I know," sighed Harry. "You shouldn't have told him you believed there were other containers," she said. "No, I had to," he disagreed. "I need him to accept that Riddle is still out there. If he thought there was only one, he might have thought I'd destroyed Riddle for good with the diary." A quick glance at his watch and Harry sat up straight. "Oh, damn," he muttered. "We're missing dinner." "Dobby," called Daphne. With a small pop the little elf appeared. "Yes, mistress," he asked. "Can you organize a dinner in here for us, please?" she asked. "We seem to be running late for dinner in the Great Hall." "Yes, ma'am. Dobby can be doing that." And the little elf popped away again. A few minutes later, they had a lovely layout of a dinner for three at the round dining table Dobby usually organized for them. They spent quite a bit of time discussing Croaker's visit. The next morning the bondmates were resolved to enact their plan to send Dumbledore after the ring as soon as the opportunity presented itself. And that happened 2 days later. They were coming down the stairs to the entrance hall to head for dinner when they spied Dumbledore talking to someone. Later, they learned the person was the parent of a Gryffindor student who had received a minor injury during a mishap in potions. "We'll do it now," Harry muttered to his wives. As they were about to pee, Harry said, "No, it's definitely a triangle, a circle and vertical line. It's not a rune I can recognize, nor does it look similar to one." "A triangle in a circle with a line through it?" asked Hermione. "No, a circle inside a triangle with a vertical line through it," he corrected. They'd just ped the headmaster, and the parent he'd been talking to, when Dumbledore called out and hurried over. "Mr. Potter." Harry and his wives turned to the headmaster. The parent was walking out the main doors. With a cold look at the old man, Harry asked, "Yes, headmaster. That symbol you were describing. If I may ask, where did you learn of it?" asked Dumbledore. Harry stared back for a few minutes pretending to think about it. Hermione, as planned, said, "Tell him, Harry. He might be able to help." Harry looked to Hermione for a few moments as Daphne said, "As much as I hate to agree on this point, she's right." As Hermione offered him encouragement, he turned to look at Daphne. "You're sure?" he asked her. "Yes," she firmly said. With a sigh, Harry turned to look back at Dumbledore. The man was visibly eager to hear what Harry had to say. "I keep having this dream. It's the same dream over and over again. It's of a ring with this big ugly clunky stone on it. Carved onto the ring stone is this symbol. It's a circle within a triangle. Bisecting the triangle and circle is a vertical line. The next thing I see is an old shack in the woods. I know it has something to do with the ring, but I don't know why. Nailed to the door of the shack is a dead S in a flat S shape. Standing just outside and away from the door a bit is a quite ugly man. He looks angry. When I look at him, I think about how gaunt he looks, though he's not, really. If anything, he's a bit chunky. That's all I know." Harry nearly burst out laughing when he saw the expression on Dumbledore's face the old man tried to mask. "Headmaster," he asked, "do you know what it means?" Giving himself a bit of a shake, the old man readopted his grandfatherly mien and said, "I shall spend some time thinking about it, Mr. Potter." "Does your scar hurt when you have these visions?" "It's not a vision, headmaster," Harry irritably replied, something he didn't have to act. "It's a dream. I have them while I sleep. It just happens to be one I'm aware of when I wake up." Yes, of course, my boy," the old man said almost absent-mindedly. Coming back to himself, he said, "I shall discuss this with others and see if I can work out what it means for you. Thank you for telling me. And, no, my scar doesn't hurt," Harry added. "It hasn't hurt since we three soul bonded and there was this hideous smell and black muck come pouring out of the wound." Lifting his fringe up, Harry showed the scar and said, "Since then, the scar has been fading away. Whatever was there has now gone for good." Shocked at the state of Harry's scar, the headmaster goggled back a bit before he said, "That's incredible, Mr. Potter. No more headaches, no visions." "No, to both, headmaster," Harry firmly said. "I'm glad to hear that," said the headmaster. Though, the old man also appeared confused to hear it, too. Harry gave a grunt in response and muttered, "Whatever." He turned himself and his wives around and walked towards the doors into the great hall. As they walked away, Hermione said loud enough for the headmaster to hear, "He might be able to help, Harry. Give him time to think about it and ask others." As they sat down, Daphne muttered to him, "You saw how gaunt he looked, though he wasn't. Could you have been any more obvious?" Harry smiled back and said, "I didn't want to leave it up to chance. It takes him a while to figure it out." All through dinner, the three bondmates saw that Dumbledore didn't attend. "Our headmaster appears absent," said Luna from across the table. "He's probably too busy to attend," said Daphne. "After all, he's currently hosting 2 other schools, as well as looking after Hogwarts." Luna just smiled back and returned to her dinner. Harry could tell she knew something was going on. Harry just hoped she didn't know they were planning the demise of the headmaster. That afternoon they'd also been able to corral Neville to find out anything more about his parents. The girls practically dragged him back to their apartment. Harry was already there working on IGN mints and wrapping up third-year ancient runes. "Look who we ran into," said Hermione, dragging Neville in behind her. "Nev," exclaimed Harry, "come in, please, have a seat. Do you usually send your wives out to kidnap house scions, Harry?" The other boy asked a little miffed, as he moved to sit opposite. "Huh?" asked Harry, thoroughly confused. "Your wives grabbed me and dragged me up here," explained Neville. "Did they?" asked Harry, turning to look at both. "Sorry, I had no idea." "Never mind that," said Daphne, as both moved to sit either side of Harry. "How are your parents, Neville?" "Oh, they're good," replied the other boy, now looking a little embered. "Have they been released yet?" she asked. "Yeah, replied Neville. Sorry, I should have told you. Watching the byplay, Harry turned to Neville and grinned. I dare say that's why my wives, as you put it, kidnapped you. We did not, huffed Hermione. We invited him to come visit. We just didn't give him much choice in the matter, finished Daphne. Chuckling, Harry turned to Neville and said, Sorry. I find it's an exercise in futility to argue with them. So I'm learning. Neville wryly grinned back. How've your parents been? Asked Harry. I take it, since they've both been released, they're able to move about on their own now. Yeah, slowly, replied Neville. But, Gran and our house elves are there for them at Longbottom Hall. Gran even splurged, and bought another just to be nurse for them. We're happy for you, Nev, he said. By the sounds of it they'll both be right as rain by summer break. That's the plan, sighed the other boy. Barring any complications, which seem less and less likely each day, they should be able to move about on their own by the end of June or early July. So, how come you haven't come and kept us updated? Asked Hermione. Hermione, scolded Daphne. That was rude. While Hermione blushed and muttered an apology, Neville was also blushing. I'm sorry about that, he said, looking down. I was uncomfortable that I'm getting my parents back, and Harry, he trailed off. You were worried I'd be offended you were getting your parents back and I wasn't? Asked Harry, shocked. Yeah, muttered Neville, still looking away. Then you were being an idiot, Harry firmly shot back. Startled, Neville jerked as if he'd been slapped and stared back at Harry in shock. Neville, said Harry, leaning forward and trying to be as earnest as possible. Make no mistake, I'm very, very happy for you. And for them. Have you forgotten, already, that your mother is my godmother? Calmer but a little sheepish, Neville replied, yeah, I did. Well, I'm genuinely happy for you, Nev, said Harry. You need not worry I'd be upset or jealous you have your parents back. My name's not Ron Weasley. A lot more relieved, Neville said, thanks, Harry. There's nothing to thank me for, shrugged Harry. Other than for forgiving you for thinking so poorly of me. And you have that, too. Again, thanks, the other boy said, a little firmer. That aside, and, since you're here, asked Harry. That'd be nice, said Neville. Dobby, called Daphne. 3 days later they found out Dumbledore had ended up in the infirmary when one of the few gossips of Ravenclaw had gone to get a potion for, as they blushed and explained. Study stress. That's that done, said Harry, smiling to his bondmates. However, half an hour later he noticed Hermione was upset. He walked over, dragged her to a couch and, with her wrapped in his arms, asked, all right. What's wrong? It took a little while. Harry just held and cuddled her while he waited for her to respond. She eventually replied, we killed him, Harry. We set him up to die. Those are two different things, Hermione, he replied. The first would be considered murder. The second is we engineered a situation where we knew he'd end up dying because that's what happened in the original timeline. We didn't kill him, love, said Daphne coming over to cuddle her from the other side. This event was going to happen. All we did was bring the event forward in time. Dumbledore is one of the preeminent minds of knowledge pertaining to magic in the world. He knew better than to put the ring on, even with the compulsion charm it had upon it. He's a master occlumens, and he should have been able to easily overcome it. All we've done is moved up what was going to happen by about 15 months, added Harry, before he asked, did Roma tell you he still had to die? Hermione sniffled and nodded. I asked why and she told me it was both his time and that he needed to be removed from the equation, so that the rest of the wizarding world would prosper. And you've never been one to agree that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one, said Harry. She snorted and quickly had to wipe her nose with a handkerchief before she replied. No, she replied, while wiping. That's no different than Dumbledore's own, the greater good, nonsense. All right, sighed Harry. We know that Horcrux had to be destroyed, right? She nodded. And we know it was also the most magically protected of them all, right? Again, she nodded. And we also know the only one who was likely to be able to get through all those protections was Dumbledore, right? After she'd thought about it for a while, again, she nodded. Then he had to go after the ring, and have it destroyed as a Horcrux, before the third task, said Harry. I think we kind of left it to the last moment, don't you? With a sigh she replied, yeah, I guess we did. No guess about it, love. We did, added Daphne. We have no idea what the unspeakables would do with it if they found it. If what I hear about them is correct, they would have held on to it for almost forever simply to study it. We had to send him, so we sent him, Harry firmly said. Grieve for the man he once was and should have remained. Please, don't grieve for the manipulative old fool he has become. It took a few days but, a week after Dumbledore went after the ring, Hermione had managed to reason her way through it. However, she still felt a little ashamed each time she saw him. This time around, the old man was wearing a skin-toned glove to cover his hand. But the three also knew exactly what that hand looked like under the glove, blackened and shriveling. Harry decided it was high time he contacted his godfather again, to share experiences. Holding the mirror he whispered across the surface, Padfoot. It took a little while but the mirror finally buzzed, the connection being made before the fog cleared and Sirius's face appeared. Hello, he said. Do I know you? That caused Hermione to laugh, Daphne to smile, and Harry to give a hard-done-by sigh. It's not been that long, Sirius, he snarked back. Sirius looked back at him in shock and gasped. You know my name. All right, grumbled Harry. I get the very obvious hint. You want me to contact you more often. Good, Sirius firmly said. Now, what can I do for you? Well, I was only contacting you just to say hello, you know, said Harry. However, since I'm contacting you and all, you can tell me how Remus is doing in his new job. Well, he expected a small bursary he'd have to look after, and that it would, therefore, be a short-term job. When he found out just how much money had been set aside, and that it wouldn't be the total amount, he nearly flipped, explained the old dog. He then angrily called me yelling about how much he was supposed to be paid. And demanded I talk you out of it. I then contacted Ackerman and Company, and they then contacted him with the evidence that it was the going rate for someone at his level. Only then did he back down on refusing to accept that much pay. From me, that was a bloody clever way to get Mooney to accept a decent job with decent pay, Harry. I just hope he's happy doing it, sighed Harry. I know it'll be a rewarding job and he'll be able to get a lot out of it. However, it's also going to be a very demanding job. That's why there are provisions to employ under-bursars as soon as possible. So he's not run ragged. You can be he loves the job, Harry, Sirius said. Well, seriously. I'm glad, said Harry. Now, have you been doing any excavating? Oh, said Sirius, perking up again and twigging to what his godson was getting at. Yep, and it's all done already. I'll give you the full tour when you come to visit me this Easter. You wouldn't recognize the place. That is, you wouldn't recognize the place if you'd been here before, which you haven't. I get it, Padfoot, said Harry. Your godson needs to visit his godfather and spend a bit of time with him. We'll do it. Good, said Sirius. I'd expect you to bring your wives with you, so no need for the hint. I've even already set up a room for the three of you, with an extra large bed. He then grinned somewhat evilly back and said, I also expect you to put up your own silencing charms. When both ladies almost instantly blushed, Sirius barked with laughter again. When the connection was cut, Harry turned to his wives and said, You do realize, this means we're going to have to prank him, right? Definitely, Daphne firmly replied. Hermione just nodded. After a few minutes Hermione said, I have an idea. And promptly dragged Daphne away to softly talk to each other. From the squeals and laughter coming from the two of them, Harry thought it must be a doozy. The next morning owl delivery saw a stack of owls coming to Hermione and Daphne. The two girls eagerly checked the loads and started removing them from the individual owls. When Harry moved to help, he found the back of his hand resolutely smacked by Daphne. This is for us ladies, Harry, she scolded him. We'll let you know what we're up to later. Harry just pulled his hands back in a gesture of surrender and smiled. During History of Magic, both his wives sat next to each other, a very rare occurrence as they usually sat either side of Harry, and, while whispering at each other, were madly filling out forms of some kind and snickering to each other. When they were ready to head to lunch, the two girls said they had to attend the Ollery first and would meet Harry there, sending him on his way, alone. Walking down to the great hall, Harry felt somewhat d. He hadn't not had a witch on his arm for walks like this since they'd started the school year. When he walked into the great hall he went immediately to the Ravenclaw table. Of course, Harry not having one or both of the school's most beautiful witches on his arms was so odd that all talking stopped as he walked in. It was only Luna who asked, "Missing something, Harry?" she asked. Harry smiled and cocked an eyebrow at her. "The ladies are engaged in some secret women's business that me, as a mere male, am not privy to." Luna cocked her head and looked at him before she said, "They're engaged in setting up a prank. I don't know who the intended victim is, but I know it's not you or me." Sirius, thought Harry. Look out, Godfather. It was a couple of days later when Harry's mirror buzzed indicating Sirius wanted to talk to him. When he answered, the first words out of Sirius's mouth were an almost barked, "You did this." Harry could hear the laughter coming from the background behind Sirius and recognized it as the laughter of both Remus and Nymphadora Tonks. "Well, that's one relationship I won't have to worry about making sure happens." "What am I supposed to have done?" he calmly asked. "Magazine subscriptions," barked Sirius. "Lots of them." "You have magazine subscriptions?" asked Harry. Harry didn't notice his wives suddenly look at each other, get up and walk into the bedroom before closing the door behind them. "No," barked Sirius. "Well, yes, but I didn't organize them. There are owls everywhere." "Wait," said Harry. "What did you subscribe to?" "I didn't subscribe to anything," barked Sirius. "That is, I didn't subscribe to anything except the Prophet." "You did this." "What?" "No," decried Harry. "I wouldn't have." "Well, yes, I would have if I'd thought of it, but I didn't." Harry could see Sirius frown at him for a long few seconds before he turned on his friend, Remus, in the background. "Moony," he barked. Harry heard Moony laughing. "It wasn't me, Padfoot. I told you that. Marauder's honor." Meanwhile he could still hear Tonks laughing near hysterically in the background. When Sirius turned back, he again glared at Harry before he asked, "If not you, then who?" Suddenly, Harry heard Tonks's voice call out in a sing-song voice, "You who?" "Sir Hughes, your copy of Well Hung Wizards has arrived." Before she broke down hysterically laughing again, with Remus. "Well hung we." Harry started, shocked. He suddenly smirked and said, "Sirius, do I need to worry there won't be a rightful heir of House Black in the future? Whoever did this has declared war on a marauder." His godfather cried out, "Get off, you ruddy bird." Harry looked up to see what his wives thought of all this, only to notice they'd gone and the bedroom door was closed. "Ah," he thought. When he looked back, the scene in the mirror changed and bounced around a bit before suddenly Remus's face was in the mirror. He'd been laughing so hard he appeared to have been crying. "Woo, was it you, cub?" he asked, red-faced. "No, Uncle Moony," replied a Harry who was now chuckling. "However, I think I know who it could have been." "Oh?" asked the old wolf, calming down a fair bit. "Pray tell, who was so vain as to have declared a prank war on a marauder?" "Well, Padfoot got a bit, well, smart alecky, with Daphne and Hermione about our life a few days ago," replied Harry, as he listened to his godfather rant and rave in the background while his young metamorphogous cousin laughed at him. "I think this might have been their retaliation." Remus almost goggled at him before he suddenly smirked back. "Well, if it was, and I'm not going to tell him, by the way, it was a bloody clever retaliation prank. This place is both swarming with owls and there's naughty, and even a few not so naughty, magazines everywhere. Hey, Sirius," he heard Tonks call, "can I borrow this copy of Housewitch's Quarterly? I've not read it, yet." "Well, it's just a few magazines," grinned Harry before his honorary uncle laughed back. "A few," he scoffed. "They started arriving last night." Sirius was, shall we say, entertaining a lady friend when the first, risque one turned up. Apparently, according to Sirius, she stormed off in a huff saying she was going to tell all her single friends what a dirty wizard he was. "Ah," said Harry, understanding. "I'll tell the girls to stop," he said. "That would be nice," agreed Remus, grinning his head off. Harry disconnected his mirror and, pocketing it, went to find out what his wives were up to. He just walked into their bedroom to find both on the bed, laughing their heads off. "All right, you two," he said, amused. Just how many magazine subscriptions did you sign Sirius up for? All of them, laughed Hermione. Wait, what do you mean, all of them? He asked. All of them, she laughed. Every magazine subscription we could get our hands on. Harry sighed, trying not to laugh himself. Well, I think I can honestly say, if he finds out it was you too, he'll admit you won. Now, can you shut them down? Oh, it was only a short-term subscription, and, therefore, a short-term prank, said Daphne. He gets the latest issue and one back issue, that's it. Harry smirked and decided he wasn't feeling sorry for his godfather, after all. The man brought this on himself. I want a copy of all the subscription forms for the male homo ones, he said. That got the attention of his wives. What? Why? Squeaked Hermione. I think Draco needs to widen his reading material, he calmly replied with a wide grin. Both girls looked at him for a second before they both burst out laughing, again. Oh, and Remus knows it was you too, he added. But, he won't tell Sirius. He agrees, I think, that Sirius deserves it. Who knows, said Daphne. He might just learn something from those witch romance magazines we sent him. I don't know about those, but, I do know one of the subscriptions was for a magazine called Well Hung Wizards, he said. I heard Tonks, in the background, laughing at him about it. Tonks was there? Asked Hermione, surprised but happy. Yep, grinned Harry. I think that's one relationship we don't need to worry about making sure still happens. Good, she sighed. I want to see Teddy, again. Teddy? Asked Daphne. Who's Teddy? Remus and Tonks's son, replied Hermione. He's a metamorphagus, too. Surprised, Daphne asked, Professor Lupin and Tonks have a baby together. Isn't he old enough to be her father? Well, for a start, there's only about 10 years age difference, he began, before Hermione cut in. 13, she said, quote. 13 years age difference between them, he corrected himself. So, it's really not all that much. He didn't become a professor until she was already 2 years out of school and into the Auror Academy, so there's nothing wrong there. And, it was her chasing him. She fought hard to get him to date her, said Hermione. She kept having trouble with wizards wanting her to use her metamorphic abilities to change into movie stars and things. And, she hated that. Remus both knew and understood her pain from that sort of disappointment. He never asked her to change into someone else either before or after they got together. And was happy for her to be whatever she wanted. If anything, it was that attitude that made her fall head over heels in love with him. However, he wasn't so sure about starting a relationship with her, said Harry. First, he worried his lycanthropy would lead to her getting infected. And, later, worried that any child they had would be born with the affliction. I think, in the end, she practically D'd him during one of the times he was feeling sorry for himself and needed some cuddling. Not, per se, but, took advantage of, definitely. They married in the summer of 1997 and died at the Battle of Hogwarts, together, less than a year later. In the meantime, they had a son, Theodore Remus Lupin, who was less than a month old when his parents died, almost together. He will be, my godson. With a sigh, he said, that was one of the hardest things knowing, coming back, that he might not be born this time around. Knowing that Remus and Tonks seem to have started a relationship means there's very good chances he will be again. Whether or not they ask me to be his godfather, though. He shrugged. Well, that's both heart-lifting and depressing at the same time, said Daphne. Climbing off the bed, she said, you wanted copies of the subscription forms, you say. I organized 2 of everything in case we ruined the first ones. We didn't, so I've still got the second copies. As Harry and Hermione followed her, she went to Carl in the living room and pulled out the stack of small forms before turning back to Harry and handing them to him. Do you need a hand choosing the right ones? She coyly asked. Yes, please, he said. Together, the 3 sorted through them selecting just which ones to gift Ferret Boy. During breakfast meal 2 days later the girls received a small white flag with an outline of a grim on it, sitting on its own little flagpole. This had them both cracking up laughing again. It seems your victim has surrendered, said Luna. Daphne reached out and stood the little flag on its pole up in the middle of the table. I dare say it's only a lull in the war, replied Harry. I think we can call this one a short battle, which the girls won. The flag is just Sirius's way of acknowledging their victory for this round. You think he'll retaliate? Asked Hermione. I do, he replied. But it'll not be for a while. I think he'll wait until summer, though, as we're heading towards the final task and exams. He might be a prankster, at heart, but he won't want to distract us from what it is we need to accomplish. It was the very next morning when a large abundance of owls swooped in carrying large envelopes and headed directly for the Slytherin table. Particularly, towards one skinny male teenager. Harry glanced at both girls and said, "You're grinning too much." He'll know it was as if he looks this way. Luna cocked an eyebrow at them before she looked towards the Slytherin table, herself. She was just in time to watch as Malfoy began to loudly berate the owls as they all tried to get to him at once. His dorm and housemates began to shy away from him as more owls flocked in. The sheer number of owls, of course, quickly had the attention of everyone in the hall. As Malfoy tried as quickly as he could to shed the owls of their loads, everyone watched as Goyle opened one of the envelopes. In full view of everyone, he pulled out a magazine with a picture of a half-D man on the cover. This had the whole hall gawking as both Professor Snape and McGonagall swooped down upon them. Before they got there, though, Goyle had already opened another and pulled a similar magazine from within, unconcernedly holding it up. The three bondmates were trying their hardest to stifle their laughter as Professor McGonagall practically snatched the latest magazine out of Goyle's hand, and looked at it. The professor took a long moment to read the cover before she rounded on Malfoy and practically screeched, "Mr. Malfoy. What is the meaning of this?" as she waved the magazine almost under the boy's nose. That started the hall snickering, at first, before they began to laugh. That allowed the three bondmates to finally release their own laughter. A very red-faced Malfoy was spluttering, "I don't know, Professor. This has nothing to do with me." That brought the headmaster down to find out what was going on. "Well, they have your name on them, Mr. Malfoy." She shot right back. "Or should I be calling you Draco Teddy Bear Malfoy?" That was it for the student population. Just about every student began almost howling with laughter. Some of the staff was trying to look appalled but were failing miserably with grins on their faces. By then, Professor McGonagall realized what was going on and was trying her best to ensure she didn't so much as smile. However, the twinkling in her eyes showed her own mirth. Meanwhile, Professor Snape was scowling at his godson, one moment, and doing his best to vanish the loads of magazines as they were released from the owls, the next. The rest of Slytherin House were trying their damnedest to slide along the benches as far away from Malfoy as possible. The table almost appeared to be of two smaller houses with Malfoy sitting between them. Even Goyle eventually saw the wisdom of that, though not Crabbe. "It appears Mr. Malfoy has been the victim of a well-executed prank, Minerva," said Dumbledore. "You think?" She shot back. In a clear voice she exclaimed, "I don't think Mr. Teddy Bear, sorry, Malfoy, would be so foolish as to subscribe to a magazine called Your Wizard, which is clearly of nude men, and have it delivered in the Great Hall at breakfast." Professor Flitwick, bless him, fell off his chair into the floor, where he proceeded to roll back and forth while howling with laughter. Professor Sprout was attempting to simultaneously berate her colleague while also laughing her head off at the table. Other students were matching him roll for roll. Of course, the sheer amount of noise was also upsetting the owls who were still trying to deliver their loads. They were flying about above the scene while hooting, screeching and barking their displeasure. As other students began leaving, Harry snuck the three of them and Luna out of the Great Hall, lest it give someone ideas they had something to do with it. The next morning, Harry received a letter from the minister's own office. It was even signed by him. He muttered, flipping it over to open it. A quick read through and he handed it off to Daphne, as Hermione was looking far too eager to read it. The girl still needed to curb her demands to know information. "Nice," said Daphne, staring at Hermione for her eagerness. Once Hermione backed off, she then handed her the letter. "It's about time," said Daphne. Once Hermione practically devoured it with her eyes, she let out a bit of squeal and hugged Harry. "So, next weekend," said Harry. "The minister, himself, wants to award me the Order of Merlin in the atrium of the ministry at 10 a.m., sharp, Saturday." She said. Looking at Hermione, she asked, "And what shall we dress him in?" "Huh," asked Harry. "I think that might depend on what the color of the ribbon is," said Hermione, thinking about it. "Crimson," replied Daphne. "And the metal is gold. Greens to contrast, or reds to complement?" asked Hermione. "Reds," said Daphne. "We don't want it to look like he deliberately dressed to make the order stand out. Besides, he's an heir of Gryffindor, and he used the Gryffindor sword at the time." "Reds it is," agreed Hermione. "Do I get a say in this?" he asked, a little affronted. "No, not for something this important," disagreed Hermione. "If you could, you'd turn up in jeans and a pullover. And claim that you'd dressed neatly." Harry rolled his eyes as Luna tittered at his antics. "Well, I would have, wouldn't I?" During the lunch break, the girls sent out owls to Sirius, Remus, Matthias and Dees, and Ant and Sele, letting them know of the award ceremony. Then, over the next few days, they coordinated with the families to get the Grangers in to witness the event, and planned Harry's outfit. They chose a crimson so dark as to almost appear black, with shirt to complement and match. On the Saturday morning, Harry was dressed in his dark crimson robes with black underrobes and pale, almost pink, shirt underneath. He also wore a black cape to take care of the chill in the air. The ladies were also dressed in high style. Both were wearing late fashion robes of, in Hermione's case, autumnal colors, while Daphne wore robes that gave the impression of sea foam. Both were also wearing jewelry Harry hadn't seen before. When he pointed it out, Daphne told him it was on loan from the Greenger collection. "During summer, we go down to the Potter Heirlooms vault and see what's available to you," he told them while they waited. They were just doing a last-minute check of their appearance when the headmaster walked up to them. "Mr. Potter, ladies," he said. "Headmaster," replied Harry a little coldly. "Have you found out anything about the dream I've been having?" No, Mr. Potter. I'm still investigating that," replied the old man. "I've come to ask you not to accept the Order of Merlin, this morning." "Why ever not?" asked Harry. I'm sorry," stuttered Dumbledore. "I asked, why ever not?" replied Harry. "Oh," said the headmaster. I do not believe you are ready for the responsibilities such an award carries with it." "Again, why ever not?" asked Harry. "Pardon," asked Dumbledore. With a sigh, Harry asked, "Headmaster, is there something wrong with your hearing? I'm being very concise and clear in my diction, and I know I'm being loud enough for you to hear." "No, Harry, I'm just surprised by the question," replied Dumbledore. "I cannot fathom why, Headmaster," said Harry. "It is, after all, quite logical. Why do you believe I'm not ready for the responsibilities of accepting an Order of Merlin?" "Oh, yes," said the headmaster. "Because I believe you to be too young, Mr. Potter." "You mean, just like I was too young, as an 11-year-old, to kill my defense against the dark arts professor, who was being possessed by the malevolent spirit of Tom Riddle?" asked Harry. "Do you mean, just like I was too young, as a 12-year-old, to face a 60-plus foot long, 1,000-year-old basilisk with nothing but my wits, your phoenix and the sword of Godric Gryffindor? And yet, Headmaster, that's exactly what I did. I killed Slytherin's monster, a giant basilisk. In so doing I saved the life of an 11-year-old girl and, quite probably, the lives of a great deal more. Also, in so doing I defeated Tom Riddle again, and in the process stopped him from being resurrected to again terrorize magical Britain. I'm not being awarded the order because I did all that as an 11-year-old and then as a 12-year-old, I'm being awarded because I did that, irrespective of my age at the time. If I'm old enough to do that, I'm old enough to handle the responsibilities of a holder of the Order of Merlin. However, maybe it's not the responsibilities that concern you, Albus Dumbledore. Maybe it's that you cannot stand the idea that there's someone else in magical Britain who holds the Order of Merlin, first CL, besides yourself and Fudge." Harry didn't realize it, but as he berated the headmaster his voice became louder and louder. The strident voice of Professor McGonagall cut across the hall as she stormed out of the Great Hall. "Mr. Potter, calm yourself." Harry almost flinched from the voice and had to clamp down hard on his emotions. After a few moments, during which Professor McGonagall reached them, he turned to her and said, "My apologies, Professor. But, the headmaster is, yet again, attempting to butt his way into my life." Turning to Dumbledore, she asked, "Is this true, Albus? After how much the senior staff told you to stop, you're, again, attempting to manipulate Mr. Potter's life." "What I do?" began Dumbledore before the professor verbally rode over the top of him. "There is no such thing as your greater good, Albus," she shot back. "Stay out of Mr. Potter's personal life, or I and the rest of the senior staff will go to the school board." Dumbledore ced himself up, stared coldly at Harry for a moment, and said, "Very well." Before he then turned about and strode from the hall with as much dignity as he could muster, just as Sirius came striding in through the main doors. He took one look at the tableau before he asked, "What did I miss?" Rounding on Sirius, Harry almost snarled, "That antiquated, manipulative old fool." "Mr. Potter," barked Professor McGonagall. Again, Harry clamped down on his emotions after almost flinching from the professor's rebuke. Sirius cut in and said, "Perhaps we should take this to Professor Flitwick's office. He's waiting for us to use his flow connection to flow to the Ministry of Magic Atrium." "Yes, thank you, Sirius," said the professor. "I think that's a wise idea." Harry just gave a firm sharp nod in response. With his wives on either arm, Harry followed Sirius and Professor McGonagall up to Professor Flitwick's office. Once in Flitwick's office, the little professor said, "I see from the face of Mr. Potter there was at least a verbal altercation in the recent past." "Who was it, this time?" Professor McGonagall replied, "Albus has been attempting to stick his beak in Mr. Potter's personal life, again." "Oh," said the charms master. "From your comments I take it the headmaster was slapped down for his efforts." "Quite resoundingly," smiled Professor McGonagall. "And loudly." Harry sighed and said, "Again, Professor, my apologies." "That's quite all right, Mr. Potter," she gently said. "The entire staff is now fully aware of the manipulations of that old man." Harry looked at her rather calculatingly but didn't respond, and she wouldn't elaborate. The Potters were unaware of the loyalty potions the staff had been dosed with, that had now been utterly flushed from their systems, and the staff had no intention of informing them. "How much time do you have until you need to be at the ministry?" asked Professor Flitwick. "Almost 20 minutes, replied Sirius. He acknowledged. "I'd offer you tea. However, you really don't want that, as you'll probably have to remain on stage for some time as the minister speaks." "It's okay, Professor," said Harry. "But, thank you for the offer. You need to learn to get better control of your anger, Mr. Potter," he calmly said. "Anger can lead you to rash, ill-thought action. In almost all situations now, Professor, I'm able to keep my anger contained," replied Harry. "However, Albus Wulfric Dumbledore has a way of riling me." "That's Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Mr. Potter," corrected Professor McGonagall. "No, Professor, it is not. At least, not really," said Hermione. "The headmaster added those other two names to make himself look more important when he was younger." That stunned everyone except the three bondmates. "It's true," said Harry. "Notices of birth are public records. We wondered why the headmaster had 4 given names and yet his brother and sister only had 2 each. Our headmaster was born Albus Wulfric Dumbledore to Percival Wulfric Dumbledore and Kendra Brianna Dumbledore on the 7th of July 1881. He changed his name when he left Britain to begin his apprenticeship with Nicolas Flamel in France at the turn of the century soon after his sister died. I think he was about 19 then." "That's astounding," said the little charms master, as Professor McGonagall suddenly found herself needing to sit down in shock. "His name's a lie," Professor McGonagall nearly gasped. "Unknown," Harry replied with a shrug. "He could have changed it through legal means while he was in France." "I've not looked." From where he was sitting, Sirius began to chuckle before he broke out into full laughter. "Something funny, Sirius?" asked Professor Flitwick. "It's never struck me that Dumbledore was so vain," he chuckled. "He added more given names to make himself seem more important." "He's right. As kids that's exactly what we thought." "Well, he did it when he was 19, said Hermione. "Back then he'd not found the 12 uses of dragon's blood, apparently become the partner of Flamel, defeated Grindelwald and locked him up in Ermengarde, got himself elevated to the Wizengamot, or to the ICW." "Sorry?" asked Professor Flitwick. "Ermengarde. Oh," said Hermione. "When Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in one-on-one combat, He then had him locked up in Nurmengard, the prison Grindelwald, himself, built for his enemies off the northern coast of Poland in the Baltic Sea. Engraved into the lintel above the main doors are 4 words, "For the greater good." "That's where Dumbledore got that saying from," added Harry. "It was Grindelwald's mantra when he and Dumbledore became very close friends in 1899. That's when Grindelwald was visiting his aunt, Bathilda Bagshot, in Godric's Hollow, and the two became romantically involved. We think that's why Dumbledore didn't go after Grindelwald until 1945, said Hermione. He kept hoping his ex-boyfriend could be redeemed, and would give up his world domination nonsense." The 3 adults in the room sat stunned. "Grindelwald's alive?" asked Professor McGonagall, still quite shocked. "As far as we know, yes," replied Daphne. "Dumbledore's never claimed he killed him, only that he defeated him. He's never lied about that. However, he knows people think he killed him, he's just never corrected them of the unction either way. You can confirm it for yourself by asking Dumbledore directly. I don't think he'd lie about it, even now, if asked directly. Most of this you can probably confirm by talking to Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth, the proprietor of the Hog's Head pub in Hogsmeade." "But, anyway," said Harry, sitting up straighter in his chair, ready to stand up. "We need to think about making a move. The minister wants to hang a pretty ribbon about my neck and, since Madame Longbottom and Sirius worked him over pretty hard to get it done, we'd best not keep the man waiting." Yes," said Professor Flitwick, his mind clearly on other matters. Flow powders on the mantel. As the 4 arrived via Flow in the atrium at the ministry, Sirius helped Harry to his feet and used his wand to banish the soot off their robes. "Bloody hell, you 3. He muttered to them. "Warn people, in future, when you're about to dump shocking information on them." "I thought Minnie was going to have a heart attack. All that information is public knowledge, Sirius," said Harry. "We just have smart people we could send to go looking for it. Lawyers and goblins really know their stuff." As they talked, they were walking to the checkpoint. All 4 were looking around, looking for threats. In front of the fountain that dominated the business end of the atrium was a temporary dais with some seating on it. No one was on it, yet. The presentation was not for another 30-odd minutes. "We go see Madame Bones, first," said Sirius. "She wants a quick word before she escorts us in to see the minister." The 4 made their way through the checkpoint, where their wands were weighed, before Sirius led them to the lifts. They rode the lift to level 2 and quickly made their way to the office of the head of the DMLE, where they were quickly ushered through by Madame Bones's personal secretary. Walking in, Madame Bones was rising from behind her desk, walking around to greet her guests. "Sirius," she smiled, offering her hand. "Hello, Amelia," he replied back as she then offered her hand to each of the others. "Mr. Potter, Mrs. Granger Potter, Mrs. Granger Potter, welcome," she greeted them each in turn. "Ma'am," all 3 responded, in turn. "Please, take a seat," she said, gesturing to the 4 chairs she had before her desk. Once all 4 had taken seat and she returned to sitting behind her desk, she smiled at them before looking at Harry with a bit of a curious expression on her face. "I wonder if you could tell me, Mr. Potter, how it is you came to the conclusion I had Death Eaters on my staff," she said. "Logic," he smiled and shrugged back. "To me, once we reviewed all the informational evidence we'd gathered, it wasn't difficult to reach the conclusion that the ministry is riddled with them, if you'll pardon the pun. And, if not actual marked Death Eaters, then sympathizers." She looked back at him and his wives for a few minutes before she suddenly grunted and asked, "How's your occlumency?" "Very strong," said Harry. "For all 3 of us. It has something to do with the bonds. Of course, I remember." She gave another nod of acknowledgement before she said, "What I'm about to tell you is not for other ears." When the 4 nodded back, she said, "My senior staff and I have carried out a sweep of the ministry looking for such people. We found a few in my department, as you anticipated. And we found quite a few more throughout the other departments across the ministry. There was barely a single office within the ministry where we did not find a marked Death Eater, a witch or wizard who would not hesitate to become a Death Eater if given the opportunity, or a sympathizer, or any combination of the 3. If anything, almost every office had multiple such people, and that included my own department, and, apparently, the Department of Mysteries." Sirius gave a low whistle. Why have we not read about this in the Prophet? Asked Daphne. Madam Bones gave a little squirm in her seat and replied, we've kept it under very tight wraps. With the exception of my senior staff, after each interview, the person was obliviated of the knowledge they'd been questioned on the matter. A false memory was implanted to lead them to believe the DMLE was carrying out a very sensitive investigation into the theft of classified items from a sensitive location, and they were then forbidden from talking about it with anyone else. So, I take it, then, said Harry, that the Day and their ilk are still at their desks and their jobs. All you wanted to do was identify them, for now. She replied. Do you know why? You know that if you pull them out, more will simply take their places, said Hermione. By leaving them where they are, you know where they are, and can round them all up at a later date when you need to. Very good, congratulated Madam Bones. That's exactly why we've done that. She then said, now, perhaps you could care to explain why you believe I needed to do that work you strongly suggested I do, which I've done, by the way, by June. Harry was expecting the question so already had an answer prepared. I don't consider myself a seer, or anything like that. However, I have dreams. Dreams that I remember when I wake up. These dreams pretty much always have to do with Riddle and his lickspittles. It's those dreams that lead me to believe that, whatever it is that's going to happen, it has something to do with conclusion of the tournament. And there's only the third task left, on the 24th of June. I was entered into the Tri-Wizard tournament by someone acting against my own desires. After so long without discovering the identity of that person, I believe it's safe to say it wasn't a fan that was looking to do me a favor, or the like. Instead, I'm left with the belief it was someone intent on doing me harm. It also had to be someone who knew, in advance, how the competitors of the tournament were going to be selected. That left someone with inside information from high up in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the Department of Magical Games and Sports, or the Minister's office being the person who supplied that information. With how much I know I am a person of interest for Riddle and his lickspittles, it is not difficult to reach the conclusion it was probably them. And, that means they're out to do me harm. Now, they wanted me in the tournament. Which means, whatever it is they're planning on doing, is directly related to the 3 tasks. As we've now already completed 2 of the tasks, it means, whatever it is they're going to try to do, it'll be during the 3rd task. Personally, I think it's going to be a kidnapping attempt. So, we know the dark mark is getting darker. We know the Day believe this means Riddle's on his way back. We know that Riddle is currently, or recently was, only a spirit. We know that Riddle has twice already attempted to gain artifacts to enable him to be resurrected into physical form. We know that, whatever it is that's going to happen, it'll have something to do with the 3rd task of the Tri-Wizard tournament being held on Thursday, the 24th of June. Conclusion based on the known facts. It appears apparent that Riddle has a plan for his resurrection, and it somehow involves me. And that it'll likely occur on the 24th of June. We now know who, and why, and the likelihood of when, and what. However, we don't know how, or where, if it's not in the middle of the maze. Madam Bones sat back and was deeply in thought. Eventually she said, and we can't stop the final task as it would mean the magic being stripped from the 4 competitors, you included. Exactly, replied Harry. Well, what I can do is force Dumbledore to allow me to station extra Aurors throughout Hogwarts. Especially within, as you surmise, this maze you think will be part of the 3rd task, she said. I cannot interfere with the task itself, as that could also lead to the 4 of you having your magic stripped. However, I can ensure there are plenty of Aurors watching things to make sure you're not kidnapped. That would be comforting, said Harry. And perfect, he thought. That meant there'd be plenty of Aurors around and within the maze who would quickly be able to send out the alert that he'd been kidnapped by the overlaid portkey on the cup. It also meant there'd be quite a few on hand when he, as planned, used the portkey to return to the school. With that many, it should mean Crouch Jr. would not be immediately ed, if they didn't out him earlier, as planned, and there'd be plenty of DMLE witnesses there to ensure his message that Riddle was back would be properly heard. The groundwork had been laid so well that the minister could not now claim Harry was being a lying attention-seeking git. Magical Britain would know of Riddle's resurrection immediately. After a few more words, Madam Bones contacted the minister to let him know they were on their way, and escorted the four up to the minister's office on the next floor. She took them up by way of an internal flight of stairs installed for easy transit between the two floors. Leading the way, she escorted them directly into the minister's office. The man was clearly waiting for them as he was sitting perched on the edge of his desk in his finest. The pink toad was sitting on a chair off to the side, but close enough to being behind his desk as to show she was considered his right-hand witch. Ignoring everyone else, Fudge made his way directly to Harry. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Welcome, welcome. I trust you're in fine health." He vigorously shook Harry's hand with a wide smile plastered on his face. "Minister," replied Harry. As the minister released his hand, Harry indicated his wives. "Allow me to introduce my wives, Mrs. Hermione Granger Potter and Mrs. Daphne Granger Potter." Wives," stuttered the minister, as he held his hand out towards Hermione. "Yes, sir," said Harry. "As you can no doubt deduce, we've finalized the bonds." Quickly gathering his thoughts, Fudge took Hermione's hand in his own before lightly bending to brush his lips on the back of her knuckles. "Mrs. Granger Potter," he muttered, before turning and doing the same for Daphne. While Fudge was lightly ing the back of Hermione's fingers, Harry watched as an expression of distaste flitted across the pink toad's face. "You don't know this yet," he thought, "but your days on this earth are numbered. And, of course," he said, "you know Sirius Black, my godfather. I believe you recently had quite the in-depth discussion." Fudge blanched just a little before his smile was once more firmly affixed to his face as he turned to Sirius. "Mr. Black," he said, as he shook Sirius's hand. "Minister," acknowledged a grinning Sirius. Fudge quickly turned to introduce Umbridge. "And, allow me to introduce Madame Dolores Umbridge, my senior undersecretary." As the woman came forward, before she reached them, Harry drolly said, "Ah, yes. The witch who couldn't control her outbursts and called me a liar at the hearing." That stopped the woman in her tracks as she looked back in shock that morphed into ill-concealed anger. Turning back to a surprised Fudge, Harry drawled, "I trust, Minister, you've educated your underling on how to comport herself in the Wizengamot in future." Stuttered Fudge, before he decided on a quick change of subject. "I trust you're ready for the presentation this morning." "You're going to hang a medal around my neck," said Harry. "I didn't find it difficult to learn." Fudge laughed with false cheer. "Oh, no, dear boy. There's more to it than that." As he guided them all to seats and headed to sit at his desk, he said, "There's a bit of ceremony that goes with the awarding of an Order of Merlin, dear boy. Allow me to step you through it." Harry and his wives then had to put up with almost 15 minutes of being told what they already knew. And, knowing if he hadn't been snarky, most of the talk would not have occurred. Harry, Daphne, Hermione and Sirius were all sitting on the chairs on the stage to one side while the remaining living Order of Merlin holders sat on the other. They were Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, 1st CL, of course Newt Scamander, Order of Merlin, 2nd CL, and Arabella Nuttalley, Order of Merlin, 2nd CL. Harry was surprised to learn that Lockhart actually did hold an Order of Merlin, 3rd CL. However, the man was still happily signing photographs with a crayon and giving them to pot plants in the Janus Thickey ward in St. Mungo's. As such, he was considered too ill to attend the event that morning. A chair was located at the far end but left vacant for the man out of respect. There was another vacant chair on the inside end for Fudge, another Order of Merlin, 1st CL holder. Harry had no idea, though, how the man could have possibly earned such an award. During their talk in his office, Fudge said, "Madam Umbridge, who'll be holding the little display box for the medal, will be sitting on the stage, with us." "She'll come." "No," Harry flatly said. Pardon, Mr. Potter?" asked the minister, his explanation suddenly derailed. "I said, no," said Harry. "Madam Umbridge publicly insulted me only a few short months ago. While I think it somewhat justice for her to be forced to hold such an award for me, I do not want her anywhere near me. If you need someone to hold the award box while you draw the medal out to hang it around my neck, I'd rather someone of Madam Bones's caliber do it. Madam Bones is ahead of the DMLE, while Madam Umbridge is, after all, only a mere undersecretary. Your underling, Madam Umbridge, may find herself unable to blurt out that she thinks me a liar, again. I'd hate to have to immediately demand satisfaction through an honor duel for her remarks. Especially during the presentation itself. As Fudge sat there and appeared unable to think how to proceed, Madam Bones calmly said, "I would be honored to, Mr. Potter." Yes, said Fudge. Of course, it's not a requirement for Madam Umbridge to be the one who holds the box, but, still, I've already informed Madam Umbridge. Uninform her, said Harry. The woman is, after all, sitting in the corner. Yes, said the minister as he clearly thought very hard about what to do. Eventually, he said, "Well, if you prefer Madam Bones to be the one to hold the award for you." "Minister," exclaimed Umbridge, clearly upset and enraged. "Enough, Dolores," he said. "If Mr. Potter prefers Madam Bones, then it shall be Madam Bones. You did, after all, publicly insult Mr. Potter only a few months ago." The pink toad almost curled in on herself and quietly fumed. "Now, then," said the minister, continuing, "Madam Bones will also be sitting on the stage." That now led to Madam Bones wearing her parade uniform and sitting in a chair between the groups of Family and Order of Merlin recipients with the medal case sitting on her lap. By the time the minister finally hung the medal around his neck, Harry felt he needed to run back to Hogwarts. Instead, he had to give a short speech where he thanked the minister and the Wizengamot for the award. During his speech he made sure to thank both Madame Longbottom and Sirius for shepherding the award through the minister's office before then thanking his bondmates and Sirius for having the patience to sit there while long speeches were given. Then he quickly wrapped up and thanked the crowd for taking the time to come and witness the award. He was ready to head back to Hogwarts when the minister informed him he had to attend a ministry reception for the award being held in the ministry reception hall. He'd hoped to be able to avoid it by citing he was still a competitor in the Tri-Wizard tournament and needed to focus his efforts on that. Of course, the minister was too slick a politician to allow him and his family to escape. Fudge practically latched onto him and dragged him to the reception hall, just to make sure he didn't try to flee. Then, for the next hour, Harry was introduced to every department head and what he felt was every office head, plus many of their wives. He had to stand for photographs with the minister and his wife, with the minister and his wives, with the minister and the 3 wives, with the other recipients, and he couldn't recall how many others. The only photograph he flatly refused to participate in was one where he was expected to stand with Madame Umbridge. And he made sure Fudge was well aware he'd very publicly deny the photographic opportunity if it was attempted to be forced upon him. After Fudge took the pink toad aside and told her, she stormed from the venue. "Making friends, pup?" asked his amused godfather. "The woman is a menace," replied Harry. "She has single-handedly introduced laws that have gone a long way towards driving this society back to the 15th century. She's a flat-out unrepentant blood bigot and Riddle supporter, but too smart to allow herself to be marked. The only way she's managed to rise as far as she has within the ministry is because she holds blackmail material over a wide range of people. She lacks talent but is as cunning as all hell." "Well, don't hold back on your opinion, pup," smirked Sirius. "You're an awardee of the Order of Merlin, first CL, now. You're expected to be outspoken about matters." Harry just grinned back at his godfather's attempts at lightening the mood and flipped him the bird. Eventually, the 3 returned to the castle. Of course, they couldn't just walk back to their room. Now Harry had to show the medal to everyone who wanted to see it. Whether that was because they wanted to see Harry wearing one, or because they'd simply not seen one before, was irrelevant. However, as soon as Harry stepped out of the flow in Professor Flitwick's office, he pulled it off over his head and dropped it into the case Hermione was carrying. Of course, Hermione then went right ahead and laid it in the case properly. By the time they did make it back to their apartment, they'd already missed lunch. The first thing the 3 did was strip out of their finest and throw on their weekend robes. The Order of Merlin in its little case was left on their dresser. At that time, Harry felt as if he could just dump it in a drawer and never see the thing again. But there was no way his wives were going to allow that to happen. Dobby, bless his little elfish heart, anticipated their needs and had a light lunch laid out for them when they exited their bedroom. It even earned him a on his cheek from Hermione when she spotted it. The poor little fellow blushed to his toes and popped away, without a word. As they sat down to eat, Harry sighed in relief. "Feet or fudge?" asked Daphne. It took Harry a little while to parse that before he said, "Fudge, really. And all those boring bloody speeches. At least we were able to sit through it. Those ministry workers and those from the public just coming to watch pretty much had to stand through it all." "Language, Harry James," said Hermione, almost absent-mindedly as she built herself a lunch. "However, that's me," he said. "You ladies always seem to go for form over function when you wear shoes." "How are your feet?" "Fine," said Daphne as Hermione agreed. "Thankfully, we too sat through most of it. However, for your information," said Hermione, "witches' shoes are designed to both look good and be comfortable." "Magic, don't you know?" She smiled back. "I just hope I never have to go through something like that again," Harry said with feeling. "You will," said Daphne. "What? Why?" he asked, whining a little. "You'll need to go through it, as one of the ones sitting on the side with those who've already received the award, every time someone else gets presented with an Order of Merlin," explained Daphne. "Secondly, when you finally kill Riddle, I have no doubt you'll be the first person since, whenever, who'll be presented with a second Order of Merlin, first CL. "I looked it up," said Hermione. "It's called a bar. You'll then hold the Order of Merlin, first CL, and bar, designating the order being awarded a second time." Trust Hermione to look something like that up, thought Harry. "As long as I don't get another hyphenated BL-ooming name," he grouched. "What is there, now?" "The boy who lived in the Slayer of the Basilisk. I think they've settled on the Slayer of Slytherin's monster," said Daphne. "For the alliteration of it. That's even worse," he sighed. "It up, Harry," said Daphne a little firmly. "It's going to get far worse, yet. Think about what our angels told us. You, with us by your side, are going to drag our society up by the bootstraps into the 21st century, let alone the 20th. You have 2 wives with knowledge and experience of both the magical and muggle worlds," continued Hermione. "Haven't you worked out yet? There's a reason for that." "I thought it was because of how much Fate's using me as her personal punching bag," he softly complained. Both of his ladies smiled back. "No," disagreed Daphne. "It's because of how much work is ahead of us. Killing Riddle is only the first stage on a long road. I'm only interested in killing Riddle and getting that sociopath off my back," said Harry. "I've not even thought about what comes after that." "Nor should you," agreed Daphne. "Let us worry about what comes next. And there will be a lot of nexts," added Hermione. Life at Hogwarts settled down again as the excitement of the approaching third task of the Triwizard Tournament had people turning their attentions that way and away from the Order of Merlin. The perpetrators of the great magazine subscription prank were never caught. However, the prevailing belief was it was the Weasley twins who were responsible. Their outright denials and exclamations they always admitted to a prank when caught were only believed by some. Eventually, they approached the 3 in their apartment. "You did it, didn't you?" accused one. "The only one who would specifically target Malfoy is," said the other. "Harry James Potter," they said in stereo. "Now, that's not fair," retaliated Harry. "Just because Ferret Boy was the victim does not automatically make me the perpetrator." "Then deny it," said one. "We know you don't lie, Harry," said the other. "Fine," retorted Harry. "I did not come up with the prank that saw Malfoy be mail-bombed by magazine subscriptions." "There, happy." The twins looked at each other for a moment before huddling their heads together and murmuring to one another. Harry just hoped they hadn't paid that much attention to exactly what he'd just said. When they both looked back at Harry, one said, "But, you know who did." "Yes," he replied, "but, I'm not telling you who. You know what sort of a vindictive bastard Malfoy is. If he was to ever find out." Again, the twins huddled for a few seconds before they turned back. One said, "Then please inform the prankster we stand impressed." "It was, as the headmaster said, a well-executed prank," said the other. "And we'd never tell." Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw his wives look at one another before they seemed to reach an agreement. Both then stood and turned to the twins before they curtsied and said, "Thank you." Both twins goggled back before they then both grinned. "Who'd have thought?" one said. "The bookworm of Gryffindor," said the other. And the Ice Princess of Slytherin. Together, pranking the amazing bouncing ferret, they said in stereo. Then they both bowed back. Both girls grinned. No wonder no one's been able to figure it out, said one. It boggles the mind, said the other. Harry sighed and said, take a seat, boys. As both quickly scrambled to sit, almost eagerly, Harry said, now that you know. Please don't go spreading it around. As I said, Malfoy's such a vindictive bastard, he'll come after them. And he'll do it with the intention to physically hurt them, considering how much he was embered by this. I know the headmaster has put his foot down regarding bullying in the school, but Malfoy's always had it in his head that both his godfather and father will protect his ass no matter how much he gets into trouble. He'll do something to hurt, if not, heaven forbid, kill, these two no matter what threats he receives of consequences for his actions. We will not divulge their identities, said one. You have our word, said the other. Good, said Harry. Now, as payment for copying the fall, I give you the identities of your idols. The original Marauders, whom the two of you wish you were the equals of. Both boys eagerly leaned forward. They were Sirius Black, also known as Padfoot, Remus Lupin, also known as Moony, James Potter, also known as Prongs, and the traitor, Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail. There was also a fifth, secret, Marauder, Lily Evans, also known as Flower. The two boys sat there, stunned. You all right, there, you two? He asked. Professor Lupin was one of the original Marauders. Asked one. Yes, replied Harry. Considered the Inns the team, until my mother joined them in their 7th year. And Pettigrew, the traitor of Gryffindor, was another. Asked the other. Yes, he replied, again. However, never bring his name up when talking to either Padfoot or Moony. It makes them really angry. So, the Marauders were your father, your godfather, your honorary uncle, and the traitor, with the previous, brightest witch of her age, your mother, a secret fifth Marauder. Yes, replied Harry, and all of them, except the rat, kept their school marks in the top 20 percentile for their year group. Moony went on to become a prefect. And my mum and dad went on to become head boy and girl. That's why we also happen to know you too, said Daphne, indicating the two of them, are deliberately fudging your marks in CLEs and exams. You can't be as good as you are at your pranks and still have low to average marks. Yeah, you said that before, said one, sadly. Back when Ginny and Ronnikins, you know, said the other, just as sadly. But we didn't understand how you knew. Now, we know. For the first time in both timelines, Harry headed back to London on the Express on Sunday, 11th of April, for the 2-week Easter break. Of course, he was accompanied by his wives. The three of them shared a compartment and were soon joined by Horace, Blaise, Tracy, and Neville. It was a full compartment of 7. They were happily chatting away when Malfoy, minus his bookends, turned up. The haired boy opened the door, took one look at whom else was in the compartment, and left again. He never uttered a word. Well, that's a first, said Harry. What? Malfoy coming to pay you a visit? Asked Urquhart. No, replied Harry, that he came to pay me a visit, without his bookends in tow, and then didn't even utter a single word, let alone a scathing insult. You sound disappointed, smirked Blaise. Well, yeah, I was, he replied. I was even going to call him Teddy Bear, and everything. I even had a bit of a mental list of snide remarks concerning male homoles I wanted to use. Harry, you're not homophobic, are you? Asked Hermione. No, of course not, he scoffed. I just wanted to rile him up. Well, it would be tacky, she grumped. Anyway, he said, looking at Blaise and wanting to change the subject. How goes life in the S-Pit? Well, as you probably gathered, Malfoy's no longer the self-anointed Prince of Slytherin he believes he is, said Tracy. Blaise, as with Horace, seemed reluctant to comment, but eventually said, outside of the pit we have to present a united front. I'm sure Daphne's told you that. Harry nodded back. However, inside the pit, life's become pretty difficult for the little Ponce, he said. Even his supposed girlfriend is wary of being seen with him. I noticed his bookends are no longer seen shadowing him, said Harry. I had no idea Pansy's also shying away from his company. Yeah, Malfoy's on the outs within Slytherin, said Tracy. If it wasn't for Professor Snape stepping in pretty quickly, I dare say he'd have spent a great deal of time, these past couple of weeks, within the infirmary. When the train arrived at King's Cross, the three, as expected and planned, were greeted by the Greengrass. They, with Astoria joining them, were quickly led down to the Portkey Point and Portkeyed direct into the entrance foyer of the main house of Greengar Farm, whereupon Harry immediately fell forward onto his face on the polished floor. With the light laughter of both his wives and Astoria ringing in his ears, he climbed to his feet. "That's it," he muttered. "As soon as I find out who invented the Portkey, I'm going to challenge him to a duel." "That's going to be a little difficult, Harry," grinned Matthias, who had helped him to his feet. "He died over 100 years ago." "Who died?" asked Sirius, as he walked in from the informal part of the house. "Rupert Portman," replied Matthias. "The wizard who invented the Portkey." Harry wanted to challenge him to a duel for not making the Portkey better. "Well, your great something Aunt Mabel would have been unhappy to hear you wanted to challenge him to a duel, Harry," said Sirius. "He was her brother. Your problem, Harry, is you've got to remember to hit the ground as if you're running forward," said Matthias. "What you're doing is akin to running forward, and then suddenly jamming your feet together and jabbing straight down with them. Of course you're going to sprawl forward." Muttering under his breath about wizard travel hating him, Harry just nodded back. At least he was now able to travel via flow without being sent skidding across the floor once he reached his destination, mostly. "Could it be something like the effect you have on the flow system, Harry?" asked Hermione. "You spin faster than everyone else." With the help of the flows in both Professor Flitwick's and Professor McGonagall's offices, and practicing going from one to the other, Harry had finally learned the knack before he had to turn up in the atrium the day of the presentation. Part of the problem was Harry had timing difficulties when it came to sticking his foot out forward and off to the side a little. However, with Professor Flitwick joining him in the flow, the professor immediately said that Harry actually spun quite a bit faster than normal as he traveled through it. And, secondly, he didn't seem to slow down all that much as he hit the grade of the arrival point. So, according to the little charms master, it was no wonder Harry tended to shoot out on his side and skid across the floor. Harry's timing had to be that much sharper than everyone else's to pull it off. And he had to practically stick his foot right out to arrest his forward momentum he carried through from the flow. "No," said Daphne, "when we travel by Portkey we all spin and travel the same. Harry just needs to get used to it. Can we help him out by setting up something similar to the constant jumps between Professors Flitwick's and McGonagall's offices?" "Like what?" asked Matthias. Hermione and Daphne, between them, explained the concept of repeatedly traveling from one flow to the other and back again to give Harry time to work out his timing in reaching a destination and stepping out to counteract both the speed and spin of the flow system. "It could work," mused Matthias. "But we'll need two multiple use short hop Portkeys. Going from one point to another and back again, over and over," continued Sirius. "I'm going to end up getting sick again," said Harry. "Something to worry about later," said Dees. "For now, you three know where your rooms are." After going to their rooms, and already finding everything unpacked and ready for them, the three quickly cleaned up from the train journey and Portkey before returning downstairs. The others, as expected, were all in the parlor. "Good," said Dees, taking a long look over the three of them. Astoria returned before them. "Much better. So, what are the plans for the break?" asked Daphne. "The three of you are taking a look at the new emergency escape system here, in the Granger house, and at the Black House," replied Dees. "To facilitate that, you're spending a couple of days here, a couple of days at the Black House, Easter at the Granger's house. Apparently Muggles make that a 4-day-long weekend break, then the last 4 days you can be wherever you want to be." "Sounds good," said Harry. "For right now, though, it's time for dinner," said Dees, rising. After a very nice dinner laid out by the Greengar House elves, Matthias took them and Astoria down to the basement of the main house. "What we've done is taken your idea and expanded on it, Harry," he explained, leading them over to the wall at one end of the basement. He reached out and tapped 3 bricks at about hip height, only for all the bricks in the shape of an archway to quickly fade out as if they weren't there. Behind it was a long, straight tunnel, wide enough for 2 people to pee one another. If Harry had his bearings right, it headed directly under the outlier house at that end of the main house. This is similar to the magic the goblins use for some of the lower risk vaults, explained Matthias. He then pointed through the arch to where a brick jutted out a little. It was also about hip height off the ground. From within the tunnel, you just need to lightly press on that brick to open it from that side. Here's where we expanded on your idea, Harry. This tunnel runs from this basement to the basement of the east house. In case of attack, we can travel from one house to the other without going above ground. He then pressed a brick jutting out slightly at hip height on the inner wall of the basement and waited until the bricks faded back into existence again. He then pointed to the bricks he pressed to open it. To open it, you press this one, then this one, and back to the first one, once each. The first one always has this little engraving on it, and the second one is always two to the right. The four nodded back so Matthias knew they understood. All right, let's go see the tunnel to the west house. After showing them the same idea was used to get through to the basement of the west house, he then moved to the back wall of the basement where stood a large set of stacks of storage boxes. This one's a little different as it should only ever be used when all is lost for Greenger Farms and we need to evacuate, he said firmly, looking at each of them. Once he was satisfied they all understood, he continued by pulling a small slip of parchment out of his pocket. Handing it to each of them in turn, Harry saw it had written on it, "The escape tunnel entrances are on the south wall of the basement of the main house and the back wall of the storeroom in the stables." Harry felt the knowledge slip into his consciousness. Looking up he saw a blank section of wall suddenly appear between two sets of stacks of boxes against the wall where, before, he only saw one set of stacks. Once Hermione, who was the last to read the note and look up, was ready, Matthias moved forward and pressed on a single brick at hip height between the stacks. Again, bricks faded away to leave an archway. Turning back to them, he said, "This is quite a hike. Follow me." He then turned back and walked through the arch, and kept walking. Astoria and Daphne were quick to follow, and Harry and Hermione brought up the rear. As they walked in, a set of magical candles affixed to the wall in sconces began to burn. The pageway went in about 5 feet before it jinked to the right and continued in a straight line. Harry did some calculations and determined they were heading direct for the stables. After about 5 minutes of walking they came to a ladder affixed to the left-hand wall going up. Matthias turned to them and said, "This is the ladder leading down from the storeroom in the stables. Directly above us is a trapdoor you're now able to see when you go into the stables. You are not to use this tunnel as a way to get from the stables to the house or vice versa." "Linked Fidelius charms?" asked Hermione. "Yes," he replied. "Don't ask me how they did it because I have no idea." With a nod back from Hermione, Matthias again turned and headed deeper into the tunnel, which again took a kink to the right before continuing on in a straight line. This time they went for quite a distance, almost double the distance it was to the stables. Eventually they came to a dead end. Matthias then backed up the pageway about 20 feet and looked at the wall. Eventually, he spotted what he was looking for, and pressed 3 bricks in sequence, center, left and right. And, this time, a heavy door appeared. He pulled it open and held it open for everyone to enter. Inside, it was a reasonably large room. On one wall appeared 4 large mirrors with the smokiness Harry related to his communications mirror. At the end of the room was a shelf with about a dozen children's rope quoits, each with a little tag hanging from it. And, opposite the mirrors was a long bench. "All right," said Matthias, making sure he had the attention of the 4. "Right here we're somewhere under the wooded area out the other side of the stables. Even I don't know the exact location. However, it is outside our house wards but inside our muggle-repelling wards. Anyone know why this room is not at the end of the outside tunnel?" he suddenly asked. Hermione was the first to respond. "It's so, if someone out to do harm managed to get past the Fidelius and run down the tunnel, they'd end up looking at the end of the tunnel for where everyone went." "Precisely," said Matthias. He then turned and indicated the quoits. "Those are emergency portkeys. I will not tell you where they take you, but it is to a secure location. Your not knowing where they go is part of the security. They are voice activated and the activation phrase is written on each of the tags you see attached to them." He then turned to the mirrors and firmly said, "Activate mirrors." All 4 mirrors appeared to come online like a CCTV system. One was showing the front of the house from a distance, but not too far away you couldn't see anything. The second showed a similar view of the back of the house. The third showed the stables and the area around it. And the fourth showed the area outside the entrance to the tunnel in the basement. This is an idea I got from Hermione's father, aunt, and Harry's godfather, Sirius, explained Matthias. He called it CCTV. Close enough, thought Harry. As you can see on the mirrors, it shows what's going on around the outside of the house and stables. It is not here for you to use it to spy on our guests. It is here to monitor enemy movements if or when we're attacked. If you ever have to come to this room, I expect you to immediately portkey out of here. Understood. Once he received agreements from the four, he continued, this room also has other features related to the security of the farm. There are specialized war wards you do not need to know about. If necessary, Jelly can tell you, but he's been instructed not to tell you unless you are in this room and the farm is under attack. So, please, do not ask. Now, any questions? He finally asked. Surprisingly, Hermione asked only one question. How will we know to head for the basement? There's a clear klaxon sound alarm that the whole farm will hear if the wards are being attacked, replied Matthias. If you hear that, head for the basement. If, after no more than 3 minutes, someone doesn't come down to tell you it's a false alarm, immediately head for here. Do not wait for anyone to join you at the entrance. Hermione nodded back, as did the other three. Once he was sure everyone was briefed on what to do and when, Matthias deactivated the mirrors and led them back into the house, then up to the parlor. How'd it go? Asked Dees. It went well, he replied. They all now know what's expected of them. Good, said Sirius, quite firmly. Oh, said Dees to Harry. Hedwig arrived a few minutes ago. Harry smiled back and asked, she in the Ollery? Yes, replied Dees. I sent her there just before you returned from exploring. After a few days of enjoying the relaxation of Greender Farm, the three packed, or, rather, the elves did, and they readied for their few days with the Grangers. One of the few excursions they had away from the farm while they stayed was for Matthias to take the family to Diagon Alley. Harry had to go to Twilfit and Tattings to be fitted for Wizengamot robes and hat, while the ladies used the opportunity to see the recently released summer fashions. And, of course, purchase them. When the robes were brought out and he was wearing them before a mirror, while minor resizing was occurring, he snorted and said, if it wasn't for the stylized W on the I'd look like a bloody choirboy. You wouldn't be the first to express that sentiment, Mr. Potter, said Mr. Tattings from where he was kneeling and working on the bottom hem of the robe. With an almost plaintive look at Matthias, he asked, is it really necessary for me to get bored out of my skull listening to some stuffed shirt prattle on about the thickness of cauldron bottoms? Matthias snorted and said, yes, Harry. You managed to avoid the first Wizengamot sitting after your award, by claiming you didn't know you were required to attend, and that you had end-of-term exams. You won't be able to escape the next one at the beginning of May. You must attend and be seated. It would be rude of you not to. Harry just turned back to the mirror and sighed. Another trip was Harry sighed along apparating Matthias to the graveyard in Little Hangleton. There, they quickly located the grave of Tom Riddle Sr., and Matthias quickly switched out the bones within for a stranger's set. Riddle Sr.'s bones were immediately vanished so they couldn't be found and used. Looking around, Harry said, I'm an idiot. Why's that? Asked his father-in-law. If we'd thought about it, Hermione, Daphne and I could have come here and set up an anti-curse and hex ward. Bad idea, Matthias disagreed. It could have easily been discovered, in advance, and changed where the ritual would take place. Switching out the bones should be more than enough for what you need. Besides, you want to be able to portkey out of here with the cup. The field might make that impossible. Nodding, Harry sighed and said, you're right. I'm just looking for every advantage. Understood, said Matthias. Hermione was, at first, disappointed her parents weren't able to spend time with them at Greender Farm. She expected it had to do with her parents currently being quite busy with their dental practice. However, her assumption was wrong. When Sirius, Matthias and Dees side along apparated the three directly into the garage of the Granger house, Hermione was surprised. I thought my parents' house was now warded, she said. It is, smirked Dees, who was her apparition partner. But, we're keyed into the wards, as are you three. Oh, said Hermione, a little embered. She hadn't thought of that. She immediately turned to the internal door of the garage that led into the house and opened it. Mum, Dad, she called. We're here. Are you really, sweetheart? Called back her father from somewhere within. I'm not imagining it, am I? Hermione rolled her eyes and tried to get her bearings from the sound of her father's voice where they might be. From the similar wording as the last time they'd been in the house, this appeared to be some sort of ritual between father and daughter. A moment later she said, kitchen. She then led all 6 of them through the door, and a short trip down the back half of the downstairs hallway, before turning and entering through another door. Harry and Daphne both recognized it as the door Hermione had entered when Madame Pomfrey brought them soon after their bond was initialized. Walking in, Harry watched as Hermione practically threw herself into her father's arms while her mother sat at the table drinking tea and performing the same eye roll Hermione did while watching the two. Room for 5 more, Sele? Asked Matthias as the rest of them trooped in. Of course, she replied. You'll have to conjure up a few more chairs, though. That was something Matthias was quick to do, as Sirius lengthened the kitchen table a little to fit 4 extra chairs. As soon as Hermione finished her hug with her father, she quickly hopped across to her mother, wrapping her in a hug around the woman's shoulders. Go easy on your mother, Hermione, her father cautioned. What? She asked, almost tripping over herself, releasing her mother. Why? Without a word, her mother just smiled a little before placing her cup back down on its saucer. Then she slowly stood up while placing the palm of one hand on her lower abdomen. Hermione, Harry and, somewhat, Daphne all goggled at the woman. Hermione especially. There, for all to see, was a little, baby bump. However, all the adults just grinned at their expressions. Why, you're pregnant, gasped Hermione, completely stunned and staring at her mother's lower belly. What? How? I thought. Aunt stepped forward and took Hermione by the shoulders from behind. Sit, love, before you faint, and guided her into the nearest chair next to her mother. I'm sure you know, since you 3 have finalized the bonds, how babies are made, love, her mother said gently. As for how, Aunt went to the refrigerator and lifted down off the top of it a greeting card, before handing it to Hermione. It was a simple style of bifold card similar to a cheap birthday card. However, it was of high-quality stock. The image on the front was of a watercolor of 3 angels with wings and halos. Inside, in perfect calligraphy, was a short message: as we promised, you have been rewarded. Congratulations, Anthony Michael and Celeste Marie. Indicating the card, Aunt said, that was sitting on the kitchen table when we returned from visiting the doctor to find out why your mother was, apparently, suffering from morning sickness. The doctor confirmed your mother was pregnant. When's it due? Asked Hermione, still a little shaken. Late October, said Sele. And, no, we do not know the yet. I'm going to have a little brother. Or sister, Hermione softly said. Harry and Daphne both rose from their own chairs and, walking a little around the table, both wrapped Hermione in a hug. Pulling back and looking around at the adults, Harry said to Matthias, "Decent serious, you knew." He wasn't being accusatory, just stating a simple fact. Yes, said Matthias, grinning, as the other 2 just grinned back. It wasn't our news to tell, said Dees. You could have written, Hermione said to her parents, clearly a little hurt. Yes, confirmed Sele, with a little nod of her head back. However, there was always a risk with the first trimester. Once that was passed, it was only a couple of weeks before you'd be on your Easter break. And we decided it was something we wanted to tell you in person. Hermione looked a little conflicted by that. Quickly, though, she settled on acceptance and recognition of the validity of their argument. She gave a little nod back. That made both Granger adults visibly sag in relief. So, accommodations, said Harry. He looked to both Grangers and said, I hope you both now accept we sleep together. Yes, sighed Aunt. I would have preferred you waited a lot longer, but I now know magic pushed you to finalize the bond earlier than even you anticipated. Please tell me we won't be going through pregnancy together, begged Sele. We won't, smiled Hermione. Unless, of course, you plan on giving me a second sibling. Then, no promises. That had the adults grinning and Sirius snorting in amusement. Come on, said Sele, putting her teacup down and rising. Let's get your sleeping arrangements sorted. Oh, Dad can do that, started Hermione. Her mother rode over her and almost snapped, "Don't you start. I've only just broken your father of, again, attempting to wrap me in cotton wool to protect me. I'm pregnant, not dying of brittle bone disease." Sorry, said Hermione, a little meekly. Her mother just patted her on the cheek and said, "I appreciate the concern. However, being pregnant is a natural state for women, as I hope you will experience, one day. We do not suddenly become fragile when we conceive." Again, Hermione gave a sheepish nod back. Following Sele, the three headed up the stairs to the guest room. Inside, they found a queen-sized bed, built-in wardrobe and small dresser all crammed into the room. "Sorry about the cramped conditions," said Sele. "But, it's the best we could do." Hermione just smiled and said, "You forgot about magic, Mum." She turned slightly and called, "Dobby." With a muted crack the little elf appeared. "Yes, Mistress Hermione." Hermione looked back for a few moments as Harry and Daphne snickered a little. "Close enough," she huffed. "Can you, please, throw up a semi-permanent space expansion charm in here, and make it so the only muggles who see it are my parents?" "Yes, ma'am," said Dobby. He quickly spun on the spot and caused the room to stretch in both lateral directions until the room was about twice as large as it was. "Thank you, Dobby," she said. The little elf grinned and popped away again. "Harry, you take the bed while I work on the wardrobe," she said as she stepped further into the room and raised her wand to the wardrobe. Harry chuckled as he widened the bed to the same width and length as the one they had in their apartment. "That's amazing," said Sele, looking around in awe. "It's a pity we can't keep it." Hermione giggled and said, "It would confuse the hell out of future Muggle guests if they were to experience it. They can't see it, but, if they were to enter, they'd get confused about how long it took them to move about the room. That's why it's only temporary. Dobby'll have to return it to its normal dimensions after the weekend. So, if they were to walk past the door and look in," asked Sele, "they'd see the room, as it was, before we made the magical changes to it," said Hermione. "It's only entering and walking across it they'd get confused." Sele gave her head a bit of shake and said, "As long as you're not going to get into trouble with that secrecy law thing." "We won't," smiled Hermione. "Nor for underage magic." Finalizing the bond saw both Daphne and I recognized as emancipated minors in the magical world. "It would have to, seeing as magic now considers you married," said Sele. "Are you two ladies just going to stand in the doorway?" asked Harry with a grin plastered across his face looking back at them. Hermione rolled her eyes and asked, "You done?" "Some time ago," he replied. "Oh," she said. "Back to the kitchen, then." "That'd be nice," he said. Back in the kitchen they were just in time to say goodbye to Sirius, Matthias and Dees. Sirius was heading back to the Black House and resuming an argument with Remus about renaming the place, while Dees and Matthias were heading back to Greenger Farm. "If we're lucky, Astoria wouldn't have managed to set fire to the place yet," said Dees, just before she apparated away. Hermione turned to Daphne and asked, "Was she serious?" "No," laughed Daphne. "She always says something like that when leaving from visiting friends, and either I or Astoria was home." "Now," said Aunt, "it was suggested to me to show the three of you our new escape tunnel as a matter of priority." They were shown to a section of wall behind the stairs. Letting them in they found a trapdoor with a narrow set of stairs going back and under the main stairs of the house, and towards the front of the property. It went quite deep. That led down to a bend that had them walking down a slight slope towards the back of the house. "It was explained to me that we can't have a lot of the wards that wizarding homes have," said Aunt. "However, we can still have the tunnel with a hidden entrance. The only way you three saw it was because you're keyed, I think is the term, into what wards we do have." As Hermione began to ask her father what sort of wards they had, and he explained the goblins had left detailed information on them because he knew she'd ask, Harry noticed they were heading almost directly back and away from the house. Eventually, by Harry's calculation, they came to the area beyond the back fence of the house and quite well within the woods located there. In a similar layout to the Greenger Farm tunnel, Aunt led them into a hidden room well before the end of the tunnel. And, inside, was an actual CCTV system. Aunt turned the television monitors on and showed views of the front of the house and down one side, the back of the house and down the other, and the hallways of both ground and first floors. As you can see, from here we can monitor what's going on all around outside the house, plus watch those moving through the downstairs and upstairs hallways. Of course, the one for the downstairs hallway also shows us if they're trying to chase us down through the tunnel. He quickly turned those off and pointed to a small telephone. That's hooked up to the house and will work right through to them, cutting the line for it. That is, of course, if they even know what a telephone is and what the line for it looks like. We doubt they do. If necessary, we can use that to contact the MPS, Muggle Aurors, letting them know our house is being attacked, and give them approximate numbers. We're still trying to work out a way to let them know that the sticks the bad guys carry will actually be deadly weapons. He indicated a half-dozen children's quoits sitting on a shelf and said, "Those are portkeys. They will not work with either Sele or myself, as we have no inherent magic. However, testing has shown that they'll work if we grip them while a wizard or witch grabs on as well." In the back of a room he indicated a ladder bolted to the wall. That goes up and comes out inside a fake tree. The entrance to the ladder from outside is hidden, somehow. We've noticed that, once we go up and exit the tree, we can't get back in that way. Looking back to the three he asked, "Any questions?" "How much?" asked Hermione. "No idea," Aunt replied with a smile. Apparently it was all taken care of by Matthias and Sirius. Those two claimed they'd carry the cost to ensure the safety of their daughter-in-law and son-in-law/godson. "Once I found out your mother was pregnant, I was grateful. One of Daphne's letters from home told us it was the dwarves who were contracted to excavate it and build it," said Hermione. "I didn't know they knew anything about Muggle electronics. Surprised us, too," said Aunt. "Even Matthias didn't know when he sent them to see me that they understood Muggle technology. So, I take it this place will act as a, what do they call it? Safe room. Until the day are gone or someone can come get you?" asked Harry. "Yes," replied Aunt. "However, if something bad happens, such as the house gets burned down, or they find the hidden entrance in the house, we can still get out of here by way of the ladder up through the tree." When it appeared no one else had any questions, he said, "Anyway, let's get back to the house." The four of them trooped back to the house. However, just before they arrived, Harry noticed what appeared to be a groove with a sliding door flush with one wall off to one side. "Aunt?" he asked, indicating the door. "A blast door," said Aunt. "Once we know everyone from the good guys' side we know is going to come past here, we can slam the door shut. It'll also protect us from the fire if they set fire to the house. It's another safety feature." Harry nodded and said, "Good to know." The next morning saw Harry downstairs early and cooking in the kitchen. He and Winky had started with a bit of a minor argument about who was going to be doing the cooking. However, voices were not raised out of respect for those still sleeping and they quickly agreed to work together. Harry was even explaining to the little elf what he was doing and why. He even explained the operation of Muggle kitchen appliances such as the coffee percolator, the gas cooker, the toaster, the refrigerator, the hand-cranked egg beater, and the microwave. He went on to explain and demonstrate the operation of the washing machine and dryer, though the dryer was way out of reach being mounted on the wall above the washing machine. He showed them the vacuum, but Dobby explained back it was far easier to clean the carpet using elf magic than the vacuum, and the carpet was far cleaner after they'd finished. During the night, both elves had been outside and magically mowed the lawns front and back, trimmed and weeded the gardens, cleaned the paths and did little odd jobs about the place to make sure they were helpful. When Dobby alerted them that the family was in the process of waking up, Harry and Winky began to finalize what they cooked. They had no idea if Sele was still feeling the effects of morning sickness, as Harry felt it was too rude to ask, and the elves never would, so Harry prepared to supply a boiled egg and dried toast, if she'd rather that. Sele was the first down, closely followed by Aunt. Harry and Winky already had the coffee ready to be served and were ready to plate as the warm plates, which were in the low-heat oven, were ready to come out. "What's this?" asked Sele. "I didn't know if you were still feeling the effects of morning sickness or not, or whether or not Aunt cooks, so I decided to make myself useful by cooking breakfast," replied Harry, to which Winky immediately gave her little throat a little clear. "Sorry," he corrected himself. "I meant we decided to make ourselves useful by cooking breakfast. You didn't have to do this," said Sele. "I know," he shrugged. as he began to gently stir the scrambled eggs. "But it's not often I get the chance to cook. It was the one chore I had at the Dursleys that I actually liked." Meanwhile, Winky was both monitoring the toaster and one of the two frying pans, which was frying up the tomatoes. Harry was keeping an eye on the one frying the handmade hash browns and bacon. "So, what are your plans for today?" asked Aunt, after he'd grabbed a cup of fresh coffee and sat down at the now six-seater kitchen table. "We're in your hands," replied Harry before he turned to Sally. "Are you up for a big breakfast?" "I am now," she replied, just as Hedwig landed on the window ledge outside. Letting her in, Aunt asked, "Any ideas on what you want to do?" He was just about to close the window when two delivery owls from the Daily Prophet flew in, each carrying a copy. "I believe Hermione will say, 'Spend time with you too,'" replied Harry as Sally removed the Daily Prophet from each owl's leg. "Where we do that is up to you." The two delivery owls flew back out the window before Harry could even offer them a rasher of bacon each. With the smell and sound of sizzling bacon starting to permeate the house, Hermione and Daphne soon joined them. "Where we do what?" asked Hermione, catching the end of the conversation. "Spend our day today," said Aunt, beginning to read one of the prophets. "Take Harry down to the range, Daddy," suggested Hermione. "We girls want to spend time with Mum." Aunt cocked his eyebrow and looked back at Hermione. "Do mine ears deceive me? Dost mine fair maiden suggest we two knights depart her presence hence to do battle with the pigeon's clay?" "Daddy, stop butchering Shakespeare," Hermione lightly scolded back. "I dare say you've not been far from Mum's side since you both found out she's pregnant. Daphne and I will be here, and this gives you some father-son bonding time with Harry. And you, Daphne, and your mother some mother-daughter bonding time," Aunt shot back. "Which, I've no doubt, is the real reason you wish to banish us mere males from the house." The three ladies just grinned back. He turned to Harry and said, "Well, son, feel like getting a better understanding of the noble sport of clay pigeon shooting?" Grinning at the byplay, Harry looked at Aunt and said, "Yeah, Dad, I'd like that." The other four all looked back at Harry in shock for a moment, at Harry calling Aunt, Dad. But, Aunt's face suddenly broke out in a huge grin. "Then we shall do so. And leave the fairer folk to spinning wool, needlepoint and whatnot." Hermione and Sally both rolled their eyes while Daphne smiled. She turned to Hermione and asked, "Is your father truly this old-fashioned?" "No," replied Hermione. "However, there's a reason I'm named after a Shakespearean character. Daddy's a fanatic." Aunt just unrepentantly grinned back at the pair of them. Later that afternoon, the menfolk returned. Harry was sporting both a wide grin and a large bruise in the hollow of his right shoulder. Hermione took one look at it, sighed at Harry, and said, "I've got some bruise paste in my trunk. Hang on while I get it out." "How was it?" asked Daphne, as Hermione rose to go to her trunk upstairs. "Loud," grinned Harry, "but loads of fun. The first time I shot the shotgun I ended up falling on my bum," he said, as Hermione walked back in. "So did I," said Hermione, as she sat down in front of Harry as he eased the collar of his shirt down. "It was also the last time I shot the gun. I've never wanted to do it since." After a very enjoyable Easter weekend with the Grangers, on the Monday afternoon the three were readying to travel to the Black House. Unusually, this travel was taking place in the cars of the two Grangers, matching white third-generation 5 Series BMWs they leased as part of their dental practice. They were waiting on Sirius to arrive to guide them to Grimmauld Place in the inner suburbs of northern London. The area was considered lower CL and Sirius would be putting both cars under a Muggle Notice Me Not field for the duration of the adult Granger's few hours stay, as he didn't trust the locals not to cause damage to the two near-new cars. "Everything packed?" asked Sally, not noticing any luggage when she walked in to join them in the kitchen. "Packed and ready to be taken to Black House when we arrive," said Hermione. "Dobby will bring them when we call for him." "Now, you're sure about Winky staying here?" asked Sally, a little worried. "Yeah, Mum," said Hermione. "We don't have enough work for her at Hogwarts. We really don't have enough work for Dobby, either. But there's no way we could convince him to do anything but help Harry and his ladies. Winky, however, just wants a family to work for. She'll come to Hogwarts to be with us at times to recharge her magic, but be continually available to help you, especially as your pregnancy progresses. We gave her the option, Mum Granger, said Daphne. It was her choice. And people won't see her? Asked a worried Muggle mother. Not if she doesn't want them to, said Hermione. And she's very aware of the statute of secrecy, and knows to remain invisible to Muggles not in the know. But, I still don't know if we have enough work for her, she tried. Have you seen your gardens, lately? Grinned Harry. Winky and Dobby did that in one night. I really doubt any one upper-middle-income Muggle family home has enough work for a house elf. However, the elves have this sort of network among themselves. They help each other out, as and when necessary. Winky's now tapped into the local house elf network. She'll be fine, work-wise. And she now knows how to use all the appliances, as well as not to use too powerful magic around any electronic device that is active, whether on or on standby. I'm still amazed at how easily you repaired the television, she said, referring to how Winky had accidentally blown it up when she tried to clean the dust out of its vents. So am I, he replied. I had no idea magic could fix electronic devices so long as the device was unplugged. Nice to know. It means, if Winky does accidentally cause something electrical to go on the fritz, it can be magically repaired by unplugging it first, and probably letting any internal capacitors drain off excess power, added Hermione. We ready? Asked Aunt, walking into the kitchen. Yes, all three of them replied. Hello, called Sirius, walking in from the garage. We ready? Yes, all five replied. In the kitchen, Sirius, called Aunt. Hermione and Daphne rode with Cele in her car, while Sirius and Harry rode with Aunt in his. I could have magically expanded the interior of one of the cars and we could have all ridden in that, said Sirius. Thank you, but it's fine, said Aunt. Due to the lease agreements, both cars need to maintain a certain number of miles per year. We're a little low on both for this time of year, so the drive is both necessary and no bother. Just over an hour later Sirius pointed them to park just inside the inner park on the lawn of Grimmauld Place. When Dan asked why, he explained it was easier on the Notice Me Not field to have pedestrians avoid the area, rather than motorists. A quick walk across the road and Sirius was leading them up a path to a very well-presented townhouse home. Harry had to look to either side to recognize that 12 Grimmauld now looked nothing like it used to in the previous timeline. Of course, neither Hermione nor he could say anything about the appearances. In this timeline, they'd not been to the house before. However, a quick glance to Hermione and Harry could tell she was thinking exactly the same thing. The change was amazing. Of course, the drastic changes for the better on the outside were also now reflected on the inside. Gone was the Slytherin-esque motif throughout, the faded and peeling wallpaper, the threadbare carpets, the no longer polished teak floors, the cobwebs, the magical pest infestations, the dark artifacts, and, most noticeably, the elf heads. That was all replaced with walls painted in bright and cheery colors, deep rich carpets, polished to a high shine teak flooring, rich DS, and larger windows allowing in far more light. A very large skylight now occupied the ceiling in the stairwell. The kitchen had been wizard, modernized, and quality furniture that had remained and was in reasonable condition had been given a rejuvenating makeover and returned to service. That included furniture like the formal dining table and hard wooden chairs, though the cushions had been replaced. After a tour of the public areas of the house, Sirius led them up to the bedrooms. Of course, he led them directly to their room on the floor immediately below his own. With a grin and a flourish, he opened the door and gestured everyone inside. Inside was a large four-poster bed, doors leading off to a private ensuite bathroom and a walk-in robe, a bureau and a small desk. I hope this meets your approval, he asked. Oh, yes, said Daphne. Hermione nodded and said, it's perfect. Dobby, we're here, called Harry. Dobby almost immediately popped in with their 3 trunks. Yes, Master Harry. Dobby is ready for work. Hey, Chuckles, called Sirius. A second, apparently much calmer, elf popped in and asked, yes, Master Padfoot. Chuckles, this is Dobby. Dobby, Chuckles. Dobby is Master Harry's, Mistress Hermione's and Mistress Daphne's personal elf. He'll be here, helping out, while Harry, Hermione and Daphne are here, all right. Yes, Master Padfoot, Of course, said the calm little elf. Thank you, Chuckles, said Sirius, and the elf popped away again. You named your elf, Chuckles? Asked Hermione. I think it fits, replied Sirius with a grin. Hermione just rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm sure that's not his real name. No, agreed Sirius, but it's the only one I call him. While they left Dobby to unpack for the three bondmates, they all trooped down to the kitchen with its large, informal dining table. I thought Madame Black owned a house elf named Creature, said Daphne. Harry and Hermione were also wondering what happened to the despicable little fellow. He asked I. Release him from his torment, replied Sirius. Sirius, ceremonially, killed him by beheading. Apparently, Aunt and Sele knew of it because they didn't push for further information. And the three bondmates knew not to ask, but Harry and Hermione both knew how. Once in the kitchen, Chuckles served them all an afternoon tea as they talked. Where's Moony? Asked Harry. Apparently, his boss is a bit of a hard ass, grinned Sirius. He's at work. Sirius. Language, scolded Hermione. I am not a, well, you know, retorted Harry, as Hermione gave him a hard look. I didn't even know he was at work. Sirius laughed a little and said, don't worry about it, pup. Moony loves his job and is hard at work with the staff and board determining who is to be offered the first scholarships. Other than at your parents' wedding, I've never seen him happier. They needed Phileas present and he could only add his expertise during the Easter break. He'll be here in a little while, and he's looking forward to seeing you again. After their afternoon tea, the adult Grangers exchanged hugs with the teens and bid the three bondmates a good stay at the Black House before they followed Sirius back out to their cars. So was the nature of the notice me not charms on the cars that even they couldn't see them. However, as soon as Sirius dispelled the charms, the Grangers hopped in, pulled them back onto the road and drove away. When Sirius came back inside he was madly grinning and rubbing his hands together. All right, Potters, he said. Any plans for during your time here I need to be aware of? Now that we're out from under the roofs of my in-laws, said Harry, with a leer at his wives. Harry, both girls exclaimed, scandalized, before both also blushed. Sirius just barked with laughter. By the time Sirius, accompanied by the Greenbras and with Astoria, escorted the three back to King's Cross, Harry was happy he'd been able to spend so much time with him. This timeline, at least, whenever they started to talk it wasn't soon thereafter interrupted by one of the Weasleys, who were pretty much hell-bent on keeping them apart. The four spent evening hours sitting in the revived parlor of the Black House talking about the Marauders and, specifically, Harry's parents. After one of their talks focusing on Lily, Hermione asked, I really am a lot like her, aren't I? Yes, dear, you are, smiled Sirius. Before they left Black House Sirius gave them a small book to read called, Your Inner Animal. It's a book about animaguses, together with the known risks and benefits, he said. I know it's not something you've decided you'd like to try, however, I'd like you to read that before you reach a decision one way or the other. Thank you, said Harry. Just remember, if you have any questions, I can probably provide the answers, he said. Just don't approach Minnie about this. She's still very much annoyed with your father and me about doing it while we were still students. She'd demand you not try it while at school. We won't, said Hermione, which showed how little faith she still held in Professor McGonagall. While they were waiting on the platform and talking to the adults, the three were approached by Arthur Weasley. They could see the four Weasley school-aged children all standing back and watching. Fred and George were grinning, Ron was angry and Ginny was staring at Harry with longing. May I have a word with you and your wives, Mr. Potter? He asked. After a visual check with his wives, Harry replied, certainly, Mr. Weasley. The three pulled apart from Sirius and the other Greenbras just enough that their discussion would not be overheard. The three waited for Mr. Weasley to then gather his thoughts and say his piece. Eventually, he said, Mr. Potter. Harry, I hope you understand I had no idea what Molly was up to planning. Since I have become freed of the effects of the potion she was slipping me, I've come to realize I do not love her. If anything, I now find myself despising her. I have filed for an in absentia divorce based on the use of those love potions. I thought she'd be released by now, said Hermione. After all, The 6 months should have expired by now. It has, he replied. However, I will not have her back at the Burrow. I think she's staying with her Aunt Muriel. He gave himself a bit of a shake and said, but that's not your concern. I just wanted to assure you that the Weasleys, as a family, despise what Molly attempted to do. And, now that I'm free of potions myself, I find myself utterly appalled at what she was planning on accomplishing. Mr. Weasley, said Harry. While I know it was fundamentally Molly's plan to potion me and have me marry Ginevra, it was not difficult for me to come to the logical conclusion that Ronald and Ginevra were willing. I dare say eager, co-conspirators. And, from the expressions on both their faces as you were asking us for a word, it was not difficult to tell they'd go right back to being co-conspirators if they thought they could get away with it. When Arthur seemed about to object, Harry continued, I know that the only reason both were not more harshly punished as a result of that trial is because of backroom shenanigans by Dumbledore, calling in favors or promising others. It was not difficult to hear Molly's whole testimony and determine it was carefully prepared to ensure your two youngest were able to slip out of receiving suitable and well-deserved punishment. Hell's bells, neither of them, even now, believe they've done anything wrong. Ronald is still operating under an overblown sense of personal entitlement about being born a pureblood and believes only he can be the friend of Harry Potter, and that he's been wronged by being caught, hence the expression of hate on his face even now. And, Ginevra was enwashed by Molly into believing it was her destiny to marry the mythical boy who lived, hence her expression of pained longing for me. Arthur seemed to think about that for a moment before he quickly spun around, and saw those exact expressions. He glared at them both, for a moment forcing both to look away, before he turned back to Harry with a look of sadness. I'm sorry, he quietly said. Look, Mr. Weasley, said Harry, a little softer. I'm very grateful to you, the twins, even Percy, for being there for me in my first, second and third year summers. You even invited Hermione and me to join your family to attend the Quidditch World Cup. And I know you did that for no more reason than you're really good people. But, what those three did, that's unforgivable. They used me, manipulated me and, as I see it, poisoned me and Hermione. And they planned on continuing to do that until they got what they wanted. I know, Harry, sighed Arthur. However, that did not absolve me of apologizing to you as head of House Weasley. Accepted, Arthur, said Harry. Just keep those two away from me. They have been ordered to, he said. I just hope they recognize the consequences of not obeying that order. As do we, Mr. Weasley, said Hermione. If they, ever again, act against us. Understood, he sighed. After wishing them the best, and his belated congratulations, he took his reduced brood off so they could board the train, sending the twins on board as he took the youngest two aside for another talk about their behavior. When they boarded the train and found a compartment, Daphne said, I thought the Weasleys stayed at the castle for Easter. As did I, said Harry. I don't remember them being on the train back to London 2 weeks ago. They weren't, said Hermione. I was watching for them. Then they must have been either sent home or Mr. Weasley picked them up, after the train left, said Daphne. It could have been just for that meeting, on the platform. Yeah, but I doubt it. Mr. Weasley doesn't have a Slytherin bone in his body, sighed Harry. I can see him wanting to spend time with his kids, though, now that the Burrow is empty of everyone but himself while school is in session. He could have even wanted to check up on his two youngest to see how they're faring. We just don't know. Father informs me that Percy has returned to the Burrow, said Daphne. Apparently, it was more Molly's nagging that drove him away. And he also now has a house elf to take care of the place. It was something the oldest two bought for their father to make sure he was looked after soon after Molly was incarcerated. As long as Ronikins doesn't abuse it, I have no problem with that, said Harry. Arthur's nice. He'd treat him, or her, well. They were just talking when the door opened and Malfoy stuck his head in. Again, there was nary a human bookend in sight. Potter, he sniffed. Malfoy, Harry sniffed back in an almost perfect mimic of the boy. Malfoy stood there for a moment before he obviously reached a decision. He quickly looked both directions down the corridor and stepped fully within the compartment before closing the door shut behind him. Then he just stood there for a few moments. Finally, Harry asked, something on your mind, Malfoy? Again, Malfoy just seemed to stand there for a few moments, neither looking at Harry and not. Clearly, something was whirring about in his mind. Eventually, he reached another decision and said, "You need to watch your ass, Potter. There's something in the wind." Curious, thought Harry. When he glanced at his wives he could see they thought the same thing. "Care to elaborate?" he asked. "I'm unable to," the blonde boy admitted. "Fair enough," replied Harry. "Then, perhaps you could tell me what's led you to this conclusion." "A few things," replied Malfoy. "During the break, Father was acting quite. I must ask that what I am about to tell you is not spoken about with other ears. I understand that your wives will be privy. However, your word on your and their behalf shall suffice." Harry thought about that for a few moments. This was something that did not happen in the previous timeline. It was something that had a clear, profound effect on the boy who thought himself his arch-nemesis. He quickly glanced to his two wives, who were also showing confusion but acceptance. He turned back and said, "As long as what you tell me does not cause harm to me or mine, including my friends, then I will keep your confidence. However, if it does warn of possible harm to me or mine or my friends, I will do my best to ensure your identity is kept out of it if I feel the need to warn or protect them." Malfoy gave a little snort and said, "You really should have gone into Slytherin." He paused for a moment and then said, "During the break, Father was acting quite perturbed and showing not a little anxiety. It is not like him to display emotion, especially emotion that could be deemed a weakness. For Father, this is quite out of the ordinary. It means he was very worried. I saw as he often rubbed the dark mark on his arm, almost unconsciously. He would also meet with some of his colleagues from those days. They, too, displayed anxiety. And Father has also been meeting with the goblins. From the snippets of information I garnered, I suspect it was to move funds out of Wizarding Britain. Not a lot, but significant amounts. From this, I have reached the conclusion that Father and his colleagues believe the Dark Lord will soon return. Hence, my warning." Malfoy paused again for a few moments before his voice, still soft, firmed. He said, "Now that I know the truth about the identity of the Dark Lord. Riddle, I have no wish to be forced to take his mark. I was taught that a Malfoy bows to no one. However, my father abysses himself buying the robes of a bastard half-blood. It was not difficult to determine Riddle as only caring of his own self-interests. To align oneself with him is foolishness in the extreme. I do not consider myself a fool." He then held himself up straight and his tone and manner took on a more formal air. "As it is apparent you are the heir of Black, I ask you to act as intermediary between myself and the Black, to see if he'd be willing to offer myself, and, hopefully, my mother, sanctuary in House Black." Daphne gasped a little as Harry just stared back, stupefied. It took him a moment to get his mind going again. "Bloody hell, Malfoy," he near gasped. "Of all the things I could have guessed you might want to say to me, that was not even on my highly unlikely mental list." Malfoy clearly thought that through for a moment before he clearly and honestly said, "I admit, until this break, it would not have been something I could ever envision asking of you, let alone asking of you anything." Harry sighed and looked at his wives. Both nodded back. Turning back he said, "All right, Malfoy. I will ask Sirius the Black, as soon as I am able to. I may not like you, but you are family, even if it is as distant cousins, once removed. And I understand my responsibilities as the heir of Black to a son of Black." "Then you have my thanks, heir of Black," replied Malfoy. "However, until this matter is resolved, I'm afraid I must keep up appearances. Forgive me, but I must still comport myself as if I consider you my personal enemy." Harry gave a little snort and said, "Understood. However, no hexes are similar, words only." "Agreed, agreed," he replied. "Thank you for your time, Potter." He then turned to both Daphne and Hermione, finally acknowledging their presences, and gave a short bow to each. "Mrs. Granger Potter, Mrs. Granger Potter." Without waiting for a response, he spun about and, after checking both ways down the outside page, made his escape, quietly shutting the door behind him as he left. "Bloody hell," breathed Harry after Malfoy disappeared. "Do you have your mirror on you, Harry?" asked Daphne. Yeah," he replied, distractedly pulling it out of the pocket of his inside robes. Without even asking, she almost snatched it out of his hand before opening it and whispering, "Padfoot," across the GL. Both Harry and Hermione were surprised. This was not normal Daphne behavior. "Why, hello, pup," came the voice of Sirius from the mirror. "Hang on, you're not Harry." "What is it, Daphne? Did something happen to Harry on the train?" "No, Sirius, I need to speak to you as the Black," she said. "Okay," he said, before his voice took on quite a different tone and inflection. "Then, this is a pleasure, Mrs. Greenger Potter. How may our House Black east you? My husband, your heir, has just been approached by your cousin, once removed, the heir of Malfoy and son of House Black," she replied. "He came asking for my husband to act as his intermediary in approaching you with a most special request." "Young Draco?" asked Sirius, to which Daphne nodded. "I see, and what is Mr. Malfoy's request?" Daphne quickly outlined the discussion they just had, and promised to also send along a memory of the event as soon as they were able, that night. "I see," said Sirius. "Is it your belief his request is sincere?" "It is," she replied. "As it is for my husband and sister-wife." Sirius seemed to think hard about that for a few moments before he asked, "Are you aware of whether or not his mother, cousin Narcissa, has taken the mark?" "We are not," she replied. Sirius seemed to think a bit more before he said, "Very well. Send that memory strand to me tonight. I shall review it and make my decision on how I will proceed, accordingly." "Thank you, Mr. Black. You have our gratitude," she replied. "Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, Mrs. Greenger Potter," said Sirius. Daphne suddenly grinned and said, "Now that the formalities are out of the way, sorry for shocking you with that, Padfoot." "That's all right," he replied, his voice losing its formally stilted form. "It was your duty, or, rather, Harry's." "Harry isn't up on the formal language required yet," she replied with a little blush. "I know," he replied. "Your father and I will be coaching him on that over the summer. Hermione, too, and I'll now be playing my part on helping with that before then," she said. "Good," he replied. "I had expected as much." When the train arrived at Hogsmeade, the three immediately headed to the carriages and were joined, again, by Horace, Blaise and Tracy. "We missed you on the train," said Tracy. "Yeah, sorry," said Daphne. "I don't know what happened there." "I heard you went to Twilfit and Tattings for your Wizengamot robes," Blaise said to Harry. "Yeah," replied Harry, "I just wish I could get out of having to attend for now. There's already too much on my plate, you know." Blaise nodded back and said, "Hopefully, for you, it'll only be a few hours out of every month. As a new member you won't have to attend any committee hearings, judicial sittings or the like. However, you'll probably find yourself on the roster for those next sitting year." "When is that, by the way?" asked Harry. "June to July, September to August, March to February," replied the other boy. "It has something to do with the ancient Roman calendar of only 10 months, of which March was the first. So, that means I'm excused from other than the actual Wizengamot sittings until the first sitting in March?" he asked. "Unless something happens that requires you to sit earlier, yes," replied Blaise. "However, you'll be approached sometime in January, at the latest, concerning what committees and the like of which you will or should become a member." "Like what?" he asked. "Sitting members dying or retiring," replied Blaise. "Or, they're sent to prison, or undergo a long-term stay in St. Mungo's, or, they become too ill due to age to attend but won't retire," he suddenly added. With a sigh, Harry said, "Well, hopefully, none of that will happen. And, hopefully, I'll only lose a few hours one day a month." "Knowing your luck, Harry," said Hermione. Harry winced and softly said, "Yeah." Then he edged and said, "I'm going to be studying my ass off over the summer." "Harry James, you mind your language," scolded Hermione, as the three Slytherins grinned back. "Hermione," Daphne softly but firmly said. Daphne had no qualms with Hermione berating Harry for his language and scolding him as much as she wished when in private or with family. However, there was still a level of piv deference to Harry she demanded of the other girl when in public. And that included not scolding him for his language. Daphne required of Hermione, in such instances, to note his language and berate him in private later about it, if she felt the need to. It was still something Hermione was learning to control. However, Her reaction was often of the knee-jerk variety, as it had developed in her younger years. Her father had been amused by it, so hadn't called her up short on it. Daphne, however, was now working on it with the other girl, as Harry was still quite often cowed by his muggle-born wife when she went on a tear. Something she was also working with Harry on improving. When the carriage dropped them off at the castle steps, Harry ushered his ladies inside and they quickly made their way to the Ravenclaw table. They were soon joined by Luna, who had stayed at the castle over the break. "How come you didn't go home for the break, Luna?" asked Hermione. "Daddy was busy with the Quibbler and had to go to Europe to research some parts for stories he has for print. He wouldn't have been able to return to England in time to get me back for the return train. That meant I would have had to stay at home alone for the duration," she explained. "So, we thought it best I stay at the castle instead." All three felt sad for the girl. It was bad enough she used to get picked on and bullied at the school, but to not even have any friends to spend the holidays with, that Ed. "Next time something like that happens, Luna," said Hermione, "you let us know. We're your friends. If you have nowhere else to stay but on your own at home, you can come and stay with us." Harry and Daphne both nodded. While Daphne still did not know what to truly make of the girl she considered quite odd, she also knew she had an otherwise lovely personality and could be fun to be around. Besides, Hermione wanted the girl to be her bridesmaid in August. And Xenophilius, Luna's father, was planning their annual excursion in search of what some folks called mythical creatures, accordingly. As soon as dinner was over, the three immediately made their way to their apartment. And, as soon as they entered, Daphne crossed to her Carl desk and pulled out parchment, ink and a quill, taking them to the coffee table, as Harry and Hermione did the scan for tracking, listening and monitoring charms. "Dobby," she called. "Yes, Mistress Daff," asked the little elf after popping in. "Can you get me a memory file out of my supplies, please?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied before popping away and back with one. "Thank you, Dobby," she said, taking the file. "Oh, and you can bring our trunks in now and unpack, thank you." After what happened with their luggage being pawed by the headmaster on their return from Christmas, they now left their packed luggage at wherever they last stayed, and then had it brought by the elves when they arrived. As her husband and sister-wife moved around the apartment checking for the headmaster's charms, Daphne pulled the memory of their meeting with Malfoy on the train from her mind, before dropping it in the file. She wrote a quick note reminding Sirius of their discussion via mirror before using it to wrap the file. "You do realize, with Malfoy looking to distance himself from Riddle, we need to choose a new blood donor?" asked Hermione, coming to sit opposite. "I want it to be Nott," said Daphne. "However, it could also be Crabbe, Goyle, Selwyn, Avery, Flint, or a few others. But I want it to be Nott. We'll take whoever feels brave enough to walk down that corridor on their own with no other Slytherin in sight," said Harry. "However, if we can plan it that way, then yes, it'll be Nott." "Good," she firmly said. Hedwig was already on her roost and watching as Daphne approached. "Hey girl," she said, as she moved to tie the bundle to Hedwig's ankle. "Take this to Sirius, please. Take your time, he won't be expecting it until morning." With one last brush of Daphne's fingertips down her back, Hedwig took wing and shot out through the owl window, flying south to London. Turning, she saw Harry and Hermione had completed their scan. "How many?" she asked. "Believe it or not, none," replied Hermione. "It seems our ward kept the old man out." "I'm surprised, actually," said Harry. "I thought he might have been tempted to use Fawkes to get in if he couldn't get in any other way." "I'd think Fawkes would not be agreeable to such an action," said Hermione. "They are, after all, a bird of the light. I think he'd find breaking and entering not such a good thing." Harry grinned back. He could have also finally woken to the fact that every single monitoring or listening charm he places on us is very quickly found and removed or tampered with, said Daphne. "Or he's just lulling us into a false sense of security," suggested Harry. "Whatever the reason for the lack of such," said Hermione, "we won't stop checking for them, or telling Dobby to stop checking for them, either." "Agreed," said her husband and sister-wife. The morning after they arrived back in the castle, Hermione pulled out her recently purchased copy of Most Potenti Potions. Their plan to oust Barty Crouch Jr. required the brewing of the potion. However, instead of using the bit of the real Alistair Moody, the bondmates decided on not adding anyone. They hoped that, without the final ingredient, Crouch would revert back to his original form, as it would only be his own saliva, even if he was in the form of Moody at the time. The book was not clear on what, exactly, would happen in such an instance. But, from similar potions, it would either be inert or Crouch would simply not revert to his true form. Unlike Amortentia, Polyjuice did not have a different smell or taste depending on the person to whom it was keyed. Its only difference was the color. And, as Crouch drank the potion from a solid metal flask, unless he poured some into his hand before drinking from it, he'd never know he was not drinking his Polyjuice potion until it was far too late. During one of their trips to Diagon Alley, the three individually purchased different ingredients from the required ingredients list. Once in their apartment, Hermione set up one of their spare cauldrons in Daphne's ensuite and began the process. The first step, as with second year, was to stew the lacewing flies for 21 days. The three were no sooner used to school activities again when, a couple of weeks later, Harry had to get ready to attend his first Wizengamot meeting. It was held on Monday, the 3rd of May, starting at 10 a.m. Immediately after breakfast he headed back to the apartment and donned his robes before heading down to the entrance hall. And, yet again, the headmaster turned up. "Now, Harry," he began. "Don't even attempt to stop me attending, Albus," sighed Harry. "You've not won any of the confrontations we've had about me leaving the school to attend to my duties. You're not going to succeed this time, either." Dumbledore sighed and said, "I really don't think you should attend, Mr. Potter." "That is very much obvious, Headmaster," replied Harry. "And, yet, I've already received a written rap over the knuckles for not attending the previous one. The Wizengamot, even the minister, is insistent I attend this one. Therefore, I will attend. Now, unless in the past few hours you've somehow managed to completely rewrite centuries-old law about attendance at Wizengamot meetings, the law states I must attend. Do we need to go over how even you cannot ignore the law just because you want to?" "No, Mr. Potter, we do not," said the headmaster. "At least allow me to organize an escort for you, for your safety." "No need," replied Harry. "I've organized my own." He looked out the door and said, "And, here they are, now." In walked Sirius and Matthias. "Ready, Harry?" asked Matthias, looking a little angry at Dumbledore. "I am," replied Harry. "Shall we go, or do you need to have words with the headmaster?" "As long as he's not stupidly trying to forbid you from attending, no," said Matthias. "Oh, he tried to talk me out of it," said Harry. "But, even he cannot just ignore the law because it happens to be contrary to what he wants." "Oh, yes, he's done it in the past, all right. But, that was with people who didn't know any better. His problem is, I know better now." "Very well," said Matthias as Dumbledore just stood there. "Then, let us go." Harry turned to Dumbledore and said, "I'll see you there, Chief Warlock." And followed the other two out the main doors. On the way in, Matthias reminded Harry, again, what was expected of him for the first day, at least. By the time they reached the Wizengamot chamber, Harry was as prepared as he was ever going to get. As the Wizengamot was called to order, Dumbledore, as Chief Warlock, called for the first order of business, the sitting of new members. There was only the one, Harry. As Harry came forward to the middle of the floor, Dumbledore asked, "Is there a member of this body who stands as reference for Mr. Potter?" "I do," said the minister, first to stand, quickly followed by Madame Bones. Dumbledore nodded and said, "We note that both the minister and Madame Bones stand as reference for Mr. Potter. Minister, the floor is yours." Harry then had to stand there for yet another speech. This time it was of the minister praising his acts of very, on behalf of the witches and wizards of magical Britain, and was pretty much a rehash of the presentation ceremony. Harry thought Dumbledore had deliberately picked the minister, knowing the man would gush on and on, annoying everyone. When the minister finished, quite pleased with himself, Dumbledore said, "Mr. Harry James Potter, holder of the Order of Merlin, 1st CL, on the recommendation of Minister Fudge and the Wizengamot, you are welcome to take seat among your peers." "As I say, so I swear." The entire Wizengamot rose and applauded Harry as he walked to one of the sets of stairs into the risers of seats. A few, unsurprising, were rather slow in rising and rather reluctant to clap. Once he'd found a seat, planned in advance, near the so-called faction for the light, Harry was first to be seated out of a mark of respect. The rest of the Wizengamot sat immediately after. That then led into the normal course of business for the day. And 2 hours of sheer boredom. The Wizengamot rose for lunch, on the ministry's sickle, and Harry was escorted through to an antechamber set up with fine dining. In there, the first of his now fellow Wizengamot members began to approach him, trying to feel him out on various issues. As he was already prepared for such, his oft-repeated response was, "That will require a great deal of thought. I shall consider it." Others were, "No, I do not consider myself a supporter of Dumbledore, and, just because I may not support a policy of the light, does not make me dark, nor vice versa." Through the whole boring session, both morning and afternoon, Harry would look to people like Madame Bones to decide whether or not to support or oppose each matter. He never rose to speak for or against such, which had others within the tiers wondering just where his personal policies lay. On one occasion he specifically voted against something Dumbledore clearly supported. This had those within the tiers who were watching him most carefully look at him with surprise if not shock. "Idiots," he thought, "surely, by now, they know I'm not Dumbledore's man." Thankfully, Harry was able to escape the chamber shortly before 3 p.m. and make his way, accompanied by Sirius, back to Hogwarts. As they walked together, Sirius said, "You handled yourself well, pup. It was quite amusing to see you oppose Dumbledore during one of the votes." "It was necessary," Harry replied with a shrug. "I need them to understand I'm not one of Dumbledore's little blind followers. I forge my own path. No matter how many articles are written in the Prophet about how I keep zinging Dumbledore, there are still those who think I ride about on the hem of his robes." Returning to the apartment, Harry was almost blasted with questions. While Hermione's training in curbing her impetuosity and demand for answers continued without the apartment, once they were within and in private, she could ask as many as she wanted. "Well, I had to, once again, listen to Cornhole Fudgepucker tell everyone how good he is, while supposedly singing my praises," he replied. "Then Dumbledore, bless his shriveled heart, had to invite me to take seat within the members' tiers. After that, it was almost 2 hours of listening to people drone with much ado about nothing, a long lunch in the members' dining room, and another 2 hours of the same thing. However, I now know why Binns hasn't been fired as the professor of history of magic. It's to train up the next generation of Wizengamot seat warmers in staying awake to someone who's as riveting of your attention as being forced to watch GR grow." Daphne lightly laughed. "Father would say almost the same thing. He also said that, for every hour of boring nonsense, you'd get about 5 minutes worth of excitement. He used to attend just so he'd be there for those 5 minutes. Yeah, well, if I don't get any entertainment soon I'm going to start pranking the entire body," he grumped. "If they're not going to provide me with entertainment, I'm going to provide it to them." "Harry," exclaimed Hermione, obviously scandalized. "You can't just go pranking the Wizengamot." "Why ever not?" he asked. "They're now my peers, and old Fudgy Boy forced me to sit with them." "They're fair game now." "Harry," interrupted Daphne, "it's you who originally led the idea that you should receive an Order of Merlin. It's you who made public your battle with the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. As such, it's you who set in motion the events that led to you earning a seat on the Wizengamot. If you didn't want the seat we didn't have to push Madame Longbottom to get you your Order of Merlin. That means, you are now a member of the Wizengamot because it's something you wanted." Harry looked back at his pureblood wife with a look of incredulity and sulkiness. The Wizengamot didn't have to make the Order of Merlin an automatic seat within their own body. "Now you're clutching at straws," she calmly replied. "The rule that holders of the Order of Merlin be seated upon the Wizengamot comes from centuries ago. It's not something new they introduced just to annoy you." "Damn it," he grumbled, knowing he'd well and truly lost this one. With a sigh he said, "I can't hand it back now, can I?" "Nope," she replied with a light smile. "Nor can they strip it from you without very, very good reasons. One of which must include that the reason is because the events that took place for which you earned it were falsely reported. And, we know that's not the case." "All right," he sighed. "When can I appoint a proxy?" "After the first year," she replied. And then, only for the Wizengamot meetings. If you're selected for any of the panels, depending for what the panel is selected, you'll need to appoint proxies for each from the membership of said panel. No easy way out, then, he sighed. Deliberately so, she replied. They want their members to actually carry out their roles, and not proxy them off to others. Well, something to worry about next year, he said. Changing the subject, he asked, what's up now? No, don't tell me. Homework, right? Both wives just smiled back. During the time, both wives kept an eye on the stewing lacewing flies for the polyjuice potion. And, once the required 21 days had passed, they set to work on the rest of the potion. The riskiest part was needing to sneak out of the castle to pick the fluxweed out in the Forbidden Forest on the night of the full moon. Just as in second year, we'll have enough for 4 doses, said Hermione. Almost absent-mindedly, it'll be a good idea to keep the extra doses under a stasis charm. You never know when we might need them. Do we know how much makes a dose and how much Crouch keeps in that flask of his? Asked Harry. Good point, said Daphne. I recommend just switching out 1 dose, though. With the amount he's been downing on a regular occurrence, I doubt he'll realize he has a different amount between before and after we switch them out. Fair call, said Harry. Besides, the weight of the flask itself should throw off any chance he has to doubt how much he had. Harry then left his 2 wives to finish brewing the potion, and returned to the living room to further study and try to memorize strings of ancient runes and their uses. The following month's Wizengamot meeting saw Dolores Umbridge, once again, attempt to introduce a dark creatures law. This one would require all creatures to be registered with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures or face heavy fines, if not a stay in Azkaban. And, for the first time, Harry spoke among his new peers. He spoke against. During the week leading up to the sitting, Harry sat with his wives and they went through the points Harry would cover. They included, where would the money come from to pay for it? If there is any leeway in the budget to pay for it, why hasn't that money already been ignited to boost their aura forces, who have been hit the most due to budget cuts over the past decade? As it isn't covered in the literature sent to members for debate, what defines a creature? Do half-breeds count as creatures? What defines a half-breed, half, quarter, 1/8, 1/16? Then hit back that the matter has not been properly thought through and requires a great deal more effort on the part of the mover before they submit such ill-thought concepts to the Wizengamot for their perusal. In other words, slap the horrid woman down where it hurt her, by showing her up to be pretty much incompetent and ill-prepared in her job. While, simultaneously, showing Harry to being both a voice of reason and considered thought. On the day and when he rose to speak, Harry was also mindful of not losing his temper, and keeping his voice both measured and displaying concern and disappointment. He'd learned those from carefully analyzing Dumbledore's manner of verbal communication. In summation, he said, therefore, Chief Warlock, it is my much considered view the bill requires significantly more work before this august body should be forced to consider it in detail. I believe this body's time would be better spent on properly prepared submissions rather than just a document that appears to be no more than just an overreaching concept outline that gives naught than just the appearance of a legislative work. We debate law, here, not ideas. In the end, the motion went from a slight advantage to supporting the motion to a near landslide against. The feelings of the Wizengamot were clearly so against the motion by the time Harry finished speaking, that the Pink Toad was forced to withdraw the motion completely to give greater thought to Mr. Potter's concerns before resubmitting it for a second time. As the session broke, Harry found himself near swamped by other members who approached to congratulate him for his concise and well-reasoned arguments. And to wonder at his views on other issues. Of course, in among them were also remarks such as they found themselves surprised that such a young man could speak so well on such a topic. A backhanded compliment if there ever was one. 4 weeks before the start of the third and final task Harry expected, and got, the request to join the champions in the entrance hall to meet with Ludo Bagman. From there, Bagman took them down to the Quidditch pitch which had, for the last 2 weeks, been surrounded by a barrier denying entrance to all. As they walked through the barrier and then started climbing the stairs into the stands, Bagman told them about how the third task would be held on the pitch of the Quidditch stadium. Once they reached spectator height, Bagman, still nattering on, led them to look out over the pitch. Of course, Harry knew what to expect to see. However, the others did not. When the ground of the pitch came into view, Cedric gasped. "What have you done?" he exclaimed. "You've ruined it. I assure you, Mr. Diggory, that on completion of the task the pitch will be set to rights," Bagman almost snippily said. "It's sacrilege," exclaimed Harry, getting into the mood of things. "This vast the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, asked Victor, staring at the ground. Yes, said Cedric. "It is crime to do this to pitch," said Victor. "I assure you all, the pitch will be returned to rights within a few days of the completion of the task," said Bagman. "Now, who can tell me? A few days?" asked Cedric, interrupting and a little angry. "How?" With an exasperated sigh, Bagman said, "The maze was planted. Well, blast it all. Clearly, EET's a maze," said Fleur as if she thought Bagman was being an idiot. "But EET should be a Quidditch peach. As I said, it will be put to rights after the task," said Bagman. "Now, in the maze, you'll probably have dangerous creatures and magic traps, right?" said Harry. "And, what? First one to the middle or whatever wins. The Tri-Wizard Cup will be in the maze somewhere," said Bagman. "The first person to reach it will win." Yeah, said Harry, giving a wave-off gesture with his hands. "Will that be all?" "Yes, Mr. Potter," said Bagman, starting to grit his teeth a little. "Frumos," said Victor. "Now, we leave, not, placket, pleasant, to see Quidditch pitch so, intinit, defiled." "Defiled," said Cedric. "Yes, that fits." "Fine," snapped Bagman. "You now know what's required of you. I'll see you on the 24th of June. And he stomped off. "Hey, useless," called Harry. Surprisingly, Bagman turned around. "I'm glad to see you now recognize your new name. The Weasley twins want their winnings from their bet at the Quidditch World Cup. You'd best pay up pretty quick. They can be very creative in their punishment of those who've wronged them." That had the other three laughing as Bagman glared at Harry for a moment before again stomping off. As they walked back from the pitch, Victor and Fleur excused themselves and headed back to the ship and carriage respectively. Harry and Cedric walked together. "Almost over, Harry," sighed Cedric. Clearly, he wanted to talk about things and was trying to find a way to bring up the subject. "Yeah," said Harry, "I'm looking forward to summer, already. This is my last year," said the older boy. "I was looking forward, this year, to the match between the Badgers and Lions to show that I could beat you without a bunch of pesky Dementors coming in and ruining everything." Harry laughed and said, "You'd have been sadly." He stopped speaking as both boys saw Barty Crouch Sr. stagger out of the forest. He was in bad shape. Harry mentally face-palmed himself for forgetting this event. Immediately he drew his wand as Crouch staggered forward. As Harry remembered, he looked as though he had been traveling for days. The knees of his robes were ripped and bloody, and his face was scratched. He was unshaven and gray with exhaustion. His neat hair and mustache were both in need of a wash and trim. His strange appearance, however, was nothing to the way he was behaving. Muttering and gesticulating, Crouch turned and began talking to a tree. "Isn't that Mr. Crouch?" asked Cedric. "What's he doing?" Harry nodded and said, "Go get help, Seed. I need the professors down here. Possibly Madame Pomfrey, too. Hurry." Right, Harry," replied the other boy. He took a couple of steps before he turned back. "Will you be all right here with him?" Without taking his eyes off Crouch or the forest, Harry said, "Yeah, I'll be fine. Just go fast." And Cedric took off running, again. Crouch was still talking to the tree. "And when you've done that, Weatherby, send an owl to Dumbledore confirming the number of Durmstrang students who will be attending the tournament. Karkaroff has just sent word there will be 12. Mr. Crouch," called Harry. "And then send another owl to Madame Maxime, because she might want to up the number of students she's bringing, now Karkaroff's made it a round dozen. Do that, Weatherby, will you?" Will. Crouch's eyes were bulging. He stood staring at the tree, muttering soundlessly at it. Then he staggered sideways and fell to his knees. "Mr. Crouch," Harry said loudly, hurrying over while keeping an eye on the tree line. "Are you all right?" Crouch's eyes were rolling in his head. "Dumbledore," gasped Crouch suddenly. He reached out and seized a handful of Harry's robes, dragging him closer, though his eyes were staring over Harry's head. "I need. See. Dumbledore. Figured as much," said Harry. "If you get up, Mr. Crouch, we can go up to the—" "I've done. Stupid thing." Crouch breathed. He looked utterly mad. His eyes were rolling and bulging, and a trickle of spittle was sliding down his chin. Every word he spoke seemed to cost him a terrible effort. "Must tell Dumbledore. Get up, Mr. Crouch," said Harry loudly and clearly. "Get up, and I'll take you to Dumbledore." Crouch's eyes rolled forward onto Harry. "Who, you?" he whispered. "I'm a student at the school," said Harry, pulling Crouch to his feet with his left arm while holding his wand in his right. "You're not his," whispered Crouch, his mouth sagging. "No," said Harry. "Dumbledore's." "Yes," replied Harry. Crouch was pulling him closer. Harry tried to loosen the man's grip on his robes, but it was too powerful. "Warn Dumbledore. We'll get Dumbledore if you let go of me," said Harry. "Come with me, Mr. Crouch, and we'll get him." "Thank you, Weatherby, and when you've done that, I would like a cup of tea. My wife and son will be arriving shortly. We're attending a concert tonight with Mr. and Mrs. Fudge." Crouch was now trying to talk fluently to a tree again, and seemed completely unaware that Harry was there. It surprised Harry so much he didn't notice that Crouch had released him. So, Harry latched onto the robes of the man's upper right arm with his left hand and began to drag him away from the tree line. Crouch then swiveled to look at Harry and said, "Yes, my son has recently gained 12 owls. Most satisfactory, yes, thank you, yes, very proud indeed. Now, if you could bring me that memo from the Andorran Minister of Magic, I think I will have time to draft a response." Crouch suddenly reached out with his right hand and snatched at Harry's left arm. "Don't leave me," he whispered, his eyes bulging again. "I escaped. Must warn, must tell, see Dumbledore. My fault. All my fault. Bertha dead, all my fault. My son, my fault. Tell Dumbledore. Harry Potter, the Dark Lord, stronger. Harry Potter." Harry kept dragging the clearly delusional man away from the trees and towards the castle while he kept a close eye on the tree line. The further they got away from the trees, the safer Harry thought they'd be. The safer he knew they'd be. Harry had dragged a somewhat resistant Crouch partway back to the castle when he finally spotted Staff running towards him with Cedric Diggory. Of all people, in the lead was Professor Snape. Thinking fast, Harry said to the man, "I'm Harry Potter," and tried to keep dragging the man towards the castle. Crouch reached out with both hands and latched onto Harry, bringing both of them to their knees. "Mr. Potter," the man gasped, looking at Harry with wide, horrified eyes. "The Dark Lord, he's getting stronger, he's coming back." By then Snape had reached them and was on his knees next to them. He was waving his wand over Crouch and muttering incantations. "My son," cried Crouch, "he's one of them. The Dark Lord wants your blood." "Potter," said Snape, "help me get him up." By then Diggory was back and helped get Crouch back on his feet as Harry almost viciously disentangled Crouch's fingers from his robes. They'd just got the man on his feet when a jet of green light flared out of the tree line. Watching for it, Harry immediately dived at all three and tackled Diggory and Crouch to the ground. Snape, seeing the tackle coming, managed to step back to avoid it. He also managed to avoid the curse in the process, as it flew over the three tangled bodies right in front of him. He immediately spun towards the tree line with his wand drawn. "Get up, Potter," he demanded, as he watched the trees. "Get up and get out of here." As Harry rolled off the pile, he surged to his feet with his wand drawn in a crouch as Diggory rose, almost terrified. He looked to the trees. "Potter," called Snape, "get Diggory and Crouch and get out of here." Harry took one last look at the tree line and turned his wand on Crouch, who was still sprawled on the ground. Not even bothering to help the man to his feet this time, he levitated him with a mobilicorpus charm and ran with him back through the arriving professors as Diggory ran after them both. Snape stayed and backed away from the trees, covering their escape. Harry watched out of the corner of his eye as saw a messenger Patronus flash away towards the headmaster's office. It was Professor McGonagall's lynx. Once Harry was through some of the staff, now with their own wands drawn and looking to the forest, he didn't even bother to look over his shoulder anymore. He just raced for the castle with Crouch in tow. He met Madame Pomfrey coming out the front doors and called, "Infirmary, Madame Pomfrey. A man's been seriously hurt. Put him down right here, Mr. Potter," she ordered. "I'll take a look at him first." Harry spun and lowered Crouch to the ground as the Mediwitch knelt down next to the man and cast diagnostic charms over him. She was still going as some of the staff were coming back. She was beginning to rise as Dumbledore came running out of the doors before almost skidding to a stop and looking around. "Bartemius?" he asked, as he saw who Madame Pomfrey was working on. "Yes," said Harry, "and someone just shot a bloody killing curse at us from just inside the edge of the Forbidden Forest." Diggory, panting his lungs out, said, "Yeah, and if it wasn't for Harry, they'd have got us." Dumbledore turned to give Harry a long look before he turned to Madame Pomfrey and said, "Take him to the infirmary, Poppy. I'll investigate what's going on in the forest." Before he quickly moved off to where Snape was still watching the edge of the forest. "Take him to the infirmary, he says," scoffed the Mediwitch. "Where else would I take him? To the Ministry Ball." She then turned to look at Harry and asked, "Think you can levitate him to the infirmary, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "No problem. Do so," she said. Harry immediately cast the Mobilicorpus charm back on Crouch and levitated him again. As he towed Crouch behind him and jogged into the castle and up the stairs, Madame Pomfrey kept pace and kept an eye on him. As soon as they reached the hospital wing, Harry levitated Crouch onto the nearest bed as Pomfrey bustled about to bring a potions cabinet closer to the side of the bed. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she said as an aside. "I've got it from here." Harry knew a dismissal when he heard one. He turned to leave when he spotted Diggory standing puffing his lungs out wide-eyed in the doorway. As Harry walked towards him, he said, You saved my life." "Instinct, Cedric," said Harry. The boy started to shake, so Harry quickly grabbed onto him and led him over to the bed alongside Crouch. Sitting him on the bed, Harry asked the Mediwitch, "Can Cedric have a calming draft, please, Madame Pomfrey? He's just had one hell of fright. Someone just shot a killing curse in his direction." From where she was working on a now unconscious Crouch, Pomfrey took one look at Cedric, reached into her potions cabinet and handed a corked vial to Harry. Harry uncorked it and firmly placed it in Diggory's hand. "Here, drink this, Cedric," he firmly ordered the other boy. Without a word or even looking at Harry, Diggory brought the vial to his lips and tossed the contents back. A quick swallow, a grimace, and the boy gave a little shudder of revulsion. "Merlin," he breathed. Harry waited a few moments before he asked, "Better, Cedric?" Diggory looked at Harry and said, "Thanks, Harry." Harry grinned back and said, "You're welcome. Good thing I've got seeker reflexes, huh?" "Yeah," said Diggory. A moment later he said, "I owe you, Harry. I owe you a life debt." Harry grinned and said, "Friends don't owe friends life debts, Cedric." Diggory, coming back to himself, gave a snort and said, "Yeah, they do." "We'll worry about it another time," said Harry. "Thanks for running so hard to get help. If Snape hadn't gotten there as fast as he did." "Yeah," he said. "Who knew the Grey Potions Master could run so fast?" Harry grinned back as Diggory responded in kind. "If you two are done," said Pomfrey, "you might want to clear out." Both boys again grinned at one another as Diggory hopped off the bed. Together, they walked out. They hadn't gone too far when Diggory asked, "Ever seen the inside of the Hufflepuff common room?" "Nope," said Harry. "It's the only one I haven't seen." With a nod and a smile, Diggory said, "Come on, then. I'm about to show you a Hufflepuff secret." Curious, Harry followed on behind as Diggory led him down in the dungeons. Walking in through a secret door in a set of barrels, Diggory led Harry down a light ramp into a quite large common room. Though not quite as large as the Slytherin common room, it was easily the second largest of the four houses. A couple of other Puffs looked back curiously as Diggory indicated a sofa and said, "Sit. I'll get us a couple of butterbeers." Taking a seat, Harry watched as the older boy went over to what looked like another large barrel, this one standing upright, and tapped his wand on a knot in the wood. A hidden door swung open and Diggory reached within. When he pulled his hand out, he was holding a couple of butterbeer bottles by the neck. With his other hand he then dropped a couple of coins into a box with a slot on top before closing the door. He walked back over and handed a bottle to Harry before taking seat in an armchair opposite. With a snort and chuckle, Harry popped his bottle open, taking a huge swig. The bottle and its contents were both quite chilled. The older years bring back sweets and drinks from Hogsmeade each Hogsmeade weekend, the other boy explained, answering the unasked question. They keep the Hufflepuff shop there, well stocked. That way, even the younger years have access to what's available from Hogsmeade. Clever, said Harry. I take it you have a house fund from which they take funds to purchase it all. Yep, it's looked after by the prefects. And the price from here is about 10% above the prices in Hogsmeade, explained Diggory. When the kitty gets too large, we use the funds to buy things for those in our house who are less flush, shall we say. No problem with thefts? Asked Harry. Diggory smiled and said, this is Hufflepuff, Harry. We look out for each other down here. Stealing means you're stealing from your friends, and yourself. It's very rare for a theft to occur. I won't tell you what we do in those circumstances. Harry gave a shrug and said, understood. I just wish the other houses, especially Gryffindor, would be able to prove themselves so trustworthy. Not everyone is worthy of being a Hufflepuff, smirked the other boy. As they talked, Harry looked around the room. Where he'd expected a lot of black and yellow, instead he saw brown and tans. The floor was almost completely covered in thick brown carpet. The chairs were done in dark brown leather with yellow stitching and black buttons. The tables and chairs were of a dark, almost black wood, with tan padding. The walls were in a pastel yellow with dark yellow and brown curtains in front of the windows that were along one wall. Seeing Harry looking curiously at the windows, Diggory said, the windows are actually in the cliff face directly below the castle. They, of course, look out over the Black Lake. What about windows for the dorms? Asked Harry, pointing. Diggory said, boys' dorms are that way, one after the other. Then he pointed to the opposite direction and said, and the girls' dorms are the same that way. Each dorm has windows on one wall that are the same as the ones in here. In other words, each dorm has a view out over the Black Lake. I don't remember seeing any windows in the cliff face when I've been out on the lake, said Harry. There, smiled Diggory. You just have to really look for them. Once you see them, they then become obvious to you. Harry sat and talked with Diggory for a while before Dobby suddenly popped in. Miss Hermione and Miss Daphne are worried about you. They wonder where you are. ERRPH, said Harry, to Diggory. I'm in trouble. Turning back to Dobby he said, please tell both ladies I'm sorry I worried them and will be there, safe and whole, in a few minutes. I take it they're in our apartment. Yes, Master Harry, sir, replied the elf. Nodding, Harry said, thank you, Dobby. As the little elf popped away again, Harry turned to Diggory and said, I'd better go. Diggory grinned and said, best not keep your ladies waiting. Harry stood and said, thanks for the butterbeer, Cedric, and shook the other boy's hand before he left to return to the apartment. When Harry walked into the apartment, he was met with two angry witches. Where have you been? Demanded Hermione. Coming back from the Quidditch pitch, Cedric and I came across Crouch Sr. staggering out of the woods, he explained. I sent Diggory to get help while I started dragging Crouch back towards the castle. When Cedric got back with help, someone, Crouch Jr., of course, shot a killing curse at us. In the process, Diggory now thinks I saved his life and he owes me a life debt. I then levitated and took Crouch to the infirmary while Diggory followed. Once there, the adrenaline in Diggory's system started to wear off and he developed a dose of the shakes. From shock, after I got a calming draft into him he took me down to the Hufflepuff common room, where he supplied me with a butterbeer. I don't think I could have refused. He was pretty shaken up. I'd just finished that when Dobby popped in to let me know you two were worried about me. So, I immediately came up here. We didn't know where you were, said Daphne. We heard that something had happened out on the grounds, that someone had fired a killing curse at you, and that you were taken to the infirmary. However, when we got there, Madame Pomfrey told us you'd left a while earlier. All right, said Harry, speaking soothingly. Next time you worry about me, remember that Dobby will know where I am at all times. All you need to do is call him and ask, all right. Blushing in a little emberment, Hermione said, we forgot. Understandable, said Harry. You were worried and you weren't able to think it through. You'll remember if it happens in the future. He then brought both girls in for a three-way cuddle. The three-way cuddle then moved to the bedroom, and changed into something more. A couple of evenings before the final task, the three organized themselves to put the second part of the originally conceived plan of Hermione's into effect. The first was the switch out of Tom Riddle Sr.'s bones in the graveyard at Little Hangleton for a complete strangers. And the third would be the switching out of Crouch's Polyjuice potion. This was also the first day of the end-of-year exams for the fourth years, so they did not expect a lot of people to be spending time out and about. That Hermione was quite alright with setting aside her last evening before the Transfiguration exam showed the importance of what they were about to accomplish. Immediately after dinner, Harry waited in the direct route from the Great Hall to the Slytherin dorms in the dungeons for not to pee on his way to the Slytherin common room. He was one they knew positively would become a Death Eater. It would also be a bit of payback for Daphne. Waiting under a notice-me-not charm with his invisibility cloak in his arms, Harry was standing just outside a disused CL room for the wanker to pee. He was just starting to worry, when the boy finally made an appearance. And, thankfully, with no one around to observe what happened. As soon as Not Ped, Harry tagged him with a stunner and, as soon as the boy collapsed, threw his invisibility cloak over him. A quick mobilicorpus charm on the boy and Harry pulled him through the now open door of the CL room. Inside, Hermione and Daphne were waiting with what they needed to complete this part of the plan. Not was levitated over to where two desks were set side by side and hard together to make a longer work area, and laid atop. The cloak was removed and Hermione set to work rolling Not's sleeve up. As she worked, Daphne was standing alongside, observing, while holding a tray with certain objects on it. As soon as Not's sleeve was up and over his elbow, Hermione grabbed a tourniquet off the tray and fastened it tightly around the bicep. As Not was still out cold, she couldn't get him to pump his fist to speed up the process, so had to wait for the vein to begin to expand on its own. As soon as she had a likely candidate, she carefully picked up a syringe needle that was affixed to a plastic tube, which was, in turn, connected to a small, flat, pig-skin bladder stuffed with flat wadding. Concentrating, she carefully inserted the needle into the boy's arm over and along a vein until she spotted blood beginning to flow down the tube. Then hung the bladder from the edge of the desk, and released the tourniquet. Standing back up straight, she sighed and said, "Now we wait." "How long?" asked Daphne. "It depends on how much fluid Not's recently drunk, and how strong his heartbeat is," she replied. "The more fluid he's drunk and the stronger his heartbeat, the faster the flow." "An approximation would do," Daphne almost snarked. Hermione seemed to think about it for a moment, and carefully watched the bladder, before she replied, "About 10 minutes. Constantly checking, Hermione finally had the amount of blood she wanted after 12 minutes. "That should do," she muttered. Carefully, she grabbed a cotton ball off the tray and, holding it in her left hand between her index finger and thumb, lightly pressed down on the wound point as she pulled out the needle, before then pressing down, firmly. She handed the needle with its still attached tube off to Daphne with a mutter of, "Be careful with that." While Daphne, out of her sight, rolled her eyes while holding the needle. Hermione drew her wand and cast a minor healing charm on the wound point. Gingerly pulling the now flattened cotton ball aside, she was able to see that even the mark of the needle was now gone. "Excellent," she muttered, then pulled down the boy's sleeve, being careful to ensure it was down neatly. Meanwhile, Daphne had moved off to the side to another desk with the needle, hose and bladder. She carefully pulled the hose out of the bladder and sealed the skin around the hole, sealing the blood within. Once ready, she cast a stasis charm on the bladder and its contents before then vanishing the tube, needle and the little bit of blood that had spilled. Looking back, she said, "I'm ready." She'd turned back just in time to see Hermione write the word, "Gay," on Not's forehead. "I thought the idea was for not to know he'd been attacked." She asked. "No," replied Hermione, "it was for him not to learn we'd taken his blood. At least this way, when he wakes, he'll think he'll know why he was attacked." Daphne thought about it for just a moment before she said, "Clever." "We ready?" asked Harry, from where he was near the door looking for people outside. "We're ready," said Hermione. "Okay. Watch the door while I cover and levitate the wannabe rapist," he said. Daphne moved over to the door and kept lookout while Harry threw his invisibility cloak back over Not. He gave a small snort of amusement when he saw what Hermione had written on the boy's forehead. Another body levitation charm, and Harry was towing the boy back to the door. Daphne quickly checked in both directions before she ducked out and headed down the page a bit to look around the corner. She gave a quick, "Come," gesture and Harry was out the door with Not. He propped the boy sitting against the wall and pulled his invisibility cloak back off him. Looking back as Hermione pulled the door of the seal room closed again, all three then nodded to each other before they all cast Notice Me Nots on themselves and left the scene. Returning to their apartment, the three looked at each other and grinned. "That was easier than I feared it might have been," said Hermione. "I still find it hard to believe Muggles take blood from each other like that," said Daphne, a little disgusted. "As I've explained, Muggles don't have blood replenishing potions," said Hermione. "So, often, the only way to get blood back into a person is through transfusion. It's all perfectly acceptable." On the eve of the final task, both wives demanded an intimate dinner for three in their room. Harry was happy to agree. The polyjuice potion was now complete and being stored under stasis in a flask of similar size and shape to Moody's, which Crouch was using. The pig skin blood pouch was with it, also under stasis. "I know this is all planned out, Harry," said Hermione. "But there's just so much that can go wrong." "I know and agree," he said. "You're still going to be careful, though, right?" she asked. "Of course," he calmly replied, before he moved and took her into his arms. A move for which she was very grateful. "Your plan is brilliant, Hermione," he soothed her. "When the rat pulls the bone out of the grave, it'll be that of a stranger, not Riddle's father. And when he jabs me in my elbow with the point of the knife, it'll be Not's blood pooling in the grooves of it, not mine. The only thing we can't change is the flesh of the servant. But, with two of the three changed, that should dramatically weaken Riddle." "I know," she sniffled. "But you'll also have all the Death Eaters there, as well. And they won't be weakened. I'll have the portkeys with me, I'll have the second wand with me, and this time I can apparate. If I can't get to the cup, I've still got multiple ways out of there," he calmly said. She nodded as Daphne said, "He's right. He's as prepared as he can ever be. And your plan was brilliant. Harry is far superior to any three Death Eaters in combat, and, with Riddle being weakened by the ruined ritual, I believe he'll be far superior to him, too. And, remember, he got away from the lot of them last time. And that was when his mind was muddied with potions, his head was killing him from the Horcrux within his forehead, and Riddle was at his powerful best with all his Horcruxes still existing. None of that exists in this timeline." Harry looked from Daphne back to Hermione, smirked, and said what she said. Hermione gave a quick burst of laughter, smacked him on the arm, and said, "Prat." "Good," said Daphne. "Now, let's eat. I want to make sure Harry feels very lucky, tonight." "Da-aph," exclaimed Hermione, blushing. "Oh," said Daphne, as if she'd just thought of it. "I'm including you in that, too." Harry, now used to Daphne's odd humor, laughed as Hermione went red to the tips of her fingers and ears. After dinner, and a while of just talking a little more to allow their stomachs to settle, the three went to bed. Over an hour later, and just before drifting off to sleep with a very contented smile on his face, Harry thought it was the luckiest he'd ever been. The next morning the three were down to breakfast in the Great Hall. All three were quite relaxed, contrary to the discussion they'd had the previous night. Harry even had trouble keeping a goofy-looking grin off his face. It wasn't just that he'd been able to relieve tension the previous night. The girls really let their hair down, too. The things they did together. Just, wow, he thought to himself. "Earth to Harry," said Hermione, waving her hand in front of his face. He asked, coming back out of his memories of the night before. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. From the grin he smiled at her, she immediately blushed and said, "Never mind. I think I can guess." Before she turned away, "You wanted my attention," he reminded her. "Yes," she replied, remembering and turning back. "Don't forget you need a hearty enough breakfast as the families will be here this morning." Surprised he'd forgotten, he said, "Oh, yeah." As breakfast was winding up, Professor Flitwick came down to see the three. "Mr. Potter, ladies, the Cha Air competitors are congregating in the antechamber off the hall after breakfast. I know it's not a task, but I really suggest you attend. Thank you, Professor, he said. And we have the history of magic exam, said Hermione. The girls left with Harry giving them both a, for luck, before he turned to the antechamber door. If Dumbledore's got the bloody Weasleys in there, he muttered. Quickly, he strode up the hall and through the door into the antechamber. Harry, he heard before he was nearly knocked off his feet in a bone-crushing hug. As the hugger backed off, and as he recognized from the voice, it was his godfather. Hi Sirius, he grinned. As Sirius threw his arm around Harry's shoulder he said, Hiya, pup. Then guided him further into the chamber. He was greeted near the unlit fireplace by Moony, Matthias and Dees. Dees gave him a hug while Matthias and Moony both shook his hand. If I'd known you'd be coming, Matthias, Dees, I'd have asked if the ladies could do a makeup exam for History of Magic later. It's all right, Harry, said Matthias. We'll see them after the exam. It's only an hour, after all. Harry nodded and said, So, what brings you here? Through the day of the third task, the families of the charm competitors spend the day with the competitors before the beginning of the final task, replied Sirius. That means we get to come here and relive our own past Hogwarts glories and reminisce. Ah, said Harry, so, what do you want to do while we wait for Daphne and Hermione to join us? Sirius replied, Let's take a walk. And you can tell us how you intend to face the challenges in the maze. As they walked about on the grounds outside, Harry told the three adults how he and the ladies, who were acting as his trainers, had been increasing and improving upon his repertoire of combat charms, curses and hexes. He expected to come up against plant-based attacks, magical creatures, warded areas, and similar. So, he said, I've got the time advantage, for the moment. It should have been a greater advantage, growled Sirius. You were denied your rightful points in the first task because they didn't like the fact you killed the dragon, even though the rules didn't say you couldn't. And that Death Eater, Karkaroff, marks everyone low except his little sporting celebrity, Crumb. Harry just smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Well, look at it this way, the nonsense from the judges is just pushing us competitors closer together. I'm getting some nice friends out of this. But, the way I calculate it, if you hadn't been unfairly deducted points for killing the dragon, and Karkaroff scored fairly, your points should have you about another 15 to 20 points ahead of second place, said Sirius, annoyed on behalf of his godson. Yes, smiled Harry. However, how embering would that be for the three schools? Here's a mere fourth year kicking the bums of the best the three schools have to offer, and doing it resoundingly. And the three champions, let alone their schools, would also hate me for it. This way, I'm still in the lead, the three champions I now consider friends. No one in this rock pile can claim I'm not good enough for this competition. Being a competitor automatically emancipated me and pulled me out from under Dumbledore's suffocating control, and I'm free to come and go as I wish. Plus, it was never my intent to win this accursed event, only survive it. With the Potter fortune at my disposal, the 1,000 galleons prize money is pocket change. And what do I need with the so-called eternal glory of being a Tri-Wizard tournament winner, when I'm famous enough as the boy who lived? All of those points the students, here, utterly forgot when my name popped out of the goblet. And corrected it, not too long later, added Matthias. You set up quite the panic among the echelon of the ancient families when you did that, by the way. It needed to be done, Harry simply said. Agreed, smirked Matthias. A good cage rattling every now and then is good for the soul. Harry just grinned back. Now I hear the heirs are acting like heirs should, again, added Sirius. And Dumbledore and his staff have been forced, by you and your wives, to take proper action, for the most part, in dealing with troublemakers and malcontents. When the girls finished their history exam and joined them, the group took a little walk along the banks of the Black Lake, just chatting about plans for the rapidly approaching summer, before heading up to the apartment. Any word on the progress of the Longbottoms? Asked Daphne, as they slowly ascended the stairs. They're good, replied Dees. I was around at Longbottom Hall a few days ago. Both are now up and freely moving about. However, they're also both still a little weak. I take it neither is looking at returning to their previous occupations. Asked Daphne. With a little shake of her head, Dees replied, No. They both now just want to get on with their lives and catch up on what they've missed over the past near decade and a half. Will Frank be taking the Wizengamot seat off his mother? Asked Harry. Possibly, she replied. However, it won't be for quite some time. I think the entire family is only focusing on getting the pair of them back to full health before they look to their options. Fair enough, said Harry. I was just looking to getting to know Frank through our work on the Wizengamot. I'm getting bored not being able to talk to a friend. Once they'd returned to their apartment, Harry noticed Dobby had already brought in more sofas for the enlarged group. And the coffee table had been lengthened to accommodate more people sitting around it. With everyone holding a beverage of their choice, supplied by Dobby and a visiting Winky, Harry broached the subject about the third task. While the three were changing out of their school uniforms in their bedroom to get ready for the third task later that evening, Harry quietly asked, "Who's going to switch the potions on Crouch?" "I am," said Daphne. "I've been practicing accuracy and silent and minimal casting of the switching spell. I just thank Merlin that the cast is colorless and invisible. As soon as he takes a swig from the flask, I'll be using a sticking charm on both his hand and his behind," said Hermione. "That way, he'll not be able to use his wand, or rise from his chair once he sits down. That should be enough to stop him from being able to get a curse off, or something, once he begins to revert. Then, as soon as Daphne puts your version of the potion in its flask in her pocket, we'll be ready to go." The three left their bedroom wearing jeans, collared versus neck t-shirts and light pullovers, joining their families back out in the living room. "I meant to ask," said Harry, looking at the pair of them. "How do you think you went in exams? Outstanding, or outstanding plus?" Daphne just snorted and said, "Outstanding. I'm still having problems figuring out Muggle currency. 1 minute it's called cash, and the next they call it currency, and then call it money. Weird. I find it easier than magical currency," shrugged Hermione. 10 pence to the shilling, 10 shillings to the pound. It makes calculating cost a lot easier. "So, 5 galleons equals?" asked Daphne. 25 pounds, 10 shillings, or 26 pounds, replied Hermione. "But, that's at today's exchange rate." "Bother," breathed Daphne. "I got that one wrong. I thought it was 26 pounds, but I didn't think it'd be a whole number of pounds." "It's a whole number at the moment?" asked Sirius. Before he was answered, he mused, "That'll make it easy to figure out how much we're worth in Muggle currency. Take how much you're worth in galleons, divide by 5 and multiply by 26. Simple." One of the problems they'd had was how to switch the polyjuice potion from Faux Moody's flask with what they had brewed. They just hoped an opportunity would present itself on the day of the task, or they'd have to engineer such an opportunity. The latter was more risky as they didn't know how well they could create such an opportunity. However, they needn't have worried. They were just walking in the door from outside to head in for lunch with their family when Moody came down the grand stairs and approached them. Faux Moody walked right up to Harry and dropped his hand on his shoulder. "Been practicing for tonight's task, Potter?" he asked. "Of course, Professor," replied Harry. "Any ideas about what you'll be facing?" asked the imposter. "Just creatures Hagrid would consider misunderstood, and probably some enchantments such as confusion mists and the like," replied Harry. The imposter gave a very Moody-like grunt and patted Harry's shoulder twice before he said, "I think you're on the right track, lad. I have every faith in you." Before anyone could say anything, he quickly stalked off to walk into the Great Hall. Harry quickly glanced at Daphne, who grinned back and gave a slight nod. "Bit of an odd bloke, isn't he?" Matthias asked of no one in particular. "Yeah, but something seems off about him," muttered Harry. "He's always been odd," said Sirius. "Paranoid as all get up, he is." The small party then followed Moody into the hall and to the Ravenclaw table. They sat in the same area the three usually sat with Luna. When Luna joined them a few minutes later, she plopped herself down next to Dees as if there wasn't anything unusual about the situation. Harry, smirking, carried out the introductions. The three bondmates were keeping a close watch on Faux Moody where he was sitting at the head table. When he took a swig of his flask, Hermione nudged Harry under the table, and Harry saw Crouch drop the flask back into the inner pocket of his large coat. He gave a nudge to Daphne and murmured, "Any moment now." Hermione was also watching carefully and, As soon as she saw the effects of the polyjuice potion begin to wear off, she quietly said to the adults, "Something seems to be wrong with Professor Moody." That had all eyes turned to Faux Moody as he quickly fumbled for his flask again, pulling it out and flicking the cap off before taking another huge swig. As he was doing so, the features of his face began to shift under the skin and his hair darkened. "That looks like the effects of polyjuice wearing off," said Daphne, just loud enough for the adults to hear. With a gasp from Dees, Sirius and Matthias looked in shock before they stood and drew their wands. Having mentally urged them on to do so, and following their lead, Harry did the same. While all three stepped over the benches and into the aisles, Crouch began to look around wildly as his body, within his clothes, quickly went through the changes to his natural form. Either side of him, Snape had backed away and drawn his own wand, just as Professor Flitwick did the same. As soon as his body stopped contorting, Crouch snatched the straps holding the now useless magical eye in place away and reached for his wand while trying to stand and failing. His hand had barely reached it before matching stunners from Snape and Flitwick hit him from either side, causing the man to collapse before he toppled from his chair to the floor behind the table. "Barty Crouch Jr.," exclaimed a clearly surprised Snape, as the hall burst into surprised chatter. Harry walked forward as the staff appeared to stand around, not knowing what to do. "Well," he prompted them, "I may only be a student, but, even to someone like me, I would think the next thing to do would be to call the Aurors, yes." That got them moving. "Mr. Potter, perhaps you should," began Dumbledore, before Harry rode over him in a louder and clear voice. "Wonder how it is that someone you called a friend for the past 50 years could be impersonated by a Death Eater and you had no idea." "Well, I do," with a snort he said. "Polyjuice requires the person who you're impersonating be somewhat handy for the final ingredient for, and when, you need it. Maybe you should think about sending someone to the Dada offices and see if the real Moody's there, somewhere, under enchantments of some sort. That is, if you're not too busy calling for the Aurors." Dumbledore scowled back and quickly left the hall, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick hurried off to, apparently, the Dada offices. Harry turned back to his smirking godfather and father-in-law. He sighed and said in a clear voice, "Is it just me, or is the staff here utterly incapable of figuring things out without being led by the hand to the answer?" Turning to the rest of the hall, he called, "Oh, I think it's now apparent to even a bunch of dunderheads, how it is my name came to be ejected by the Goblet of Fire. That had a few students look away in shame while most others looked back in dawning comprehension. The real Alistair Moody was found locked within his own trunk in the Dada professor's private quarters by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. He was taken to the infirmary where he was resting. The Aurors finally arrived after half an hour and took away the stunned and bound Barty Crouch Jr. Harry learned later that another pair of Aurors was sent to St. Mungo's, where they were tasked with putting Crouch Sr. in null magic cuffs and cuffing him to his own bed. He would be taken into custody once he was well enough to travel. For everyone else, they spent the afternoon talking back and forth about the task and the unveiling of the so-called Professor Moody as actually being a Death Eater long thought dead. About an hour before the start of the early evening meal, Harry retired to their bedroom and changed into the mixed Muggle and magical attire he'd be wearing for the task. He'd be wearing a comfortable pair of firmly laced, ankle-protecting, high-top Muggle trainers in black, lightweight black combat pants, a black long-sleeved t-shirt, and a black over-robe similar to Auror robes that allowed full freedom of movement. And, finally, his invisibility cloak went in the left back pocket of his pants in easy reach through slits in the robes to allow such access. Because he'd need the absence of color to help him hide from the Death Eaters after getting away from Riddle, matte black was the only way to go. "All looks good," muttered Hermione. "Now try the skin tone color charm." He quickly used the temporary charm to darken his skin to a dark brown, obscurant cutum, before reversing it again with its counter, redire cutum. "Now the disillusionment charm," said Daphne. He gave the top of his head a tap with the tip of his wand as he muttered the incantation, Latio, and felt the broken egg and water-drenching sensation that said he'd successfully applied it before removing it once more with the counter, Aperio. "And the cloak?" asked Hermione. Harry checked. "In my back pocket and easy to hand," he replied, tapping his back left pocket. "Good, that's 3 ways to disappear," said Daphne. "Now for the portkeys." Pointing to them, or otherwise indicating them, he said, "My house ring is a permanent portkey and portkeys me to Potter Retreat. My wedding band is a portkey to the entry hall of Greenger Farm. My new necklace is a portkey to the front gates of Hogwarts. And the coins I have in my pockets, one in each so they don't chink as I move, are each portkeys to the front gate. And I can always apparate out." Quote, "Apparate only is a last-ditch emergency effort," said Daphne. "Your focus won't be the best and you may splinch yourself." Harry just gave a short nod in response. "Broom?" asked Hermione. "Shrunken already. And in my left thigh pocket," he replied, tapping the pocket on the combat pants. "That's everything," said Hermione. "Then let us rejoin our family," said Daphne. On his left inner forearm under a heavy glamour he had his wand holster for his secondary, custom wand, a wand he'd been training to cast with his left hand. Also strapped to his left forearm, but on the back of the arm, was his knife in its holster with the handle down, also disillusioned. There, it would be in easy reach of his right hand to pull if he needed it. On his right forearm he had the holster for the primary, ministry-sanctioned wand that he'd been using almost exclusively, the Ollivander Holly and Phoenix Feather wand that was the brother wand to Riddles. Also strapped to his right arm was the pig-skin blood pouch. It went from just under the wand holster, all the way up to about the middle of his bicep under the sleeve of his t-shirt. It was also firmly attached to his arm by elastic straps and sticking charm. And Harry had been practicing casting while wearing it for the past couple of days, since the morning after they'd taken the blood from Nott. Harry quickly found that the blood pouch did not affect his casting any noticeable difference. Once the girls checked him over to make sure everything that needed to be hidden, whether under glamour or just within clothing, they returned to the living room to join the family. "It's time," he sighed. "Shall we head down to dinner?" Finally, the three and their families sat for the final meal before the third task. Harry ate very little. His godfather noticed. "Harry," said Sirius, "you need to eat." "Sorry, Sirius," sighed Harry. "I've just got this real bad feeling about tonight. Something's wrong, and I can feel it in my bones." "Your bones hurt?" asked a confused godfather. "No," said Harry shaking his head. "It's a Muggle expression. It implies you know something for a fact when there is no evidence to support it. Think of it as a very strong gut feeling. And your guts are telling you something's going to go wrong," said Sirius, now understanding. "Yeah, that's the crux of it," replied Harry, grumbling. Listening, Matthias said, "Madame Bones will have her oars all over the place tonight. If something happens, they'll be right there." With a glance and a long look at his two wives, Harry decided to eat a little rice with a light stew. It wouldn't sit too heavily in his stomach. As the enchanted ceiling overhead began to fade from blue to a dusky purple, Dumbledore rose to his feet at the staff table, and silence fell. "Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes' time, I will be asking you to make your way down to the Quidditch pitch and stands for the third and final task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Will the champions, and Mr. Potter, please follow Mr. Bagman down to the stadium now?" Harry rose in place, quickly followed by his family. They all wished him good luck while he also received chaste s from his wives. And he headed off out of the Great Hall with Cedric, Fleur, and Victor. "Feeling all right, Harry?" asked Bagman, as they went down the stone steps onto the grounds. "Confident. I'm fine, useless. Given the Weasley twins their money, yet," said Harry. It was sort of true. He was nervous, but he kept running over everything he needed to do before the night was over. Bagman turned away with a scowl and led them outside. As soon as they stepped out the doors they were flanked by 4 Aurors, who followed them down to the pitch. They walked onto the Quidditch pitch, which was now completely unrecognizable. A 20-foot-high hedge ran all the way around just inside the edge of it. There was a gap right in front of them, the entrance to the vast maze. The page beyond it looked dark and creepy. Looking around, Harry spotted no less than a half-dozen Aurors spaced out across their side of the maze. He suspected there were a great many more where he couldn't see them. 5 minutes later, the stands had begun to fill. The air was full of excited voices and the rumbling of feet as the hundreds of students, family members and other guests filed into their seats. The sky was a deep, clear indigo now, and the first stars were starting to appear. Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sinistra and Professor Flitwick came walking into the stadium and approached Bagman and the champions. They were wearing large, red, luminous stars on their hats, all except Hagrid, who had his on the back of his moleskin vest. "We are going to be patrolling the outside of the maze," said Professor McGonagall to the 4 competitors. "If you get into difficulty, and wish to be rescued, send red sparks into the air, and one of us or one of the Aurors will come and get you, do you understand?" The 4 nodded. "Off you go, then," said Bagman brightly to the 4 staff patrollers. The Aurors were already in place. "Good luck, Ari," whispered Hagrid, as the 4 of them walked away in different directions to station themselves around the maze. Bagman, pointing his wand at his throat, muttered, "Sonorous," and his magically magnified voice echoed into the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament is about to begin." As the cheers of the audience died down again, he continued, "Let me remind you how the points currently stand. In first place, with 88 points, is Mr. Harry Potter of Hogwarts." The cheers and applause sent birds from the Forbidden Forest fluttering into the darkening sky. In second place, with 80 points, is Mr. Victor Crumb of Durmstrang. More applause. And tied in third place, with 78 points each, is Mr. Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts. And Miss Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons. More, but louder applause than for Victor. Harry could just make out his family halfway up the stands. He waved up at them, and they waved back, beaming at him, though both wives were justifiably nervous. "So, on my whistle, Harry," said Bagman. 3, 2, 1. He gave a short blast on his whistle, and Harry ran into the maze. Knowing what to expect and when, plus with using a point me charm on his gnome wand, Harry made it to the cup a lot quicker than he did in the previous timeline. He hoped it was also so fast that Pettigrew wouldn't be ready for him. With his wand in his hand as he blasted an acromantula away into soggy pieces, Harry looked about and took a couple of deep, calming breaths. "All right," he muttered, "here we go." With his holly wand in his right hand he grabbed the cup handle with his left. Harry felt his feet slam into the ground and he immediately fell forward, letting go of the cup in the process. He quickly raised his head and looked around. "Yup, the cemetery," he thought. "Now I have to allow myself to be captured by the rat." Squinting tensely through the darkness, he watched the rat draw nearer, walking steadily toward him between the graves. Pettigrew was wearing his cowled cloak and had Voldebaby in his arms. As with last time, Pettigrew stopped beside a towering marble headstone, only 6 feet from him, for a moment. Then Pettigrew placed Voldebaby on the ground between his feet before he suddenly launched a stunner at Harry. Harry made as if to block it and dive out of the way, but allowed it to hit him. When he came to, he was bound to the Riddle Senior headstone, and Pettigrew was in his face. "You," gasped Harry, but Pettigrew, who had finished conjuring ropes to bind him in place, did not reply. He was busy checking the tightness of the cords, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, rumbling over the knots. As with the previous timeline, once sure Harry was bound so tightly to the headstone he couldn't move an inch, Pettigrew drew a length of some black material from the inside of his cloak and stuffed it roughly into Harry's mouth. Then, without a word, he turned from Harry and hurried away. Harry couldn't make more than a muffled sound, nor could he see where Pettigrew had gone. He couldn't turn his head to see beyond the headstone, he could see only what was right in front of him. His holly wand was on the ground near the cup, and the bundle of robes that Harry knew was Voldebaby was close by, at the foot of the grave. Voldebaby seemed to be stirring as fretful as the previous timeline. Hearing noises at his feet, he looked down and saw Nagini slithering through the GR, circling the headstone where he was tied. "Don't go away, little snaky," he thought. Pettigrew's fast, wheezy breathing was growing louder again. He was now pushing the stone cauldron to the foot of the grave, already full of what seemed to be water, but was actually a very difficult-to-brew potion. With his wand, or possibly riddles, he lit a fire under the cauldron as Nagini slithered away into the darkness. With magic, the liquid in the cauldron heated very fast. The surface began not only to bubble, but to send out fiery sparks. Steam was thickening, blurring the outline of Pettigrew tending the fire and cauldron. Harry quickly glanced at the pile of robes that was Voldebaby and saw the mini homunculus, or whatever it was, couldn't see him. Using the steam that was blocking Pettigrew's vision, Harry quickly checked himself over by slightly moving his arms to see if the rest of his things were still with him. As far as he could tell, they were. The movements beneath the robes became more agitated, and Harry heard the high, cold voice again. "Hurry." Taking another look at the potion within the cauldron, Pettigrew called, "It is ready, Master." "Now," said the cold voice. Walking over, Pettigrew pulled open the robes on the ground, revealing Voldebaby in all his horrid glory. Voldebaby had the shape of a crouched human child, except that Harry had never seen anything less like a child, either this time or last. It was hairless and scaly looking, a dark, raw, reddish black. Its arms and legs were thin and feeble, and its face was flat and slick, with gleaming red eyes. Voldebaby raised his thin arms, put them around Pettigrew's neck, and allowed Pettigrew to lift him. Harry saw the look of revulsion on Pettigrew's weak, pale face in the firelight as he carried the creature to the rim of the cauldron. For one moment, Harry saw the evil, flat face illuminated in the sparks dancing on the surface of the potion before Pettigrew lowered the creature in. There was a hiss, and it vanished below the surface. Last time, Harry thought he'd heard a thud as the small body hit the bottom of the cauldron. But, he now realized there was no such sound. Pettigrew began his ritual chant. His voice shook, frightened beyond his wits. He raised his wand, closed his eyes, and spoke. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." The surface of the grave at Harry's feet cracked. Trying to hide his smirk, Harry watched as a fine trickle of dust rose into the air at Pettigrew's command and fell softly into the cauldron. The diamond surface of the water broke and hissed. It sent sparks in all directions and turned a vivid, aqua blue. The color was different than the first time they went through this. "Yes," thought Harry, "this is going to work." And now Pettigrew was whimpering. He pulled a long, thin, shining silver dagger from inside his cloak. His voice broke into petrified sobs. He did not know that the color of the potion was wrong. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." He stretched his right hand out in front of him, the hand with the missing finger. Knowing what was coming, Harry shut his eyes for the next few moments. But he could not block the scream that pierced the night. He heard Pettigrew's hand land with a soft thud on the ground, and heard the rat's anguished panting, then the sickening splash, as it was picked up and dropped into the cauldron. Opening his eyes again, Harry looked to the potion. Instead of the burning red, this time, the potion was more a fiery orange. Now comes the important part, thought Harry. Does he realize he's been tricked by seeing the blood pouch for what it really is? Pettigrew was gasping and ing with agony as he walked to Harry. "Be blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Harry could do nothing to prevent it, but didn't want to, anyway. He saw the shining silver dagger shaking in Pettigrew's remaining hand, felt its point penetrate the blood pouch in the crook of his right arm, and watched the blood seeping down the sleeve of his torn robes. Pettigrew, still panting with pain, rumbled in his pocket for a GL vial and held it to what he thought was Harry's cut, so that a dribble of blood fell into it. He staggered back to the cauldron with the blood and poured it inside. The liquid within turned, instantly, a cloudy, murky gray. It was not the brilliant white of before, the previous timeline. Pettigrew, his job done, dropped to his knees beside the cauldron, then slumped sideways and lay on the ground, cradling the bleeding stump of his arm, gasping and sobbing. Harry was suddenly shocked to feel someone come up behind him and remove the invisibility cloak from his back pocket. Who was this? He thought. This shouldn't. But then her scent reached his nostrils. Hermione. He nearly gasped aloud, and would have done precisely that if not for the cloth in his mouth. That was ripped away a moment later. With it gone he ed in a lungful of air. "Get out of here," he furiously whispered. "Nagini's around here." "Nagini's being hunted by Daphne," whispered Hermione. "Now hold on while I cut the bottom of the ropes. You'll still appear tied, but you won't be." Suddenly, a surge of gray steam billowed thickly from the cauldron, obliterating everything in front of Harry, so that he couldn't see anything but vapor hanging in the air. Harry felt the ropes around his torso be cut free. Then the underside of the ropes on his arms were each cut, one after the other in quick succession. Through the mist in front of him, he saw the dark outline of a weak-looking man, tall and skeletally thin, rising slowly from inside the cauldron, before he took a staggering step over the rim, almost tripping over Pettigrew. "We've gotta go," whispered Hermione. "Nagini's been dealt with." "Robe me," said the high, cold voice from behind the steam. And Pettigrew, sobbing and still cradling his mutilated arm, scrambled on his knees to pick up the black robes from the ground. He got to his feet, reached up, and pulled them one-handed over his master's head. The thin man stepped away from the cauldron, before turning to stare at Harry. And Harry stared back into the wide, dulled eyes and flat nose of Tom Marvolo Riddle, self-styled Dark Lord Voldemort. "All right," thought Harry, "now I've just got to smack Riddle about a bit and get out of here." Riddle looked away from Harry and began examining his own body. His hands were long and thin, his fingers gnarled. He caressed his own, his arms, and his face. The red eyes, whose pupils were not quite the slits of the previous timeline, appeared dull. He held up his hands and flexed the fingers, his expression confused and worried. He took not the slightest notice of Pettigrew, who lay twitching and bleeding on the ground, or of his now missing S. Riddle slipped one of those unnaturally long-fingered hands into a deep pocket and drew out a wand. He caressed it gently, and then he raised it, pointing it at Pettigrew. Riddle frowned and appeared to struggle as he levitated the rat off the ground and flung him at the side of the tombstone to which Harry was supposedly tied. He turned his worried eyes upon Harry, before laughing a high, cold, mirthless laugh. Pettigrew's robes were shining with blood now, he had wrapped the stump of his arm in them. "My lord," he choked, "my lord, you promised, you did promise." "Hold out your arm," said Riddle lazily. "Oh master, thank you, master." He extended the bleeding stump, but Riddle laughed again. "The other arm, Wormtail." "Master, please, please." Riddle bent down and pulled out Pettigrew's left arm. He forced the sleeve of the rat's robes up past his elbow, and Harry saw the dark mark. Riddle examined it carefully, ignoring Pettigrew's uncontrollable weeping. "It's back," he said softly, looking down at it. "They will all have noticed it, and now, we shall see, now, we shall know." He pressed his long white gnarled forefinger to the ND on Pettigrew's arm. Pettigrew let out a fresh howl-like scream. After a long moment Riddle removed his finger from Pettigrew's mark, and Harry saw that it had turned jet black. A look of cruel satisfaction on his face, Riddle straightened up, threw back his head, and stared around at the dark graveyard. In doing so, he turned his back on Harry. "How many will be vain enough to return when they feel it?" whispered Riddle, his red eyes fixed upon the stars. "And how many will be foolish enough?" Harry took the opportunity presented to him. He didn't want Riddle to know he still couldn't touch him. At least, not yet. Popping his second wand into his left hand, he shook himself free of the remnants of his bindings and swept his arm forward. With a barely whispered, "Reducto," he fired a reductor curse at Riddle's back, impacting him between the shoulder blades and sending the man flying forward across the ground. He immediately used the wand in his left hand to summon his holy wand from near the cup. As soon as he snagged his holy wand with his right hand, he used the left to fire a stunner down at Pettigrew, making sure the rat stayed out of the fight. However, he wasn't as fast as he needed to be. Riddle, though he ended up sprawled across the ground, was quick to spin about and fire a killing curse back at Harry. Harry was able to evade it by stepping out of the way. The curse shattered the tombstone to which he was recently bound. Harry fired a string of reductor curses back at Riddle, but only with the intent to get the man to avoid them while he dropped one of his emergency portkeys, a coin, onto the stunned Pettigrew, and hit it with a sticking charm. He wasn't out to activate it yet. He actually wanted to take Pettigrew back with him using the cup. That way, they'd end up on the stage for the presentation, in full view of everyone. But, did he have time? Apparently not. The air was suddenly full of swishing cloaks. Between graves, behind the yew tree, in every shadowy space, wizards were apparating in within black smoke. All of them were hooded and masked. The Death Eaters had begun to arrive, but they were still a short distance off yet. Harry quickly cast a last few casts as Riddle tried to climb to his feet. His first was a blasting curse to fire stones and rocks into Riddle from the ground between them, followed by a banishing charm chased with a more direct blasting curse. Harry called out the activation phrase for the portkey on Pettigrew, "Out! Out! Out!" As soon as he saw Pettigrew disappear in a swirl, Harry went on the attack. He used a couple of the combat spell chains he and the girls had developed to keep Riddle hopping and defending. When he saw the first masked Death Eater step closer, raising his own wand as he came, Harry nailed him with a reductor curse to the head. Whoever it was wasn't expecting it, and shot backwards, head first, to lay unmoving upon the ground. Harry noticed the cane that was in the Death Eater's hand at the last moment. However, the slight pause of Harry's attack on Riddle to attack the Death Eater, which was probably Malfoy Sr., gave Riddle the opportunity to begin to attack back, even as he was backing away. Riddle cast yet another killing curse at Harry, and practically grunted from the effort. A quick summon of the cauldron from close nearby intercepted the curse, making a loud gong sound as the curse struck. And Harry then immediately banished the cauldron straight at Riddle before following it up with a string of piercing, reductor and the two blasting curses, De Primo and Confringo. Riddle was able to banish the cauldron away but was only fast enough to bat away the piercing curse and reductor. The De Primo blew him off his feet and again launched him backwards, while the second blasting curse, the Confringo, just missed, ping over him, as he was launched backwards. With Riddle out of the way for a moment, Harry launched a similar string at another Death Eater, clearly killing whoever it was, before hurrying forward. Realizing his time was up, he immediately activated his own portkey before he'd have to defend again. Sayonara, he commanded, and was gone in the swirl of the portkey. He simply did not have time to summon and grab the cup, as planned. Harry appeared right alongside where the first portkey took Pettigrew, right outside the gates of Hogwarts. After a quick check of his surroundings, he popped his unofficial wand back into its holster before reaching into his pocket and pulling out his shrunken Nimbus 2000, and dispelling the shrinking charm placed on it. Hopping on, he levitated Pettigrew up and over the broom handle so he was DD over it and flew in through the open gates, making a beeline for the stage. A few seconds later he swooped in onto the stage to the shock of everyone, and dumped Pettigrew off the broom. The stands went quiet as everyone was shocked to see him ride in on a broom. The organizers, who were waiting, expected him to arrive with the flash of a portkey and deposit him directly on the stage. Casting a sonorous charm on himself, he bellowed, "Oars! I need oars here, now!" Just off the stage but quickly mounting it, was Madame Bones. "Mr. Potter, what's going on?" she asked. Harry flipped Pettigrew's robes out of the way and said, "That's Peter Pettigrew. That's the man who betrayed my parents and is a Death Eater." The sonorous charm was still active. He immediately yanked up the sleeve on Pettigrew's arm and displayed the now very active dark mark he bore to the entire audience. "And Riddle's back. Voldemort's back," he cried out. "Pettigrew employed a dark ritual that has resurrected Tom Riddle. He's back." That got people running about crying out and screaming. "No," cried Fudge, coming forward sketed by Dementors. "It's not true. It can't be." The two Dementors began to surge forward. There was no way Harry was going to allow Pettigrew to be Ed, just yet. He wanted the man dosed with Veritaserum to prove his claims. Harry dropped his holly wand back into his hand and, with a bellow of Expecto Patronum, launched his Patronus stag directly at both Dementors. Fudge immediately dropped to the ground as the Patronus headed right for him, and the stag viciously rammed one Dementor before doing the same to the second. Both immediately took off, flying away for their very unalives. Harry stormed over to Fudge and yelled, "You wanker!" and kicked him in the side where he was curled up on the floor of the stage. "How dare you bring those monsters into a school full of children, who are unable to defend themselves from them? Are you insane?" He tried for a second kick before an oar grabbed him and pulled him away. "What sort of an idiot are you, Fudge?" Harry continued to yell at the man. "Someone get this incompetent piece of shit out of here before I kill him for being so stupid." As the oar stepped between Harry and Fudge to make sure Harry wasn't going to attack the man again, Harry turned to the audience and bellowed, "Through a foul piece of ritual magic, this man," he said, pointing his finger at Pettigrew, who was now being tended by Madame Pomfrey for the stump of his wrist. "This traitor resurrected Tom Riddle, the one you people called you-know-who, at the graveyard of his father in the cemetery at Little Hangleton less than 20 minutes ago." Inside, Harry was smirking as he saw Skeeter and another, at first thought another journalist, but proving to be her pet photographer, come charging over. The man with Skeeter immediately snapped a wide-area photograph before he tried to move in closer for a second shot. "Mr. Potter," called Skeeter. "Is it true? Is V volume Riddle really back?" "Thank you," thought Harry. With his wand still in his hand he brought it across his and, in a loud and clear voice, said, "I, Harry James Potter, swear on my magic and my life that I witnessed this very night the successful resurrection of Tom Marvolo Riddle, the self-styled Lord Voldemort, in the graveyard at Little Hangleton. As I say, so I swear." In the late night gloom, Harry's flash of the oath being taken was apparent to everyone. He then fired off his huge shower of sparklers. "Next question, Miss Skeeter." He called back. "Not at this time," she said, her face clearly displaying her fright. "I expect an interview over the coming days, though." "And you shall have it," replied Harry. Skeeter then grabbed the robes of her photographer, bozo or something, Harry still hadn't found out, and ran for the gates. She had a front-page story to write and get published by the next morning. "And there you have it, Madam Director Bones," said Harry. "I was able to hurt him, tonight. But, when the Death Eaters began showing up, I had to get the hell out of there. I was able to snag Pettigrew, but I activated one of my emergency portkeys to take me to the front gates here before I was overcome." Harry was sitting with his two wives in the great hall at the Hufflepuff table. Besides Dumbledore and Madam Bones, they were joined by Sirius, the Greengrass, Remus, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Snape, Headmistress Maxime, and a small group of Aurors. It had already been reported by a professor from off the Durmstrang ship that Karkaroff had disappeared. It was believed he had fled. "Oh, and the cup will probably be at the graveyard, still," he continued. "I have a feeling, though, that whoever placed the auto portkey on it, probably layered it over the top of the headmaster's existing one. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked through the wards of the school." "That is correct, Mr. Potter," said the headmaster. "Well deduced. The portkey was supposed to take whoever reached the cup first directly to the presentation stage. Either someone was able to redirect the settings I had placed upon it, or placed a second one atop the one I placed there a couple of days ago." "Who placed the cup within the maze?" asked Bones. "That would be Bartemius Crouch Jr., replied Dumbledore. "But, to be fair, I did not know it was he at the time. I had asked who I thought was Alistair Moody to place the cup within the maze. And young Bartemius was not unmasked until during lunch, today." Immediately after his big scene on the stage, Madam Bones directed her Aurors to take Pettigrew up to the infirmary with Madame Pomfrey. Of course, the first thing they did was search him, and ended up taking off him his wand and two portkeys. Harry, quickly joined by his wives and family, was then firmly asked to accompany them. The minister was also firmly told through a suggestion that he also accompany them. The two Aurors that took the place of the Dementors made it obvious to the man not to disagree. Using his wives and family as shields, Harry managed to dump the blood pouch in the dark and vanished it. Then he used his own knife to make a small incision in his elbow before applying a poorly cast healing spell. He also asked and received affirmatives if both ladies were invisible during their whole time in the graveyard. They were. Once in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey sealed Pettigrew's stump and, on waking him, gave him a couple of blood replenisher potions. Once it was apparent Pettigrew was no longer in any danger, Madame Bones accepted a vial of Veritaserum off Professor Snape and administered the regulated 3 drops to the man's tongue. By the time the questioning finished, even the minister could no longer doubt that Riddle had been resurrected that night. Or, as it was now morning, the previous night. The soon-to-be ex-minister was white, sweating and shivering in fear. He also kept muttering to himself that it was simply not possible, that Lord Thingy, as he called him, could be back. When Harry finally wound up his tale, he looked at his watch and noticed it was already after 3 a.m. "Do you folks know how late it is?" he asked. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, we do," replied Madame Bones. "Well, I've just had a pretty trying day, thank you very much," he snarked from being so tired. "I've just competed in the 3rd task of the stupidity known as the Tri-Wizard Tournament. I was kidnapped and transported to a graveyard where I was altered and bound to a grave marker. I had my blood taken via having a knife jabbed into my elbow for a dark ritual that resurrected Riddle, fought the man in a one-on-one duel, during which I managed to tag Pettigrew with a portkey and, I think, blew away 2 of the Death Eaters that showed up, and then manage to get enough time to activate my second portkey and bring us both back to the school. You'll forgive me for being tired and irritable, I'm sure. But I want to go to bed and cuddle my wives. If Riddle isn't found and dealt with very quickly, you're about to find yourselves in part 2 of the war you had a decade and a half ago, and you've got nowhere near enough people on your side to fight it for you. Now I've, again, got a murderous dark wizard who's not going to stop coming after me, personally, until one of us is dead. Thank you, Harry, said Dumbledore. I think you should take yourself and your wives and go to bed. We'll talk more in the morning. In our presence, said Sirius, looking to protect his godson and his wives. Not willing to argue, Dumbledore nodded and said, understood. Madam Bones? Asked Harry, ignoring the headmaster and looking at the stern head of the DMLE. As this is not the headmaster's investigation, but yours, is tomorrow afternoon after lunch all right with you? I don't think I'm going to be waking up any time before lunch, at the earliest. I don't blame you, Mr. Potter, and I think I'd like to sleep in as well, said Madam Bones, a small smile flitting across her face at how Harry ignored the old man. I'll see you after lunch. However, before you leave, may I have the memory of the encounter? Yes, ma'am, he sighed. May I have a memory file, please? One of the Aurors drew one from within his robes and stepped forward with it. As Hermione held it open for him, Harry used his holly wand to draw the memory out and dropped it within. The memory ran from him snagging the cup to him portkeying away from the graveyard. He breathed a sigh of relief that his wife's presence would not be picked up by the memory. The Auror took the now capped file off Hermione and handed it to Madam Bones, who immediately tucked it into her little case she carried on her person for just such files. After bidding family and friends good night, the three headed up to their apartment to get some much-needed sleep. Walking into the apartment, the girls just hustled Harry directly to the bedroom and ordered him to bed. Harry didn't have the energy to complain about being ordered about like a child. As soon as they had him stripped off and in bed, both girls also stripped and climbed in after him. Tonight, this morning, was just cuddling. Tomorrow they had to start with the next stage of ridding the world of Riddle, for good. Very late the next morning, the three finally rose when Dobby popped in to inform them they had visitors. Who is it? Asked Hermione. It's Master Harry's doggy father and Mistress Daphne's parents, replied Dobby. Let them into the apartment and let them know we'll be out as soon as we shower and dress, said Daphne. They already is, replied the elf. Thank you, Dobby, she said. Make sure they have drinks and such, would you? Yes, mistress, replied the elf before popping away again. Hermione was already climbing out of bed and said, come on, up. With a groan, Harry climbed out of the bed after her while Daphne rose from the other side. And the three walked into the bathroom, together. Not needing to worry about makeup, or anything, Harry was first out of the bathroom and dressed. Not waiting for the girls, he walked out into the living room, closing the door to the bedroom behind him. Good morning, Harry, said a grinning Sirius. What time is it? He asked. He saw that Dobby had organized a 6-seating dining table and had just loaded it with brunch foods. It's a few minutes before noon, said Dees, walking over and giving him a hug. Muttered Harry. I feel like I only went to bed about 10 minutes ago. Well, as you said last night, or earlier this morning, you had a pretty full day yesterday, and you were up for about 21 hours straight, said Matthias, walking over and sitting at the table. Plus, with everything you went through, it's not a surprise you feel you needed to sleep longer. Taking his own seat at the table, Harry began to build himself a late breakfast cum early lunch. It wasn't until he began to smell all the food laid out that he realized just how hungry he'd become. We haven't seen the memory, ourselves, yet, said Matthias. But, did you get the S? With a snort, Harry replied, the girls ran their own plan alongside my own, in secret and against my wishes. They went to the graveyard and hid under disillusionment charms. As soon as Riddle popped up out of the cauldron, Daphne, I think it was, killed the S. And Hermione cut the ropes that bound me to the grave marker. That meant I was free earlier than when Pettigrew was going to cut me free. It meant I didn't have to suffer the 2 Cruciatus curses from Riddle in the process. And, it also meant Riddle doesn't know it wasn't my blood used in the ritual or that I'm still protected from his touch. But, Most importantly, Riddle is now mortal again. No more Horcruxes. When he dies, he's dead for good. While he was talking, the girls walked in. It also means he's not aware of the Brother Wand's effect yet. And he's not yet fully cognizant of just how weak we made him by switching out the ingredients, said Hermione as both girls walked to the table to partake of their own late breakfasts. Neither are we, replied Harry. I know he's much weaker than he would have otherwise been. I saw that when he levitated Pettigrew and threw him into the side of the grave marker I was tied to. But we don't yet know just how weak. You two girls went there? Asked Matthias. The man was clearly a little upset about that. We did, said Daphne, staring back at her father. We were completely safe and we had all our emergency portkeys on ourselves. Both of us were disillusioned and Harry only knew we were there because Hermione cut his binding ropes and told him we were there. Still, you placed yourselves in danger, said Dees. With Riddle back, we're all in danger, retorted Daphne. And, this way, we've also protected some knowledge from him, which may be very useful later. That Harry is still protected from him, and he's unaware of the Brother Wand effect, are just two of those little facts he's now oblivious of this time around. They might be only little facts, said Hermione. But they may very well prove very telling before this is all finished. The collected family was only grazing through the brunch dishes while sitting at the table an hour later when there was a knock on the door. Getting up and opening it, Harry met Madame Bones and two other Aurors waiting. Mr. Potter, she smiled. Madame Bones, said Harry. Please, come in. She walked in to see the whole family, less the Grangers, sitting at table. I hope I haven't interrupted your meal. No, ma'am, he replied. We'd finished, but we just kept talking. Dobby, called Daphne. The little elf popped in. Mistress, he asked. You can clear the table. Thank you, Dobby, she instructed him. But, please reset the tea service for us. Oh, and add coffee to the service too, please. Yes, mistress, he replied. With a snap of his fingers the now messy table was cleared away and replaced with a new tea service and a carafe of coffee with mugs. The others moved away from the table for a few moments and stretched it to accommodate 3 more chairs, adding the 3 chairs as they went. Please, gestured Hermione to Madame Bones. Join us. With a sigh, Madame Bones took a seat as the others all sat down again. However, the 2 Aurors took up station along the wall either side of the door instead of sitting down. After she fixed herself a cup of coffee, Madame Bones began, well, to bring you up to date with what's been happening since last night, this morning. She hesitated a moment and said, the minister is like an ostrich with his head stuck in the sand. He refuses to believe Riddle is back. Even after I displayed Mr. Potter's memory of the event, he's still in denial. If he doesn't change his tune by tonight, I'll use the Potter Alliance to force the Chief Warlock to call an emergency session of the Wizengamot, and toss the fool out on his ear, said Harry. There's too much that needs to be done, quickly, before Riddle is able to rebuild his forces. Agreed, she said, taking a sip from her coffee. I demanded of him emergency funding to boost the Auror forces. He denied me, and my forces are too small to fight a war. With a sigh, Harry asked, all right. He self-performs a rectal cranioectomy or he's gone. What else has been happening? While Madame Bones almost spit the mouthful of coffee she'd just supped out of her mouth in shock at Harry's remark, Sirius barked with laughter while the Greengris and his wives snickered or chuckled. There are things I cannot tell you, at the moment, she replied. However, I can tell you I sent my Aurors to the Little Hangleton graveyard, this morning, and they found evidence of the ritual performed. They also found the Tri-Wizard Cup, and I've had that brought in for you. It's yours, seeing as you were the first to it, last night. You won. Plus, I've got your 1,000 galleons prize money. She reached into her robes and dropped a Gringotts money pouch on the table in front of Harry. I know it's nothing compared to the Potter fortune, but you did win it. The minister was supposed to give it to you, last night, on the stage. However, when you launched your Patronus at his 2 Dementor guards, driving them away, and then screamed and kicked the man, he obviously forgot about it. Huh, snorted Harry. He's damned lucky he curled up the way he did. What I really wanted to do was kick him hard enough up between his legs to give him a pair of testicle-shaped earrings. That earned him another few snickers while Hermione just reached out and slapped him on the arm. That she was blushing so much was probably the only reason she didn't berate him for it. Or, it might have been Daphne's lessons were beginning to sink in. The man brought dementors into a school with defenseless children, growled Harry. He deserves far worse than what I did to him. Well, you got a lot of people thinking about what you said, or, rather, screamed at him, smiled Madam Bones. A lot of people happen to agree with you. As such, I don't think you need to worry about whether or not you need to emblay the Potter Alliance to get rid of him. I think that's now going to happen, anyway. It's more a matter of when, rather than if. Then the man has a choice, doesn't he? Asked Harry. Grow a bloody backbone or get shoved out of the way. Thinking a bit, he asked, I know I hit a couple of arriving Death Eaters last night, he said. I think I may have also killed at least one of them, possibly two. Were there any bodies left behind? Taking a sip of her coffee, Madam Bones shook her head. No, but they might have been removed before my oars arrived. Hermione glanced at her watch and said, we'd better go visit the headmaster or he's going to come looking for us. And I, for one, do not want to allow him access in here again. Oh, asked Madam Bones. And why is that? He placed monitoring charms in here and in our bedrooms, she replied. He used a listening charm affixed to the wall of the alcove outside to find out what the P word was, and used it while we were away for the Christmas break to get in here to place them. How did you find out about them? And how do you know it was him? Asked the head of the DMLE, all business. Well, he clearly instructed Professor Whitaker, our door guardian, not to tell anyone he had come in, explained Hermione. However, he did not instruct the professor not to tell us who hadn't been in. Then it was just a matter of excluding the likely suspects and confirming by asking if the headmaster had not been in. Madam Bones gave a very unladylike snort. Once inside, we then scanned the room and found a number of listening charms, said Daphne. Instead of just removing them, with the help of the Weasley twins we then set up things to drive the headmaster to utter distraction with what he heard. Oh, asked Bones. The one in the alcove was overlaid with a charm to switch everything it heard with swear words, replied Hermione. The one in here on the coffee table was overlaid with a charm to switch everything it heard with the appearance that, whoever was in here at the time, was plotting the murder of various members of staff. As various adults began to scoff and snicker, Hermione continued, the one in my room was overlaid with the sound of me singing a very annoying ditty called Henry VIII. It's a Muggle ditty that goes on and on and on. And the melody gets into your head and just won't quit. And, over that was placed a silencing field so nothing else would be heard. The one he put in my room was overlaid with the sound of a buzzing mosquito flying around your head, said Daphne. And a silencing charm placed over that, so all you heard was the mosquito. But the one in my room was the work of art, grinned Harry. That was the sound of wild peonate with added sounds of dogs, goats and bondage equipment being employed. The Weasley twins also mixed it with a compulsion charm tied to the listening charm that would make the one using the listening charm want to hear more and more, and also be compulsed not to be able to tell anyone what they'd heard. And, of course, over that was placed a silencing field. The others had already heard the story but Madam Bones hadn't. She was roaring with laughter when they'd finished. And the two oars along the wall were grinning their heads off. I'll have to remember that little trick, she finally said. It makes it quite amusing. Well, it seems to have worked, said Daphne. There've been no listening charms since. After a few more minutes the party trooped to the headmaster's office, only to be delayed by the gargoyle door guardian. Anyone know the P word? Asked Matthias. No, said Hermione, speaking for the others. She just stepped up to the gargoyle and said, we're here for a prearranged meeting with the headmaster. Please, either open up or inform him we're here. The gargoyle looked at her for a moment before it stepped aside. Well, that worked, muttered Sirius, as he strode to the rotating stairs beyond. Everyone followed along. Once inside, the headmaster came from behind his desk and greeted them with that overweening false sense of bonhomie he often exuded. Welcome, everyone, he said, as he turned to conjure up a circle of chairs before his desk. Please, take a seat. As people started taking seats, the headmaster returned to his chair behind the desk. Now, I hope everyone is rested after the events of last night. He asked by way of statement. Thank you, Yes, replied most. Now, I believe we were at the point, last night, where young Harry related to us what he thinks happened in the graveyard at Little Hangleton, said the old man, eyes twinkling away. Amelia, you took from Harry a memory of the event. May I have the opportunity to watch it? I have a pensieve right here. No, not yet, Albus, she replied. I have people going through it with a fine-toothed comb to eke out as much knowledge as we can from it. Ah, I see, he said. Then perhaps Harry may be able to satisfy an old man's curiosity of whether he now remembers more of what happened last night. I'm afraid not, Albus, replied Harry. Everything I remembered was told, and was given in that memory to Madame Bones. And it is a criminal matter, Albus, added Madame Bones. It was a kidnapping. As such it's for my department to investigate. I believe you've already been suitably warned about interfering with a DMLE investigation. Yes, I just hope to be of I's stance, said Dumbledore. For instance, I have quite the extensive knowledge of arcane rituals. I was hoping Mr. Potter might tell us what words were used and I could provide some advice. Turning to Harry, he asked, and what were those words, Harry? Harry looked to Madame Bones to see what she'd say. When the woman gave him a slight nod, he turned back to Dumbledore and said, the words Pettigrew used for each step was, bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The next was, flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. The third was, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. And what ingredients did he use for each step? Asked Dumbledore, though it is quite apparent what he used for the second. The first was bone, of course, replied Harry. He levitated a bone out of the grave at my feet. And I was tied to the grave of Tom Riddle. Clearly, that's why the ritual was held there. Dumbledore nodded back and gestured for him to continue. The second was his own hand, said Harry. And the third was blood taken when he stabbed me in the elbow with the knife he held in his hand. Though he tried not to show it, Harry could see the man was quite pleased to hear that. Your thoughts, Albus? Asked Madame Bones. Ah, said Dumbledore, I shall have to go over my notes, and reread a few tomes before I'll be able to answer that, Amelia. Bullshit, Harry quietly but firmly growled. I've told you before, Albus. I can read you like a book. The expression on your face was quite clear, you know exactly what ritual was used, and all about it. Just like you told me, a few months ago, you didn't know what I was talking about when I related to you the dream I had about a ring and a rundown shack. I knew you were lying then, just as I know you're lying now. Is this true, Albus? Asked Madame Bones, with her unmonocled eyebrow rising. I have my suspicions, he stuttered, clearly thrown by Harry being able to apparently read him so accurately. I just wish to verify my facts before I say anything more. Then tell us your unverified facts, she commanded. I'm smart enough to understand the difference. With a hard put-upon sigh, Dumbledore made a huge show of slumping in his seat before he looked up again. The ritual young Harry speaks of I've heard of before. It's a dark ritual in that it requires at least 2 sacrifices. The first being the flesh of the servant and the second being the taking by force of blood. The ritual is, of course, forbidden to use in magical Britain, as it is across the world, because of that. Alas, it is also known to be successful in resurrecting a body to its previous state. But, what I don't get is how it resurrected him to the state he was in when he died. Oh, wait, of course, said Harry. Mr. Potter? Asked Madame Bones, as Dumbledore eagerly leaned in to listen. Harry thought about his answer for a while before he replied, over Christmas I was discussing with family and friends, and indicated those sitting with him, how I see the relationship between soul and body. This is yet another example of proving what I believe. The reason why Riddle looks like the state his body was in when he died, with the ravages of previous dark rituals clearly having taken its toll on his body once he was resurrected, is because his soul, his spirit, remembered that shape. That shape was, for want of a better term, imprinted on the soul at the time of his physical death in October 1981. I explained that this was why ghosts always appear as they did at the moment of their death. For example, nearly headless Nick's near headlessness, Ing Myrtle's need to wear spectacles, the Bloody Baron's blood-soaked robes, etc. So, when Riddle was resurrected, his body shape again matches that at the time of his original physical death, complete with red eyes, no nose or hair, and a lipless mouth. His soul remembered that shape, and forced the resurrection ritual to shape the body that was created into that same form. It also proves my hypothesis that a witch or wizard's magic has nothing or little to do with the physical body. It's the spirit, the soul, that has the magic. Otherwise, just resurrecting Riddle would have given him a body. However, it would not have given him magic. Ah, said Dumbledore, cutting in. But, that's why 2 of the ingredients used in the ritual were from living wizards, you and young Peter. You are magical, therefore, it had to Riddle through the ritual. And maybe we are both right, Albus, Harry retorted. Otherwise, how do you explain his form? Shouldn't it have taken the shape of his body without the effects of the ravages of the rituals he performed in his previous physical life? Mused Dumbledore, thinking about it. Interesting. I'd like to know more about that. But, not now, said Madam Bones. I still have an investigation to run. And I need to get my people ready to fight another war while they're ill-prepared to do so. You have a window, Madam Bones, said Daphne. Many of Riddle's Death Eaters were locked away in Azkaban shortly after the events surrounding the death of, the Potters. Riddle needs to rebuild his forces before he could even think of prosecuting such a war. You have until he rebuilds his forces to destroy him, or his forces, or both. And you also know he'll target Azkaban to get out those who feel they're his most faithful, added Hermione. That's however many of his inner circle who are waiting to be freed currently residing in Azkaban. If you'll remember, he did the same thing in the First War. And, as with the previous war, the Dementors will side with him. Having them at the prison only gives Riddle more forces to break out his most loyal. Madam Bones allowed the monocle to fall from her eye as she raised a hand to pinch and mage the bridge of her nose. Just what I need, she muttered. I've not enough Aurors as it is. Now I have to send more to protect Azkaban from an attack that's likely to occur we know not when. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, said Hermione. That's all right, dear, said Madam Bones, dropping her hand away and looking across at her. You keep having those ideas and letting me know. At least, that way I might be able to do something about them. Riddle will gather to himself enough people that will allow him to attack and take Azkaban, said Harry. That will then give him quite a few more forces to then make a start on taking either the Ministry or Hogwarts or St. Mungo's. Once he has one of those, he'll then move to attack the others. With the Ministry, St. Mungo's and Hogwarts in his possession, he's effectively taken everything. He wins. In the meantime he'll return to his terror tactics, said Daphne. He'll target the families of those he sees as, of the light. The attacks will be mainly at night, and on their homes. They will also employ hit-and-run tactics. They will not stand and fight. Instead, they will apparate or portkey into somewhere, hit hard and fast, and be gone before the Aurors have a chance to mount a defense. That was their tactics in the First War, said Sirius. And they'll use the same tactics because it's both what they know and what they know to work, said Hermione. And Riddle, from what I've read, is a man of habit in a lot of what he does. Hit and run by small groups of day works, so he'll stick with it. He only brings out larger concentrations of day when the target is much larger. Or better protected. Then the Aurors need to reconfigure into teams of ready reaction forces, said Harry. There need to be teams ready to go at a moment's notice. Learning of a site being hit, forming a team to go, and then going takes too long. By the time the Aurors arrive, the day will have already left again. So, response times need to be cut right down to under a minute. But, that takes manpower and training. Manpower, to have the teams sitting ready to go, and training in how to stay in that heightened state of readiness for long periods of idle time. If the Death Eaters usually spend up to 5 minutes in one spot, then the ready reaction teams need to get there in far less time than that. If the Death Eaters then react back by shortening their times to, say, 3 minutes, then the ready reaction teams need to shorten their own, again. Eventually, you get to a point where Riddle's forces cannot stay on a target long enough to inflict the damage they want to cause before the Aurors turn up, so, they're left with no choice but to face the Aurors. And, the first thing the teams need to establish is anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards or jinxes, just as the Death Eaters used. You cannot give them time to escape or you get nowhere. If I was a Death Eater, I'd have portkeys on myself rigged to auto-portkey me out if I ended up on the ground or unconscious. So, just stunning me would only allow me to escape, even though I was effectively out of it at that time. At whatever bolt hole I'd portkeyed to, someone would come along and renervate me sooner or later, and I'm back to being able to fight again. When he finally wound down, he saw the expression on Madame Bones's face. It was one of horror. "Sorry," he sheepishly said. After a moment, she blinked and said, "No, don't be. That's exactly the sort of tactics they'd use." "I hope you're not advocating killing people, Harry," said a worried Dumbledore. "You're damned right I am." Harry shot right back. "In war, people die. To win a war you want the people on the other side to be the ones who do the dying, rather than those on your side. You used stun-only tactics in the last war, Albus. If it wasn't for a sheer fluke, you would have lost the last war in a matter of weeks. By the end of November Riddle would have taken full control, and you know it. Don't go making the same mistake again, because Lily Potter is not here to save your asses this time." "But, Harry," tried Dumbledore, "you can't just go around killing people because it's the easiest way to deal." "Stop right there, Albus," snapped Harry. "I didn't say I'll just go around killing people. If the Death Eaters engage with lethal force, then, and only then, do I most firmly advocate killing them. Personally, I believe in sticking to the law. And, I'm not just talking the law of magical Britain, here. I'm talking the law of the entire United Kingdom, magical and muggle. And that is the law of self-defense. If you come at me with lethal force, if you come at me with the intent to cause me or mine death, I reserve the right, under law, to kill you first. I will consider you have engaged me in a duel to the death and act accordingly. That is the law of magical Britain, Mr. Potter," said Madame Bones. "If someone attempts to harm you with lethal force, you are well within your rights to use such force back. However, you are not permitted to use any of the 3 unforgivables in pursuit of that. That is the path to going dark, Amelia," Dumbledore almost growled. "I will not have Mr. Potter told such things." "Oh, give it a rest, Albus," she snapped back. "It is the law and Mr. Potter is allowed to know the law. The boy sits upon the Wizengamot, for Merlin's sake. He needs to know." "And I agree," said Harry. "Albus, I have warned you many times before about attempting to control me." "Stop it. I'd not like to see you going dark, Harry," said Dumbledore. "I'm concerned for your—" "Again, Albus?" asked Harry. "With you, it's do it your way, or you're going dark." Putting on his best Dumbledore impression, he continued, "Do exactly as I tell you, Harry my boy my Harry, or, I'll be forced to accuse you of going dark. By accusing you of going dark, I'll manipulate you into doing what I want because it's for the greater good. And only I know what that means, so I can use that excuse whenever I want. As long as they don't know it was the motto my boyfriend Gellert Grindelwald used, no one will ever question me about using it." Sirius snorted in amusement. "I think he's got you well and truly pegged, Albus," smirked Madame Bones. "Why are you doing this, Harry?" growled Dumbledore. "It's for the greater good, Albus my boy," replied Harry. "I'm sure you understand." "That's enough," snapped Dumbledore right back, all sign of his eye twinkle gone. "Really?" asked Harry, smirking back. "Has it not occurred to you yet, Albus, that if you want to see who's going dark all you need to do is look in a mirror? Go back over all you've done if you want evidence of it. Start with, for the greater good, Albus. That was Grindelwald's motto. He used it as a rallying cry for blood bigots right across Europe, as you well know. And yet, here you are using it almost daily. You were aware there was a prophecy about Tom and me and what it said, and yet, you continued to send out members of your order, those who trusted you, knowing they didn't stand a chance against Riddle. You sent them out to die. Then there's your protection of Snape. How much information has he provided you of attacks and raids and you did nothing with it, just so you could protect your precious spy? Every one of those deaths is also on you. And, of course, let's not forget me. You knew damned well what sort of people the Dursleys were like. You knew damned well what my life was going to be like living under their so-called care. And, yet again, you sent me there as a defenseless infant, and kept sending me back there once I got to Hogwarts. That makes you a child abuser by proxy, Albus. You lie, you manipulate, you betray trust, and you willingly. I shudder to think even eagerly, sacrifice the lives of others. In other words, Albus, you're dark. If you want to point fingers at who is going dark, do it facing a mirror. That's enough, Harry, said Sirius. I quite agree, said Harry, standing up. I don't know why we're here, anyway. As Madam Bones said, this is a criminal investigation, not a headmaster's investigation, if there ever was such a thing for a criminal matter. I, too, quite agree, said Madam Bones, echoing Harry and also standing up. Very quickly, everyone else stood, as well, except Dumbledore. We've not finished our discussion, he flatly stated. Yes, we have, said Madam Bones. As everyone filed out of the office, Harry glanced back at Dumbledore, seeing the old man sitting there with his forehead in his hands and his elbows on the desk. As the door closed behind Sirius, the last out of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore swept his arm across his desk in anger, scattering and sending flying everything off his desk to the floor. I need time, he angrily muttered. Yet, time is running out. He looked down to his glove-covered withering hand. The potion Severus was brewing for him was only delaying the inevitable. I need the boy back under control. I need the boy to fulfill his destiny. He sighed and sat back in his chair. But, how? And how does the bond, now sealed, affect that destiny? If I remove the two wives, will that then lead to Tom winning? Or, would that just complete the prophecy and leave Tom vulnerable? Taking his wand out of his belt, he held it between his fingers. The wand already owes its allegiance to the boy. He clearly bested me and won it when I attempted legilimens on him. I should have known the risk I took. I should have been aware of the likelihood of the soul bond providing them with protection. The boy now has the cloak and is the rightful wielder of the wand. All that is left is the stone. He reached his hand down and slid the drawer open that contained the ring. The ring that was now split where he'd used the sword of Gryffindor to cut it, destroying the Horcrux in the process but leaving the stone intact. Yes, he knew now what it was. Just as he had it confirmed for him that the diary was also one. Holding the stone in his hand where it was fused to the ring, he turned it over in his hand. Do I give him the stone? He wondered. And the wand? No, he firmly muttered. As per my will I will demand the wand, my wand, be buried with me. And, there, it will remain out of reach of any who'll come later. I cannot allow the Hallows to be united. But, is that the power Tom knows not? It is a power he would want. But, not having it, would he know it? Is the power he knows not, the power of the Master of Death? What is the right path? Decisions, decisions. And, the Horcruxes. Tom made at least two, the ring and the diary. How many more did he make? How many times can the soul be split before it can be split no more? Or, at what number did he stop if he chose to stop before he reached the limit? Tom always had a fascination for the magical properties of the number 7. But, was that 7 pieces of soul or 7 Horcruxes, meaning 8 pieces? Placing the ring on the desk, he reached into the same drawer and drew out his latest journal. Opening it to the back, he carefully read through the items he'd listed. From a list of over 20, he'd cut it down to 8. The diary, the ring, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Gryffindor's cape brooch, his wand and Harry. Of those, he'd placed a star next to Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, and Harry. The last one bothered him the most. However, Harry may have freed himself of it, he thought, according to his comments about what happened when the first bond was initiated. That meant the soul bond, or bonds, maybe the power he knows not. From the list he'd scratched out other items. Slytherin's monster, the sword of Gryffindor, Tom's award, Tom's mother's wand, something from the Gaunt Shack, something from Riddle Manor. Then there was a list of where Tom might have hidden the items. Riddle Manor, the Gaunt Shack, Hogwarts, the Chamber of Secrets, Borgin and Burke's, the Ministry, Gringotts, the orphanage. And one added recently, the cave. Of those, he'd already crossed out Riddle Manor, the Gaunt Shack, the Chamber of Secrets and the orphanage. He needed to talk to Horace. He needed the man to confide in him, convince him that trying to keep what he knew a secret only placed him in more danger. Knowing Horace's penchant for collecting favors from famous people, would taking Harry with him gain him what he needed from the man? Would Harry be willing to go? Do you have to keep tormenting Dumbledore, Harry? Asked Matthias, as they were walking away from the headmaster's office. Yes, replied Harry. I need to keep him on the back foot, or he's going to eventually find a way to get me back under his control again. And, you know what happens to our world if Dumbledore gets back control of things. What are you talking about? Asked a worried Madam Bones. Harry thought about how to reply for a few moments as the others looked between themselves. I have certain knowledge of what will come to P if Dumbledore gets back enough control to manipulate things, again, he carefully said. If things play out as Dumbledore wants them to play out, the immediate future is not a good one. How bad is it? She asked. Not here, said Matthias. The older man turned to Madam Bones and said, let's head back to the apartment of these three. There's information you need that's of a highly sensitive nature. With a frown of concern, Madam Bones said, if you wish. When the party returned to the apartment, Harry turned to Madam Bones and asked, do you mind asking your guards to wait outside, for now? Is that really necessary? She asked back. Yes, ma'am, he replied. Yes, Amelia, it is, added Matthias. Looking from one to the other of Harry and Matthias, with a look to both Sirius and Dees as well, she then turned to her two shadows and said, wait outside, please. Both Aurors hesitated a moment until Madam Bones gave them a slight gesture, and then both exited. Both girls then cast about to ensure there were no listening charms or similar as Harry gestured to the couches. With a sigh, he said, take a seat. Please. This will take a little bit to explain. With everyone sitting, the girls returned to sit either side of Harry. Looking to Madam Bones, Harry finally sat forward and said, what we're about to share with you, you will not believe. But, you must. The future of magical Britain, if not the entire world, hangs on what we're doing. Well, that was quite foreboding, she said. I know, he sighed. But, it's no less true. We three know what was going to come until we took steps to change things. We'll explain how we know, in a little while, but, the Greengrass and Sirius already know. For instance, us three were not supposed to have initiated our bonds. I was still supposed to have seen Hermione as just a very good friend. And Ron and Ginevra Weasley had managed to keep Daphne and me apart through aversion potions. Therefore, no bonds and no emancipation. I was also deliberately kept in the dark about my heritage, so I was still under the supposed care of my Muggle relatives in Little Whinging. If we hadn't changed things already, Barty Crouch Sr. would have died a month ago, and Cedric Diggory would have died during the third task. When I returned from the graveyard, no one would have believed me that Riddle had been resurrected. Common belief would be that I had killed Diggory, and some ridiculous belief I killed him to take the glory of winning the tournament. Then, for the next 11 months, the Daily Prophet would have printed stories about how I was a lying self-delusional git. Umbridge would have then seen me as a direct threat and, in late June, sent 2 Dementors to Little Whinging, where I was still living, to kill me. I use a Patronus to drive them away, which then leads her to immediately have me charged with using underage magic and using magic in front of Muggles. She fails in that, too. Fudge then sees Dumbledore as a direct threat and has it in his head the old man is trying to take over as minister. Of course, that's just plain stupid because Dumbledore's already been offered the spot numerous times and turned it down each and every time. Added to that, Dumbledore wasn't able to find a professor for next year, and the minister forced on him Dolores Umbridge for the role. A woman, who besides being a blood bigot of the highest order, barely managed to SC by with an OWL acceptable in the subject, and never took for newts. His idea is to put someone he trusts close to Dumbledore to keep an eye on him. However, Umbridge, or, as we all came to call her, used the opportunity to torture Muggleborn and half-blood students by making them write lines with a blood quill, and then adding a compulsion charm for them not to tell anyone about it. What? Exclaimed Madam Bones. Harry nodded and said, of course, her main target was me. By the end of the year I have permanently scarred into the back of my hand the phrase, I will not tell lies. She also does a hell of a lot more damage than that, such as failing to teach even a single thing of use, but we do manage to self-teach through a secret study group we call Dumbledore's Army. Because of the outright denial from the minister that Riddle had returned, Riddle was then able to use those 11 months to rebuild his forces in secret. Within a few months of now he would have broken his people out of Azkaban. The breakout would have been blamed on Sirius, who was still a wanted so-called felon escapee. In 11 months, Riddle made an attempt to get into the Department of Mysteries to get his hands on the prophecy he knows about. Ask Croaker to tell you what's in it. It's the reason I need you to get me into the room of prophecies to get to the prophecy first. In that attempt, Riddle is finally seen in person by the minister and quite a few ministry workers, including about a dozen Aurors. However, during that attempt, one he fails at, by the way, as I smashed the prophecy globe during the battle. Sirius is killed by Bellatrix Lestrange. That produced quite a few gasps of shock. Sirius went a little white. There are a number of Death Eaters arrested as a result of that battle, including Lucius Malfoy, McNair, Nott, and a few others, who were unable to escape when Riddle left with Lestrange. However, Riddle had also used that year of denial to great effect. He was able to rebuild his forces beyond the small circle of Death Eaters he had left from the First War. Almost immediately after that, the following people lose their lives due to I-nations. You would have died about June next year when one of your Aurors, a man who's taken the Dark Mark, allows access to Bones Manor in the middle of night. At the time, Susan was staying with Hannah, so she is unharmed. However, what they do to you is very unpleasant. Unspeakable Broderick Bode is injured in the attack in the Ministry. Before he has a chance to recover, he's killed in St. Mungo's by, we think, McNair. McNair uses, of all things, a potted devil's snare to kill him. Emmeline Vance, who is doing something for Dumbledore's illegal bird club, is killed outside the Prime Minister's residence. I think she was part of his disillusioned or invisibility-cloaked unofficial and unrecognized guard. Mad Eye Moody was another. He died when the bird club finally rescued me from my Muggle relatives the evening before I turned 17. Hannah Abbott's Muggle-born mother, Pauline, is killed on a raid on her home. Riddle sent a message to Fudge demanding he step down, or heat up his attacks on Muggles. Fudge refused. As a result, there will also be the Muggle driver and pengers of about 12 cars killed when the bridge they're crossing, Brockdale Bridge in London, collapses as part of a Death Eater attack in response to Fudge's refusal. Fudge is finally sacked in a vote of no confidence. He and his wife are found murdered in his home about a week later. Rufus Scrimgeour then becomes minister, but Riddle wanted thickness. A month later, Scrimgeour is murdered when Riddle's Lickspittles storm the Ministry in a coup and take over. Scrimgeour was really no better than Fudge anyway, and had begun to take similar actions. For instance, he arrests and dumps into Azkaban Stan Shunpike, one of the conductors off the night bus. Though he had no evidence either way, he just dumped Shunpike into Azkaban because he had to be seen to be doing something, and he thought Shunpike might be a Death Eater. It's about then when Dumbledore, who was already dying due to a withering curse on his hand, was murdered by Severus Snape with the killing curse in the Astronomy Tower. Igor Karkaroff is hunted down by Riddle's Lickspittles and killed in Europe about this time, too. Thickness is appointed as minister in a figurehead-only role. The real minister is actually Malfoy, who was released from Azkaban, and Umbridge working together. Umbridge implements a number of quite despicable so-called laws under martial law. One is the rounding up of every Muggleborn to be sent to camps. No one makes it out of them alive. They go in, and never come out. Umbridge forms teams of people, Red Death Eaters, known as Snatchers, and sends them out to track down so-called magic-stealing Muggleborns and blood traitors. Hundreds are killed as a result. When the teams go into the private homes of young Muggleborns, they kill the entire family. A few months after Dumbledore's death, Thickness orders the Ministry to take control of Hogwarts under martial law provisions. Through the school board, they appoint Severus Snape as headmaster. Other appointments as professor include the Caro siblings as the Muggle Studies and Dark Arts professors. Of course, all Muggleborns and most half-bloods are immediately removed from the school. They're never seen again. During this time, Professor Charity Burbage is kidnapped and murdered. Others we know to be killed around this time include Ted Tonks and Dean Thomas, a CL mate in Gryffindor. During that almost entire year, from late June 1997 to the end of April 1998, Hermione, Ron Weasley and I are running about the country trying to find and destroy a number of artifacts that were the reason why Riddle appears immortal. We discover the final piece was stored here, at Hogwarts. On the 1st of May 1998 we three, together with a number of others who've been in hiding, infiltrate the school through secret pages. With the help of the original professors we're able to drive Snape and the Carrows out. We then prepare the castle's defenses for a retaliatory strike by Riddle and his forces. By now, those forces number in the many hundreds. They're supported by Dementors, giants, werewolves and other so-called dark creatures. He strikes the next night. It gave us some time to get a lot of the younger students out of the school, but nowhere near enough. However, it also gave us some time to gather to ourselves quite a few wizards and witches who were, of the light, from right across magical Britain. During the battle that results between the defenders of Hogwarts and Riddle's forces, the loss of life is incredible. Hundreds die. They include, for those I know on the light side, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Fred Weasley, Colin Creevey, Daphne Greenger, Hermione Granger, and Harry Potter. Riddle, now with Dumbledore and me, the only one according to the prophecy that could kill him, out of the way, takes over everything and seizes full control. That is, he takes over everything for a little while. By this time the Muggles are fully aware of what's going on. The Battle of Hogwarts, while giving Riddle a victory, marks the death knell for magical Britain. Her Majesty, after patiently waiting for her magical subjects to deal with the problem, has finally had enough and sends in her forces. Magical Britain, already reeling from the war, stands no chance against her combined forces of over 320,000 military personnel and 120,000 police officers, Muggle-ors. With close to 500,000 highly trained soldiers and law enforcement officers at her command in the United Kingdom alone, and due to wizards and witches apparating in Port Keying away from custody, Her Majesty's forces quickly develop a take no prisoners response. Only the young children are exempt from that policy, pre-Hogwarts age. Magical Britain is quickly destroyed. Almost all of it occurs within the first 48 hours of when she orders them in. That's late May 1998. Of course, with the laughable statute of secrecy now in tatters, the same efforts soon occur right across the globe. Of the total worldwide wizarding population, by the end of the first decade after the turn of the century, less than 5% remain alive. Of those alive, with the exception of about 1% of the remainder still alive because they're better at hiding, every one of them is forced to swear an oath of fealty to the Muggle rulers. Almost all of them are Muggle-born. And pretty much the cause of all of it can be laid at the feet of one man, Albus Dumbledore, a stupid, self-aggrandizing, manipulative old fool who tried to shape a prophecy spoken to him in early 1980, to how he wanted it to play out. A prophecy spoken to him by Sybil Patricia Trelawney in the Hog's Head Tavern about 3 months before I was born. He ran almost completely counter to how Lady Destiny and the Three Fates planned and wanted it to happen. If he'd done the right thing from the get-go, none of it would have happened that way. Dobby, called Daphne, once she realized Harry had wound down. Yes, mistress, asked the little elf after popping in. Can you bring a few glees and a bottle of fire whiskey for the adults, and a few bottles of butterbeer for us? Yes, mistress, replied Dobby before he popped away again. A few moments later, the alcohol and glees appeared on the coffee table between them. Harry and the girls poured healthy measures for the adults before handing each a GL. Then they each picked up a bottle of butterbeer before sitting back again. Once most of the glees went chugged back, the three waited for the adults to get their collective heads around what they were just told. The first to regain her senses, Madam Bones asked, "How do you know this?" "Because they've both lived it and we told them," said a voice all but Madam Bones recognized, Roma. Walking out of the corner of the room and up behind the couch on which the three bondmates were sitting together came Della, Roma and John. Each stood behind their charge. As per usual, they were dressed in white, billowy robes. But, this time, they also wore a softly glowing golden halo each. Looking like she was about to pee out, Madam Bones gaped at them and stuttered, "Why you're—" "Yes, baby, we are," replied Della. "Do not doubt what you've just heard, Amelia Susan," said Roma. "These three lived it, well, at least up until the 2nd of May in the year of our Lord 1998, at any rate. But, they have also spoken the truth of what would have happened after that date. These three were backstepped, sent back in time, to the 1st of September last year to ensure that what you've just heard does not happen as you heard it," said John. Through special dispensation from the Almighty, these three were sent back with a mission to set things to rights. We ask you to ease them. Please, do so. Then the three angels quickly faded away again. And that led to another round of measures of fire whiskey being shot back. Sweet Merlin, said Sirius. They really are angels. Oh, yes, said Harry. You hadn't met them before, either. Sorry. But, we did warn you. Not me, you didn't. Complained Madam Bones. Would you have believed us if you hadn't seen them with your own eyes? Asked Daphne. Madam Bones appeared to think about that for a few moments before she drew a deep breath. No, she sighed. I guess not. Do you now? Asked Daphne. Yes, the older witch said with another sigh. Which is probably why they put in an appearance, said Hermione. Each time they've appeared in the past it's because they've needed to prove their existence to family. With Sirius, they didn't need to. He believed without it needing to be proven. Now, it was your turn. Clearly we need your help to finish the first stage of the mission, said Harry. As killing Riddle is the only part left to go of that stage, you somehow play an important role in that. I hope they don't think I'm the one to kill that man, she said. No, that's me, said Harry. The prophecy says so. What was supposed to have happened, according to how everything should have played out if Dumbledore had done the right thing from the start, said Hermione. Dumbledore hears the prophecy. He, working with the Potters, Sirius and Remus, begins to train Harry from a very young age in secret. Then Riddle is killed, somehow, the first time. Eventually, Harry puts in an appearance, and he's highly trained for his eventual confrontation. Riddle gets resurrected. The two finally face in a single combat battle of good versus evil. If Harry wins, it heralds the dawn of a great many years of peace and tranquility that lasts centuries. If, however, Riddle wins, it heralds the dawn of the exact opposite. But, there was little likelihood of that. Because of Dumbledore not doing the right thing, steps have had to be taken to get things back on track. Part of that included our being sent back in time to the 1st of September, the creation of our three-way soul bond, our having the knowledge to do what we need to do, and a few other things that are not as important. That's what has brought us to today. Are we allowed to know the mission? Asked Madam Bones. Most of the first phase is already successfully completed, said Harry. They are. End the friendship between myself and the two youngest Weasleys, to stop them influencing my behavior and otherwise interfering with their potions. Get Sirius cleared of all charges. Round up Riddle's soul anchors, and free the soul fragments from them. Allow Dumbledore to go after one of the anchors, which slowly kills him, removing him from being a negative influence on what's to come. Claim emancipation as soon as possible. Let what happened in the graveyard happen so we could get the S and allow Riddle to be resurrected so he becomes mortal again. Ensure Magical Britain is aware of Riddle's resurrection immediately after it occurs. I was to bond with these two lovely ladies, and, finally, kill Riddle once he was resurrected. All but the last one has now been completed. And the second phase? She asked. We don't know the full details of it yet, said Hermione. However, we know it has something to do with Daphne and me. There's a reason Daphne and I were also brought back. It has to do with the soul bond and how the three of us go on to greatness. But, we don't know what our angels mean by that, yet, Daphne smoothly added. We think they, our angels, want us not worrying about that until after Harry's dealt with Riddle. But, we think things that have been recently happening have to do with it. Things like Harry picking up his Order of Merlin, and getting him on the Wizengamot through it. Clearing the air about Harry's true history of living at Privet Drive through to the 1st of September last year, and what really happened during the first 3 years of school, Harry's, then ours, emancipations, Harry figuring out the nature of souls, and getting Dumbledore and his manipulations out of the way, are all issues surrounding what comes next. And where are these soul anchors? Asked Madam Bones. Harry turned his head slightly and called for Dobby. Yes, Master Harry, asked the elf. Can you go into my trunk and bring out those special items I have in there? Asked Harry. Yes, sir, replied the elf before he popped away. A few moments later and the now Horcrux-free objects appeared on the coffee table. Leaning forward, Harry indicated each. These are, from left to right, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Helga Hufflepuff's cup and Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The other soul anchors were Riddle's familiar, Nagini, which Daphne managed to kill very shortly after Riddle was resurrected. Riddle's school year's diary, which I destroyed at the end of second year, and Dumbledore now possesses. The Gaunt family ring, which Dumbledore also currently has, and the accidental one, which the angels destroyed and was behind the scar on my forehead. That makes 7. All are now free of the soul fragments that held Riddle on this plane of existence as a wraith. So, Riddle is now mortal, again. That means, from now on, anyone can really kill him. However, I'm still the one fated to do it according to the prophecy. Harry, right in front of me I see 3 of the most treasured heirlooms our nation has ever had, yet thought lost, said Madame Bones. How in Merlin's name did Riddle ever find them to turn them into those soul anchors you mentioned? He found out the location of the diadem from the Grey Lady, the house ghost for Ravenclaw, who was once Helena Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter, he replied. The previous owner of both the locket and the cup was Hepzibah Smith. Riddle stole them from her back in the 70s while he worked at Borgin & Burke's, and before he killed her and pointed the blame at her house elf, Hokey. Before her, the locket was owned by his mother, Merope Gaunt, who sold it to Smith for a few galleons to try and survive. The cup was a Smith family heirloom. He was also looking for something belonging to Gryffindor but never found it, I think. If he did, he never converted it into a soul anchor, or used it to create the familiar bond with Nagini. He searched for Gryffindor's cape brooch and the sword, but we know he never found the sword, at least. What do you plan on doing with them? She asked, indicating the 3 heirlooms. Once Riddle's dealt with, and Dumbledore is either dead or no longer an issue, I'm going to present them to the school, he replied with a shrug. By rights, the locket and cup belong to the Smith family, as it was from them they were stolen. However, there's no legitimate reason they had them in the first place, unless they can prove ancestry to Helga Hufflepuff for the cup. And Merope stole the locket from her brother. No, they should be in the school under heavy anti-theft enchantments. I intend to work with Professors Flitwick and McGonagall to place them, and the sword, in display cases to go into the entrance hall. And what now for your mission? Asked Sirius. Now we wait until we track down where Riddle went to ground, said Hermione. In the previous timeline he went almost directly to Malfoy Manor and hid out under their wards. Which reminds me, said Harry, turning to look directly at Sirius, suddenly on a different topic. How are cousins Narcissa and Draco? Surprised at the change, Sirius said, both are now back to, or for the first time when it comes to Draco, being blacks. Well, I think one of the Death Eaters I hit in the face with a reductor, last night, was dear old Lucy, said Harry. If that's the case, and Riddle wasn't already keyed into the wards at Malfoy Manor, he wouldn't have headed there, last night, after I hurt him. That leaves, Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, McNair, Avery, Yaxley and NND. Roll. Whose place from those he'd go to, I wouldn't know. I guess it would depend on who has the nicest and most well-protected manor. He'd demand nothing less. It'd be not Manor, suggested Matthias. Too well protected to attack with only a small force, said Madame Bones. However, that aside, it doesn't stop Madame Bones from boosting her aura force from donations, and making sure the wizarding world is alerted to Riddle's resurrection, said Daphne. No need to worry about the second part of that, replied the woman. I take it you've not seen the Prophet, this morning. No, said Harry, as his wives shook their heads. Your copies were waiting for you when we arrived, said Sirius, rising from the table and going over to the coffee table. He picked up their 2 copies that were on the low table waiting for them, and brought them back. He tossed them to the 3 teens. There, on the front page, was the headline, He's Back. Skeeter had worked fast to get the story written and covered for the front page, lead story. There was also a photograph of Harry holding up a prone Pettigrew's arm with the dark mark bared. And another with Harry pulsing magic when his oath took hold and he cast his sparklers. Their fastest reader, Hermione said, Fudge is accusing you of being confounded again. He's claiming you didn't really witness Riddle's resurrection. Instead, he's claiming you were kidnapped by subversive elements out to discredit his ministry, and are using you as their pawn. And, according to him, the reason you were able to give the oath and weren't punished was because you believed what you were saying was true, even though it wasn't. Arsehole, muttered Harry. That's twice now he's accused me of being confounded because he refuses to accept the truth. Skeeter mentions that, said Hermione, still looking down at the paper. She also mentions how Fudge was wrong about you being confounded the last time he accused you of such, and that Sirius really was innocent. We need him gone, said Harry. Can I ask you to hold off on kicking him out, for now? Asked Madam Bones. Why? Frowned Harry, staring back. With a sigh, she said, the Unspeakables and I have a plan to clear the Ministry of all those with the dark mark, or otherwise Riddle supporters, or have otherwise engaged in illegal activities. I'd like to enact that plan immediately after sacking Fudge, and before a claimant for the position can rally support. You'd be up for that position, Amelia, said Matthias. You'd make an excellent minister. I know, she replied. However, I hadn't planned on running for the position until my Susan graduates. And, with Riddle back, I need to be where I am. We can't let Scrimgeour get it, said Harry. No, she replied. So, we need to prepare a viable alternative candidate. Kingsley Shacklebolt was supposed to be the minister after Thickness was tossed out after the Battle of Hogwarts if I'd beaten Riddle, mused Harry. I also think Arthur Weasley would make a good minister. How about Amos Diggory? Added Daphne. I have an idea, smirked Hermione. Oh, said Sirius. I know that look. It was the same one Lily used to get when she thought up a good prank. We're listening, said Madam Bones, a little warily. Minister Matthias Greenger, grinned Hermione. Daphne gasped as the rest of the table held their collective breaths and thought about it. Matthias just looked back in shock. Harry snorted. You have the experience, Matthias, he explained, turning to look at his father-in-law. You've served on the Wizengamot, with distinction. You know all the players. You're respected within the ministry. You're known not to take bribes or the like. And you have both the fortitude and the skill set to be a huge success. I, stuttered Matthias, have to think about it. You've got time, said Madam Bones. I'll keep you up to date with the plans to clean out the ministry. I'll give you my full support as head of the DMLE when the time comes. You'll have the backing of the Potter Alliance, added Harry. And the Black Alliance, added Sirius. As I said, I'll have to think about it, the man warily said. Spoken like a skilled politician, grinned Sirius. You do realize it'll paint an even larger target on my back, don't you? Asked Matthias, a little grumpily. If Riddle follows the same path as in the old timeline according to these three, he'll demand my removal and, one way or another, kill me himself or have me killed. The difference, here, is that you won't be like an ostrich and stick your head in the sand as Fudge did, said Harry. You can immediately implement overarching legislation that makes things like having the dark mark an offense. You can make being scanned for the mark a requirement for working at the ministry, including within the orders. And have those scans occur at any time. Snap inspections, they're called. You can then make it an automatic jail sentence to be caught wearing Death Eater robes, guilty until proven innocent. And the same for those who haven't already managed to successfully claim the Imperious Curse for their existing marks. You can even throw in mandatory Veritaserum for all trials relating to Death Eater activity by suspending the law that allows purebloods to escape being forced Veritaserum in their trials. There are lots of advantages to curb the number who became Death Eaters from becoming them in this timeline, said Hermione. Personally, I'd figure out a way to seize their vaults. Claim it as a breach of law to finance terrorist or other subversive actions against the ministry, or something like that. Ouch, winced Sirius. The way to do it is for the ministry to take control of the family vaults and monitor how much money goes out of it. You set each family member a stipend, including the head of house, explained Harry. Then, they'll be able to live off what they get, but won't be able to donate huge sums to Riddle's terrorist organization. Or anywhere else, for that matter. That's another thing that can be done, said Hermione. Force the Prophet and other media organizations to refer to, you know who in his Death Eaters as, Riddle and his terrorists, common street thugs who hide their identities because they know in their hearts, their blackened hearts, that what they're doing is wrong. She's right, said Daphne. Calling them by their chosen name of Death Eaters gives them power. You take that off them by refusing to use it. And never refer to Riddle as a lord. Call him the murderous wizarding thug Riddle. And tell people he NDS those who foolishly follow him as if they were nothing more than cattle and makes them call him Master, as if they were his S. All good ideas, said Harry. By doing so, You both rob him of the power of his image, and will probably prevent many from joining him in the first place. Information control is an important part of any war. However, if you set the terms used, you're far more than halfway there to controlling the message. And that's the biggest problem with the Prophet under its current management, said Hermione. You'll find Barnabas Cuff is a Riddle supporter, even if he doesn't take the mark. He'll block you every chance he gets. You'll need to be firm with him. As Harry said, all good ideas, sighed Madam Bones. After the adults left, the three teens sat for a while relatively lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Hermione sat forward and asked, "What time is it?" Asked Harry right back until her question finally cogitated enough in his end to make sense from his initial confusion. He raised his arm to look at his watch. "Just after 3, he replied. "Then how about we get some of our homework for the break out of the way, now?" She asked. "Or, we can quiz Harry on 3rd and 4th year runes ready for 5th year next year." Perking his head up, he asked, "I'm ready for that." "Not quite yet, but you will be," said Daphne. "We plan on you sitting the aptitude test at the ministry in early August. That and you're in 5th year starting next year." Confused, Harry said, "Wait. I thought I was still working through 3rd year stuff, and only brushing on 4th year." Both girls smiled back and Hermione said, "No, we just let you think that. You've been working on the 4th year curriculum since just before Christmas. For example," said Daphne, "you don't even begin properly carving runes until 4th year, and that's carving in wood and similar material. You've been doing a very good job of carving in granite. We don't normally even touch on that material until 5th year." Surprised, Harry simply said, "Oh." He thought for a moment and said, "But, what about the material?" "The education material, I mean." "You're there," replied Hermione. "While I think you can do much better on some of the information regarding rune chains, that's mid to late 4th year, anyway. I think we can easily get you caught up to us by the time you sit your aptitude test." "Oh," he said again. "Well, in that case, thank Merlin. I thought I was going to fail it, what with having to do the tournament and all." "No, we'd have never let you do that," said Daphne. Nodding, he asked, "So, time to work on summer IGN ments we've already received and see how much we can get out of the way before we leave on the train." "Good idea," nodded Hermione, going and getting their IGN ments and writing material. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.